The White Rabbit hesitated briefly, then probed, "How about I trade information with you?" And Suisui mercilessly exposed the White Rabbit's thoughts. Information needs verification to determine truth or falsehood. What if you use fake information to harm us? Things with unpredictable value. Choose something else. These people weren't easy to fool, the White Rabbit thought silently. Anyone who could survive in games was ruthless and cunning. He hadn't expected them to let him go for nothing. The fear was that they'd take the ransom and then destroy the evidence. Then he'd die with grievances. "Put me in the rabbit containment facility and keep a safe distance. Then I'll tell you the rabbit area's secrets. This secret is easy to verify and won't be dangerous. It's definitely a profitable deal." Had Jianshi beckoned to the laughing wolves. The Arabian wolf that had eaten enough wolf meat and changed its physique into a giant wolf dominated the group, running over eagerly. Thinking Jianshi had more good food for it. Jianshi patted the Arabian wolf's head, pointed at the glass wall separating tourists from rabbits, and commanded, "Scratch." The Arabian wolf shook its head. Even with low intelligence, it could understand such simple commands. Obediently, it swiped at the glass. The containment facility's glass wall shattered with a crash. "Well done." Jianshi took a small chicken leg from Suisui's pocket and threw it to the laughing wolf. When he turned to face the White Rabbit, his expression was completely different. "Please." He pointed to the big hole the laughing wolf had made, silently watching the White Rabbit. "You broke the glass. Can it still provide protection?" The White Rabbit slowly scanned everyone present. Yuan Li's protective shield remained active, protecting when gone and all the laughing wolves. Jianshi was surrounded by thin black mist. At first glance it seemed useless, but the White Rabbit who had witnessed his combat would never ignore it. Suisui had no such chemical means, but she wore a helmet from who knows where and was wrapped up tightly with no exposed skin. Simply flawless. The White Rabbit instantly deflated. "Fine, stop tormenting me." He seemed to have accepted his fate, all his fur drooping. The rabbit's ability you've probably already guessed, control and disguise. There's actually only one type of rabbit in the zoo. The gray rabbits you see are white rabbits in a suppressed state. When suppression fails, gray rabbits become white rabbits. White rabbits can control any thinking creature. They need a medium to transmit mental influence, usually rabbit fur or blood. The more contact, the stronger the control. And Suisui still had questions. "What about the staff in white uniforms?" "Don't tell me you don't know. I personally killed one, and that staff member turned into a rabbit right in front of me." The White Rabbit stared intently at the laughing wolves, saying quietly, "What you mentioned is white rabbits that are easy to strengthen. For ordinary white rabbits to have this ability, there's only one way: eating wolf meat. Wolf meat could strengthen rabbits' abilities." This was truly beyond Suisui and the others' expectations. Speaking of this, Suisui remembered a particular person. Yang Hong. The White Rabbit also had an impression of this former rabbit area manager. After all, the rabbit area's liberation was thanks to him. That was a controlled fool. Knowing there was danger in the area, he insisted on poking his head in to look. The White Rabbit's tone was contemptuous, clearly looking down on this controlled manager. Even though the other party was also a player. Through the White Rabbit's account, Suisui gradually glimpsed a corner of the zoo's secrets. The reason rabbits were the zoo's most special existence was precisely because they possessed means of control and disguise, hiding among crowds where they were hard to detect and impossible to guard against. Especially people like Yang Hong who were controlled. On the surface, you couldn't see any clues. They mixed into any corner of the zoo, breaking rules and interfering with other areas' normal operations. In other words, troublemakers. After telling everything he knew, the White Rabbit stared with big red eyes at the four human-looking people. His face clearly read, "I'm done talking, please let me go." He had been possessed when he thought of cooperating with them. He was wrong, wasn't that enough? Please let him go quickly. Suisui still had questions to ask him and completely ignored his submissive display, stroking the rabbit's back through rubber gloves. "Little rabbit, I have one last question. After I ask it, I'll let you go." "I absolutely keep my word." What question? The white rabbit was full of wariness. He was afraid Suisui would ask him something like his bank card password, and then he'd be unable to answer and continue being detained by these demons. That would never end. And Suisui's eyes curved as she smiled, looking harmless. It's actually a very simple question. You don't need to be so panicked. I just want to know where the other 2 players in the rabbit area besides you went. The white rabbit was shocked. He really wanted to ask how Suisui knew there were other players in the rabbit area. Even the number was so precise, without any error. He suddenly felt a chill down his back, a feeling of being seen through and toyed with filling his entire mind. Those previous questions were all set up. This last one was what they really wanted to ask, right? Unable to see the white rabbit's expression, and Suisui also knew the other party must be overthinking. She said nothing, pretending to be profound as she looked toward the depths of the rabbit area, displaying a depth completely inconsistent with her young face. The white rabbit's heart sank to the bottom. He tried to struggle, using uncertain answers to muddle through. There were originally 2 other players, but the scene just now was too chaotic. I got separated from them. And Suisui remained silent, continuing to act profound. As time passed, the white rabbit's confident answer became guilty. He really didn't know where those 2 guys had run off to, but he did have ways to contact them. But there was no need to tell these people that, right? Jianshi held his scythe in one hand, spinning it at his fingertips like a trick. The strong blade wind happened to blow on the white rabbit. A silent threat. Let me put it this way. Jianshi was even more leisurely than the white rabbit, looking completely unhurried. Among your group of players, there's one who's our enemy. I only know he turned into an animal, but I'm not sure which kind. You lure out the other 2 players. Whether or not there's the person I'm looking for, I'll let you go. Otherwise. Jianshi suddenly stopped moving. The sharp scythe fell from midair, deeply embedded in the hard stone, just grazing the rabbit's fur edge, scaring him into convulsions, his heart pounding wildly. A small rabbit heart almost died from being unable to handle such intense pressure. Rabbit bodies were very fragile. After scaring the rabbit, Jianshi slowly continued speaking. Anyway, I'm definitely cutting down some animal-transformed players today. If you don't hand them over, you'll have to take their place. With things said to this extent, if the white rabbit still didn't agree, he could only be cut down by Jianshi. Under normal circumstances, the white rabbit had self-defense capabilities. Besides being unable to use items, the rabbit's inherent abilities and player skills were still usable. But no matter how powerful he was, he couldn't beat a well-coordinated player team. Acting rashly would only make the other party angry and quickly end his life. Moreover, handing over 2 players from other worlds caused him no psychological burden whatsoever. I can only use you to save my life, the white rabbit thought regretfully. He finally agreed to Jianshi and Suisui's conditions, using a prearranged method to lure out the other 2 white rabbit players. In the area, other white rabbits had either run away or hidden. When these 2 players cautiously approached the original white rabbit, Suisui immediately spotted them. Before they could react, she captured both rabbits and stuffed them into sacks. Seeing this, the first captured rabbit hopped away from the 2 new rabbits to avoid being hurt by them in their anger. He jumped up excitedly, shouting, "I've done everything you asked me to do. You should honor your promise now and let me leave quickly." Suisui kept her promise, lifting him out of the sack and placing him on a nearby stone slab. She asked cheerfully, "What, you don't dare cooperate with us anymore?" "Cooperate my ass. He'd shown his face once and nearly lost his life. Better to play alone." That rabbit ignored Suisui, jumped hard, dove into the grass, and quickly disappeared. The other 2 rabbits he had tricked roughly understood what had happened and were nearly exploding with rage. Their 3-part mouths trembled as they said every curse word they could think of, giving the escaped rabbit a complete set of greetings. Suisui had no time to listen to rabbits argue. Her gaze wandered between the 2 rabbits, trying to distinguish them. But rabbits all looked the same to human eyes, especially solid-colored rabbits. When put together, you couldn't tell the difference. Rubbing her forehead with a headache, and Suisui could only ask her teammates for help. Do you have any ideas? They had to find the player from their world first. When Gon thought for a moment and suggested, how about using code words? Saying things only players from this world would know, hoping the other party would understand after hearing them. They did as they said. When Gon approached the two white rabbits and asked two very complex medical questions in his gentle voice. In Suisui. She didn't know if the rabbits knew the answers, but she certainly didn't. The scene repeated itself. And Suisui suddenly remembered the questions she had asked two same-world players in the cube world. Guilty and embarrassed. Especially seeing the little white rabbit's bewildered expressions made that inexplicable guilt even heavier. Perhaps because personal preferences were too strong, and Suisui couldn't say for the moment what kind of questions would be considered universally known, popular questions. Jian sure seemed eager to try. And Suisui could tell from his expression that it wouldn't be anything proper. Yuanli, you ask. And Suisui finally chose Yuanli. As a standard otaku, although Yuanli didn't communicate much with people, he was definitely more familiar with internet slang and viral gossip on the Star Network than his three companions. However, he still thought carefully, selecting things that had made deep impressions in his mind. Watermelon people reached the top of Pineapple Star? The little white rabbits were stunned simultaneously. One of them instinctively replied, Mineral water battles ulala? Jianshi? What the hell were they talking about? What Yuanli mentioned was a holographic film released half a year ago. Due to its absurd comedic content, it quickly became popular and developed several interesting promotional slogans. Most importantly, this was the last big hit film before the game's arrival, and many fans couldn't forget it. After the game forums went online, people often discussed this film. The code words matched. But Yuanli didn't rush to conclusions and asked several more questions in different directions. As they talked, both the person and rabbit had tears in their eyes, looking at each other with much more affection. Meeting a fellow countryman in a foreign land, it was mutual attraction. The two became more and more engaged in conversation, no longer limiting themselves to various questions but chatting enthusiastically about viral gossip in the interstellar world. Caught off guard, Yuanli asked a very special question, ending this gossip session. Yuanli said the first part, former Commander Jianzhang laments his family's misfortune. The White Rabbit continued with the second part, rebellious grandson holds a matchmaking conference for Grandpa. Jianshi was completely unprepared and couldn't even stop these two fools from recounting the entire entertainment gossip report. Yuanli even had to add unnecessarily, hey Jianshi, you're also surnamed Jian. You wouldn't be related to Commander Jianzhang, would you? Even Suisui looked at him with curious eyes. Do you know Commander Jianzhang's grandson? Isn't Commander Jianzhang over 70? Why would he hold a matchmaking conference for his grandfather? Jianshi didn't know how to answer. He chose to skip this topic. Just then, Yu Jianyan's teammate arrived at the rabbit area, delivering the completion item to Suisui. Jianshi proactively brought the person into the rabbit area, using other topics to divert Suisui's interest in the elderly matchmaking conference. The lion area manager was a tall, sturdy man with bulging arm muscles full of explosive power. One punch could probably kill a bull. Jianshi and Yu Jianyan's people all knew each other, so there was no need for code words or anything. After confirming both sides were in normal condition, they skipped pleasantries and got straight to business. The muscle man, Jiang Cheng, brought Suisui the latest news from the lion area. I received the captain's message and searched the lion area thoroughly. Sure enough, I found a large number of rabbit corpses and 3 unconscious people. Yu Jianyan's elephant area also had them, but the elephant area's corpses were more varied, not limited to one species. The only similarity was the number of human shells. The captain hopes that after you resolve the rabbit area, you'll also check the peacock area. Jiang Cheng continued. Because the elephant area's elephant had escaped, Yu Jianyan couldn't get away for the time being and could only entrust the task to Suisui's group. Suisui didn't refuse. She pulled out the excluded rabbit from the sack and, before it could react, snapped its neck with one hand. The game announcement followed immediately. Server-wide announcement. Player Fitzgerald has died. Server-wide announcement. Player Fitzgerald has died. Server-wide announcement. Player Fitzgerald has died. The rabbit player who had turned into a rabbit didn't understand what had happened and trembled with fear. Yuan Li quickly comforted him. That was a player from another world. Keeping him might have been detrimental to us. It took a long time for the rabbit player to recover. And Suisui had no time for psychological counseling and directly asked, "What's your animal group's mission?" Although they came from the same world, each group had different tasks. Only by determining the specific mission could she arrange the next itinerary. The white rabbit hesitated briefly, feeling that completing the mission would be difficult in his current state. Moreover, these people clearly weren't good people. He had no choice left. Gritting his teeth, the rabbit player spilled everything he knew. Where had his body gone? The rabbit player didn't know. When he opened his eyes in the game, he was already a rabbit. He had thought all players were like this until meeting in Suisui and the others. Our mission is to escape from this zoo. The animal group's mission sounded simple at first. Especially for rabbits who were good at digging holes and possessed control and disguise abilities, escaping the zoo seemed easy. When the rabbit player actually found an opportunity to leave the zoo, he discovered his mission wasn't completed. This meant his method of completing the mission was wrong. This task wasn't as simple as it appeared on the surface. So he returned to the rabbit area, looking for opportunities to complete the mission. The rest of the story had been told by the rabbit that escaped earlier. The content was largely the same. That rabbit really hadn't lied to save his life. Having obtained the Lion Area Interaction Badge, and Suisui's group's mission was basically complete. But they weren't in a hurry to leave. First, she was somewhat interested in the zoo's secrets. Second, she wanted to provide some help to same-world players, trying to improve the overall strength of interstellar world players. During their conversation, when Gon and Yuan Li had dragged out the 3-player shells found in the rabbit area. After careful examination, 2 of these 3 shells were in good condition, while 1 had died recently. The cause was temporarily unknown. Looking at these soulless shells, and Suisui suddenly had an idea. Do you think the animal group's mission might require returning to their own bodies first, then escaping the zoo? Otherwise, what was the point of these bodies existing? To provide extra meals for the zoo animals? Jianshi picked up the rabbit player and had him examine all 3 shells, asking, "Is your body among these?" The rabbit player brushed dirt off the shells' faces, examining these 3 people from features to clothing, then slowly shook his head. "My body isn't among these, but the one in yellow clothes is my teammate." "All right then." Jianshi nodded, placed the shell in yellow clothes aside separately, then stabbed his blade straight into the heart of the last shell, directly ending its life. That ruthless blade technique made the rabbit player's heart race wildly again. His time in the game wasn't particularly long or short, and his general understanding of the game still remained at the level of preserve your life when possible, don't provoke other players unnecessarily. Jianshi's ruthlessness made him feel somewhat uneasy, afraid that he would eventually meet the same fate. But his reaction also made Jianshi feel displeased, and he pondered whether he should reveal some inside information to let other players know. To prevent them from acting like naive fools, truly believing they could coexist peacefully with players from other worlds. He'd do it when he got back. Dragging the corpse of the player in yellow clothes, and Suisui was about to leave. The laughing wolves, who had reacted 10 beats too slow, suddenly swarmed forward, surrounding Jianshi to beg for chicken legs. Woo, we can't be too biased. They wanted chicken legs too. Jianshi was surrounded by the wolf pack. He raised an eyebrow slightly and pulled out a long, thin bamboo stick from the corner of the work area. Waving it around, he asked, "Who wants chicken legs?" The dog, drooling, was the first to step forward to beg. Jianshi showed it a smile. Smack. The bamboo stick struck the dogs, but with moderate force. The dog instantly bounced 3 meters away, hiding behind its human's feet, whimpering pitifully. A woo, human. Look, your man hit me. After beating the dog, Jianshi asked again, "Who wants dried fish?" The dog was again the first to step forward. Jianshi. Fine, I'll fulfill your wish. After being beaten 4 or 5 times in a row, the dog finally learned its lesson. No matter what Jianshi said, it wouldn't believe him. This liar just knew how to beat it. He must be jealous of its handsome appearance and numerous little brothers, doing it on purpose. The laughing wolves were smarter than the dog, not daring to approach after being hit just once. They joined their big brother in feeling wronged. Only one light brown prairie wolf didn't leave, circling around the last player shell continuously, occasionally scratching at it with its claws. Its narrow eyes were filled with confusion. Why did this person look so familiar? Had it seen him somewhere before? It tried hard to remember, but couldn't recall. Tried even harder, still couldn't remember. Forget it, might as well eat him. The prairie wolf opened its bloody maw, biting down on the player shell's calf, only to be slapped by Jianshi and threatened with a blade. Looking for another beating, are you? Wu the prairie wolf fearfully lay on the ground, but still pawed at that body, unwilling to leave no matter what, as if guarding its own possession. Seeing this, Jianshi narrowed his eyes slightly, a flash of inspiration crossing his mind. He turned around and picked up the rabbit player, pointing at the shell on the ground and asking, "What's your teammate's name?" The rabbit player, not understanding, casually replied, his name is Zheng." The prairie wolf that had been pitifully unwilling to leave suddenly raised its head. Zheng. Hi. That was his name. He was Zheng. Jianshi had been watching the prairie wolf's reaction all along. How could he not understand? Seeing that prairie wolf constantly pawing anxiously at Zheng body, just not knowing what to do, Jianshi rubbed his temples with a headache, thinking to himself that the dog's intelligence-reducing skill had far-reaching effects and should be used sparingly. The black scythe suddenly swept across the prairie wolf's body, but caused no harm. With a thud, the brown-yellow prairie wolf lost support and collapsed to the ground, its eyes that had carried a foolish but lively spirit suddenly losing their luster. The prairie wolf's soul was extracted by Jianshi. Holy shit, Jianji, you have this ability too? Yuan Li was incredibly shocked. Soul extraction, an ability that only existed in mythological stories, and he was fortunate enough to witness a live version. He craned his neck, wanting to see what a human soul actually looked like, but only saw a semi-transparent white mist. This was a soul? Jianshi didn't think much of it, casually stuffing the white light orb in his hand into Zheng body. Souls are essentially just energy bodies, not as mysterious as you think. The white light orb was quickly absorbed by Zheng body, and the vegetative patient who had been sleeping for so long finally opened his eyes. Perhaps because he had switched bodies, the dog's skill had lost its effect on Zheng. Upon awakening, aside from his head hurting like needles were stabbing it, Zheng could communicate normally. Thinking about how after becoming a wolf, he had not only acknowledged a dog as his boss, but also licked fur with other wolves, Zheng couldn't help but cover his face. Embarrassing, too embarrassing. Zheng was the first animal group player to successfully return to his own body, which also proved that Suisui's guess was correct. Returning to their own bodies was what animal group players truly needed to do. And Suisui counted on her fingers, listing her discoveries one by one. Zheng body was hidden in the rabbit area. If there hadn't been help from other players, entering the rabbit area with a wolf's body would be equivalent to delivering food. By this logic, shouldn't the rabbit area players' bodies be in the lion area? This game is very difficult to complete solo. Actually, not just the animal group. If the tourist group didn't have someone particularly good at exploiting loopholes like in Suisui, they would also need help from staff members to pass. The staff group players were even more so. So this was a hidden large-scale team dungeon? Only when the 3 groups of players from the same world cooperated with each other could they perfectly complete their tasks. Let's go. We're heading to the peacock area. The peacock area, which had been ravaged by the runaway elephant, was now completely empty. Aside from occasionally seeing grim-faced tourists carrying weapons passing by, the peacocks that had originally been confined in the containment facility were nowhere to be seen. Zheng Hai was contacting his companions. What Suisui lacked most now was understanding of various animals, and Zheng Hai and the others perfectly filled this gap. Their group had 6 companions total, distributed across 6 different areas: wolf area, rabbit area, peacock area, parrot area, lion area, and elephant area. Through Zheng Hai's account, and Suisui learned about the conditions of the other animal group players. Zheng Hai was in the wolf area. To escape the zoo, he first had to get out of the wolf area's containment facility. But the wolf area's containment facility was extremely sturdy, and wolves in a semi-starved state couldn't break the glass walls confining them at all. The rabbit area's situation was very similar to his. Although rabbits possessed control and disguise abilities, their attack power wasn't strong, especially since the players were ordinary rabbits who hadn't eaten wolf meat. They couldn't even transform into humans. To strengthen themselves, they could only devour wolf meat. But they had no way to directly enter the wolf area. Thus came the plan of rabbits transforming into staff members and luring tourists into the wolf area's interior, essentially feeding the wolves. Once the wolves were full, they'd have the ability to escape the wolf area, only to be eaten by the rabbits. The plan was quite perfect. The reason peacock feathers couldn't be taken from the peacock area was because peacock feathers could create illusions. But the peacock area had special equipment installed that suppressed this ability of the peacocks. It was only after Yang Hong was controlled by rabbits and turned off the equipment that all tourists in the peacock area fell into deep illusions. Zheng Hai's teammate was that peacock who got bitten on the butt by the dog and was mocked by peacock area tourists for crying like a human. Under that peacock's skin was indeed a human. Peacock feathers had weakened abilities after leaving the peacock's body, which happened to be used by the rabbits to assist their own disguise skills, with remarkable effects. Fortunately, peacocks weren't without weaknesses. Parrots' laughter could break the illusions created by peacocks. The parrot area was relatively less dangerous. Parrots only made sharp human-like laughter when frightened. Humans would lose consciousness if they heard this laughter for extended periods, but as long as they covered their ears when they first heard it and moved away from the sound source, they could avoid this danger. Parrots had very stable emotions and basically wouldn't experience frightened screaming unless they saw wolves. The parrot area player was the weakest among the animal group players. Even their abilities weren't under their own control. Weak, pitiful, and helpless. Lions were the busiest animals in the zoo. They weren't interested in humans, only liked eating rabbits, and often needed to help the zoo deal with white rabbits that escaped their containment. Rabbits and people controlled by rabbits would be targeted by lions as soon as they entered the lion area, making the lion area the safest area in tourists' eyes. However, if someone had rabbit scent on them, the consequences of entering the lion area depended on the lion's mood. The player who became a lion was the most leisurely among animal group players. He didn't have to go hungry or face tourists' suspicious and wary gazes. He just needed to be careful of the crazed elephant breaking into the lion area and injuring them. Basically no danger, just hide among the pride and coast through the days. But their size was too large and conspicuous. The abilities they possessed were all targeted at rabbits and they couldn't harm humans. To escape from the zoo, unless everyone in the entire zoo went blind. The elephant's situation was the most complex. Zheng Hai sent a series of messages to his companion, but only received 3 replies. First, he was very busy. He needed to compete with several other players for control of the elephant's body. Second, even after gaining control, the elephant was still very unstable, getting stimulated from time to time. Third, elephants were easily influenced by others' thoughts and could do anything. The elephant area has 3 players sharing one body, and Suisui was dumbfounded. She really hadn't expected the elephant area to be in this situation. Jianshi corrected her words slightly. Perhaps it's not just the 3 of them, but also the elephant's own soul. Zheng Hai's teammate had said the elephant's body was very chaotic inside, with several strange spiritual entities fighting with him. The muscle-bound Jiang Cheng also caught on. No wonder the elephant's mental state is so poor, having violent outbursts at the drop of a hat. At least 4 soul entities competing for body control. How could the mental state not be poor? In summary, the animal group player's task was the most straightforward and also the most difficult. The interlocking task chain made it very hard for animal group players to complete it on their own. After understanding the animal group's situation, the group's next actions became very clear. First, take the rabbit player to the lion area to find his own body, then find the 3 players in the lion area, eliminate 2 enemy players, and keep 1 ally. Then find the lion area player's body, followed by the peacock and parrot. Although the peacock player, like the elephant player, wasn't staying in their own area, at least they could communicate normally. Moreover, the peacocks were being hunted by a group of tourists carrying weapons and might lose their lives if not careful. They needed to be rescued quickly. The elephant situation was most complex, with intermittent signals and difficulty maintaining contact. They'd deal with it whenever they encountered it. Once all animals were resolved, the staff group players' tasks would become easy. Zoo, if there were no animals, what work could they have? The plan proceeded very smoothly. Because they had uncovered the zoo's secrets in the shortest time, players from other worlds hadn't even reacted before the interstellar world's tasks were already 70 to 80% complete. While Jianshi was having a heart-to-heart with the elephant, and Suisui happily opened the leaderboard, wanting to see if their world's 3 teams had dominated the top 3 positions. However, when she opened the game data, she discovered that below the main quest, a hidden task had appeared at some point and was already 85% complete. Hidden task. Zoo's secret this was. Having them continue to deeply understand this zoo? But what else didn't they know? And Suisui frowned in thought. So far, she had learned about the animals' characteristics, the staff's work, and the tourists' taboos. And what they didn't know. And Suisui stared at the zoo in a daze. What's wrong, Suisui? You only saw in Suisui spacing out and came over with Wengan to check on her. And Suisui pulled up the hidden task to show him. What do you think? What else haven't we noticed? Yuan Li scratched his head, looked around, and saw a big sister carrying a 20-kilogram axe, pressing a peacock to the ground and chopping at it, which scared him into shrinking his neck. Could it be the reason these tourists are hunting peacocks? We've encountered several peacock area tourists along the way. Every single one was murderous. I still can't figure out why they have such a big grudge against peacocks. And Suisui was enlightened by this hint, her mind suddenly clearing. The most easily overlooked thing in the zoo wasn't the animals, nor the staff, it was the tourists. What else didn't they know? The zoo's purpose for existing. Whether from the tourist rules or employee rules, the zoo clearly knew about these animals' abnormalities. Since there was danger, why would they open such a zoo and make it accessible to large numbers of ordinary tourists? But if you said they wanted to do bad things, the zoo was genuinely trying hard to protect tourists. Most tourists in the zoo had been evacuated. The remaining tourists, aside from players, were only the local tourists from the peacock area who were relentlessly chasing the escaped peacocks. These tourists all had bloodshot eyes, making it basically impossible to extract information from them. Jianshi finished dealing with the elephant and returned to the team. After hearing Suisui's words, he raised an eyebrow slightly. The zoo's secret? The person who knows the most secrets about the entire zoo should be the zoo director, right? We can just go find him directly. As long as they found the director, there would always be ways to make him talk. Where the zoo director was located could be easily found out by the staff group players with a little inquiry. The hidden task already existed in the task lists of all 3 interstellar world player groups, and all 3 parties were very interested in this hidden task. Beyond everyone's expectations, the zoo didn't have a director's office or anything like that. The director of Qingshan Zoo lived in shop number 1 and worked part-time in daily life. Very down-to-earth indeed. Shop number 1 was in a very remote location, a place few people would pass by. The zoo director, like ordinary employees, would organize the shelves when he had nothing to do, checking if any rabbit blood or other rabbit products had accidentally gotten mixed in. When a large group of people suddenly flooded into the shop, the director's no longer young face showed obvious surprise. But he quickly composed himself and showed the group of young people who had barged into his shop a very friendly smile. "Welcome. What would you like to buy?" And Suisui inconspicuously surveyed the shop, which wasn't different from other shops, steadied herself, walked alone to the checkout counter, and asked, "Do you have rabbit meat?" "I want to eat rabbit meat." Hearing Suisui's words, the director's smile obviously froze. Was his publicity not good enough? How could someone specifically come to buy rabbit meat? He pulled out a promotional brochure from a drawer, handed it to Suisui, who was standing at the front, and said seriously, "Haven't you read the promotional brochure? You can't buy anything related to rabbits in Qingshan Zoo. Is that so?" And Suisui pretended not to understand, taking the brochure the director gave her and pretending to flip through it. Then she asked curiously, "Why can't I buy things related to rabbits? How is it different from buying them outside? What would happen if I bought them?" The director was very tolerant of these curious young people and didn't get angry because Suisui kept asking questions. He very patiently explained the reason to Suisui, though it was nonsense. "There's a rabbit factory near the zoo. They often bribe employees to bring factory products to zoo shops for promotion. But this factory's products are poor quality and often cause problems. They get mixed with our shop products and are very hard to distinguish, so later the zoo simply removed all rabbit-related products. If you want rabbit meat, you can buy it outside. If you accidentally buy their products, you might get diarrhea." He even showed a playful smile after speaking. "But I want to eat rabbit meat right now, cold rabbit, spicy rabbit legs, spicy rabbit heads." And Suisui began being unreasonable. "I want to eat it right now, really want to. Do you have any here? If you do, sell me some. Is it not enough money? I'll pay double." "It's not about money at all." The director was both angry and helpless. His prepared explanations couldn't handle Suisui at all. The little girl was very willful, completely ignoring the truth or falsehood of things, banging the table loudly, crying and making a fuss, insisting on buying a pack of rabbit meat from the shop. And her friends all had a spectating attitude. Not one came to persuade her. Because there were quite a few people who came in, and the director was busy dealing with Suisui, he didn't notice that several people were already missing from the group. Jian Shi and one of the animal group players had quietly left the team. One ran to the employee break room, the other went to the second-floor residential area. The checkout counter was still in chaos, with Suisui racking her brains to make things difficult for the director. Until everyone in the team simultaneously heard a ding sound, then she put away her unreasonable attitude and even apologized to the director before leaving. The Qingshan Zoo director really had a good temper. He didn't get angry with her from start to finish. Jian Shi was waiting at the shop's back door with a thick stack of documents. And Suisui couldn't wait to open the documents and quickly flip through them page by page. Qingshan Zoo is actually a prison. And Suisui's wide eyes were filled with shock. According to the documents, Qingshan Zoo was originally built to prison specifications. At that time, Qingshan Zoo wasn't yet completed, and a batch of special criminals were temporarily detained here. But somehow, the criminals who slept one night in the zoo all turned into rabbits. These rabbits also possessed special abilities. Once they left the zoo's boundaries, their abilities would immediately become more than 10 times stronger. Helplessly, this batch of special rabbits could only remain in the zoo under strict supervision. Fortunately, after multiple experiments, only the most heinous people who entered the zoo and stayed for more than 24 hours would turn into animals. Those tourists who were full of malice toward the zoo's animals should be victims or victims' families. No wonder they got so excited seeing animals escape from containment. The director was the person who had stayed in the zoo the longest. From the director's diary that Jian Shi found, it could be seen that while officials hadn't yet discovered the specific reason criminals turned into animals, but the director, who had lived in this place for decades, had some awareness. He wrote in his diary, "Perhaps this place was originally someone else's territory. We occupied it, so naturally we have to pay a certain price. I don't know who he is, but I can feel him. He's always watching me, watching the zoo." Extreme evil thoughts can make him stronger. Only positive, ordinary, Warm emotions can suppress him. No, that's not right. I guessed wrong. It turns out only balance is most appropriate. The director's diary was rather chaotic, sometimes containing only interjections. Perhaps the director only wrote a sentence or two when he was confused. Compared to the director's diary, the official documents recorded more detailed data. Look at this. These animals are actually classified according to the types of criminals. And Suisui pointed out a certain line in the documents. The official documents clearly recorded the changes various criminals underwent after coming to Qingshan Zoo. Corrupt officials who fell from grace became rabbits. Murderers became wolves of various sizes. Parrots were actually native-born people who became spies for other countries, traitors. Peacocks were capitalists who profited from others' blood. Elephants were people who used mental illness as an excuse to commit crimes but escaped legal punishment. These people weren't sent by officials. Usually victims would secretly bring criminals to Qingshan Zoo, keep them inside for one night, and by the next day the criminal's soul would merge with the zoo's only elephant. By the time officials discovered it, it was too late. They could only turn a blind eye. White lions were the most special. These guys weren't actually criminals, but because they had very strong evil thoughts, they also became part of the zoo after entering. Later, the director discovered that lions could actually solve his most troublesome rabbit problem, so he simply went all out and brought in several more such people. The zoo actually had many more secrets, but even the director who had stayed in the zoo for decades hadn't figured them all out. And Suisui and the others, who were about to leave, had no chance to learn more. Ding, this game has ended successfully. Players will now be transported. Please take all personal belongings with you before leaving, and Suisui also felt that sensation of being watched. She was somewhat curious, what exactly was the thing hiding behind Qingshan Zoo? Returning to the real world, and Suisui quickly summarized the strategy process and clearance experience from this mission and handed it to her other teammates for review. After confirming there were no problems, she published it on the Extreme Survival Game Forum under their team's name. After Suisui's public appearance, she gave their team a very impressive name that sounded awesome just from hearing it, called the Awesome Squad. Suisui's identity had once caused a huge uproar. Even after officials confirmed her identity, there was still a large wave of people who remained half believing and half doubting. Especially Fake Chasing Moon and her followers were the most vocal. Who knew that not long after, the game introduced the Strength Details function. The function was simple. Just click on anyone's username in the forum to see their level, experience, and basic 5-dimensional attributes. Special abilities couldn't be seen, but level and 5-dimensional attributes could already indicate whether someone had ability. A bunch of people with a spectator mentality rushed into Suisui's Strength Details page, then left feeling devastated. Attribute points were the hardest thing to obtain in the game. Ordinary people's 5-dimensional attributes were still around 5 points, and having one attribute break through 10 points was already very impressive. This lucky little koi's highest attribute actually exceeded 40 points. Was this even human? Were they going to let ordinary people live? Those who had once been Chasing Moon fans also discovered with surprise that this person called Lucky Little Koi had an attribute development path very similar to the Great Chasing Moon. Both liked to frantically invest in speed, with very severe specialization. This person was definitely Chasing Moon. Dead fans suddenly revived, with various recognition scenes in the comments, crying their hearts out. Of course, even at this time, everyone still remembered that person who had always jumped out before, insisting she was the real Chasing Moon and causing trouble with her followers. Since that person had been quiet for a long time without jumping out, the overjoyed Moon fans almost forgot about her. It was only when a certain fan mentioned her by chance that the newly reunited fans, along with spectating passers-by, stormed into the Fake Chasing Moon's Strength Details. The result was that this person was just an ordinary, unremarkable person whose highest attribute hadn't even broken through 10 points. Forget Moon fans, even passers-by were speechless. This is what you dare to pretend to be Chasing Moon with. What gave you the courage? Your mediocre 5-dimensional attributes. Honestly, being an ordinary person isn't shameful. Most people in this world are ordinary, but insisting on putting scallions in your nose to pretend to be an elephant, that's very shameful. Indeed, being ordinary wasn't shameful, but pretending and getting slapped in the face was very shameful. And Suisui didn't pay attention to these things. Although she found proving I am myself quite absurd, her fundamental reason for doing this was still to regularly publish quality clearance guides. Official accounts also publish such things, but officials published too much and too miscellaneously. Interstellar players simply couldn't read through it all, and it was hard to extract key points. And Suisui's guides not only had novel perspectives, but also many bizarre events from personal experience that everyone found very entertaining. They were enjoyable to read and easier to remember. After publishing the latest guide, and Suisui routinely browsed some featured and latest comments. Feel like the Great Chasing Moon isn't playing the same game as us above poster. When has the Great One ever played the same game as us? Right. You're all correct. I'll just stick to liking and waiting for the latest guide posts. Please kick me when there are updates. Seriously, has anyone entered the same dungeon as the Great One? Me. I entered the construction and survival dungeon. Too bad the Great One only published the guide recently. When I saw it, it was too late. I just couldn't bear to use weapons to chop trees at the beginning, and didn't go find the underground evil dragon. The later it got, the harder it became. I almost died in that game. Hehe, although I haven't entered the same dungeon as the Great One, I encountered the frog people and water people she mentioned. I had read the guide and was wary of close contact with these guys from the start, pretending not to recognize them and making the frog people let their guard down. My teammate found a chance to knock out the frog person, and we got the water person and lava person together, eliminating 2 enemies at once. That feeling was amazing. Countless comments sharing achievements, asking questions, and expressing curiosity. Most interestingly, and Suisui's team only had 4 people, while a team's maximum limit was 10 people. Passers-by who recognized Suisui's strength competed to join the awesome squad, but Moon fans helped Suisui decline. Everyone calm down. Before applying to join the team, please look at my Great One's other teammates' personal profiles, okay? Those who don't meet this level should just disband. Some people weren't convinced, thinking their abilities were decent, but after clicking on her teammates' personal attributes, TSK, amazing. Universe's most handsome guy, the team's defense specialist. Although his 5-dimensional stats weren't as high as Suisui's, they weren't something ordinary people could catch up to either. Doctor, clearly a healer. Pure healers were very hard to find in the game. Most people wouldn't develop in this direction since when facing danger, you could only rely on yourself. Reaper, 5-dimensional attributes comparable to Chasing Moon's, and not as specialized as Chasing Moon. The awesome squad's main damage dealer. I'm leaving. I'm not worthy. Great One, please continue clearing dungeons and publishing guides. Seeing this, Suisui smiled with curved eyes. She wouldn't randomly recruit teammates. As long as the game guides were useful to everyone, that was enough. Closing the forum, Yuanli had sent a message in private chat. Yuanli was the only one in Suisui's team who knew about Chasing Moon. Initially learning Suisui's identity, Yuanli was extremely shocked. As a standard otaku who had been exposed to numerous online games, he naturally worshipped the Speed King Chasing Moon. When he learned that Suisui was Chasing Moon, his facial expression was quite spectacular. Shock mixed with bewilderment mixed with confusion, like a poor little thing who had lost his faith. The Chasing Moon in his heart and the real world in Suisui were simply worlds apart, completely different, totally unrelated. Of course, this referred to appearance. Game fans valued ability most. Yuanli quickly recovered and accepted the fact that Suisui was Chasing Moon. Suisui's brief but brilliant gaming career was too mysterious, and that little troublemaker loved creating a "I'm a cool big sister, I'm fierce, powerful" persona for herself. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so shocked. Universe's most handsome guy, Suisui, is our team still recruiting? I recently discovered a mage support type with pretty good 5-dimensional attributes. Quite compatible with our team. A support type mage? And Suisui thought about it and added the contact Yuan Li sent over. If the skills were suitable, the team could add another support mage. The mage's username was Add Fuel to Fire, a female player. Even after thousands of years had passed, the fact that females were physiologically weaker than males in terms of physical strength hadn't changed. This was a racial characteristic that couldn't be helped. This also led to very few human female players making it big in the game. Of course, each race's characteristics were different. And Suisui had heard Yu Jianian mention that when encountering players from other worlds in the game, their females were far stronger than males. Especially those who had partners, the difference was even more severe. Males became weaker after marriage, while females became stronger. Ahem, it had to be said that when Suisui first heard about this, she had only one thought in her mind: absorbing yang to supplement yin. Add Fuel to Fire was a decent female player, with 5-dimensional attributes even higher than Yuan Li's. When Suisui communicated with her, she felt her personality was very straightforward. When asked about past experiences, she spoke directly and frankly. Add Fuel to Fire. I've been in 4 or 5 teams before and after, basically disbanding after one game. Lucky little koi. Why did you leave the teams? Personality conflicts. Add Fuel to Fire. No, unequal distribution of spoils. Being this blunt was really something. And Suisui finally decided to temporarily bring Add Fuel to Fire into the team. Whether they were compatible or not, they'd know after playing one game together. Daden was resting at home today, not going out to work as a traveling doctor. Suisui, little you came to visit. Stop staying in your room all the time and come out. Regarding Yu Jianian, this adopted son, Daden was extremely satisfied no matter how he looked at him. Handsome, capable, and well-spoken. Most importantly, he wouldn't steal his daughter. His precious girl was only 22, so young. What was the point of dating? As soon as Suisui left her room, she saw Daden beaming at Yu Jianian. If Yu Jianian had the intention, getting close to someone was very easy. Daden was completely under his control, and the adopted father and son got along like old friends. And Yu Jianian would chat with Dad and while occasionally bad-mouthing Jianshi, creating internal obstacles. And Suisui even felt that this rich second generation came to be Daden's adopted son purely to annoy Jianshi. Dad ding-dong just as she was about to join the group chat, and Suisui suddenly received a private message. Caring sister, Miss Nora, if you have time, please come to the castle. There are important matters that need your decision. Suisui suddenly remembered that she hadn't told her dad about recognizing Bevis as a father. Daden was still chatting and laughing with Yu Jianian. Noticing Suisui's gaze, he turned his face slightly and asked softly, "What's wrong, precious?" And Suisui shuffled to the living room, not daring to sit next to Daden, and simply sat with Yu Jianian instead. Daden's eyelid twitched. Years of parenting experience told him his daughter had caused trouble again. He first calculated the family's current assets, then carefully asked, "How much do we need to compensate?" And Suisui? Dad. And Suisui angrily pounded the sofa. "What are you thinking? Am I that kind of mischievous child?" Daden struggled to swallow the words, "Yes, exactly," and picked up his teacup to calm himself. Really didn't cause trouble? No. Don't need to pay compensation? Absolutely not. Daden let out a gentle sigh. Then I'm relieved. You're relieved too early. And Suisui muttered quietly in her heart. When Daden looked over, she was still that obedient, lovable Suisui. Dad. And Suisui hesitated, confirming Daden's emotions were stable before daring to speak. I feel like the recent games have been getting harder and harder. Why don't you stop playing games? Dad's a doctor anyway, I can support you. Hearing Suisui's words, Daden's first reaction was to feel sorry for his daughter. He completely didn't notice Yu Jianian's strange expression. And Suisui felt no guilt when making things up. But I recently discovered the game's secret. If players from our world all stop progressing, we might be attacked and invaded by other worlds. Wouldn't the consequences be very serious? Dad immediately stopped talking and showed worry on his face. If it was really like Suisui said, then she really couldn't quit. With great power comes great responsibility. His precious girl wasn't someone who was afraid of death. Dad worried about the world's fate on one hand while being concerned about his daughter encountering danger in the game on the other. And Suisui noticed Dad was thinking deeper and deeper, so she quickly changed the subject. Actually, I just wanted to ask you, if one day in the game I encounter an enemy I can't beat or escape from, what should I do? Dad was indeed led astray and earnestly strategized for Suisui. How about recognizing him as your father? And Suisui strongly agreed with this method. I think so too. Eugenian. Should he say worthy of being father and daughter? They could even think of the same solution to such things. Eugenian had heard about Suisui recognizing a father in another world. Eugenian felt that if she really encountered the situation she described, there were actually many solutions, depending on the specific circumstances. But Suisui's method was very simple and crude: recognize a father. He didn't expose Suisui, but knowing his daughter well, Dad quickly figured it out himself. He replayed that conversation in his mind many times, and the more he thought about it, the more something felt off. Suisui, tell me honestly, have you already randomly recognized fathers outside? Facing Dad and suspicious gaze, all of Suisui's excuses died in the womb. She guiltily gripped her fingers and said quietly, just one. The smile gradually disappeared from Dad's face. He kept telling himself in his heart, this is my biological daughter, I can't hit her. He forced himself to endure for 3 seconds. After 3 seconds. Suisui, do you think because you've grown capable, I don't dare hit you anymore? You're even giving me a fait accompli. Dad, calm down. Didn't you say yourself that when encountering strong enemies, recognize them as father? How can you turn your back on your word? I'm turning my back? Can I not turn my back? Tell me honestly, how many fathers do you have outside? Really just one? I didn't lie. If I believe you again, I'll call you father. The house was in complete chaos. No matter what, Bevis's matter was finally brought into the open. Dad had to accept the fact that Suisui had a second father outside. After resting for a while, the awesome squad set sail again. Ding, welcome to the extreme survival game. This game, Desert Island Survival Diary game rules have been distributed. Please check them. Opening her eyes, Suisui found herself transported to a barren small island. The island only had some exposed rocks and sparse weeds. Even the island itself had very limited area. After placing 5 players on it, it immediately became crowded. This was an island? This was a reef, right? This deserted island is truly deserted. Suisui didn't know how to describe the small island beneath their feet. She was still surveying the surrounding environment when a slightly familiar voice came from behind her. Suisui? Suisui was startled, only then remembering that their team had added a temporary teammate. But how did this person know her name? Turning around to look, the charming young woman who Yuanli was enthusiastically greeting was actually Xia Xian, whom she had met in the werewolf game. Xia Xian. Suisui was both surprised and delighted. She and Xia Xian had met in the game and attended the same academy in reality, becoming close to being friends through their real-world interactions. Unfortunately, before she left the academy, the game's various communication functions hadn't been developed yet. After the public beta, the two had lost contact. Suisui, it's really you. Xia Xian's serious expression relaxed as she pushed past Yuanli and hugged Suisui. Suisui, are you okay? Did your family stock up on supplies? Let me tell you, when the interstellar world first started getting chaotic, I sensed something was wrong and quickly bought a lot of things to hide in my dorm. But once, when I wasn't there, someone broke into my dorm and searched through all my hidden supplies. I was so angry. Oh my, are you still living in the dorm? After that incident, I moved out. I saved up supplies for a long time to buy a tiny house on the outskirts of the commercial district. Speaking of which, housing prices on the main planet are really expensive. Just a tiny house made me go back to being broke, having to live frugally again. The two hadn't seen each other for over half a year, and suddenly they had all sorts of topics to chat about, with the momentum of not stopping until the end of time. Ladies, could you put the chatting aside for now? Let's solve our current predicament first, okay? Jianshi calmly took Suisui back from Xia Xian's hands. Xia Xian naturally looked at the other three teammates besides Suisui. The three had very different styles. Wengan naturally didn't need much description. As a doctor, he had a friendliness emanating from his bones, clearly a good person at first glance. Although Yuan Li's behavior was somewhat fawning, he didn't do anything excessive or cause Xia Xian any trouble, so getting along with him wasn't problematic. Finally, Xia Xian's gaze fell on Jianshi's face. He looked somewhat familiar. Had she seen him somewhere before? Yuan Li was always attentive to beauties. Finally waiting for Xia Xian and Suisui to finish chatting, he quickly came over to join the conversation. Suisui, you know this new beauty. Yes. And Suisui nodded vigorously. Her name is Xia Xian. Not only do I know her, Jianshi knows her too, right Jianshi? Facing Suisui's inquiring gaze, Jianshi frowned and hesitated for a moment before saying right. I guess? Fine, if Suisui said he knew her, then he knew her. After introductions, the five finally had time to check this game's rules. Desert Island Survival Diary. Objective: survive 30 days in the current game world, scored based on number of survivors and living conditions. Hiss. Just this brief game rule already indicated the difficulty of this game. As long as you'd played enough games, you'd basically understand that the more surface rules there were, the fewer hidden rules there would be. Conversely, if the surface rules were particularly simple, there would be many hidden rules. Troublesome. And Suisui and her team's spawn point was a small island not much bigger than a reef. Surviving 30 days on this island was pure fantasy. While Suisui and Xia Xian were getting reacquainted, Jianshi had already briefly observed the surrounding situation. This should be deep in the ocean. Aside from a larger island about 800 meters to the southeast, the other directions only show reefs. If I'm not mistaken, that only island is our true destination for this mission. 5 people living on a reef too cramped even for sitting for 30 days. What a joke. After some discussion, they decided to go check out that largest island. 800 meters wasn't close, but wasn't far either. Excluding other factors, if you could swim, you might be able to swim across. But they were currently in a game, facing the ocean. Who knew how many dangers lurked beneath the seemingly calm sea surface? How about I fly over first to take a look, bring back some wood or something? Even making a raft would be good. As Suisui spoke, she shrugged her shoulders. After taking off her jacket, the tank top underneath was actually backless. Huge wings pressed against her frame, obediently folded against her back. Xia Xian's eyes went wide. Her Suisui was indeed adorable, actually growing wings and horns and such cute things. Whoa, she even had a tail. Jianshi was worried about her going alone and planned to go with her. However, after activating his talent, he discovered that his talent skill couldn't be used. He immediately told the others about this change, and everyone's attention shifted from the small island back to themselves. My skills can't be used either. Item cards don't work anymore either. The backpack isn't responding either. 5-dimensional attributes haven't changed. Talents can still be activated, but talent skills can't be used. Bound weapons can be used. After a thorough check, everyone was shocked to discover that aside from their 5-dimensional attributes remaining unchanged, most external aids could no longer be used. And Suisui let out a gentle breath, thinking this might be part of the hidden rules. Restricting cheat-like skills and items. Desert Island survival should be true survival, shouldn't it? It seemed they still had to proceed with the original plan. Swimming across was too risky, and not everyone among them could swim. And Suisui picked up her small steel fork and slowly flew into the sky, heading toward that lush small island. The island was larger than estimated. The edges had soft beaches and dark gray reefs, and going further in there were sparse coconut trees. And Suisui flew into the air, picked the ripe coconuts, then dug a hole among the rocks to bury them. Coconuts were important resources. Whether for quenching thirst or satisfying hunger, they were excellent. If she didn't hide them in advance, what if other players who came later stole them? And Suisui was almost certain that all players participating in this game would eventually gather on this island. Then engage in 30 days of love, hate, and drama on this island. The game's nature, she understood it. How could mere survival satisfy its strange preferences? After observing from the edge, the dense jungle opened its ferocious maw, disguising itself with an appearance of peaceful years, waiting for prey to voluntarily step into its trap. Without rashly entering to explore, and Suisui forked a relatively sturdy tree trunk, struggled to drag it to the seaside, and threw it into the ocean. Then, pulling on a branch she hadn't completely cut off, she stumbled back to the spawn point. The downside of using her bloodline talent was rapid stamina consumption. Previously, Suisui had abundant resources and never paid attention to this point. But this game's ceiling of all additional abilities made her realize the importance of basic attributes. Collapsing in the center of the small island, Suisui expressionlessly opened her personal information. Seeing her severely unbalanced and exaggerated speed value, she quietly showed a hint of smugness. This game seemed to target students like her who were severely specialized. Although very fast, her strength and defense were poor, making her very disadvantaged in group fights. Or like Yuanli, who aside from defense knew nothing else and could only take hits when facing real danger. Suisui continued scrolling down and saw a full 15 and used free attribute points, her smile reaching its peak. Low strength and defense values, huh? I'll add them right now for you to see. She muttered while adding 5 points each to strength and defense, and the final 5 points to stamina. Attribute points were already hard to obtain. Some players might not get 20 attribute points in their entire gaming career, yet Suisui had 15 unused ones. This was thanks to Suisui's personal dungeon. She had only recently learned that after the dungeon was officially put into use, she would receive 5 attribute points as commission for each successfully completed game. No wonder so many people desperately wanted to obtain ownership of reality dungeons. Ordinary people could turn their lives around if they got one, let alone expert players. They'd soar to the heavens, okay? Suisui's fork could cut trees, but wasn't great for splitting them into planks. Fortunately, Jianshir's scythe could also be used. After considerable effort, the 5 managed to make a crude raft that could transport people to the island in batches. Sorry to trouble you, Suisui. At times like this, even if Jianshir felt reluctant, he had to let go. Currently, only Suisui could fly. With her pulling the raft to control direction, they could save a lot of time. However, Suisui, who had just boosted herself, was like someone who had taken a whole bottle of energy pills, full of vigor. She confidently guaranteed she could complete the mission. Nearly an hour later, the 5-person team finally all climbed onto the island. Except for Suisui, who was so tired she needed Jianshir to carry her, everyone else maintained optimal condition. The 3 key points of wilderness survival: water, food, and shelter. Water and food needed to be found gradually, but shelter was best built before dark. Who knew what would happen after dark? On the first day of the game, the 5 built a simple shelter at the boundary between ocean and jungle, roughly getting through the night. On the second morning, the game opened a new chapter. Desert Island Survival Day 2, Sunny Jianshir dug up the remaining coconuts from the sand pile and distributed them to his 4 teammates. We need to explore deeper into the jungle today. Jianshir was excellent at wilderness survival. Suisui handed over command of the awesome squad to him. We have 2 tasks today. First, find water sources and food. Second, find a place where we can camp long-term. I'll handle finding the campsite. You 4 are responsible for finding food and water sources. If you encounter special situations, report to me immediately. Now I'll divide everyone into 3 groups. I'll be alone in one group, mainly responsible for finding campsites and conducting wide-range exploration in all directions to survey the terrain. Wengan has some knowledge of plants and will mainly handle food and medicine gathering, but he has no self-defense capability, so he'll team with Suisui. Xiaxian and Yuanli will be one group, mainly responsible for water sources. If you encounter food or other special items, note the location, collect some samples, and return before evening. Then Jianshi divided the advanced directions for the 3 groups, taught them how to make simple tools, draw maps, and use secret markers. Before leaving, Jianshi solemnly warned his team members. The denser the jungle, the more dangerous it is. Be extremely careful when exploring the jungle. When you encounter danger, don't try to tough it out, run if you can. The early game is a good time to rapidly accumulate resources. I hope you can explore as many places as possible today and expand our future options as much as possible. When Jianshi was giving instructions, he had an imposing aura of natural authority. No one present dared to interrupt casually. And Suisui finally waited for him to finish, then dove into the jungle with Wengan without daring to look back. Jianshi. He hadn't even gotten his goodbye kiss yet. The jungle had high humidity, but fortunately both Suisui and Wengan were cautiously wearing long sleeves and pants. The natural jungle had no paths. Suisui used her fork to clear the way in front while Wengan tightened his sleeves and pant legs, carefully following behind. Can this be eaten? Suisui crouched in front of a short shrub, staring at the light red small fruits on the branches and swallowing. From yesterday morning until now, she had only eaten coconuts, leaving her mouth completely bland. She really wanted to eat something. Wengan picked a fruit and placed it in his gloved palm, carefully observing it before confirming it was an unfamiliar species. So he rummaged through his large pocket for various small components and assembled them into a palm-sized tool. Pop! The tool's front needle pierced the flesh, and after waiting 10+ seconds, the tool's tail turned light green. No poison. Let's collect some to take back, Wengan said. Thanks to Suisui's habit of always hiding things on her person, the entire Awesome Squad style had been influenced by her. Wengan would also stuff his 2 large pockets full before entering games. Most of the time, he carried these things that the game judged as junk through entire games. But once these things came in handy, they became cheat-like existences. Like now. Hearing Wengan say the fruits weren't poisonous, Suisui suppressed her excitement and just cheered, great. Then she picked all the thumb-sized red fruits and wrapped them in leaves. Not much quantity, but better than nothing. Just as Suisui's group was looking for a place to camp, on the other side of the island, another group of players finally climbed ashore. 5 strange creatures covered in blue scales lay on the beach gasping heavily. Their fingers were short and thick with large joints, and their nails were sharp and pointed. Between their fingers were thin webs, somewhat like frog feet. But they had thick, long tails behind them. When the 5 players spoke, their voices were very drawn out with strange rhythms. Without the translation system, players couldn't communicate normally at all. Scared me to death, this damn game. The youngest player covered his heart with both hands, his face still showing the relief of surviving a disaster. An island actually hiding such a large group of sharks nearby, what the hell? If they weren't amphibious creatures who were also very agile in water, they would have died here today. Even so, they had swum for a day and night while being hunted by that group of sharks before finally climbing ashore. Thinking about being chased by sharks for this day and night, the amphibious player team's captain couldn't help but feel a toothache. The game was becoming increasingly inhumane. Boss, I'm so hungry. Look, my belly has gone soft. The smallest team member complained pitifully to his captain. They had only drunk their fill of water this day and night, getting no other sustenance. Not only that, they nearly dehydrated due to excessive salt content in their bodies. The amphibious captain was also very hungry. The energy they had stored in their bodies before coming was almost completely depleted. If they couldn't find food soon, they who had barely escaped the sharks' mouths would starve to death here. If we really can't find anything to eat, just divide me up. The amphibious captain looked tragic. Second, you take my position. I'll give you a head. Third has a small appetite, so just an arm. Fourth has a big appetite. Brother will leave you both legs. Fifth is youngest and still growing, so give him the torso to avoid feeling empty all the time. The captain was still being sentimental when he found 4 mouths had already bitten onto his 4 limbs. Amphibious captain, regardless of whether I was joking, you could at least let me finish dividing the inheritance before eating. Did they need to be so eager? He wasn't dead yet. Unfortunately, his teammates were too hungry to hear clearly, their red eyes staring at the captain, hoping he'd finish talking quickly. The amphibious captain got up from the ground and punched each one, knocking all 4 idiots hanging on him to the ground. Snorting unhappily, "Fine, get up, all of you. I'll take you fishing." Hearing about food, the 4 simpletons finally regained some clarity, rubbing their soft bellies and following the amphibious captain unsteadily. "We've already come ashore. That group of sharks should have gone to chase other players, right?" The amphibious captain muttered as he walked. He thought the sharks would disperse after swimming around and finding no prey, completely unaware that because their team had led all the sharks away, other teams had already successfully landed. They were the last to come ashore. And Suisui's side, with the poison testing tool, had quite a harvest. Yuan Li and Xia Xian carried handheld optical computers, searching for water sources while drawing maps. With optical computer assistance, drawing maps was incredibly easy. Yuan Li's optical computer was won in a lottery during the beta test, belonging to special items like Suisui's dog and Jianshi's scythe. Xia Xian watched Yuan Li remove the ring from his hand, then straighten the ring into a sharp small knife that easily cut through finger-thick vines without leaving burrs. She was puzzled. How do you bring real-world items into the game? Yuan Li diligently wove the processed vines into a basket, then gave it to Xia Xian. Hearing Xia Xian ask about his small knife, he grinned. "This? I learned from Suisui. These things that look useless and can't be detected as dangerous are often judged as junk by the game and then brought in." As he spoke, he removed the large gold chain from his neck, disassembled and reassembled it into a highly lethal 9-section whip. Then he pulled out a pack of tissues from his pocket, absorbed some dew from leaves, and the tissues slowly expanded, finally becoming a square meter of gauze. Various strange little gadgets came out one after another, many being unique interstellar products with many uses, just unrecognizable when disassembled. "Xia Xian, I admire you really." Yuan Li modestly put away his things. After all, the originator in this area was still in Suisui. That outfit of hers was covered in pockets all over, bringing in things by the pound. Jianshi was the freest among everyone. He single-handedly quickly surveyed the terrain near the coastline, then marked several important locations. Going in this direction, there might be water sources. Jianshi stood on a treetop dozens of meters high, holding a simple telescope. After determining the direction to advance, he was about to climb down from the tree when he was suddenly flashed by an unexpected reflection. That light lasted less than 3 seconds before disappearing. If he hadn't been looking in that direction, he wouldn't have noticed it at all. What was that? Without hesitation, Jianshi abandoned the water source and headed toward where the light had appeared. He came quickly, but someone was even faster. 5 guys with strange appearances and strange languages gathered together talking. If not for the distinctive player tattoos on their hands exposing their identities, Jianshi would have thought they were some kind of strange local creatures. The leader was a player who looked like a tiger, but had a somewhat human form. Jianshi guessed this might be the legendary Beastman. The Tiger Man wore no clothes, his body covered in thick fur, lazily sprawled on a large rock. If you didn't look carefully, you'd easily mistake him for a tiger. A squirrel man with a fluffy big tail bounced down from a tree and walked to the Tiger Man. "Captain, I'm certain the light came from here. There must be treasure hidden here." The Tiger Man opened his big mouth and yawned. "Hurry up and find it for me. If we take too long and other players discover us, what then?" The squirrel shook his tail, showing his big buck teeth to please the tiger man. Don't worry, boss. With the Ant Queen and me guarding the surroundings, we absolutely won't let other players approach. The tiger man sneered, then why aren't you going to guard? If someone breaks in, I'll eat you. The squirrel's tail stiffened, and he immediately returned to his workstation, a tree dozens of meters high. The distance was somewhat far, so Jianshi couldn't hear the conversation between the tiger man and squirrel. He held his simple telescope, scanning around the two beastmen. 2 or 3 meters from the tiger man was an enlarged ant. The ant's upper body was a woman with a graceful figure, but her lower body had an oversized belly that looked difficult even to crawl with. She occupied the center of a grass nest made of accumulated leaves, her tail trembling occasionally, laying crystal-clear ant eggs. The ant eggs would quickly hatch in a short time, growing into fist-sized black ants. This is somewhat troublesome, Jianshi muttered quietly. He observed for a long time until he saw the squirrel scamper up the tree, then put away his telescope and hid behind the trunk. Besides the Ant Queen and squirrel, the tiger man had 2 other teammates. A fierce-looking wild boar and a jumpy rabbit. A group that looked like a random hodgepodge combination. With numerous ants and the squirrel keeping watch from above, approaching them was quite difficult. Jianshi decided to find a way to lure them away. He rummaged in his pocket, rummaging and rummaging, finally finding a satisfactory item among a pile of junk. The tiger man was contentedly sprawled on the rock sunbathing. Their team might not be the first to land, but they were definitely among the first batch to enter the jungle. Who told them they had natural advantages? For them beastmen, wilderness survival games were like playing house. Even without various skill enhancements, it wouldn't affect their ability to move like fish in water in the jungle. This made the tiger man feel somewhat proud. He thought their team would definitely be in the top 3 this game. Wonder what kind of players our opponents are this time. If they're humans, that would be perfect. I haven't tasted tender player meat in a long time. The tiger man spoke while grinning wickedly. Suddenly, dozens of meters away, a burst of white light flashed, so dazzling it nearly blinded the tiger man's eyes. He shot up, his tiger eyes fixed on the flashing white light, punching the thick tree trunk. Get down here. Didn't you say the abnormal light was near here? How could it be so far off? The tiger man's face was full of anger, his fist the size of a sandbag punching a deep hole in the trunk that would take 2 people to embrace. Hearing the tiger man's roar, the squirrel panicked and lost his footing, falling from height and nearly dying. But he didn't dare complain. After landing, he immediately got up and frantically bounced to the tiger man's side, anxiously explaining, "No, boss, I'm certain it was near here. Absolutely no mistake." The tiger man looked fierce, pointing at the flashing point dozens of meters away, then explained that to me. The squirrel tried to endure his fear and explain, but the tiger man had lost patience, grabbing his neck and slamming him hard to the ground. Hurry up and find it for me. If you waste more of my time, I'll use you as a snack. The squirrel's body wasn't strong, having already fallen from height once, then being slammed by the tiger like this, he'd be seriously injured if not dead. He struggled to get up, but each time he climbed halfway, he'd be interrupted by sharp pain and fall back down. After 2 failed attempts, the squirrel's panic grew heavier. He desperately wanted to get up, but his 3rd attempt had just begun when a foot with black mane heavily stepped him back down. Tiger Bro wants to skin this squirrel? Why go through such trouble? Let me handle it. As he spoke, he revealed sharp claws and pressed them against the squirrel's carotid artery. The tiger man glanced at the wild boar who came to join the excitement, saying flatly, "If I kill him now, who'll do the grunt work of finding things?" "You." The wild boar laughed roughly twice, kicking the squirrel at his feet away. Tiger Bro is still the most thoughtful. The Ant Queen remained coldly observant throughout this farce. The rabbit was scared and trembling all over, but knowing that he and the squirrel were just reserve food in this team, he didn't dare complain too much. He bounced over to help the squirrel up and dragged him toward the flashing location. The rabbit was good at digging holes. With the anomaly so close, He quickly dug up the fake goods Jian had deliberately hidden. "Boss! I found it, boss! This thing is glowing!" The rabbit shouted excitedly, only to be slapped down by the approaching tiger. "What are you yelling about? Afraid other players can't hear you." The tiger man glared with his copper bell eyes and snatched the glowing object from the rabbit's hands. Since the thing was still glowing, the tiger man couldn't look directly at it. But it felt cold and hard to the touch, with a square shape like an iron box. "What is this?" The tiger man squeezed hard, but the iron box didn't deform at all. He was stunned and wanted to apply more force to open the box. At this time, the ant queen and wild boar also arrived. "What did you find, tiger bro?" The wild boar had a smile on his face, but his eyes stared unblinkingly at the unknown item with gradually weakening light in the tiger man's hands. Everyone knew that if you encountered strange things in the game, you absolutely couldn't let them go. As long as you figured out the key, even if there wasn't some great fortune, you'd definitely gain benefits related to this game. Although the ant queen didn't speak, her cold eyes expressed the same meaning. No matter what this glowing object was, it had to be opened in front of everyone before considering how to divide the spoils. Although the tiger man was dissatisfied, he couldn't treat the ant queen and wild boar like he did the squirrel and rabbit. He could only tell them the actual situation. They weren't helpless low-level beastmen. The wild boar curiously took the glowing object from the tiger man, afraid of hurting his eyes, so he didn't dare look closely, only holding it to feel the shape and material. "Seems like a box. Could there be something inside?" the wild boar said. The box was unexpectedly hard. After their talent abilities were sealed, neither the wild boar nor tiger man could open the box with brute force. Seeing this, the ant queen, who had been observing, finally spoke. "Whatever's inside, put it away and leave here first." The wild boar suddenly came to his senses. Right, they had made such a commotion earlier. Other players were probably already on their way. This thing was so conspicuous, any fool could tell there was something wrong with it. Even if he was confident in his strength, the wild boar didn't want to confront other players so early. He handed the box back to the tiger man. The huge tiger paw covered the box, with only faint light visible through the gaps between fingers. The tiger man growled low, ordering everyone to leave this place. They needed to find a safe location first before they could safely crack the box's secret. This space suddenly became quiet. The Beastman gang had been gone for over 10 minutes when Jian, confirming there were no anomalies, finally emerged from hiding. He rushed to where the light had truly originated and found a worn treasure chest hidden deep underground. He also left this place. On the route the Tiger Man's group had taken, a young man pushed through the bushes, watching the Beastman team hurrying along, puzzled as he looked back at the leader not far behind him. "Captain, should we really not follow to take a look? Those beast-like guys seem to have found some treasure." The leader leaned against a tree trunk, holding fine velvet cloth and methodically wiping his glasses. D03 flash grenade, artificially made. "What do you want to follow for? To watch the show? Flash grenade?" The young man suddenly understood. So this group of weird-looking guys had been played. No wonder the captain had no interest at all. In another direction, and Suisui was digging wild sweet potatoes when she also dug up a worn treasure chest from underground. The chest's material was very rough, the wooden body shedding flakes at a touch, and the lid was inlaid with several cheap-colored gems, like wholesale goods from an industrial district. "What is this? Are there industrial products on a deserted island too?" And Suisui showed a deceived expression. Would a real deserted island have artificial traces? The guy who designed this game couldn't be fooling them with an artificial lake, could he? This feeling was like being pulled by friends to explore the wilderness as a child, only to discover that the so-called wilderness was just the relatively dense grass behind the house. What the hell? When Gon watched Suisui get angry at a broken treasure chest with amusement, pulling out a sterilized gauze from his pocket and spreading it over the wooden box. He also reminded Suisui to stay far away. It might be a trap. Finally, the two stood at a great distance, covering their mouths and noses with damp gauze, before using a long branch to pry open the chest's lid. Just an ordinary wooden box. Nothing special happened when opened. And Suisui stood on tiptoe to peek inside, confirming there was nothing strange, before walking closer and taking out the contents. A bottle of water, a pack of crackers, and a piece of colored glass fragment of unknown purpose. And Suisui specifically checked the production date and ingredient list of the water and crackers, ensuring there was nothing strange inside before confirming this broken box might be the legendary supply chest. To make so many tricks out of one supply chest, it's really hard on him. And Suisui looked up at the sky speechlessly. She knew the game's monitor was up there watching. Whichever world a dungeon belonged to, that world became the monitor for that dungeon. That is what they often called the game system, or part of the game system. Looking away, and Suisui surveyed this trip's harvest. 2 baskets of miscellaneous fruits, 1 basket of medicinal materials, and a wild rabbit caught by Suisui. It had to be said that attribute points were really useful. Even without various auxiliary bonuses, her speed value of up to 40 points meant Suisui rarely missed when chasing prey. Glancing at how far the sun had fallen, and Suisui felt it was time to head back. In the evening, the awesome squad met up at the beach. Summarizing the day's harvest, and Suisui and Wengan had found a rich variety of edible plants. And 1 treasure chest. Although Xiaxian and Yuanli hadn't found water sources, all the routes they had traveled were completely recorded by Yuanli. Yuanli's records were panoramic. Some places he might not have noticed himself were remembered by the map and could be accessed at any time. Jianshi needn't be mentioned. He had surveyed the general terrain near the coastline, mountain ranges, and directions, finding at least 3 water sources. It could be said he made up for what Yuanli and Xiaxian had missed. And this. Jianshi also produced the treasure chest he had snatched from the Beastman team. Inside was a pack of crackers, a bottle of water, and a strange colored glass fragment. Originally, Jianshi had planned to bring it back for Suisui to open, but unfortunately, he encountered another team on the road. Carrying the chest was inconvenient for movement, so he simply opened it early. However, comparing it with the chest Suisui found, Jianshi was almost certain the chest contents were identical. If the chest contents were random, with his luck, he couldn't possibly get the same contents as Suisui. At least there would be some shortage. But what are these colored glass pieces for? Suisui held the 2 glass pieces, looking at them for a long time without seeing any problems. Just copy-paste identical, with no surprises whatsoever. Unable to figure it out, she could only set this question aside for now. Jianshi told everyone he had found a relatively suitable campsite and suggested not wasting time. They should move there immediately. The current awesome squad basically had nothing to speak of. They barely had enough food baskets for everyone. They didn't need to prepare anything and just followed Jianshi. The new campsite wasn't actually too far from the beach. They arrived after a short walk. Suisui was running rapidly through the jungle. She held Yuan Li's optical computer in her hand, stuffed Wengan's poison testing device in her pocket, and moved up and down as nimbly as a monkey. Because she had a device that recorded terrain while walking, Suisui could wander around without getting lost, naturally moving without any restraint. Before she knew it, she had covered the entire eastern area, and the huge sack on her back was also full of things. Fruits, wild vegetables, medicinal herbs, and slaughtered small wild beasts, etc. She even had the good luck to find 2 supply chests. The 3rd day's supply chests were somewhat different from the 2nd day's. They no longer contained water and crackers. Each treasure chest could randomly yield 1 daily necessity. Suisui got a lighter and salt, which made it convenient for them to start fires. Drilling wood to make fire was simply a dead end. Pinching the full sack, Suisui had originally planned to go back. She needed to empty the bag before coming out to mess around again. But when she accidentally glimpsed this golden figure, Suisui involuntarily stopped in her tracks. The air by the sea was very humid, and the moisture in the dense forest was even more severe. And Suisui had only stayed in place for a while when digging wild sweet potatoes, and a thin layer of water mist had already condensed on the surface of her black jacket. One could imagine that living in such a place for a long time might lead to rheumatism, rheumatoid arthritis, joint inflammation. Ahem, getting off track. And Suisui hadn't expected to see such a well-growing sunflower in the jungle, a place with high humidity and most sunlight blocked by giant trees. This sunflower was growing too well. Its leaves were lush and green, and the golden flower head had a full diameter of 1 meter. The petals were golden yellow, and the flower head was covered with dense little black dots. They looked like sunflower seeds. Although the oversized flower head caused the sunflower's head to droop slightly downward, you could still see its strong and powerful stem. It didn't look at all like something that had taken root here and become short and weak from years of not getting sunlight. And Suisui stopped several meters away and observed for a long time. Aside from the flash of surprise on her face when she first saw the sunflower, she had now calmed down completely. She carefully examined the area around that sunflower, ensuring that within her line of sight there was no second sunflower besides it. Then her gaze paused slightly. She approached the sunflower with light steps, muttering, "Good heavens, to let me see such a big sunflower. The seeds in this flower head could be eaten for a long time, right?" The sea breeze blew, and the sunflower swayed in the wind, as if welcoming her. And Suisui carried a huge sack on her shoulder and approached the sunflower carelessly, as if completely unaware of the abnormalities around her. Just when the distance between person and flower was less than 1 meter, the careless troublemaker suddenly struck. A palm-sized small fork appeared abruptly in her hand and became a slender steel fork as tall as a person within 1 second. The front end of the fork was extremely sharp. With a gentle poke, it successfully pierced through the hard skin and stabbed into the sunflower's stem. The sunflower leaked thick green juice, its body trembling wildly. Waves of high-frequency screams inaudible to human ears spread in all directions. If not for the game's built-in translation system, and Suisui wouldn't have known that this sunflower was actually speaking. Her expression became serious. She quickly took off her jacket to reveal the wings on her back, forcefully lifted with the steel fork in her hand, and the entire flower head completely detached from the sunflower's stem. And Suisui didn't linger in battle. She grabbed the fallen flower head and ran faster than a rabbit. The vines that had silently spread to the surroundings couldn't catch up at all and had already lost sight of Suisui. Suisui only heard waves of cursing from the sunflower behind her and curled her lips. "Whether you're a player or not, why wouldn't I take benefits delivered to my door? Such a big plate of sunflower seeds, especially suitable for passing time when bored, how could I let it go?" However, this sudden incident also made Suisui more vigilant. This jungle was already full of hidden dangers, and they still had to face players of all strange shapes and varieties. This game was truly full of undercurrents. Returning to the shelter, her companions were working enthusiastically. Various tools were piled in front of Xiaxian. There were stone spears and fishing forks made from stones and wooden sticks. There were also baskets and bamboo mats woven from leaves and vines. Jianshi's small wooden house had completed its second room. The first residential area also had more internal fixtures than last night. For example, the bedroom area divided into 3 sections, simple wooden beds half a meter off the ground in the bedrooms, windows that could open and close freely for ventilation, and walls thickened with mud on the outside. Overall, the aesthetic might be lacking, but it was windproof, defensive, sturdy, and had excellent practical effects. The second room was a kitchen. Besides the most basic waterproofing, Jianshi had specially built an area where fires could be lit using stones and sand. Even the roof structure was different from the residential area. The kitchen roof had an adjustable chimney specifically for smoke exhaust. It had to be said that in terms of hands-on ability, Jianshi was the most impressive one Suisui had ever seen. When Suisui rushed back, Jianshi was trying to build a stove using mud and stones. But because there were no iron pots or other quick-heating cookware, he had to give up. Yuan Li and Wengan brought back some seafood. I carved a stone slab, and we'll try to start a fire later and preserve the fire source. Tonight we might be able to eat teppanyaki. Jianshi pointed to the stone water tank stored in the corner. And Suisui happily shared with him the sunflower head she had snatched. The huge flower head placed in the center of the room even startled Jianshi. Sunflower. How could there be sunflowers in the jungle? Sunflowers liked sunlight and were drought-resistant. They should have difficulty surviving in a place like the jungle. And Suisui explained to him the cause and effect of encountering the sunflower. Jianshi was thoughtful. Humans, beastmen, plant people. Perhaps their opponents this time were all species with their own advantages in survival. Beastmen were born to roam in the wild. Entering the jungle was like coming home. Plant people didn't need to eat at all. They could just find some fertile soil, stick themselves in the ground, and photosynthesize in the sun. In comparison, humans' disadvantages were more obvious. We need to store more food, Jianshi said to Suisui. I always feel things won't go this smoothly. There will probably be changes later. If there were no accidents, players living peacefully on the island for 30 days wasn't impossible. But they all understood the game too well. Things couldn't possibly go this smoothly. Being told this by Jianshi and Suisui also felt time was very urgent. She immediately dismissed her plan to go to the beach to see Wengan and Yuan Li's salt extraction. She piled the so-called supplies together and handed them to logistics manager Xia Xian to handle. She also took out several items from the treasure chests. A pack of salt, a lighter, and 2 pieces of colored glass. Now we don't have to worry about lighting fires, Jianshi smiled. And Suisui smugly swayed, picking up the emptied sack again, preparing to leave. Xia Xian in the distance suddenly called out to her. Suisui, is this the glass piece from the treasure chest? Xia Xian had actually found a piece of colored glass from the sunflower head. Currently, they had a full 5 glass pieces. Really good at hiding. I carried it all the way without noticing. And Suisui suddenly became interested and also took out the 2 glass pieces they had found yesterday. 5 pieces of colored glass placed together sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight. Before Suisui could say anything, the game's cold mechanical voice spoke first, interrupting what Suisui had originally wanted to say. Congratulations to the player for collecting treasure chest fragments and obtaining random skill unlock card *1. Random skill card can randomly unlock one of the player's skills or designated items. And Suisui. Damn. So this is where the trap was. If players' abilities were all incomplete, out of caution, they might not easily attack other players. But what if their strength was restored? Even if nothing happened, overconfident players would want to provoke others. And Suisui gritted her teeth and cursed, I'm certain something big will happen within 3 days. The game would definitely push players to fight each other. Perhaps because the sense of urgency was getting stronger, and Suisui hugged the sack of unprocessed supplies she had brought back, her eyes full of attachment. Jianshi's eyelid twitched. What are you doing? And Suisui, I'm saying goodbye to them. Jianshi, ? In Suisui, the game's methods are varied. Maybe tomorrow morning when we wake up, our food will mysteriously spoil or be stolen by natives. Jianshi, that's not necessarily. He paused and took the food away from Suisui, stopping her from continuing to look at that sack with the eyes of a first love. Let's first talk about how to use this skill card. Hearing this, Suisui finally withdrew her reluctant gaze and called back Wengan and Yuan Li, who were working outside. The 5 gathered together to discuss serious matters. There wasn't just one skill card, but there would definitely be a sequence, and other players would compete with them. In the end, how many skills could be unlocked was uncertain. Jianshi's suggestion was to first unlock the most useful skills, and if there was surplus, then arrange for others. So Suisui pulled out several wrinkled papers from her pocket, along with a piece of charcoal for drawing. Since that's the case, let's all write down the skills we think are useful, then put them together and vote. Suisui was quiet. Where on earth did Suisui find all these strange things? She carefully pinched that wrinkled paper, using the lightest possible force, afraid she might accidentally tear the paper. Fortunately, The actual quality of the paper was much stronger than it looked. At least there was no situation where the paper tore while writing. And Suisui collected the papers and read out the contents of each one. Jianshi, preferred skill Death God domain, can circle a certain range of territory as a domain and manipulate and modify the rules within the domain. Alternative skill, clone, perfectly replicate another self, can work, act as security, find supplies, scout terrain, doesn't need to eat or drink, and can charge to the front when there's danger, truly an essential consumable for wilderness combat. In Suisui, Jianshi's skill introduction started out decent, but toward the end, it inexplicably took on the flavor of a clearance sale. Even when Gon and Yuanli looked at him speechlessly, and Xia Xian was even more surprised that this cold and handsome-looking man was actually like this in private. How much did he dislike himself? Jianshi covered his mouth and coughed lightly. It's just a clone, don't mind it. The other teammates' skill introductions were much more proper. Yuan Li's preferred skill was a defensive technique that could expand to protect the team or shrink to protect himself. And Suisui had seen it in the zoo dungeon. It was a very good skill. Pending. When Gon's preferred skill was unexpectedly not healing, but detoxification. And the toxin range was very broad, basically any poison could be cured. Regarding this, when Gon explained, I think everyone's abilities are very good, and we shouldn't get injured easily in the early stages. Plus, with medicinal assistance, surviving 30 days isn't a problem. But there are many poisonous snakes and ants in the jungle, and we might encounter poisonous plants, miasma, food poisoning, player poisoning, and a series of tricky things. This skill is the most suitable among all my skills for this scenario. And Suisui nodded. She also thought this was a divine skill, especially for this kind of wilderness situation. Checkmark, pending. Xia Xian's ability was relatively unfamiliar to the awesome squad. Out of trust in Suisui, Xia Xian didn't hide anything either. Her preferred skill was called Unlimited Refills, a full attribute support skill that was also an area effect, with almost no requirements for the target. This type of sustained skill didn't show effects when first used, but had extremely strong endurance. Basically, one skill could maintain a long battle. And the longer it dragged on, the more advantageous it became, suitable for wars of attrition. Her alternative skill was for single target support, explosive type, could make the supported person's combat power increase tenfold within 10 seconds, quite terrifying. And Suisui was the only one whose first choice for unlocking wasn't a skill but an item. Her paper read, first choice unlock target, backpack. Alternative targets, skill copy, freeze time. Freeze time was an old friend. A very useful support skill, suitable for both offense and escape. Copy was a new skill. And Suisui had tested it privately. Except for golden skills, everything could be copied successfully. It's just that copying talent skills wasn't very useful. The reason talent skills were powerful was because they worked with talent bloodlines. Without bloodlines, even if skills were copied, either the effects would be greatly reduced or they'd be completely useless. Like the Inchi prison that Suisui had once obtained, because Suisui herself didn't have Inchi, this skill was basically unusable. Copy's biggest advantage was that it had a copy memory. All skills that had been copied would be retained in memory and could be used directly when needed, without finding a copy source again. Just hearing Suisui introduce her two skills, Xia Xian felt they were amazing. So what charm did Suisui's backpack item have that made Suisui abandon these two divine skills and urgently want to unlock the backpack? When Gon and Yuan Li knew some inside information. Although Suisui hadn't specifically introduced it, she hadn't avoided them when using the backpack. They both knew Suisui had a special backpack that could directly collect items into another space for storage. Similar to space containers manufactured in the interstellar world. Jianshi explained in detail for Suisui. Suisui's backpack is an independent space. Except for herself, no one else can access it. If it were other dungeons, it might not be that important, but in the wilderness, it's definitely the first choice item. Think about it. If we reach the late game and the island undergoes changes, like food scarcity or our habitat becomes uninhabitable and we need to migrate. At that time, where would it be safe to put supplies? Carry them with us or find a place to hide them? The teammates looked at each other. Both options sounded problematic. The more supply reserves, the bigger the target. Fighting players was easy, but fighting while protecting supplies was very difficult. Having played the game until now, the enemies they matched with were at least comparable to them in overall strength, not easy to deal with. If we appear to have no supplies on the surface, couldn't we create some fake supplies to mislead other players? Jianshi gradually guided them. Everyone gradually caught on. If they appeared to be poor with no supplies on the surface, then when players reached the point of desperation, the primary target would be placed on others, giving them a chance to benefit from the conflict. Or they might subconsciously underestimate their strength, which would definitely be fatal in the final battle. Or, as Jianshi said, use a batch of fake supplies as traps. What kind of achievements they'd have then, TSK, would depend on their performance. Devious, too devious. Yuan Li's eyes lit up as he slapped his thigh and shouted, "I vote for the backpack." He loved this kind of devious trick. Everyone agreed that the first item to unlock should be in Suisui's backpack. And Suisui's backpack contained quite a few items. If unlocked thoroughly enough, this game would basically be stable. Unfortunately, the game was cunning. Although the backpack was unlocked, the original items in the backpack were still sealed, appearing as a light gray color. Fortunately, and Suisui had once purchased backpack cards on the game forum to expand the backpack space. This type of most useless item that players often obtained was very easy to collect. And Suisui's current backpack space had long undergone qualitative change. Even Suisui couldn't say clearly how big her backpack actually was. Most conveniently, the space inside the backpack was static, completely isolated from the outside world, absolutely excellent for preservation. For the Awesome Squad, it was like timely rain. Although there was a slight hiccup, the Awesome Squad's original plans didn't change. Everyone still did their original tasks, just that Suisui would be more unrestrained when searching for supplies and would do her best to find treasure chests hidden in the jungle. In the evening, the Awesome Squad gathered at the shelter. All 3 areas of the shelter had been completed. To hide their tracks, Jianshi still built the supply storage area and connected the 3 areas for easy movement. Xia Xian accompanied Suisui in organizing supplies, while Wengan pointed from the side, picking out medicinal materials with special uses for separate storage. Jianshi lit a fire in the cooking area, placing a thin stone slab on the simple stove built with stones. Various seafood and meat were evenly spread on the stone slab, sizzling under the firelight. Yuan Li squatted not far from Jianshi to assist him, with various fresh seasonings on the cutting board. Sichuan peppercorns, chili peppers, cumin, cilantro, garlic, ginger, etc. It was hard to imagine that this jungle's resources were abundant to this degree. As long as they wanted something, if they looked carefully, they could find most things. I found 4 more treasure chests this afternoon. If I find 1 more tomorrow, I can unlock a new skill. And Suisui proudly announced her achievements. After hearing this, Jianshi stuffed a grilled squid tentacle into her hand. Really amazing. Here's a squid tentacle as reward. Keep it up tomorrow. Yuan Li also found a chance to come over, presenting his treasure like he was offering salt they had refined today. Suisui, look, Wengan and I made this much salt in a whole day. You can use the salt from the supply chest for eating, and this salt can be used for pickling vegetables, eggs, and meat. Jianshi said tomorrow we'll take those 2 cabbages you found to pickle sauerkraut. Do you like sauerkraut? If not, we'll make it another way. Using his achievements to brush up his presence? Jianshi shot a glare over, and Yuan Li's scalp tingled as he ran over to Xia Xian's side to chatter. The interaction between Awesome Squad members was casual yet warm. Xia Xian, who was used to staying in other scheming teams, felt somewhat dazed. How long had it been since she had gotten along with people so naturally? Slightly lowering her head, she let Yuan Li radiate enthusiasm beside her while trying hard to control the moisture in her eyes, not letting others notice. She thought she had finally found a team that made her comfortable. Desert Island Survival Day 4. Sunny. There wasn't much extra entertainment in the jungle. Waking up, the sun was already high. And Suisui stretched, put on wooden slippers, and pattered outside, shouting at the dazzling sunlight, "I'm awake." Jianshi leaped down from the tree branches, holding a thick bamboo tube. The bamboo joint opening was carefully sealed with bamboo membrane to ensure the liquid inside wouldn't spill easily. "Morning." He handed the bamboo tube to Suisui. Suisui lifted the bamboo membrane and sniffed gently. The mixed fresh bamboo and milk fragrance hit her face with a comfortable temperature, obviously freshly extracted not long ago. It wasn't fruit juice inside. "This is bear milk," Jianshi explained. "I encountered a mother bear with cubs while wandering around and borrowed some milk from her. The fishy smell isn't strong, wanna try?" "Really nice." Suisui sipped the milk and happily asked about the bear's location, planning to find it to borrow some when she had a chance. After breakfast, Suisui went out for another stroll. She didn't know if it was her imagination, but she always felt today's temperature was much higher than yesterday's. Just from casual activity, she had already broken out in a thin layer of sweat. But there was no choice. Exposing skin in the jungle was very foolish behavior. Even though her body felt sticky, Suisui could only endure the discomfort and continue completing her daily goals. The jungle was still the same. Quiet with hidden dangers, where one careless moment could result in being swallowed whole. The benefits of unlocking the backpack were numerous. The most obvious was that no matter how many supplies she collected, she still appeared empty-handed, not needing to make special trips back to unload and waste time. It also reduced physical consumption. Without supplies as a burden, Suisui's movements became much more agile. Like now, when she discovered other players in the jungle, her petite figure only needed to casually hide in dense bushes. The dark jacket served as excellent camouflage, making it almost impossible to spot differences from outside. Not far from her, two uniquely looking otherworld players were arguing. These two otherworld players had very bloated figures with eyes as big as cow eyes. One had 6 arms, the other only 2. Their skin was deep dark green, with rough surfaces covered in many small bumps, definitely uncomfortable for those with trypophobia. Through the game translation, Suisui barely understood what these two players were arguing about. "That's mine. This is the treasure chest I found. You'd better leave now. Don't force me to get serious with you." "Heh, get serious? What can you get serious about? Just with you, this 2-armed waste." Waste was waste. No need to add 2-armed as a descriptor. Suisui, secretly eavesdropping, felt somewhat offended. The distant argument continued. "That's mine. Times have changed. Our team's overall strength isn't inferior to yours. If you insist on competing with me here, I won't be afraid of you either." These two players who were obviously from the same world weren't on the same team. From a balance perspective, each game's world powers wouldn't differ too much. If their small team's strength wasn't strong enough to crush 2 teams, then there was another team from their world on this island. Suisui silently noted this point, planning to look for traces of companions later to see if there were opportunities for cooperation. She felt the possibility of encountering Yu Jianian was high. After all, in the interstellar world, there weren't many who could match Suisui's team in strength. Those 2 green-skinned players seemed to have long-standing grievances. After arguing for a while, they got more and more heated, with neither able to convince the other. At times like this, just a small friction would escalate the fight. Sure enough, they soon started fighting. Their fighting style was also very primitive. Although one had more arms and one had fewer, when fighting, those extra arms didn't seem particularly useful. They couldn't even grab each other's skin, so who knew what that 6-armed guy had to be proud of? Suisui wasn't interested in players fighting. The reason she risked staying here to watch the chicken fight was for the unopened treasure chest the 2 players were fighting over. Who doesn't love treasure chests? She just didn't know if there were other fishermen like her lurking in the shadows. Even though the 2 green monsters fought fiercely, they never strayed far from the treasure chest, giving Suisui no chance to approach. After a while, the fight seemed to gradually reach its conclusion. The two green monsters, with their combined 8 arms, grabbed each other's vital points, their cow-like eyes glaring at each other, bodies twisted into incredible arcs. For a moment, it was unclear whether they were fighting to the death or loving each other to death. And Suisui watched them completely focused on each other, with eyes only for their opponent, and had an idea. She risked not leaving the bushes, quietly took out the mini bow and arrow Jianshi had made, with a small red berry attached to the arrowhead. Then she aimed at the 6-armed green monster, who had a slight advantage. Whoosh, 1 arrow right on target. The 6-armed green monster sensed something, his whole body trembling, his face suddenly becoming extremely strange. He subconsciously loosened one hand to touch the attacked area. It didn't hurt much, just felt wet and slippery and somewhat sticky. Looking at it, it was a handful of bright red. The 6-armed green monster felt like he'd been hit by a thunderbolt, knocked dizzy. For a moment, his head was empty, with white flashes before his eyes, almost making him faint. This waste actually dared to molest him. Fight to the death. The 2-armed green monster noticed the 6-armed green monster's abnormality and looked over inconspicuously, immediately stunned by that bright red color, his face also becoming extremely strange. What was that guy doing? Why make his private area so serious? Was he trying to frame his innocence? Don't even think about it. Endless forest leaves reach the sky, reflecting the chrysanthemum's red glow. Due to racial differences, the fishermen lurking in the shadows took a while to react, then collectively gasped. Stimulating, too stimulating. They had actually witnessed such a restricted scene live. And Suisui shook her head. 2-armed monster, this is all I can help you with. The rest is up to your own efforts. Go for it. The sudden restricted scene stunned all the confused parties and spectators. And Suisui seized this opportunity, quietly released her wings, and rushed toward the treasure chest with lightning speed, escaping quickly before others could react. When it came to stealing bases, she was definitely professional. Within Suisui's speed, as long as she could create a little distance, most people couldn't catch up. However, this time there was an exception. An eagle actually shook off numerous pursuers and chased closely behind Suisui, its speed matching hers. This was the first time Suisui encountered a player of similar type with comparable strength to hers, making her itch with excitement. Unfortunately, the current situation didn't allow her to compete with the opponent. Showing off was easy to cause accidents. After quick thinking, Suisui suddenly retracted her wings and ran toward the denser forest. The space in the dense forest was very narrow. The eagle player's body was too large to drill inside like Suisui. With a sharp cry, it suddenly pulled its flight altitude higher, flying high in the sky to follow Suisui from a distance. The eagle player was initially very confident. The dense forest was full of trees everywhere, affecting both running and flying. He thought Suisui, like himself, relied on flying for speed, and her speed would definitely slow down after retracting her wings. Who would have thought that human player would suddenly transform from a flying animal into a primate after entering the dense forest? When climbing and jumping, she was more agile than a monkey, and her speed actually increased instead of decreasing. And that player he considered prey would occasionally stop to wait for him, her behavior full of provocation. If it were someone with a more explosive temper, being provoked like this would definitely rush down recklessly to find trouble with her. But the eagle was a very steady player. No matter how Suisui provoked, he didn't act rashly. Even if the opponent couldn't catch her, being tracked like this wasn't a solution. After multiple provocations failed, Suisui immediately changed tactics. Using the faintly visible branches and the fact that the opponent couldn't see her movements clearly while she was running fast, Suisui opened the treasure chest a small crack and put everything inside into her backpack. Then she gradually slowed her running speed and deliberately showed signs of exhaustion, with increasingly chaotic steps. The eagle indeed took the bait, gradually lowering its flight altitude, seemingly ready to deliver a fatal blow to Suisui at any moment. Suisui also fulfilled his wish. While running, she suddenly tripped over a stone and fell hard to the ground. The treasure chest flew several meters away due to inertia, rolling on the ground for over 10 rounds before hitting a tree trunk and stopping. The eagle almost didn't have time to think and instinctively swooped toward the flying treasure chest, grasping the handle with both claws and flying high into the sky, quickly escaping the scene. And Suisui said nothing and spread her wings to chase after him, staying behind the eagle and shouting frantically. This action made the eagle more certain of his judgment. With a flap of his wings, his flight speed increased once more, finally shaking off the player who had been chasing him. Behind him, although Suisui was shouting. Where on earth, her flight speed wasn't even half of her peak performance. She watched the eagle disappear from sight in the blink of an eye and immediately turned to fly in the opposite direction. Flying far away, Suisui felt her stamina dropping significantly and found a relatively hidden tree crown to hide and eat to replenish her strength. While eating, Suisui noticed some green sticky liquid on her gloves. When moving outside, Suisui paid close attention to her physical condition to ensure she could solve any problems immediately if accidents occurred. She was certain that before encountering those players, her gloves were still clean. During this period, the only unknown object she had touched was the treasure chest. After pondering for a moment, Suisui flicked the sticky liquid from her gloves onto a passing green caterpillar. The caterpillar immediately began convulsing, twisting its fat body. In just a few breaths, its body stiffened and fell from the branch. Dead as dead could be. Hiss, good thing I'm cautious and never directly touch unknown objects. Suisui felt lingering fear, using crumpled tissues to wipe the green liquid from her gloves clean, then rinsing with water several times before putting the gloves back on. These gloves were given to her by Jianshi, said to be essential supplies for the pioneering army's expeditions, capable of isolating contamination and preventing hand injuries. It seemed that Eagle was in for some suffering. When escaping, his mind was entirely on fleeing. Only when he relaxed did he discover that his inner clothes were soaked through, a t-shirt could wring out a pound of water, and his whole body smelled of sweat. Why is it so hot today? Suisui wiped the sweat from her forehead. She didn't dare take off her jacket and just pulled out fruits and water to hastily eat a couple of bites before getting up to continue working. In the afternoon, Suisui encountered Yu Jianian at the beach. Yu Suisui waved happily. Except when arguing with Jianshi, when Yu Jianian was rather childish, he was quite reliable otherwise. Most importantly, the two teams knew each other well, making cooperation more reassuring than with unfamiliar people. Yu Jianian's camp was at the jungle entrance. The shelter was rather crude, incomparable to theirs. Obviously, Yu Jianian's team lacked a construction maniac. Yu Jianian wasn't surprised to see Suisui here, patting her head and having her sit down. The hyperactive child Morian tried to come over and chat, but was slapped away by Yu Jianian. Finished your work? If not, don't think about eating today. Suisui curiously examined their camp, then surprisingly discovered that beneath the shelter's crude exterior lay a refined heart. Never mind small things like nails and screws. Where did the steel and concrete come from? There was even a chainsaw. She had opened so many treasure chests without getting a single large item. Yuji, where did your concrete come from? Suisui was completely confused. Yu Jianian didn't think this was difficult. In front of Suisui, he removed the black top hat he was wearing, then grabbed a small crab from the food storage basket and put it in the hat. Watch carefully. He covered the hat with a red cloth. The next second, when the red cloth was lifted, the small crab was gone, replaced only by a small cake emitting sweet fragrance. Yu Jianian, just a magic trick, that's simple. Suisui? You call this a magic trick? This is freaking magic, right? Her expression first showed some confusion, then gradually radiated bright light. Can you transform anything? Suisui looked up, her face showing undisguised admiration that pleased Yu Jianian. After slight consideration, he gave a relatively fair answer. For ordinary objects, there's basically no problem, as long as you can provide equivalent exchange items. And Suisui immediately pulled out a relatively rare medicinal herb from her backpack and voluntarily put it in Yu Jianyan's black hat. Closing her eyes, hands clasped together. I want a big iron pot. One that can cook rice, make soup, and stir-fry. Yu Jianyan, this is a magic hat, not a wishing well. Opening one eye, and Suisui felt somewhat disappointed. Can't you? She just wanted a big iron pot. Yu Jianyan sighed slightly. Have you ever seen a magician pull a big iron pot out of a hat? The volume was really too large. If he forced the magic hat, it would either be constipated or have a difficult birth. But seeing in Suisui's disappointed expression, he thought about it and still covered the hat with the red cloth, though what came out wasn't a big iron pot, but a pair of pink-colored small pots. Although I can't make too many things, it's enough for making soup and noodles. And Suisui was moved beyond words. If you're willing, I can call you Dad, the kind my dad recognizes. That's really not necessary. Yu Jianyan's skill had a mana bar. Once the mana was depleted, he could only wait for the skill cooldown to end before using it again. Fortunately, transforming between ordinary objects didn't consume much mana, making this skill quite practical. And Suisui wanted to do resource exchange with Yu Jianyan, and Yu Jianyan agreed almost without hesitation. But he had one additional requirement, to call Jianshi over to work as labor for him. And Suisui wouldn't make decisions for Jianshi in such matters. She opened her contact list and explained the situation to Jianshi. She had thought Jianshi wouldn't agree, but unexpectedly he agreed very quickly. Before Suisui had even finished writing her supply list, Jianshi had already followed the location to Yu Jianyan's camp. As if afraid Yu Jianyan would change his mind. It had to be said that Jianshi was very talented at manual labor. Not only did he easily complete Yu Jianyan's designated workload, but he also always found opportunities to be affectionate with Suisui. But Suisui always felt something was strange about Jianshi. Was it her imagination? Suisui prepared an extremely long supply list, all practical small items that consumed little mana. According to their agreement with Yu Jianyan, they had to provide the consumable materials needed for item transformation themselves. And until the depleted mana bar fully recovered, Jianshi had to stay at Yu Jianyan's camp as labor. They had already been here for an hour, but Jianshi showed no signs of fatigue. Even while working, he couldn't hide his excited emotions. This state was wrong. Not only was Suisui confused, even Yu Jianyan kept unconsciously observing Jianshi with suspicious eyes. This guy definitely had a problem. But no matter how he observed, from behavioral habits to personal abilities, even speech patterns, it was definitely Jianshi himself. But he always felt something was strange, though he couldn't put his finger on it. Could it be because he was being particularly well-behaved today, not actively causing trouble? A Jianshi who didn't cause trouble. Was that still Jianshi? Yu Jianyan wore a gloomy expression, showing no joy at enslaving Jianshi and instead confusing himself. It wasn't until they finished collecting all the items on the supply list and Suisui was preparing to leave that Jianshi, in front of everyone, dispersed into points of fluorescent light. Before disappearing, he didn't forget to grab Suisui and give her a fierce kiss. Suisui. No matter how foolish she was, she could see what was happening. Damn, when did Jianshi activate his clone ability? She hadn't even recognized it. And wasn't this guy supposed to only exist for half an hour? How did he appear for so long this time? Yu Jianyan's face had turned as black as it could get. Without needing Suisui's explanation, he could see this was a skill. He'd been tricked. Suisui didn't dare linger, enduring Yu Jianyan's furious glare as she hurried home. Let Yuji calm down by himself. Their love-hate relationship shouldn't involve innocent bystanders. Perhaps due to direct sunlight, the afternoon temperature was much higher than the morning. When Suisui returned to camp, her body was soaked as if she'd just been pulled from water. Without even squeezing, just standing there she could drip water. Yuan Li and Wengan were no longer staying by the seaside either. The salt-making tools were fixed on the beach, and they returned to the shelter while the sunlight wasn't so vicious. Yuanli, with the largest build, was already so hot he lay sprawled on the floor, unwilling to get up. Good heavens, how did it suddenly get so much hotter today? How can people live in this kind of weather? Yuanli wailed while pouring another pot of water down his throat. The shelter's windows were problematic whether open or closed. Open, and hot air rushed into the house. Closed, and the lack of air circulation was also uncomfortable. Xia Xian wrung out in Suisui's clothes, then brought her to the small wooden house where supplies were stored. The room that had been empty when she left was now filled with wooden barrels half a person's height. The clear water had evaporated considerably in the high temperature. Not one of the dozens of barrels was full. Xia Xian. Jianshi suspects the temperature will continue rising rapidly in the short term, and the heat will cause drought conditions. He wants us to store water resources in advance, preferably enough to last 30 days. As she was speaking, Jianshi entered carrying a new wooden barrel. Seeing in Suisui, his eyes immediately lit up. Setting down the barrel, he took her hand and examined her carefully from head to toe. His substantial gaze was like taking a CT scan, as if he wanted to trace even the shape of her bones. "That waist didn't harass you, did he?" he asked. "If he dared to mess around, I'll abolish that skill and exile him to some bitter, cold land." Who was calling whom wife every day? Didn't he have his own wife? All he knew was stealing other people's. The waist Jianshi referred to was naturally his own clone. Speaking of this, and Suisui felt speechless. "You sent your clone over to do manual labor without telling me in advance, deceiving me too. But how did your clone's skill get unlocked?" And Suisui hadn't returned today, so all the glass fragments she found were stored in her backpack. Jianshi should only have had the 4 extra pieces from yesterday. Deceiving you, Jianian, Jianshi felt no guilt, but deceiving his own wife made him feel guilty. Mainly I was afraid you, Jianian, would see through it. Think about it. If I send a clone to work for him, wouldn't our team basically be getting something for nothing? That seemed to make sense. Yu Jianian was so shrewd that even without knowing about Jianshi's clone skill, he still sensed something was wrong. If she had also shown any abnormality, they would definitely have been exposed. After thinking, and Suisui added, "You found new treasure chests?" Although Jianshi's luck wasn't very good, randomly searching wouldn't lead to finding treasure chests. But treasure chests were things that would reveal themselves, afraid of having their talents buried underground. They would emit anomalies twice each day. Each treasure chest's timing was different, and the duration was very short. Generally, only nearby players and lucky players could discover them. "You could say that," Jianshi replied without changing expression. His luck was as consistently stable as ever. For days in, except for Xia Xian, who had the smallest activity range, both Wengan and Yuan Li had fished out a treasure chest from the sea. Yet he, as the person with the second largest activity range in the team, had never once found a wild treasure chest. Xia Xian had a straightforward personality and couldn't stand Jianshi's vague way of speaking, so she directly revealed the secret. While patrolling nearby, he encountered a blue-skinned otherworld player with a tail, followed them all the way to their camp, then took advantage of their unpreparedness to directly steal all the glass fragments they hadn't used yet. When luck wasn't enough, strength made up for it. The island wasn't big or small. As long as you walked around on it, you'd eventually run into other players. Without any special ability assistance, Jianshi had fought 1 against 4 and robbed their base. Xia Xian had never seen such a fierce player. The key was, after robbing them, Jianshi counted his spoils in front of those enemy players and declared he'd come back again in a while, killing people and crushing hearts. After he left, those scaled and tailed players hugged their team captain and cried bitterly. Their crying was so pitiful it could be heard from far away. And their captain was like a kindergarten teacher with children, trying to comfort 4 at once. When he couldn't comfort one properly, all 4 would cry together. So difficult. Regarding this kind of unconscionable behavior, and Suisui could only criticize with one phrase, "Well done." It also gave in Suisui a new line of thinking. When you can't find treasure chests, go raid enemy bases. Back to the main topic. Not counting in Suisui's spoils, after Jianshi unlocked his clone skill, he still had 4 glass fragments left. And Suisui had been to many places today, plus what she'd stolen from those 2 idiots, exactly 6 glass fragments. Their team could unlock 2 more skills. And Suisui was always running around outside, so she definitely needed to unlock another skill for protection. Between her 2 golden skills, freeze time and copy, unlocking either would be excellent. They decided to give the other unlock opportunity to Yuanli. At night, not one member of the awesome squad was asleep. The reason was simple: this damn weather was just too hot. They had thought the temperature would drop a bit after sunset, but no one expected it to be this hot. It looked like they wouldn't be sleeping well for the next few days. And Suisui couldn't sleep, rolling around on the bed from the heat. Jianshi, who originally slept with her, was despised for his high body temperature and was often moved from the bed to the floor. Fortunately, the cabin was very well appointed. The floor was covered with clean wood that could actually be slept on after wiping it down. Thinking about it, among the current awesome squad, probably only their pampered dog was living comfortably. And Suisui wasn't clear what the pet space actually looked like, but at least it didn't have to suffer like they did. And Suisui couldn't stand the dog enjoying itself, so she brought it out of the pet space. Woof woof. When it first appeared, the dog could still frolic around, sniffing here and looking there. In less than a few minutes, it was hot as a dead dog, lying on the ground with no response no matter how much you called. If not for not hearing the game announce a death, and Suisui would have even thought the dog had been killed by this extreme temperature. She watched with schadenfreude, occasionally poking the dog's head, finally showing a bit of happiness on her wilted face. Share the good times, endure hardships together. Such was the deep bond between this master and pet. At midnight, sea winds began blowing outside. Waves of hot air blew through the narrow windows into the house, not bringing much coolness to Suisui and the others. Suddenly, Jianshi, who had been lying with his eyes closed, stood up and stared at the pitch-black night sky from the window, unknown light flashing in his eyes. Unknown creatures are approaching us, he turned to tell Suisui. Unknown creatures? Enemy attack, enemy attack. And Suisui's muddled brain suddenly cleared. Startled, she immediately climbed out of bed and squeezed to the window, but couldn't observe any abnormalities through the dark night like Jianshi could. But she trusted Jianshi's abilities. Even though she couldn't see anything herself, she still sounded the alarm, calling all her companions awake. The danger coefficient of wilderness survival was too high. No matter what was approaching, they couldn't be careless. Inside the outwardly calm cabin, the awesome squad was already in battle formation, ready to fight at any moment. Jianshi kept observing the night sky, not knowing what he saw. A few minutes later, he lowered his voice to remind them, "Here it comes." And Suisui finally discovered the black shadow rapidly approaching in the sky. The shadow's original color might have been quite dark, making it naturally hard to spot in the lightless night. Moreover, the jungle had towering trees with intertwined roots blocking the view. And Suisui could only discover clues when the other party got close. She hid among the crown of a leafy tree, letting the dense foliage block her figure as she carefully watched the increasingly close black shadow. The more she looked, the more familiar it seemed. It wasn't until the clouds retreated and moonlight illuminated Suisui's vision that she finally made out the figure circling in the sky. It was the eagle player who had competed with her in speed during the day. How did he find this place? And Suisui was puzzled. During the day, she hadn't walked toward home at all, let alone left any traces. The eagle's form was still majestic, but its flight speed had decreased considerably from before. Its form was no longer agile either. Its muscles seemed to have been devoured by monsters, leaving only a thin skeleton. Even its flying movements weren't as nimble as before. It would occasionally make falling gestures, as if tripped by stones, actually giving a stumbling feeling. Only then did Suisui suddenly remember that this eagle had taken away that poisoned treasure chest. Without protective measures, direct contact with the treasure chest would inevitably result in contamination by toxins. The poison from those two green monsters was very strong. Ordinary small animals died instantly upon contact. Without special means of treatment, ordinary players would also face certain death. This eagle had persisted until now and even found their door for revenge. Its constitution was quite good, but looking at its flying posture, it should be near its limit, planning a desperate final strike. He probably doesn't think the poison was from me, does he? And Suisui suddenly had a flash of inspiration, figuring something out. No wonder he found their camp in the middle of the night. He was here seeking medicine. Too bad he was destined for disappointment. The eagle's full attention was drawn to the cabin below, circling above the small wooden house, thinking about how to attack to secure a lifeline for himself. And Suisui wasn't in a hurry to show herself either, continuing to hide in the tree crown. She felt that with the eagle's half-dead state, it was impossible for him to find their camp. That meant there was at least one companion traveling with him in secret. She needed to flush out his companion first. The eagle player flew several circles in the air. His brain, eroded by toxins, could no longer think carefully. Relying on survival instinct, he followed his companion's guidance all the way here, wanting to find the player who had poisoned him. But his eyes were already covered with a gray mist, unable to see clearly. The longer he stayed, the more agitated he became. Until he heard his companion's signal, the eagle raised his head and let out a mournful shriek, using all his strength to dive straight down. A wolf was hiding in the bushes not far from the cabin, a pair of green eyes quietly watching the wooden house ahead. That eagle waste was completely finished. Hopefully he could do something useful before dying. Just as those steel-like talons were about to tear through the cabin roof, a window on the wall suddenly opened from inside. A sharp arrow whistled through the air, as if prepared long ago, precisely piercing the eagle's abdomen, giving him no time to react at all. The eagle's cries became more miserable. His massive body lost control, scraped past the edge of the cabin, and crashed heavily into the nearby dirt. Jianshi flipped out of the window, ran to the eagle's side, and snapped the eagle's neck with one twist. The eagle didn't even have a chance to struggle before losing its breath. Just a little bit more, damn. The wolf hiding in the shadows saw things go wrong and immediately crouched backward, preparing to leave. Unfortunately, and Suisui had been watching him for a long time. When he signaled the eagle, he had already exposed his position. As soon as he moved, and Suisui's attack followed closely. What did they think this place was? Come when you want, leave when you want. Wolves had high sensitivity to danger. When Suisui launched her attack, the wolf vaguely sensed something, and the fur on his body instantly stood on end. Without thinking, the wolf immediately used his skill to escape. Sure enough, the next second, a dark red steel fork descended from the sky, instantly piercing through the wolf's surface defenses and giving his body a thorough penetration. Under Suisui's steel fork, simple defense was useless. At the critical moment, the wolf's skill saved his life, stretching and deforming the sturdy gray wolf to withstand Suisui's powerful attack. The wolf dragged his injured body and fled hastily into the distance. Suisui chased for a while, but because the opponent's skill was still in effect, the wolf's body was like a shadow. Even if she caught up, she couldn't kill him. It was very troublesome. She could only watch helplessly as he ran away. Should we keep chasing? Suisui hesitated, asking Jianshi who had followed. Looking at the direction that wolf is fleeing, it seems to be heading toward Yuji's place. Yu Jianyan's talent was magician, with attribute points mainly in agility, unlike her who could still escape if she couldn't win. But they had more people, so dealing with one heavily injured wolf shouldn't be dangerous. Jianshi would love for Yu Jianyan to be killed by that wolf. How could he let Suisui go help? But what he said was, don't worry. Yu Jianyan is cunning and sly. Even if he encounters enemies that threaten his life, he won't be killed so easily, let alone just a heavily injured wolf. Suisui thought about it and agreed. They were the guys that gave all the games headaches. Top players weren't so easily killed. On the other side, the wolf used all his strength to flee. Even after sensing Suisui had given up pursuit, he didn't let down his guard. Running and running, he saw that shelter not too far from the coastline. Another human camp? The wolf's heart tightened. However, looking carefully, he found this shelter was different from the previous group of humans' camp. It was very shabby in comparison. There were no exquisite cabins, no well-planned defensive measures. Even the shelter walls looked as crude as a refugee camp. In games, how naturally a person lived often reflected that person's strength. The wolf had thought all human shelters should be like the awesome squads. His tense mood suddenly relaxed. It seemed this batch of human players had uneven strength distribution. Human players' constitution had always been the weakest among all species. If he could devour these few players, perhaps he could replenish the damage his body had suffered. Although he had made his decision, the wolf didn't rashly break in directly. He carefully probed around the area, gradually approaching the shelter entrance. But his luck today seemed particularly bad. He hadn't taken 2 steps before running into Morian, who had come out to urinate. One person and one wolf stared at each other, both stunned for a moment, sizing each other up. Then Morian enthusiastically greeted him. "Hey, brother, visiting so late at night?" Wolf. He didn't know whose brain had the problem. Since he was exposed, the wolf stopped pretending. He howled toward the sky, his agile form shooting out like an arrow. Morian was startled and quickly closed the door, bracing against the door panel. This brother is a bit too enthusiastic. The wolf couldn't break in time and crashed headfirst into the wooden door, making a huge noise. Now even if people inside were sleeping like dead pigs, they should be awakened by him. "What's happening?" Morian heard Yu Jianyan's inquiry from behind him. The wolf shook his aching head and bared his teeth in anger. This damn human actually tricked him. Once again crouching down to break through the door, the wooden door opened from inside. This time, a rather refined-looking man came out. The wolf stepped back half a step, warily sizing up the opponent. Yu Jianyan wasn't like Jianshi with his obvious sharp edges. His aura was more restrained. In human society, his appearance would be very approachable. But in the eyes of beasts, it was quite the opposite. Confirming this person didn't have tight muscles like Jianshi, looking pale and tender and easy to bully, the wolf's green eyes showed even more intense greed. He opened his mouth and growled low, his hind legs gathering power as he pounced toward the man with all his strength. Yu Jianyan calmly watched the approaching bloody maw, showing no panic on his face. Then he unhurriedly pulled out a silver-white handgun from his pocket. Bang! One gunshot completely ended the wolf's life. The wolf's eyes bulged out. Even in death, he couldn't understand what had happened to him. Only the wound on his head clearly indicated his cause of death. Hearing the gunshot, Morian immediately ran out, circling the wolf's corpse several times, also drooling with desire. "Boss, can we eat the wolf meat you mentioned?" Although it was a player, it looked like a wolf on the outside. If not for the player tattoo on this guy's front paw, he wouldn't have recognized this as a player. He had never eaten wild wolf meat before. Yu Jianyan took out a cloth to wipe the gun barrel, not stopping Morian's intentions, just instructing, "If you want to eat it, go ahead. If not, skin the wolf and make the meat into preserved meat or jerky for storage." Don't look at how peaceful the jungle had been these past 2 days. Except for players occasionally fighting over treasure chests, being careful generally kept you safe. Different races had different abilities. The jungle's food reserves were abundant. No one was going hungry at this time. But after a while, things might not be the same. When ammunition and food ran out, people would do anything to survive. Never mind eating a talking wolf, cannibalism wasn't impossible. Morian happily carried the wolf away. Desert Island Survival Day 5, sunny, and Suisui was awakened by intense tremors. Since yesterday morning, the temperature had been continuously rising. And rising very rapidly. After experiencing a battle that wasn't thrilling or heart-pounding in the middle of the night, she had finally fallen asleep in the oven-like room, only to be startled awake by strange vibrations. Having played so many games, players' vigilance was still strong. Without Suisui's reminder, All members of the awesome squad were already awake, holding their heads as they fled outside. It wasn't until they left the cabin and had a clearer view that they discovered the vibrations weren't coming from their cabin, but from the entire island. Holy shit, it's actually an earthquake. Yuanli opened with beautiful auxiliary words. He really hadn't expected that such a palm-sized island would actually have earthquakes. And they happened to encounter it. Oh wait, that's not right. Perhaps this was just the game's arrangement. Jian reacted fastest. When building the shelter, he had already anticipated various possible situations. Running to several preset positions on the cabin, he pried with force and the entire cabin separated from the ground, becoming an independent building. Suisui. This cabin was really worth building. And Suisui instantly understood Jian's meaning, rushed forward to store the cabin, then led her teammates to run to relatively open areas to avoid being injured by falling trees. Half an hour later, the tremors gradually subsided. The awesome squad had just breathed a sigh of relief and was preparing to cook on the spot for lunch. Who knew that halfway through cooking, the island started shaking again? Just like this, intermittently, stopping for a while, shaking for a while, the island's tremors actually lasted a full day. For the entire day, and Suisui and the others couldn't do anything, couldn't even eat properly, and had to endure the sun's scorching heat. Fortunately, they had stored plenty of food and water in advance, so they wouldn't go hungry due to this brief rest. Other player teams weren't so fortunate. Among all players, the amphibious team was in the best condition. Although Jian had robbed them of all their glass fragments, having no glass fragments didn't affect their survival abilities at all. When the weather was hot, they just dove underwater. The temperature underwater was definitely better than on land. When they had no food, they just dove underwater. The sea had everything, how could they starve? When there were earthquakes, they just dove underwater. No matter what happened on the island, they could avoid most dangers by diving underwater. If only there weren't those sharks guarding around the island, it would be even better. Beast People players had similar needs to human players. At first, because this game's setting was jungle, and jungle dangers posed no real threat to them, they lived quite comfortably for the first 3 days. They weren't like human players who needed to cook food before eating. They didn't need to find ways to refine sea salt to supplement their body's needs. Fresh prey not only replenished their stamina, but also provided the salt that mammals couldn't do without from the animal's blood. If that didn't work, they could lick stones. In any case, the jungle felt like home, full of happiness. But starting from the 4th day of the game, their good days were over. The rapidly rising temperature wasn't just uncomfortable for humans. Among beast people, only a few animals could tolerate such high temperatures. During the day, they could no longer run around and could only find shady places to avoid direct sun damage. They switched hunting time to nighttime. But by the 5th day, with high temperature plus earthquakes plus direct sunlight, Beast People players without food reserves and unable to enter the jungle for hunting began to grow restless. Their hunger tolerance was stronger than humans. Going hungry for a day wouldn't kill them. But they couldn't stand being roasted by high temperatures in places without shelter and having no water to drink. Some beast people who couldn't tolerate hunger and thirst ignored their companions' advice and ran into the jungle alone, never to appear again. Others who really wanted water but didn't dare enter the jungle gambled with their lives, actually drinking seawater directly, trying to extract moisture from it. But the salty seawater only caused rapid loss of water from their bodies and provided no replenishment. It only made them thirstier and thirstier. Plant-type players were the same. The overly comfortable environment had given them no sense of crisis for the first 3 days, and they had peacefully passed those 3 days. When temperatures first started rising, plant-type players could still insert their roots deeper underground to draw moisture from the depths. But after the earthquakes began, they became the most dangerous type among all players. Their plant nature meant they couldn't move fast or act flexibly. Many were pinned down by falling trees, unable to move. Having finally escaped the dangerous jungle, they faced scorching sunlight and soil that had lost its moisture. Some of the more fragile plant people were directly killed by the sun, becoming withered grass. Poison people were in a relatively stable position among all players. They had habits of storing supplies, and direct sunlight didn't damage them as much. Their situation was much better than beast people and plant people. The earthquakes continued until late at night before completely stopping. Players who had been frightened all day were too exhausted to cause any more trouble. They found places to rest roughly for the night before facing the 6 days' even more difficult survival challenges. Desert Islands Survival Day 6, Sunny, another day of being awakened by heat. As the most energetic member of the team, and Suisui couldn't muster any spirit today either. She really didn't want to go out. But anyone who played games knew that sometimes everyone's situation was the same. Aside from talent and luck, for ordinary players wanting to beat most others, it came down to one word: grind. Never mind resting for a day, missing even one event could immediately put you behind others. Of course, pay-to-win players were exceptions. And Suisui didn't dare rest. After confirming there wouldn't be more earthquakes in the short term, she listlessly flew into the jungle to investigate the situation. The jungle was a complete mess. Many ancient trees with considerable age hadn't survived this disaster. Not only had they fallen themselves, they had also crushed large areas of younger trees. When Suisui flew overhead, she could only see crisscrossing trees and partially exposed rocks. Those treasure chests hidden in the jungle became even harder to find. What shocked Suisui more was that the island's 2 largest rivers had seemingly evaporated overnight, leaving only dry riverbeds and arm-thick trickles still flowing. She believed that if the high temperatures continued like this, it wouldn't be long. No, tonight, even this small stream would completely disappear. Survival difficulty would increase once again. Desert Islands Survival Day 7, Sunny. On the 7th day of the game, the island's situation was indeed as Suisui had predicted. Surface water resources were completely depleted. Small animals that had survived the earthquake also ran out of their nests, searching everywhere for water. In this situation, except for the awesome squad who had stored large amounts of water in advance, other teams weren't doing well. Freshwater resources were extremely scarce. Even the amphibious players who had been most comfortable after the temperature rise didn't dare easily go to sea. Eugenian allied with the awesome squad, forming a large combined team. The 2 teams each had their strengths. After merging, their living conditions actually improved. Suisui could store supplies, Eugenian could obtain scarce items like ice. Both teams' resources were effectively utilized. Except for Eugenian and Jianshi being in rather foul moods, everyone else felt this arrangement was quite good, living their small lives happily. Desert Island Survival Day 8, Sunny. Temperatures continued rising, reaching levels ordinary people couldn't bear. Other players were still in water-scarce conditions, traveling in groups to search for the few remaining water sources. Sometimes when 2 teams discovered the same water source, they would fight over it. But those meager water resources weren't enough for players to divide among themselves. Most of the time, they still had to rely on prey's blood to maintain their body's needs. Desert Island Survival Day 9, Sunny. Under players' massive hunting, the island's prey became increasingly scarce. Now not only water sources, but even food became problematic. Suisui also worried that these players' random hunting, just to extract blood from animals' bodies, would backfire on them in the later stages. While searching for treasure chests, she would also store as many supplies as possible to prevent unexpected situations. Desert Island Survival Day 10, Sunny. Game changes really came without warning. No one knew where the first spark appeared. By the time players discovered it, flames had already spread across large areas of forest. There were no professional tools to extinguish it. Moreover, in this extreme weather, plants had long been drained of moisture by the sun. They only needed to catch a tiny spark to instantly burst into raging flames. The forest fire eventually ignited, and Suisui and the others rowed a small wooden boat back to where they had originally spawned, avoiding the fire's scorching heat. This fire burned for 3 full days, consuming all the island's abundant living resources until only charred black earth remained, finally extinguished by long-awaited heavy rain. And Suisui looked at the gray-black land and sighed deeply. The days of players killing each other had finally arrived. Desert Island's Survival Day 13, Rain. The island's resources had been completely consumed by players and the sun. When Suisui and the others set foot on the island again, only players who had similarly fled the island and returned remained alive. The island's native creatures had been completely exterminated. Humans, beast people, amphibians, and three-headed, six-armed poison people. Very regrettably, the plant-type players had ultimately been completely wiped out in the forest fire and ocean's encirclement. They either couldn't escape the fire or died during ocean drifting due to lack of water and nutrients. Or they died from letting their roots contact seawater. In any case, of the 5 world's players, one had already been eliminated. The surviving players converged from all directions, gazing at each other across the rain. Their eyes held both wariness and ferocity, all wanting to tear apart their opponents and become this game's final players. With the island's trees burned clean, players had torn away their last fig leaf. Whatever they did was under each other's noses. The torrential rain took away the heat that had lasted many days. And Suisui stood on the roof holding an umbrella, squinting as she observed the faint sounds of fighting in the distance. With the island's resources completely consumed, the vicious players, lacking food and clothing, finally extended their claws toward other surviving players. They probably can't hold on much longer, so they want to kill all enemies and end the game early. However, this time's players weren't so easy to kill. Without dirty tricks, and Suisui wouldn't easily clash with them head-on either. Perhaps because their human side had the most people, no short-sighted players had made moves against them yet. But in the upcoming treasure chest battles, an inevitable fierce fight awaited. Just as she was thinking about treasure chests, a blinding white light flashed at the island's edge. Whether fighting or spectating, everyone simultaneously rushed toward that location. After the Eagle player's death, Suisui was undoubtedly the speed king among all surviving players. No one could surpass her in speed. Moreover, human players had preserved their strength most completely in this game. Other players had no chance of winning. But unfortunately, even if Suisui grabbed the treasure chest, other players wouldn't easily give up. After losing cover, the island was only so big. Suisui had nowhere to run, instantly becoming a living target in the remaining players' eyes. Competing with hungry wolves for food wasn't wise. Suisui opened the treasure chest. With hands and feet, took out the glass fragments, then scattered the survival supplies inside. She shouted loudly, "I'm taking the fragments, I don't want the survival supplies. You figure it out yourselves." No one didn't want to live. Most players were risking their lives for survival supplies. At this time, glass fragments that couldn't fill stomachs weren't as important in their eyes. They instantly abandoned Suisui and chose to fight with other players instead. Suisui breathed a sigh of relief, taking the glass fragments back to her team. Only the amphibious team players, who weren't lacking food, also wanted glass fragments. But human players were simply too numerous, especially that team that had been brutalized by Jianshi. They would wake up screaming from nightmares about him. Unless absolutely desperate, how would they dare charge forward to fight him? The following days continued like this. Suisui grabbed treasure chests for glass fragments, throwing the supplies inside to other players to fight over, dispersing their attention. Sometimes when treasure chests didn't contain food and water, she had to specifically replace them with edibles. Otherwise, those desperate guys would think she had hoarded everything and fight her to the death. Her life was precious, she wouldn't risk it fighting them. Wasn't it better to let them kill each other? The weather seemed to go from one extreme to another. The day the extreme heat ended, the sky flashed with lightning and thunder, instantly bringing torrential rain. Then that rain continued for several days. The island was gradually being submerged. Dangerous marine creatures swam around the perimeter, watching hungrily, getting closer as the water level rose. Suisui looked more and more worried, putting down her telescope to voice her concerns. "I think in less than 2 days, this island will be completely submerged. Then we'll have to survive at sea." Sea survival isn't easy. You all should share any ideas or plans you have. Sharks were extremely troublesome creatures. They ruled the seas with extreme ferocity and were highly sensitive to the smell of blood. Killing them would quickly attract more, following relentlessly like dogs. Normally, sharks weren't particularly interested in humans. But with the game manipulating things behind the scenes, never mind eating people, making them devour the entire island was possible. If the game has set those sharks to actively attack all creatures on the island, we might face more than just sharks. Jianshi frowned deeply, obviously finding the situation very troublesome. Sharks weren't hard to deal with, but the problem was they had nothing. Yu Jianian rarely didn't argue with Jianshi, sitting quietly in a corner listening to everyone speak. His experience in this area was relatively lacking. Professional matters should be left to professionals. This was a big boss's professional quality. He couldn't pull a cruise ship out of his magic hat to solve the problem. After discussing for a long time, they finally divided into several plans. First, they had to watch the water level. How high the water rose would determine their next survival difficulty. If it just barely submerged the island, that would be manageable. They could get a bigger wooden boat and stay right above the island. This way, even if sharks wanted to approach, it would be difficult. If the seawater completely submerged the island and rose to levels where sharks could swim freely, then they could only implement the second plan. Catch 2 amphibious players to use as motors. Jianshi had witnessed the live broadcast of amphibious players diving into the sea and being chased by sharks. Although these guys weren't much in terms of attack capability, their swimming speed was quite fast. They could even lead sharks on a chase. In the current situation with scarce island resources, as long as they captured these guys and gave them a good beating first, then tempted them with substantial benefits, they should be able to hire some decent laborers. Moreover, I've discovered something very interesting. Those amphibious players seem to particularly attract shark attention. Wherever they are, sharks basically chase after them and pay no attention to other players. Jianshi said slowly. There was such a thing? And Suisui's eyes immediately lit up. She was thinking that perhaps they didn't need a fast swimming motor. They could freeload off the amphibious players' labor. Accidents always come so unexpectedly. Before Suisui could sharpen her blade toward the players, on the 15th day of the game, and Suisui was suddenly startled awake from her sleep by Yuan Li's high-pitched scream. Wake up quickly, everyone wake up. The volcano is erupting. And Suisui, even if she hadn't been awake, she would have been scared awake. It had to be said, the terrain around this tiny island was quite rich. Beneath the calm sea surface, sharks circled and undercurrents lurked. Now there was also an underwater volcano. No matter when or where, volcanic eruptions were always a very serious disaster. With just their flimsy little wooden boat, it was absolutely impossible to survive. And Suisui rummaged through her backpack and pulled out 5 unused glass fragments, urgently asking, "Does anyone have submarine-like items?" They absolutely couldn't survive without items. And Suisui didn't even know how this game was designed. Whether they had left any hope of survival. Or perhaps the designers behind this game simply wanted to kill them all as revenge against society. If she was fortunate enough to survive, she would definitely have their world consciousness file a complaint. Speaking of defensive items, no one had prepared as abundantly as Yuan Li. When Suisui asked, he immediately thought of something, trembling as he pulled out a gray-white card from the inner pocket of his clothes and held it up, shouting, This might work." And Suisui took the card without even having time to examine it closely and chose to unlock and use it. Then a sphere-like object instantly enveloped Suisui and the others along with their small wooden boat, looking as thin as a balloon. Underwater volcanoes were one of the most difficult natural hazards to detect. And Suisui and the others stood in the small wooden boat protected by the sphere, watching the waves pressing down from the horizon, their hearts extremely tense. With a thunderous roar, waves reaching to the sky crashed down, slapping the small sphere along with the wooden boat into the deep ocean floor. And Suisui's ears were temporarily deafened by the tremendous noise. her eardrums rapidly expanding and contracting in severe pain. Her head was also dizzy and unable to think. It wasn't until a pair of warm hands reached out beside her to protect her ears that she gradually recovered. Jianshi. And Suisui pouted and buried her head in Jianshi's chest, tears uncontrollably flowing out. She had never been this frightened before. Afraid of losing her life, afraid of not being able to return home, afraid of how sad her old father at home would be if he knew she had died. Jianshi tightened his arms, one hand gently patting her back, silently comforting her. After all, she was a little girl who had grown up pampered. How could she have experienced this level of terror? Being able to do this much was already very, very brave. Suisui, don't be afraid. It's over now. We survived safely. We'll go back. Your dad is still waiting for you at home. Jianshi's voice was gentle. The awesome squad was struck by the waves into the pitch-black ocean depths, bumped around by occasionally passing marine life, not knowing where they would eventually drift. They floated up and down in the dark ocean floor for several days. Finally, when the underwater volcanic event subsided, the small boat finally surfaced, only to encounter a rare sea tornado. And Suisui said nothing and, together with Jianshi and Yu Jianian, worked together to sink the small boat back into the deep ocean floor. This life was unbearable. By the 22nd day of the game, the sea surface finally cleared, and the awesome squad saw long-missed sunlight. Before they could be happy for long, the temperature dropped drastically again. From weather where long sleeves were sufficient for the rainy season, it became bitter winter where you'd want to tie quilts and stoves to your body. In just one day, the vast ocean froze over with thick frost. Never mind walking on it. Even if you took a hammer to it, you might not be able to smash a hole in the ice surface. Fortunately, Suisui had prepared materials abundantly and took out the shelter they had originally built to avoid the cold. With only a few days left in the game and other players having disappeared, they didn't need to brave the cold wind to search for treasure chests, so it was relatively peaceful. When Jianshi initially set up the small wooden house, he had considered cold protection. So the small wooden house wasn't simply a small wooden house, but a sandwich cookie with 2 layers of wooden house filled with soil and weeds in between. Its cold protection ability was much better than a single-layer wooden house. In such cold weather, everyone was hibernating in the house. Only the dog that Suisui deliberately pulled out to torment was energetic. It seemed particularly adapted to this extremely cold weather. It didn't need to rely on the stove for warmth at all and could frolic in the snow. Every day it would go out for a walk by itself. Not only did no accidents happen, but it would occasionally bring back 2 prey to feed its owner. This refreshed Suisui's understanding of it. On the 20th day of the game, fist-sized hail nearly destroyed Suisui and the others' shelter. Fortunately, Jianshi discovered the signs early and promptly replaced the small wooden house's roof with a reinforced concrete protective cover, avoiding the situation of them being homeless in the extreme cold weather. They thought this kind of life would continue until the 30th day of the game before ending. Unexpectedly, before the hail had finished falling, the game suddenly announced an early end. Suisui roughly guessed it was because all 4 teams from worlds other than theirs had been completely wiped out. For a moment, she didn't know whether to feel fortunate or sad. Her emotions were very complex. After the game ended, Suisui hugged Dad and cried for a long time, making Dad feel helpless, not knowing what he had done wrong. But Suisui said nothing. After crying and laughing and wiping away her tears, she continued her gaming career. Although when the sky falls there are tall people to hold it up, she was mixed in among the tall people and might be able to make up the numbers. After returning to the real world, Jianshi was always busy, disappearing for days at a time. Suisui was quite surprised when she suddenly received his invitation to go to the main star. But Jianshi didn't say much, only telling her that his grandfather had been discharged from the hospital and wanted Suisui to accompany him to pick him up. So, at the entrance of the main star's S-class military and political hospital, Suisui stared wide-eyed at a spirited white-bearded old man. How do you look so much like the former commander, Commander Jianzhang? And Suisui looked completely confused, wanting to take out the former commander's old accounts for comparison on the spot. The old man calmly nodded. I am him. Didn't Jianshi tell you? Miscalculation. He had thought the little girl would ask for his autograph. He had even prepared a signing pen. And Suisui's brain was in a daze. Although she had always known that Jianshi's family background was quite good, she had never thought it would be connected to the former commander. Perhaps it was because Jianshi was too close, while the commander was too far from her. Who would connect an online friend met through gaming with the military's highest leader? Saying they were relatives would already be very bold. And Suisui chose her words carefully. You're that rebellious grandson who organized a matchmaking event for Grandpa and then got chased for 13 blocks? Both grandfather and grandson froze simultaneously. Regarding this question, both the old and young felt it was the other's fault. This was not only Jianshi's dark history, but also Grandpa Jian's dark history. Jianshi, it's all Grandpa's fault, making such a big fuss over a small matter that the entire galaxy knows about it. Grandpa Jian, it's all that rascal Jianshi's fault, doing such ridiculous things every day, ruining my lifetime of reputation. To prevent Suisui from continuing to inquire, Grandpa Jian extended his loving hand and gently patted Jianshi's back. Why bring up past matters? Come. The old man has been in the hospital for so long, eating nutritional supplements until I'm about to vomit. Since you're here, accompany me for a good meal. And Suisui was led onto the private aircraft in a daze, flying toward the Jian family estate. Grandpa Jian lived far from the downtown area, in a relatively remote location on the main star. However, he had private aircraft for transportation, which was quite convenient. Interstellar public transportation was very developed, so the regulation of various private aircraft became strict. Not only were they extremely expensive, but you also had to have the ability to apply for travel permits before they could be put into use. In the galaxy, those who owned private aircraft were either extremely wealthy or extremely powerful. Grandpa Jian clearly belonged to the latter category. Grandpa Jian was very enthusiastic, and Suisui was naturally sociable, so the old and young quickly became familiar. Taking advantage of the time while the chef prepared lunch, the two chatted about family matters. Suisui, Grandpa Jian avoided the eavesdroppers and asked in a super low voice, "Tell me honestly, are you of age yet?" It wasn't that he was inexperienced. Grandpa Jian had grown up in military camps, lived a life of warfare, and had the most contact with rough men in the army. Every one of them was tall and burly with muscles harder than stone. Where had he seen such a petite and delicate pseudo-loli like Suisui? No matter how he looked, left, right, up, down, she looked like a minor. Suisui showed her teeth and was a little mischievous. Actually, I'm only 16 this year. I still have 4 years before I'm considered an adult. Interstellar people had long lifespans and open minds, generally marrying late, with the peak period being 30 to 40 years old. Even sunset romances in their 70s and 80s were not uncommon. Grandpa Jian's full head of silver hair was dyed to show personality and maturity, not naturally grown. To let minors enjoy more educational benefits, they simply changed the age of majority to 20. Hearing that Suisui was only 16 this year, Grandpa Jian was first shocked, then beat his chest in frustration. I knew you rascal couldn't do anything decent. She's still a child. What are you rushing for? Would waiting 2 more years kill you? Jian sure snorted. I should be grateful I met her late. If I had met her 2 years earlier, our family would have had a child bride. Suisui laughed heartily. Jian sure really didn't give his grandfather any face. No wonder he always got beaten. Grandpa Jian was so angry his eyes rolled back. Just for that statement, regardless of whether the little girl was actually of age or not, he wanted to break Jianshi's legs. As they chatted, their topic shifted from life to work. What did Suisui do for work before? Has it been difficult recently? Grandpa Jian asked cheerfully. Suisui was a student, and moreover one forced into the history department. Her classmates of the same year had already started looking for various internship opportunities, while she did nothing but slack off every day. Before the games arrived, she was just a street wanderer. Fortunately, Grandpa Jian was very tolerant of everyone except Jianshi and didn't think being a street wanderer was bad at all. He even thought Suisui was a unique street wanderer. His exact words were, "If Jianshi hadn't taken over my job, he would also be a street wanderer, the kind that no one would hire even if he wanted to find work." He even curiously asked back, "You two are dating, right? Tell Grandpa what you see in him?" Except for that face, Jianshi has nothing worth showing off. Even that appearance was inherited from him, clearly inheriting 1/10,000th of his handsomeness, yet in all these years there hadn't been a peep. Thinking about when he was young, relying on that face to make his grandmother dizzy and desperate for him. Then looking at Jianshi, tisk Grandpa Jian, disgusted. JPG Jianshi had long been immune to Grandpa Jian's various self-praise and belittlement, completely able to let it go in one ear and out the other. Occasionally responding with a sentence would lead to another generational war. Instead, it was Suisui who, with her usually scattered thinking, finally took the right path for once and caught the key point in Grandpa Jian's words. "Jianshi took over your job? What job? Commander? No way, right? That mysterious current commander was actually Jianshi?" Grandpa Jian confirmed with his eyes. And Suisui found it hard to believe. Has the galaxy fallen to this extent? Jianshi. That was generally unreliable. When he got willful, she could only give him sixes. Grandpa Jian looked pained. "It's all my fault, making the galactic people suffer." Because he was angered by Jianshi, he retired early and vigorously promoted Jianshi to the position, just to let this unfilial descendant experience how hard his grandfather's work was. "Jianshi, please respect me, you two. I'm not deaf, I can hear you." Covering his lips and coughing twice, he tried to salvage his image in front of Suisui. "Actually, being a commander isn't that difficult. If I didn't have the ability, even with my grandfather's full support, I couldn't sit in this position." "Really?" Suisui's eyes were full of doubt. "Then how did you become commander?" Jianshi pondered for a moment, probably because of rebellion. "Suisui? Don't understand. Please speak human language. I wanted to show our old man that the commander position could be filled by anyone, and he really had nothing to be proud of." Suisui. You're really a filial grandson. After having lunch at Grandpa Jian's house, Suisui hurried back. Because people from the vampire castle were urging her to come over. If she didn't respond, never mind Vivis, at least Elton would come kill her. Suisui felt it was better to be proactive. The vampire world was still the same, 24 hours a day without seeing sunlight. Even the food grown here had a dark color. Butler Elton received the news and waited early at the castle's main gate to welcome Suisui's arrival. "Welcome back, Miss Nora." The vampire castle had urgently called Suisui back, not for anything else, but for the follow-up to Harvey's matter. Harvey's betrayal of the vampire world was already a foregone conclusion. Although he himself had already fled, among the many vampires in his territory under his jurisdiction, there might be Harvey's pawns hidden. During this time, Elton's people had been investigating this matter, trying to root out the hidden agents in the vampire world as much as possible. Now that this matter was almost complete, Elton began investigating the reasons for Harvey's betrayal of the vampire world. A prince's betrayal was no small matter. Any high-level powerhouse's abilities were closely related to their own world. What benefits had the Hell world offered to induce him to abandon everything in his original world? If this matter wasn't investigated clearly, there might be other princes following Harvey's path. That would cause trouble for Lord Vivis. However, Suisui only understood these things briefly, listening to them as gossip before moving on. With her current abilities, she couldn't do anything for the vampire world. She didn't even understand why Elton had called her back. Suisui just changed locations to be a street wanderer, eating when she should eat, sleeping when she should sleep. Jianshi wasn't as leisurely as her. As soon as he returned, he was taken away by the third prince of Freeman to do tasks. Jianshi's personal dungeon was a man-made, semi-finished product. Logically, the dungeon level should be very low and unusable for a short time. But not long after Jianshi uploaded the new dungeon content, the dungeon actually started operating. Since the dungeon was running, Jingfei couldn't do what he wanted to do, so he simply wandered around the dungeon with Jianshi. In terms of inside information, Jingfei understood much more than Jianshi. After wandering around, he quickly got the answer. There's a living small world in your dungeon. Didn't you know? A living small world? Jianshi frowned slightly, involuntarily thinking of a Ning's story. His dungeon core was an idiot who knew nothing when asked and understood nothing except manual labor. It had mentioned that a Ning storyline was obtained from elsewhere by the creator to save world origin. So that was a living small world? Regarding Jianshi's guess, Jingfei nodded in agreement. That's right. The storyline you mentioned should originally be a very small world. Some shameless vampire used an outsider's soul to interfere with the small world's original operating order, causing chaos in the world origin, which is how he was able to seize it. You're quite lucky. Jianshi twitched his lips. This was the first time he'd heard someone praise his luck. Jingfei was one of the few humans in the vampire world, and also the vampire native member most favorable toward Jianshi and in Suisui in Freeman Castle. So regarding inside information, he was willing to say more. Do you know why players from high-level worlds make players from other worlds so wary? Jianshi had never encountered opponents from high-level worlds in games, so naturally he didn't know the answer. Jingfei continued with his own words. Because high-level worlds have many cheaters. Logically, the game mechanism was relatively fair. No matter what level your world was, each game matching was based on individual strength to assign opponents. But some players had cheats. On the surface their strength was ordinary, but only when you faced them would you know how terrifying they were. Vampire world players were tough and particularly hard to kill. Hell world players would steal souls at the drop of a hat. And the cheats of immortal cultivation worlds were that they always made their own items. Wherever there were immortal cultivation players, there were always some cheaters who would cheat on the spot, doing things that game rules couldn't restrict. For example, some sword cultivators, even if you confiscated all their weapons, could kill through the entire dungeon with just a tree branch. Or alchemists, artifact refiners, and other technical types. They entered dungeons empty-handed, then used local materials to create all sorts of random things on the spot. Spatial rings, resurrection pills, etc. Even game-issued items might not be that powerful. After listening, Jianshi was thoughtful. Cheating. So it could be played like this. A few days later, the dungeon ended and all unrelated players were kicked out. Jingfei immediately guided Jianshi, teaching him how to use his dungeon to open a passage to the Hell World. And instructed Jianshi, after entering the Hell World, we might act separately. I remember you have Hell-type talent. To the Hell World, you're a new face. As long as you disguise yourself well, basically nothing will happen. After speaking, a pitch-black passage appeared before them. Jingfei said nothing more and led Jianshi into it. The Hell World looked even more sinister than the vampire world and more chaotic. Survival of the fittest and the law of the jungle were happening here all the time. When first entering, Jianshi could feel this world's strong rejection. It wasn't until he activated his Death God talent that he felt much better. Speaking of which, the Death God talent seemed to originally come from the Hell World. It was obtained by their predecessors through a sneak attack on the Death God. Sure enough, after activating the talent, Jianshi felt like he was back home, extremely comfortable. Not only did he not have the usual side effect of rapidly consuming stamina, he even faintly felt the talent becoming more powerful, just one step away from upgrading. Even those unknown hell creatures that had been quietly approaching him disappeared after he emanated the Death God's aura. Hongming Demon was the current Hell Lord of the Hell World. The previous two Hell Lords had both lost their whereabouts in internal strife after being sneak attacked by humans and suffering great losses in strength. This also made Hongming Demon extremely vigilant toward human players. All dungeon positions leading to the human world were watched closely. Bad news, Hell Lord. The dungeon position to the vampire world is showing anomalies, suspected enemy invasion. What? Invasion? Who invaded? The startled Hongmeng demon stared with a pair of huge orange-yellow eyes, the 3 pairs of pupils in his eyes separating and reuniting. Speak clearly, who invaded? The vampire world. Nonsense, I'm asking specifically who. We don't know yet, but judging from the barrier fluctuations, it should be Lord-level enemies. Lord level? That's about the same as that waste, Harvey? Hongmeng demon relaxed. He thought Bivis was attacking. Hongmeng demon's strength was somewhat inferior to Bivis, but the overall strength of the Hell world was far higher than the vampire world. Prince-level strength was a rare species for the vampire world, each shouldering heavy responsibilities. In the Hell world, Hongmeng demon could eat Harveys one by one without problem. That waste Harvey couldn't even guard a semi-finished dungeon. If that guy wasn't still useful, he would have eaten him long ago. Go remind that waste not to get himself killed before his usefulness is exhausted. I'm too lazy to find a new spy. The hell creature with bone spikes hurried away. Jianshi wandered around the Hell world. Not long after entering the Hell world, he discovered that Jingfei was very popular with those hell creatures. Perhaps they sensed the hostile aura on him. Jingfei wasn't surprised at all. After eliminating the first batch of hell creatures that discovered them, he separated from Jianshi. They agreed on a time and place to leave. Sure enough, after the two separated, the attacks he received decreased by more than half. When he released the death god's aura, not a single hell creature remained around him. Which direction would be better? Jianshi looked at the strangely shaped plants around him, but his mind was thinking about what gift to bring back for Suisui. When indecisive, draw cards. Jingfei hadn't assigned Jianshi any tasks, so Jianshi treated it like visiting a peculiar place for tourism, walking very casually. He took out a palm-sized deck of cards from his portable space bag. The back of the cards had cute little rabbit prints, but the front had been written on with marker pens in different handwriting. This was a direction-finding deck that Suisui had made for Jianshi, specifically for use when relying on luck. After all, letting Jianshi choose for himself. TSK TSK TSK, those who understand, understand. Randomly drawing a card, Jianshi looked at the content and then followed the script to select his plan, picking a direction and walking determinedly. If Suisui was extremely good luck, then Jianshi was extremely bad luck. Now good luck and bad luck mixed together to make choices didn't result in the neutralization Suisui had expected. Even Jianshi himself was thinking whether this counted as good luck or bad luck. Following Suisui's guidance, he soon walked out of what seemed like an endless dark forest. But outside the forest wasn't a vast plain, but a bottomless abyss. Jianshi caught a small flower that could fly in midair, planning to ride this little flower across to the other side of the abyss. But this little flower had some unknown problem. Not only did it not take him to the other side of the abyss, it flew lower and lower, finally flying to a pond at the bottom of the abyss. Why so early this time? Or did something happen outside? Hearing the strange and aged voice from the bottom of the pond, Jianshi didn't know how to respond for a moment. Who is this? Why start with such self-talk? He just sat there, neither answering nor leaving, wanting to see what exactly was at the bottom of the pond. Perhaps Jianshi's silence made the thing at the bottom of the pond sense something was wrong. The calm black water began churning like his anger. Streams of thick black mist seeped out from below, slowly floating on the pond's surface, reaching toward Jianshi with claws and fangs. Jianshi's eyelid twitched. An inexplicable sense of familiarity prevented him from dodging this attack. And after being enveloped by the black mist, the suddenly excited death god bloodline confirmed his guess. The monster at the bottom of the black pond was actually a creature of the same lineage as the death god. Those black mists enveloping him not only didn't harm him at all, but were gradually devoured and absorbed by the death god bloodline, converted into his power. The guy hiding at the bottom of the black pond seemed unable to perceive the situation above the pond. Still thinking Jianshi was under control, he angrily said things like, "Even you want to betray me?" while also increasing the black mist output because he hadn't heard Jianshi's screams. However, he soon sensed something was wrong. He knew his own subordinates. The Hell World had no creatures that weren't afraid of death. This place gathered a bunch of dark creatures filled with negative emotions. The great sentiment of fearless sacrifice had nothing to do with them. But after so long, that guy was so stubborn that he hadn't made a single scream. Could it be that he struck too hard and accidentally killed him? While the hell creature at the bottom of the black pond was still suspicious, Jianshi fell into a dilemma. Seeing the whole picture from a small part, Death Aura could be said to be a skill he was quite familiar with. Through the opponent's brief moves, he could know the opponent's approximate strength limit. The one at the bottom of the black pond was much stronger than him. With his current strength, he absolutely couldn't win. He was thinking about leaving here first, meeting up with Jing Fei later, and then having Jing Fei deal with this guy. Then he discovered that the Death God bloodline that had started absorbing the black mist was like being fused with glue. He couldn't cut the connection with the black mist at all. He either had to absorb all the black mist and become the biggest winner, or directly sacrifice this talent and give the bloodline to the opponent, otherwise it was impossible to leave. Giving it away for free was impossible. Whether he was that generous aside, at least the guy below was so angry yet unwilling to leave the black pond to check. That meant he might be injured, or for other various reasons, couldn't leave the black pond. Since his Death God bloodline was of the same lineage as the opponent, if he really dared to sacrifice it, this big tonic would help the opponent if not achieve full recovery, then at least recover 70 to 80%. By then, even if he wanted to escape, he couldn't. Jianshi could only sit by the pond, hoping the guy at the bottom would quickly end his spell casting and not encounter other monsters during this time. The guy at the bottom of the pond also couldn't figure out what was happening outside. Seeing no sound for a long time, he also planned to withdraw his power. Then he discovered the same situation as Jianshi. Damn, why wasn't his dispersed death aura under control? The unknown monster angrily stirred underwater, creating waves on the surface. You're not my subordinate. Who are you exactly? Who sent you? Jianshi picked at his ear, pulled out a reclining chair, and set it on the ground, completely ignoring whatever the guy below was shouting about. Since he couldn't leave anyway, and the guy below could only rage helplessly, might as well enjoy it. Thanks for the endless death energy, old buddy. It would be even better if you could speed things up a bit. After discovering he couldn't retrieve his death energy, the monster below simply released his soul power, trying to compete with the opponent for control. But the black pond was a magical thing. The calm water surface was like an unbreakable seal. As long as he didn't break through the black pond, he couldn't do anything to the guy outside. The situation reached a stalemate. An hour later, an ugly floating flower drifted down from high above. Jianshi was all too familiar with the scene. Wasn't this the same bastard flower that had brought him down here? He pulled out his scythe to chop down the approaching flower, but discovered there was a tall, thin hell creature standing on it, with a body segmented like bamboo. Triangular head with whiskers, clearly not someone to mess with based on appearance alone. Jianshi cursed inwardly. Could this be a subordinate of the guy at the bottom of the pond? He didn't know what the opponent's strength was like. If he couldn't win, things would get troublesome. The black mist was still frantically outputting, but it seemed weaker than when he first arrived. He wondered how much was left. Intermittent cursing reached his ears. Jianshi stared at the ugly flower for a moment, then suddenly had an idea. He pulled out a soundproof robot from his inventory and threw it on the water surface. Then he controlled the surrounding black mist, condensing it into an ink-like state, like wearing a pitch-black outer garment. No matter how outsiders observed, they couldn't possibly see the creature inside clearly. He then pretended to wait, standing by the shore. When the tall, thin hell creature approached the black pond, he immediately noticed a figure standing by the water's edge, surrounded by a familiar aura. The bamboo-like monster didn't think twice and fell to his knees with a thud. His fierce face pressed tightly against the ground, his body trembling. Master, have you already recovered your strength? Jianshi didn't know the specific situation of the guy at the bottom of the pond, but just wanted to quickly get rid of this creature that had suddenly come to interfere with him. So he used a voice changer to make his voice sound as aged as the black mist monster at the bottom of the pond. Why are you here so early this time? Or did something happen outside? This was exactly what the monster had asked him earlier. He repeated it word for word. The bamboo creature had no suspicion and reported everything about why he had come. Jianshi listened in a daze while having to pretend to look profound. Fortunately, the black mist blocked his form while also preventing outsiders from detecting his emotions. All right, I understand everything. You should leave here first and don't let anyone discover you. After finally waiting for the bamboo creature to finish speaking, Jianshi immediately tried to send him away regardless of anything else. The bamboo creature hesitated for a moment, then carefully raised his head to glance in the direction of the black mist. Master, has your body recovered? Jianshi used evasive language to brush him off. Better than before, but I still can't stray too far from the black pond. The implication was, I can only stay at this black pond right now, so please don't assign me any work. Whatever grand plans you have, let the old guy at the bottom of the pond handle them later, okay? Understanding Jianshi's meaning, the bamboo creature disappointedly lowered his head and assumed a waiting posture. Jianshi was full of question marks. What was this about? Did these two have some kind of farewell ceremony? Couldn't everyone just keep things simple? After waiting a long time without getting what he wanted, the bamboo creature raised his head again with deep confusion on his face. Master, the situation was getting dangerous. Jianshi felt he needed to do something. He snorted dismissively, and the outer layer of black mist suddenly exploded like a fierce beast baring its fangs and claws. You waste. Do I need to spell everything out for you? With another thud, this time it wasn't kneeling. The bamboo creature's entire body prostrated on the ground. Clearly, he was used to being bullied by the black pond monster. Master, spare me. Master, spare me. Your death energy really isn't something ordinary creatures can bear. I've carried death energy close to your former relics many times. But no matter how much death energy I carry, as soon as I get within 3 steps, the death energy gets completely absorbed by the treasure. I absolutely dare not hide anything. I've been working diligently from beginning to end. Seeing the bamboo creature's terrified appearance, Jianshi believed he wouldn't dare lie. But his attention had already been captured by the relics mentioned. That thing's treasure at the bottom? Wouldn't that make it his treasure? No way, he had to find a way to get it no matter what. So Jianshi changed his tone. His words were still cold, but without the previous anger. I already know you're a waste. Are you trying to fool me? Even if you had the guts, you wouldn't have the ability. Relying on you, I'd probably have to wait until the end of time. Just as he was speaking, the dense black mist suddenly dispersed, revealing the pale-skinned young man inside. The bamboo creature looked bewildered, but Jianshi remained unfazed, arrogantly snorting at him. What are you looking at? Why aren't you going outside to keep watch? This avatar of mine still needs some time to complete. I'll retrieve the items myself. Relying on a waste like you, I'd have to wait until the year of the monkey. The bamboo creature suddenly understood. No wonder there was such a strange humanoid figure by the black pond. It was an avatar created by his master. It just looked a bit ugly, probably because his master wanted to keep a low profile. Jianshi sent the bamboo creature to wait outside the abyss while he suddenly exerted force, frantically absorbing the remaining death energy from the monster below. The monster was once again furious enough to churn the waters, but was helpless. As long as he didn't leave the black pond, there really wasn't much he could do about the guy outside. When the death energy weakened to a certain degree, Jianshi was finally able to forcibly sever the connection. He reactivated his death god talent and discovered it had undergone a qualitative change. Not only was it more compatible with this hell world, but it was also much smoother to use, without the previous feeling of being hindered. Jianshi stepped on the black mist, his body covered by black robes, swaying as he flew to the outside of the abyss. The bamboo creature who had been waiting there looked up and for a moment thought he was seeing the death god of old. Except for the mismatched body size, both the aura and demeanor were very similar to the death god. He hadn't expected his master to create such an avatar. He just wondered if this one would be as unlucky as the original death god. Jianshi glanced at him sideways. No sense at all. You're not leading the way in front. Do you want me to stand in front as a living target? The bamboo creature snapped back to attention and walked ahead timidly. The 3-meter-tall giant acted like Jianshi's guard dog, making Jianshi unable to resist kicking him. Stand up straight, damn it. Walking around like this, anyone can tell I'm forcing you. Are you hoping I get exposed quickly? The bamboo creature quickly waved his hands, trying his best to display his usual. Since entering the Hell World, Jingfei had been purposefully searching for Harvey's whereabouts. With his strength, while he couldn't exactly thrive in the Hell World, as long as he wasn't surrounded, self-preservation wasn't a problem. For some reason, his luck seemed particularly bad today. Not only did he hit walls several times, but he kept encountering high-level hell creatures who could recognize him. This repeatedly delayed his mission until he gradually approached the Hell Lord's territory, where the danger level skyrocketed, but information also increased dramatically. That waste Harvey. Instead of being a proper prince, he actually came to the Hell World to be a dog. Truly stupid beyond redemption. Hell creatures were different from refined creatures like vampires. Their malice was always displayed openly on their faces, without any concealment. They even took pride in it. Harvey was a face-loving and hypocritical guy who was extremely uncomfortable with their straightforward approach. Good evening, Mr. Bone Joint. Harvey greeted a passing skeleton, but the skeleton didn't even acknowledge him, flapping its wings and flying far away. Harvey was already used to these hell creatures' rude daily behavior. Not directly attacking you is considered good. He picked up the envelope the skeleton had dropped. It was a warning from Hongmeng Demon. Someone from the vampire world had come? Harvey's mind slowly processed this. Who would come to investigate him? It couldn't be Beavis. Beavis wouldn't be so low-key. Merlin and Elton managed the vast Freeman Castle and couldn't spare the time. Other princes more or less had to manage their own territories and were even less willing to get involved in such troublesome matters. There was one candidate who was relatively free and had sufficient strength. Jingfei. Was it him? Throwing away the bloody beast hide in his hand, Harvey lowered his eyes, lost in thought. Jingfei didn't necessarily have to kill Harvey. But if there was an opportunity, he certainly wouldn't let it pass. He hadn't expected the one to deliver this opportunity would be Harvey himself. Could it be that being a prince for too long made him forget how to be a dog, and then the hell world drove him crazy? He muttered to himself, the inconspicuous grass root in his mouth secreting sweet juice. While Jingfei spoke casually, he was more cautious in his heart. He absolutely couldn't let Harvey's sudden appearance affect his original plan. The Hell Lord's territory naturally belonged to Hongmeng Demon. Even other creatures walking within this territory would restrain their auras and not dare to casually observe others. This made Jingfei blend in without standing out. He received Harvey's invitation to come to a valley spouting blue flames. He chose to hide several miles outside the valley to observe. That old fox Harvey wasn't honest. Suddenly being so proactive about coming out to die clearly had problems. Better not fall for his trap. But regardless, Jingfei had to make this trip. He needed to see Harvey's condition with his own eyes, whether he had already become a hell creature. Sure enough, before long, Harvey's figure appeared at the valley's outskirts. However, accompanying him was Hongmeng Demon, the Hell Lord himself. That old fox. Jingfei cursed silently, taking just one glance before withdrawing his gaze. Someone at Hongmeng Demon's level of strength couldn't be casually observed. Their 5 senses were extremely sharp. Even using concealment items to observe them would be detected, let alone blatant staring. Jingfei didn't want to get entangled further. Since Harvey was keeping Hongmeng Demon busy, this was a good opportunity to visit the demon's lair. Meanwhile, Harvey stood before the Blue Flame Valley surveying the surroundings, his smile as fake as always. It made people want to personally tear off the mask on his face. Hell Lord, if I'm not mistaken, Jingfei is hiding nearby right now. Hongmeng Demon's expression was cold, the black wings behind him extremely gorgeous, but his face was ugly enough to frighten people with just one look. Especially those large orange-yellow eyes with 6 pupils swimming like 2 deep whirlpools that could suck away souls. Hongmeng Demon wasn't actually very interested in Jing Fei. If Harvey hadn't said that Jing Fei was one of Beavis's capable subordinates, and killing him would be like cutting off one of Beavis's arms, he wouldn't bother appearing here. Are you sure he's here? You know the consequences of wasting my time and energy, right? Hongmeng Demon's voice carried a thick evil aura. His 6 pupils were different colors, moving to different positions in his eyeballs as he spoke. The scene was both bizarre and terrifying. Harvey nodded slightly, and Hongmeng Demon immediately flapped his wings, sealing off the space within 10 miles. Just as Jing Fei crushed his teleportation item, he was bounced back by the suddenly closed spatial passage. He roughly knew what had happened, spat on the ground, and without delay, placed his heavy sword under his feet, moving so fast he left a series of afterimages. However, while he was fast, Hongmeng Demon was faster. His abilities could no longer be explained by simple addition. Having reached another level, Hongmeng Demon was beyond Jing Fei's ability to handle. But since Jing Fei had accepted the mission to venture into the Hell World, he was naturally prepared for the possibility of encountering Hongmeng Demon. He felt no panic in his heart, calmly pulling out a blood-colored crystal. Gripping it in his palm, he let the crystal pierce his hand and draw blood. The crystal glowed faintly, and the blood flowed like it had life, spreading from his injured left hand throughout Jing Fei's entire body. Jing Fei immediately felt filled with endless power, and even his heavy sword began emanating waves of light. With a swoosh, the cumbersome giant sword thrust out an earth-shaking strike, forcibly breaking open the space that Hongmeng Demon had sealed. Several miles away, Hongmeng Demon immediately detected Jing Fei's location, his 6 pupils returning to their original positions. His voice, full of malice, said coldly, "He escaped. Find him for me." Then he spread the huge black wings behind him and slowly flew into the sky. His deep, seductive voice spread throughout the territory. "All monsters listen up. Immediately drop what you're doing and close in from the perimeter, searching for the vampire prince Jing Fei's whereabouts. Whoever can capture him alive will be heavily rewarded." As soon as he finished speaking, the hell creatures in the territory acted as if they'd received a special pardon, releasing the auras they'd been restraining within their bodies. Layer upon layer of evil thoughts overlapped, forming a massive pressure field. Harvey was caught off guard and, oppressed by the unstable aura, stumbled and fell awkwardly. These damned hell creatures would sooner or later become stepping stones on his path forward. When Jing Fei encountered Jian Shi in Hongmeng Demon's lair, he was completely bewildered. Seeing a lord-level hell creature standing in front of Jian Shi, he momentarily thought he understood the reason. He drew his broad, heavy sword to rescue him, but saw that tall, thin hell creature step forward to block Jian Shi's path first. Righteously shouting, "Master, run quickly. I'll hold him off." "Jing Fei? What's wrong with you?" Jian Shi hid behind the hell creature, quietly making a gesture to stay calm. Then he kicked the hell creature in the back. "Run what run? With a waist like you, how long would you have to fight him? By then if we make any noise, the entire territory will know. I'll handle this guy myself. You go outside and hold off the others. Don't let any other demons get close to here." After speaking, he released the death energy swirling around him. Jing Fei finally understood. It seemed this hell creature had been completely fooled by Jian Shi. He allowed the death energy to cover him while pretending to struggle futilely. The bamboo creature believed Jian Shi's lies and, seeing that guy with similar strength to his own easily subdued by Jian Shi, immediately turned and ran outside. Master's strength had actually recovered to this extent. After the bamboo creature left, Jing Fei emerged from the black mist, placing one hand on Jian Shi's shoulder and curiously looking him up and down. "What good stuff did you pick up, kid? How did you get so much stronger than before?" Jian Shi burped and casually explained, "Just picked up some old monster's treasure." Though he was a bit full, it would probably take a long time to digest before he could completely convert that thing into his own power. Jing Fei was worried. After all, this was Freeman Castle's son-in-law. If there was any damage, it wouldn't look good. Taking him back would be awkward. However, after examining him, he was shocked to discover that what this angel casually called some random worthless treasure was actually the death god's heart. Damn, how did this thing end up in his hands? And it was so compatible with his own talent. No wonder his entire aura was skyrocketing. Jing Fei felt like he had pink-eye disease and needed to go home and wash his eyes. He couldn't stay in this place for another minute. Wait. Jianshi had gotten his benefits, but wasn't in a hurry to leave. Now that he had met up with Jing Fei and with the bamboo creature helping them cover their tracks outside, delaying for 10 or so minutes shouldn't be a problem. Most importantly, he hadn't found a travel souvenir for his wife yet. So he pulled out his cards again, drawing one from the large deck to continue borrowing in Suisui's luck. It had to be said, the death god was once the Hell Lord after all. Even though his current whereabouts were unknown, Jianshi, having obtained pure death god power, could still move freely in Hongmeng Demon's Lair. Hongmeng Demon's territory was vast, and the place called the Demon's Lair was equally impressive. The intricate pathways were like a natural maze where unfamiliar people could easily get lost. Following the card's guidance, Jianshi proceeded smoothly with few obstacles. Even when he encountered them, he could find hidden passages to avoid danger. Jing Fei watched in amazement as Jianshi charged ahead without any technique, completely relying on fate. And yet, he actually managed to find something. Jing Fei had never walked such a smooth path. Due to Hongmeng Demon's orders, most hell creatures had already run to the perimeter to hunt Jing Fei. The lair's outer defenses weren't numerous to begin with, and as for the interior, that was truly Hongmeng Demon's domain where no one dared approach. Even if Hongmeng Demon wasn't there, the demonic aura left in the lair could kill most creatures. Even if they resisted the demonic aura's invasion, Hongmeng Demon's powerful pets could kill intruders without needing guards. However, these seemingly insurmountable barriers were easily overcome by Jianshi using the death god's aura. Even Hongmeng Demon's pets just looked at him with puzzled eyes without easily attacking. Jianshi treated it like a leadership inspection, casually waving, "Good job guarding. Keep up the good work." Then he calmly walked under the demon pet's massive head. The demon's lair could be said to be the place with the purest power in the entire hell world. Ordinary hell creatures could hardly bear this concentrated essence, let alone creatures from other worlds. As soon as Jing Fei entered, he felt a suffocating sensation gripping his throat. If Jianshi hadn't promptly enveloped him with black mist, isolating him from the air inside the lair, he would have had to retreat. Jianshi just covered his chest, feeling slightly stuffy. The death god's heart he'd just obtained was like a sponge dropped in water, greedily absorbing everything around it. Both were first-time visitors to the demon's lair and found everything novel. Touching this and poking that, they dismantled what they could and took what they could carry. What they couldn't take, they smashed. Like locusts passing through, leaving nothing behind, they didn't leave Hongmeng Demon a single good thing. Walking along, when Jianshi touched the wall, he suddenly felt a hidden switch. Another secret door appeared before them, with winding stairs leading deep underground where flickering firelight could be faintly seen. Both felt a stirring in their hearts. Jianshi, this should be the deepest part of the demon's lair, right? Jing Fei, could there be some secret inside? Jianshi, Hongmeng Demon's secret? Jing Fei, she runs, he chases, they can't escape? Love is hard to express? The Yandra Demon's canary. Wait. Aren't you getting off topic? Stop reading so many human masterpieces. What kind of nonsense was that? Anyway, both Jianshi and Jing Fei felt excited, with a gossipy feeling of accidentally discovering someone else's little secret. After mentally preparing themselves, they finally followed the stairs to the underground depths. Unfortunately, there were no hidden treasures underground. The spacious stone chamber had lava flowing through it, illuminating the entire space. And Jing Fei, whose mind was cycling through dozens of tragic love stories, saw the figure sitting alone in the center of the lava with his back to them, and his gossip soul ignited again. Could it really be the demon's canary? Jianshi questioned his own understanding for the first time. Hongmeng demon actually played such old-fashioned and cliché tricks? Hearing movement at the entrance, the figure in the center of the lava pool slowly turned around, expressionlessly watching the two intruders through the black iron cage around his arms. After a long moment, he sneered. To send two small fries to their deaths, Hongmeng demon is too complacent. Isn't he afraid of becoming my nourishment and helping me escape this cage sooner? After the ear-piercing shriek, the hot-tempered canary immediately attacked the two. With the enemy at full power, Jianshi chose not to attack head-on. Besides coming to die, what else could you be here for? Jianshi, we're here to recognize family. Unknown hell creature, ? He suspected he was hallucinating. Say that again? Jianshi cleared his throat, taking out a red velvet box from his travel bag. Inside the box was a hard object wrapped in yellow silk. He carefully opened it, showing the contents to the hell creature. It was a small, delicate fang, not even 1/10 the size of the hell creature's fangs floating in midair. By comparison, it looked like a baby's tooth. However, this tiny tooth actually made the hell creature stop attacking and look at the two intruders with suspicion. Tell me, where did you get this tooth? Jianshi had entered full fabrication mode, telling stories without blushing or his heart racing. Actually, our ability to come here today was because someone asked us to. Otherwise, how would we know there was such a secret space in the depths of the demon's lair? The hell creature thought about it. That made sense. Only Hongmeng demon knew about this space and was still alive. Hongmeng demon wouldn't be stupid enough to send nutritional supplements here to help him recover. The hell creature flapped his wings, which were extremely similar to Suisui's, slowly descending from the air and pressing against the bars to make eye contact with the two outsiders. A pair of clear red eyes examined Jianshi from head to toe. You're the death god's successor? Jianshi wasn't clear about the grudges between hell creatures, but he keenly sensed the hatred hidden beneath this hell creature's calm exterior. A grudge against the death god? That wasn't easy to handle. Jianshi considered his words carefully and said slowly, You should be able to tell that neither of us is actually from the hell world, so how could we possibly have the death god's inheritance? The hell creature stared into Jianshi's eyes. Then how do you have such pure death energy? This is a long story. He smiled slightly, his expression completely natural. My ancestors once challenged the death god to a fight. Then the death god lost to my ancestor and had a drop of heart's blood taken as a trophy, which eventually ended up in my hands. If you don't believe me, look carefully. I actually only have 1 drop of essence blood. The death god's heart was just obtained today and hasn't been fully digested yet. Jianshi generously revealed his treasure. The guy across from him couldn't steal it anyway. The death god was beaten by someone? Hearing Jianshi's account, the hell creature inside burst into hearty laughter. His voice was sharp and thin. Jianshi discreetly used black mist to plug his ears to protect his eardrums from bursting. That damned bastard, let him sneak attack me and steal my hell lord position, only to get sneak attacked by someone else in the end. Waste. The hell creature cursed and introduced himself. He didn't believe Jianshi's story about back-and-forth combat. The death god was once the true hell lord, and throughout all worlds, there weren't many who could match his strength. Let alone defeating him in direct combat and forcibly taking a drop of his heart's blood. Such a thing was unthinkable. It could only be someone sneak attacking him. Seeing his enemy's miserable fate, the caged hell creature's mood improved. The pair of sharp horns on his head were as conspicuous as searchlights in the dark night. Jianshi glanced at them inadvertently and wanted to complain. Clearly the same configuration, but these things looked fierce and menacing on this hell creature. On Suisui, they somehow became cute little accessories. After laughing enough, the hell creature suddenly looked toward the cave entrance. He's coming back. If you don't leave now, you'll really have to stay here and keep me company. Jianshi calmly invited, "Since we came to recognize family and found our elder, we should naturally leave. But why does elder stay here, subject to the current Hell Lord's control? Why not change locations to recuperate? When you recover your strength, you can come back to do what you want." The Hell creature narrowed his eyes, thinking Jianshi made some sense. These two in front of him, one lord level, the other a promising young talent, together they posed no threat to him whatsoever. If they were Hell creatures, he naturally wouldn't take their words seriously. The entire Hell world was the Hell Lord's domain. There was no safer place than here. But if they could go to another world, everything would be different. The Hell creature's tone gradually became friendlier. "All right, let's leave here quickly." He wanted to see if the owner of that Fong was what he thought. With that, he openly retracted the massive cage that had been restraining his movement in front of the two. Jingfei, wow, so this cage wasn't used by Hongmeng Demon to imprison the canary. Disappointing. After retracting the cage, the Hell creature took the initiative to leave the secret space and walked ahead of the two, leading them out through the passage. While leaving, he casually looted again, taking treasures that Jianshi and the others hadn't noticed. Everything seemed to be developing in a good direction. The only thing troubling him was that he still couldn't figure out how his brother had managed to leave offspring while on the verge of death. What he didn't know was that Jingfei, his temporary companion, was even more confused than him. Following behind the Hell creature, taking advantage of the creature's inattention, Jingfei quietly asked, "What was that thing you pulled out earlier? Why did that guy's expression change after seeing it?" Jianshi's lips curved up as he whispered back, "It was Suisui's tooth." Good grief, you two just love recognizing family, don't you? He'd heard about how Princess Nora had risen to power. He just wanted to ask, did they still remember that lonely old father by Daming Lake? Jianshi smiled without saying more. He dared to deceive this suspected little demon because of insider information from the world consciousness. And Suisui's drop of demon blood was stolen from a severely injured little demon. Shortly after the heart's blood was taken, the little demon died from his severe injuries. Later they encountered the death god who had harmed the little demon and successfully ambushed him, taking the second drop of blood. At that time, the human world's predecessors had gone crazy trying to enhance their descendants' abilities, wanting to fleece everyone they met, causing havoc in the Hell world. This was why rumors spread that both Hell Lords lost their whereabouts after being ambushed by human players and suffering great losses in strength. It showed how much the Hell creatures despised human players during that period. How the outside world talked about it didn't matter. Jianshi believed that as the deceased demon's close relative, this little demon in front of him must know the inside story. However, he was still somewhat worried about bringing this powerful little demon back as a gift. Jingfei gave him a reassuring look. As this considerate thought about her old father only lasted a few seconds in Suisui's mind before the castle echoed with a child's cheerful shouting. "Daddy! Help! Save me! Papa, my dear Papa! Wake up quickly! I really can't do this without you!" Bang, bang, bang! Bang, bang, bang! The knocking grew louder and louder. Vivis's location felt like an earthquake. Even without sound, you could feel the intense vibration. The castle servants kept their eyes straight ahead, doing whatever they were supposed to do. Basic operation, don't make a fuss. Didn't you see that neither Elton nor Lord Merlin stopped her? Mind your own business if you want to live long. Under Suisui's persistent calling, Vivis was successfully awakened from deep sleep. He opened his eyes and quietly stared at the coffin lid. Silence spread through the room. And Suisui continued knocking cheerfully, not realizing the tightly closed door had suddenly opened. She stumbled forward and crashed into a hard wall of flesh, leaving her dizzy and disoriented. Vivis looked down at the little girl whose appearance completely contradicted her behavior, his slender fingers unceremoniously gripping her neck and lifting her up like a kitten. Expressionlessly, he walked outside. His 40-meter sword was getting restless. Just then, Jianshi and Jingfei returned with the deceived little demon. To prevent the little demon from noticing anything unusual, they used high-level teleportation items as soon as they left the dungeon, minimizing the time the little demon spent wandering outside. The little demon thought Jianshi and his companion were just eager to get home. In the Hell world, they had walked leisurely, but once back in their own world, they arrived home before he could even observe properly. Even at this point, the little demon didn't think much of it. Until he came face to face with Bevis holding a 40-meter sword, he finally understood why those two human kids had been so enthusiastic toward him. The little demon turned to flee. Bevis turned his blade and first knocked down this unidentified flying object in his house. This time, the little demon went from being a fake prisoner to a real one. The little demon had once been a Hell Lord of the Hell world. However, he was one of twin demons born together. Individually, his abilities might not reach Hell Lord level. But if the two brothers worked together, their abilities were stronger than ordinary Hell Lords. At their peak, they could compete with Bevis. In fact, they had indeed fought Bevis once. He could even say without exaggeration that if Bevis hadn't been blessed with the fortune of being a first-generation protagonist, they could have won that battle. Unfortunately, there were no ifs. The twin demons of the past couldn't defeat Bevis, and now, with one arm cut off and his own strength greatly diminished, how could the little demon be Bevis's match? And Suisui reached her small hand through the cage to touch the sharp horn on the little demon's head. Then she pinched her own barely sprouting red little bump and asked dejectedly, "Why can your horns grow so long?" Clearly her talent bloodline was the same species as his. Why was there such a big difference? Although being imprisoned was infuriating, the little demon couldn't help glancing at the small horn on Suisui's head. He had thought those two humans bringing him here meant everything they'd said before was fake. He hadn't expected there really was a little demon cub here. Sniff sniff, hey, the bloodline aura was definitely his brother's. Standing next to this little cub, the blood in his body even resonated. "Did you even inherit the twin resonance?" the little demon murmured. If not for his unclear situation, this would definitely be the happiest thing that had happened to him recently. What is twin resonance? And Suisui was close enough to hear the little demon's muttering and immediately asked curiously. The little demon instinctively wanted to answer. Catching sight of Bevis sitting not far away, his unspoken words immediately turned into sarcastic laughter. And Suisui looked at his insufferable expression and felt her teeth itch. "Second dad. He was talking bad about you and I heard it." Bevis glanced over casually, and the little demon was immediately pressed to the ground by sudden pressure, unable to even stand up. And Suisui could even hear clear bone-cracking sounds. At this point, Elton, standing behind Suisui, slowly explained, twin resonance referred to a special connection between twins. If I remember correctly, this little demon is one of the twin demons who once served as Hell Lords. Their twin resonance is stronger than ordinary twins. It could even be called very special. When the two brothers are within 500 meters of each other, their bloodlines resonate. Not only does their strength increase dramatically, but using the same skill also doubles the damage. This was public information. More details were probably only known to the twin demons themselves. And Suisui found it incredible. "So your bloodline is resonating?" The little demon glared at her angrily. "Obviously. Don't you feel it?" "Did she?" And Suisui carefully sensed and discovered her strength had indeed surged significantly. All her attributes and skills had temporary buffs added. However, despite such a large boost, her bloodline talent showed no reaction whatsoever. It seemed like this was all perfectly normal, remaining aloof as ever. Could it be because of merging with Bevis's essence blood? After thinking it through, she concluded that Daddy Bevis was still the most awesome. Sigh, with such a powerful dad, when would she as his daughter inherit the old man's legacy? Bevis, who had been forcibly awakened, was getting sleepy again. He was too lazy to listen to the little demon and Suisui's chatter, impatiently tapping the table. Elton immediately pulled out a pre-prepared contract and presented it to the little demon. "Just sign this, and you can regain your freedom." The little demon wanted to turn away defiantly, but having experienced Bevis's bad temper before, he could only force himself to stay calm. When you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Suppressing his anger, he took the contract and looked at it, immediately becoming furious at its contents. You want me to be this little brat's pet? Don't even think about it. I'd rather die. Clang. Bevis drew his extra-long sword and placed it at the little demon's neck. Get ready. When the blood splatters, remember to catch it. Demon blood can enhance bloodline talent purity, and the heart is also good for energy storage. Collect everything properly. Little demon, can you let me be stubborn for a bit? Do you have to be so quick to act? No matter how humiliating the conditions, the little demon still signed to save his life. Actually, following in Suisui would be beneficial for him. If it weren't for this degrading master-servant contract, he would definitely be too excited to sleep for 3 days. The twin reunion, defeating Hongmeng Demon, and reclaiming the Hell Lord position, those days were just around the corner. When the little demon entered the pet space and encountered the drooling husky, he immediately regretted not fighting to the death. One day, he had actually fallen to the point of being on equal footing with a stupid dog. This life had no hope left. Might as well be dead. After Bevis awakened, he did 3 things. Beat up the child, chop down the demon, beat up the child. Then he went back to sleep and renovated his bedroom. Next time, forget earthquakes. Even if the sky fell, it wouldn't affect him. The only ones who could contact him were the 3 princes of Freeman Castle. Meanwhile, in the Hell World after Jianshi left, the bamboo creature who had been stripped of 3 bones finally chose to betray and revealed shocking news to the current Hell Lord. He suspected that the mysterious boss hiding at the bottom of the Black Pond was actually the long-missing former Hell Lord, the Death God. The Death God had been quietly waiting at the bottom of the Black Pond for thousands of years, hoping that one day he could return to the Hell World and reclaim his Hell Lord position. However, he never got to see that day. Hongmeng Demon appeared before him with a belly full of rage, and without a word, grabbed him and gave him a thorough beating. While beating him, he cursed, "How dare you steal my things? How dare you destroy my lair?" Heaven knows how much effort Hongmeng Demon had to exert when he returned to his old nest to prevent himself from having a stroke on the spot. This damned death god disappeared for thousands of years and still wouldn't stay quiet. Hongmeng Demon didn't give the death god a chance to explain. He knew well how cunning these former Hell Lords could be and didn't intend to leave any future troubles. Until his complete annihilation, the death god never knew what had happened. Yesterday everything was fine. How did he suddenly get exposed? Vampire World. After being forced to study twin skills for a period of time, and Suisui proudly entered a new round of the game. Ding! Welcome to the extreme survival game. This game, hide and seek game rules have been distributed. Please check. Hide and seek game rules. At the start, 5 players are randomly selected to become cats. All other players become mice. Players who draw cat cards need to catch mice. Players who draw mouse cards, please carefully avoid capture. After reading the rules and looking at her tender little paws, and Suisui instantly understood her situation. She must have drawn a mouse card. After struggling to open the communication directory and learning that all her teammates were also mice, she guessed that this game definitely wouldn't have few players. After contacting her teammates, and Suisui told the 3 support players to find a place to hide first and not wander around. She and Jianshi would explore first, then formulate a new strategy. And Suisui's spawn point was a dark corner. Due to limited vision, she temporarily didn't know exactly where she was. When she found an opportunity to carefully move out and confirmed there were no cats nearby for the moment, only then did she have time to examine her survival environment. The place she had been hiding turned out to be under a worn-out table. An ordinary computer desk. Aside from some peeling and bumps on the edges, there was nothing special about it. Moving her gaze away from the table inch by inch, and Suisui carefully examined this survival environment. From a mouse's perspective, this place was very large. But in reality, it was just an ordinary bedroom. A wooden bed was placed in the center of the room, with 2 nightstands positioned side by side. Next to it was a huge bay window, covered with heavy curtains that hung from the top all the way down to the floor. Opposite the bed was a decorative shelf filled with miscellaneous items, packed full. There really wasn't any empty space. Next to it was the computer desk where she had been staying, along with the computer chair in front of the desk. On the other side of the bed was a large wardrobe with sliding wooden doors tightly closed, making it impossible to see inside. In an inconspicuous corner, there was a hole just big enough for one mouse to pass through. It looked like it had been gnawed out by real mice before they arrived. The bedroom door was tightly closed, so the outside situation was temporarily unknown. After climbing onto the computer desk, and Suisui saw what appeared to be a social media post from the room's owner on the computer that hadn't been shut down yet. Annoying. The rat infestation in our apartment complex is getting worse and worse, almost impossible to live at home. I got 5 cats from somewhere else and put them in the house. Don't know if it'll work. I'll check the results after some time, and if it works well, I'll recommend it to everyone. Memorizing this content, and Suisui was about to go look for clues elsewhere when suddenly there was a sound of something being knocked over in the room. She was startled and quickly turned to look, but only saw a black shadow hurriedly leaving. It seemed there were other mice in the room. At this moment, she heard the sound of the door lock sliding and immediately left the open computer desk area, quickly diving into the hole she had discovered earlier, hiding behind the high stacks of cotton quilts. As long as the cats didn't completely turn over all the clothing in the cabinet, it would be very difficult to discover her whereabouts. Not long after hiding, the door was completely opened. An orange cat with orange-yellow fur slowly stepped into the bedroom. Because it was essentially a player in disguise, the orange cat appeared much smarter and more human-like than ordinary cats. It first made a general tour around the room, then jumped onto the high computer desk, surveying from above and noting all the places in the room where mice might be hiding. Only then did it begin checking them one by one. And Suisui couldn't see what was happening outside, but could hear the orange cat rummaging through boxes and cabinets. Since her hiding position wasn't convenient for observing outside, she could only wait patiently. A few minutes later, the sounds in the room disappeared. It seemed as if the cat had already left. And Suisui didn't rush to leave, continuing to wait in the cabinet. That orange cat indeed hadn't left. It was standing on top of the cabinet, quietly lying in ambush. Before long, a gray little mouse really couldn't stand the loneliness and ran out. The orange cat, who had been ready and waiting, dove down and pinned the mouse to the ground, unable to move. Only after completely controlling the mouse did the orange cat pick up the mouse by the scruff of its neck and leave the room. Although Suisui didn't know the specific details, she had been paying attention to the small hole she had crawled through. From her angle, she only needed to poke her head out a little bit to see the situation at the room's entrance. Seeing that the orange cat had already left the room, and Suisui carefully crawled out of the hole and crept to the door to carefully observe the outside situation. She saw the orange cat carrying the frantically struggling little mouse and walking to a corner of the living room. There were 5 black iron cages placed there, each with a cat avatar posted in front. The orange cat walked to its own cat avatar, threw the caught mouse inside, and closed the lid. The little mouse that had been caught by him, after entering the cage, seemed to have its strength drained away and collapsed motionlessly in the cage. If she hadn't heard news of a player's death, and Suisui would have thought that iron cage had some special power that could instantly end a player's life. On the leaderboard, an unfamiliar player's name had 10 points added after it. And Suisui checked her own points and was surprised to discover that her points had somehow risen to 18. But she hadn't done anything. Except for her, almost all players were the same. Only one player had a special 10 points, 4 players had 0 points. And 1 player had 17 points. After comparing and categorizing these conditions, and Suisui discovered that mouse players' points were basically the same, perhaps calculated based on survival time. 1 point per minute. From the game start until now was exactly 18 minutes. And the mouse in the cage had been thrown in 1 minute ago. This meant that caught mice would no longer gain points. The 4 players with 0 points were probably the 4 cats that hadn't caught any mice yet. The last player with 10 points was naturally the orange cat that had just caught a mouse. While she was thinking, clattering sounds came from the kitchen. A tabby cat walked out with proud steps, carrying a gray mouse in its mouth and placing it in its own mouse-catching cage. However, what no one expected was this. After that mouse entered the cage, instead of collapsing powerlessly like the mouse the orange cat had caught earlier, it exploded into a cloud of gray-white smoke and slowly disappeared in the cage. The tabby cat that had brought the mouse seemed frightened and stood rigidly in place for a long time without moving. And Suisui quickly checked the information of those 4 0-point players on the leaderboard. Sure enough, one player's points had changed. His points went from 0 to -10. This meant that Mouse not only didn't add points, but actually deducted 10 points from him. What had happened? Little Mouse Suisui was completely baffled. She looked left and right. Aside from the frozen tabby cat, there were temporarily no other cats in the living room. So she seized the opportunity and dove under the living room sofa. Looking around, the living room was much larger than the bedroom, with many more items. A coffee table surrounded by 3 sofas. Directly opposite was a black LCD TV and TV cabinet. To the left was the small bedroom Suisui had escaped from. Because the orange cat had been inside, the door was already open, connecting the bedroom and living room. Next to the small bedroom was another room. From the layout, it was a larger bedroom. These two were the master and secondary bedrooms of the house. A calico cat was wandering in the master bedroom and probably wouldn't come out for a while. Next to the master bedroom was a not-too-large bathroom. Although the bathroom wasn't big, the things inside were quite messy. If there really were suitable hiding places, it would be difficult for the cats to find hiding mice among the cluttered items. Next to the TV cabinet was a decorative partition, and behind the partition was the main entrance to the house. Past the main entrance was a fairly large kitchen and dining room. Directly behind Suisui's position were mainly a study and a spacious balcony. Although the balcony wasn't enclosed, Suisui felt that players very likely couldn't leave the range belonging to this house. She temporarily didn't want to test the boundaries in this regard. This was the layout of the house's first floor. But this house was quite large. Near the balcony there was a winding staircase leading upward, indicating the existence of a second floor. After figuring out the first floor layout, Suisui opened the team channel and told her teammates what she had discovered. After a moment, teammates replied one by one. Universe most invincible super handsome guy, I've looked around, I should be in the kitchen. There are refrigerators and food cabinets and such here. The kitchen is very large with lots of things. Finding a place to hide isn't difficult, especially some narrow positions. As long as I don't go out, the cats can't do anything to me, doctor. I'm in the study. The room isn't very big, and there aren't many hidden corners. I'm hiding in the ventilation fan duct. If the fan doesn't work, there should be no problem for a short time. Adding fuel to fire, I don't know where I am. It's pitch black here and things are scattered everywhere. I'm guessing it might be a storage room harvest. I'm on the second floor. The second floor has more entertainment facilities, a guest room, a lounge, a collection room, a piano room, a children's playroom. The balcony has many plants, and there seems to be an attic above his. Comparing like this house really was quite large. Suisui was still pondering when the rigid tabby cat suddenly lay on the ground, meowing in frustration. After finally catching a mouse, not only did it not gain points, but it lost 10 points. Anyone would be frustrated in her position. While rolling around in frustration, the tabby cat made eye contact with Suisui. One mouse and one cat froze simultaneously. Due to the recent incident, the tabby cat was much more cautious this time. Even seeing a mouse, it didn't easily launch an attack. It just straightened its body, sharpened its claws, and stared at its prey with deep cat eyes. It was still thinking about the reason for its failure. Suisui was also tense all over, trying to use skills to freeze the tabby cat, but discovered none of her skills could be used. She tried using her talent again. Great, even her talent was disabled this time. Even card items, everything in her backpack was grayed out. So it came down to comparing basic attributes. But having some confidence now, and Suisui wasn't afraid. She stopped wasting time with the tabby cat and ran toward the nearest TV cabinet. The tabby cat reacted quickly too. As soon as Suisui moved, it chased after her. However, this guy clearly wasn't a speed-type player. Even with a cat's body, it couldn't fully utilize a cat's abilities. On the contrary, Suisui's super high speed attribute boosted the little mouse's speed significantly, almost creating afterimages. Even without any skill assistance, she easily shook off the tabby cat. Seeing its prey about to leave its sight, the tabby cat was unwilling to give up and let out a loud meow. Hearing the cat's cry, Suisui suddenly felt her brain take a heavy blow. Her body became top-heavy, losing balance and nearly crashing into the stair pillar. She quickly turned into the tabby cat's blind spot, found a hidden corner to hide, and stopped fighting it head-on. Huff, and Suisui leaned against the wall, breathing heavily. She had been careless. She thought both sides were in the same situation, not expecting the tabby cat could actually use skills. After calming down, Suisui immediately passed the latest information to her teammates. For now, both mice and cats were very cautious. Rather than gaining points, they were more interested in testing the rules. Because she knew cat players could use skills, even with sufficient speed advantage, Suisui didn't dare casually wander around anymore. Currently, as long as mouse players hid well enough, their points increased every minute. The scales were tilting in their favor. But soon, Suisui realized she was wrong again. As time passed, the little mouse's body gradually began to tire. Most critically, waves of hunger from her stomach reached her brain. If she didn't replenish food soon, she would quickly die from exhausted stamina. Looking at the clock on the wall, Suisui estimated in her mind. From when they entered the game until now, only 30 minutes had passed. The consumption was so fast. Was it because she had run around too much? It wasn't. Suisui opened her message list. In the team group, whether it was Jian Shi or the three companions like Xia Xian who hadn't moved much, they all felt the same hunger. If they didn't go out to find food, they would probably starve to death in their little hiding spaces. So this was another hidden rule. Cat players temporarily didn't know about mouse players' predicament. The huge kitchen didn't even have one cat player guarding it. They were all wandering around bedrooms, storage rooms, and other places that were easier to hide in. Suisui arrived early, and the kitchen's food welcomed her with open arms. She could eat however much she wanted. In a few more minutes, when those hiding mice started rioting, and the cats learned about the mice's weakness, there would definitely be cats guarding the kitchen. Finding food again wouldn't be so easy. Thinking of this, Suisui suddenly had a flash of inspiration. She ran toward the kitchen at full speed and called out Yuanli, who was hiding in the kitchen. The two worked together to open the refrigerator's insulation layer. Originally, Suisui just wanted to take some food from the kitchen to hide elsewhere. But after touching the food, Suisui suddenly discovered that while items in her backpack were sealed, the remaining empty slots weren't affected. Whoa! Suisui felt she had found a way to harm other players. She quickly collected all the conspicuous, easily obtainable food in the kitchen, gave Yuanli some to find a place to hide, then quietly left the kitchen before other players arrived. A few minutes later, the first batch of mice who couldn't endure the hunger carefully avoided cat players' patrols and smuggled themselves to the kitchen. They opened food storage cabinets, pushed open the refrigerator door, and searched through various shelves in the kitchen. But they could only find a few packets of pickled vegetables from some hidden corners. Damn. These people lived in a villa, but their kitchen was as clean as during a famine. Were they that poor? Cursing aside, the dozen or so mice who were already starving couldn't care about anything else and started fighting each other over a few packets of pickled vegetables. During the chaos, accidentally knocked over bottles and jars quickly attracted nearby cat players, who excitedly chased and bit them. They lost their wives and their soldiers too. Meanwhile, the culprit behind all this had already snuck out of the kitchen, following broken drainage pipes to the second floor. After giving appropriate food to her second-floor companion, and Suisui continued collecting food from the second floor. Before long, all easily found food in the entire villa had been collected by Suisui. She left alone food hidden in nooks and crannies that was hard to find, and food that was too conspicuous and guarded by cat players. At this point, after experiencing several mouse riots, cat players seemed to understand that mouse players couldn't survive the entire game just by hiding. Food was fundamental to whether mouse players could survive to the end. The situation seemed to gradually tilt toward cat players. Mouse players not only couldn't fight cat players head-on, but had to worry about food while carefully hiding. Their lives couldn't be more miserable. And Suisui summarized the pattern of mouse players' hunger. About every half hour, they had to eat once. After eating, they would immediately recover full stamina. Otherwise, they would gradually weaken. They could hold out for about half an hour at most. When the second round of hunger arrived, if they still hadn't eaten, they would die from excessive hunger. But could cat players really be so smooth? And Suisui didn't believe it. Games couldn't have severely unbalanced rules, unless, like the previous game, the creator behind it intentionally wanted to kill all players. Of course, the final result was that Suisui, who successfully survived until the game's end, reported that game's creator. Then she received a large compensation payment, making everyone on their team rich. If this game really was also a severely unbalanced game, and Suisui wouldn't mind making another fortune after the game ended. Time passed minute by minute. After surviving the first round of hunger riots, both cat and mouse players had a general understanding of this game. Mouse players no longer stayed cooped up. As long as they found opportunities, they would leave their hiding spots and desperately search for food. Cat players were equally unwilling to be outdone. Using their advantage of being able to walk around and search openly, they piled all food they could find on the living room table. 5 cats took turns standing guard. Desperate little mice could only risk going to the living room for a direct confrontation. As more and more little mice were caught, and Suisui, hiding in the shadows observing, saw more clues. Cat players appeared to have the advantage on the surface, but because most food had been stolen by Suisui, all the mice in the house were rioting. Cats also found it difficult to distinguish which mice would make them lose points and which would gain them points. They could only catch whatever they saw, regardless. If they caught the right mice, that was fine. But if they accidentally caught a wrong one, not only would they lose points, but all previously caught mice in the cage would be released. All previous efforts wasted. Understanding this, Suisui quietly retreated and met up with her teammates. Yuanli, as the shield of the awesome team, had excellent defensive abilities. His skills weren't just reflected in super high defense attributes. Setting aside attribute points, Yuanli was also quite skilled in engineering, especially software programming. Being kept as a sugar baby with nothing to do, he simply found a relatively safe place, took out his special optical computer, and recorded the point changes on the leaderboard. When Suisui brought back the latest news, Yuanli shook his head and said, "Even if all caught mice are released, they still get all the points they should have gotten." The points of those 5 cats on the leaderboard didn't fluctuate much, maintaining a steady upward trend. They caught many real mice, so occasionally losing 10 points didn't matter to any cat. So this wasn't entirely a weakness for cats. The scales still seemed to be tilting toward cat players. This situation continued until 3 p.m. the next day, when the tightly closed house was suddenly opened from outside. A middle-aged man in casual clothes walked in. He wore heavy protective gear and carried a briefcase-style toolbox. Clearly, he had come prepared. After entering, the middle-aged man first surveyed the house, looking at the messy living room and broken furniture, his eyes blazing with fury. Then he walked to the 5 cats' mouse-catching cages, took a look, said nothing, and pulled out a palm-sized bell from his toolbox. Ding-ling, ding-ling. Hearing the bell's sound, the 5 cats still fighting mice simultaneously stopped their actions, then were mysteriously compelled to gather in the first-floor hall. When they came to their senses, they were already standing in front of the mouse-catching cages, facing a fully armed middle-aged man. The 5 cats first froze, then quickly realized. This was probably the house's owner. Did the house owner's appearance mean some new task was being issued? Thinking about it, it probably wouldn't be anything good. The tabby cat was clever. Taking advantage of being a small cat while the other 4 cats were still confused, it actively rubbed against the house owner's leg. While meowing, it raised its paws and acted cute. Completely shameless. After the other cats reacted, they also crowded over, pushing that scheming tabby cat out together. Whether it was useful or not, they wouldn't let that tabby cat take advantage in front of them. However, as the house owner, the middle-aged man was unmoved by the 5 cats' cuteness. He just pointed his finger to count, and after confirming all 5 cats were present, he pointed at the mouse-catching cages nearby and said to the 5 cats, "Now let's reward based on merit." The first cage belonged to the orange cat. The orange cat was lucky. There were 11 gray mice lying in its cage total. After the middle-aged man announced the mouse count, he nodded with satisfaction, pulled out a tin can from his toolbox, opened it, and placed it in front of the orange cat. The orange cat tried eating a couple bites. Wow, it was actually food with healing effects. Just eating a small bite instantly cleared away the fatigue from staying up all night catching mice, and even reduced the pain from bumps and scrapes during mouse catching. The second cage belonged to the calico cat. The calico cat's cage only had 7 mice. The man glanced at it and said nothing, continuing to look at the third cage. The third cage belonged to the tabby cat. The tabby cat was unlucky. Its cage had just been emptied by a wrong mouse not long ago, and now only had 1 mouse lying there pitifully. Being able to catch 1 more in this short time was already pretty good. Its earlier eagerness to please the house owner was mainly because of this. The house owner didn't speak, but his expression was clearly gloomier than before. The last 2 cats were in better shape than the tabby cat, also in single digits, but none broke 10. So among the 5 cats, only the lucky orange cat received a reward. Before I left, I set a task for you, but only 1 passed. After counting all the cages, the middle-aged man finally spoke slowly. The little cats were naturally bewildered. They weren't original cats. How would they know what tasks this man had given cats? Besides, even if they were original cats, could they understand human speech? This was just nonsense. The middle-aged man didn't care whether the cats could understand, continuing his monologue. Orange Cat completed the task and got a reward. As for you 4 lazy bums, shouldn't you receive some punishment? The 4 cats gasped and simultaneously backed away in terror. Bodies tense, ready to flee at any moment. The middle-aged man opened his toolbox again, pulling out a sharp cleaver. With lightning speed, he chopped off the tabby cat's head in 1 stroke. Player Guagua has died, meow. The other 4 cats were frightened and meowed. No longer caring about investigating the situation, they ran for their lives. What house owner? This was the Grim Reaper, coming to harvest cat lives as soon as he arrived. The man felt no surprise, calmly picking up the tabby cat's body and walking toward another cat. All the mice in the house watched this horrifying scene. Even though they weren't the ones being chased, they still felt chills down their spines. Even the orange cat that had received a reward was so scared it jumped onto the high sofa, for standing on end. And Suisui took advantage of its inattention to secretly steal its cat food can. The house owner was like a deranged butcher, chasing the remaining 3 cats. While chasing, he let out eerie laughter. "Come on, little kitties, why are you running? Master came back specially to play with you." If he hadn't been carrying a headless tabby cat in 1 hand and strangling a calico cat with the other, occasionally slamming the living calico cat hard against the ground, his words might have been more believable. Damn, this house owner was actually a psychopath. 10 minutes later, the house owner seemed to tire of this chase game and pulled out the bell he had brought initially from his toolbox again. Ding-ling, ding-ling, the crisp bell sound was like a death knell, echoing in every cat's heart. However, the cats couldn't control their steps. Even though their minds were clear, they could only watch helplessly as they approached that devil-like man step by step. The middle-aged man wore a gentle smile, with the dead calico and tabby cats piled at his feet, the cleaver in his hand still dripping blood. Walking left bloody footprints with each step. Because it completed the task, the orange cat that luckily escaped this slaughter didn't feel fortunate at all, nor did it have any mood to watch the excitement. It stared heavily at the psycho owner's back, quietly activating its skill. Unfortunately, its usually invincible skill today seemed to sink into the ocean without a trace, unable to stir up any ripples. Skills were ineffective against the house owner. Having its last hope stripped away, panic gradually rose in the orange cat's heart. No wonder cat players had always been in an advantageous position. When mouse players were caught, at most their points stopped calculating. But when cat players failed their tasks, they had to pay with their lives. After dealing with the last two cats, the owner wiped the blood off his cleaver and reached out to pet the orange cat's head. What a good cat. Keep up the good work. I'll come again tomorrow. Don't worry about the mice in the house either. I'll send 4 new companions over in a bit. After speaking, the house owner left. It seemed his purpose for coming here was to inspect the cat's results and punish cats that didn't complete their tasks. The orange cat was forced to endure the psycho owner's petting, hands that still had other cats' blood on them. It felt like its head was frozen solid, panic and fear lingering in its heart for a long time. It was afraid that tomorrow at this time, the corpse on the ground would be its own. As soon as the owner left, 4 cute little cats were delivered. A beautiful ragdoll cat, a pure black cat without a single stray hair, a majestic lion cat, and a leopard cat resembling a leopard. All 4 cats looked somewhat bewildered. After their cages opened, not one cat left its cage. And Suisui didn't dare look directly at these new cats for too long, quietly retreating to a safe position. She opened the group chat and informed her teammates of her discoveries. Her teammates also actively shared their opinions. However, one person remained silent the whole time. Jianshi? Jianshi? And Suisui called out Jianshi's name specifically, but Jianshi still didn't respond. Was he busy with something? And Suisui frowned, puzzled. Logically, the house layout had been explored by them, and food had been collected. Jianshi's attention should be on the 5 cats like hers. How could he not respond for so long? And Suisui even opened Jianshi's private chat and sent him many messages. After private messages were sent, recipients would get notifications. Surely he wouldn't ignore them now? But there was still no response. And Suisui immediately had an ominous feeling. With Jianshi's luck, even the ground suddenly collapsing while walking was possible. Had he encountered something strange again? And Suisui ran to where Jianshi had last been hiding to look for him, and indeed found no one. Jianshi had mysteriously disappeared. After the 4 new cats entered the room, they hesitantly looked around. However, this state didn't last long. The 4 cats soon joined the ranks of catching little mice. Among them, the ragdoll cat was particularly bizarre. It leisurely came to the bedroom, preened in front of the mirror for a while. Then it plugged in all the appliances like the refrigerator, air conditioner, and hair dryer. Then turned on the switches, instantly startling out many mice hiding in these devices. After that, it found a small bell from the vanity and put it around its neck, wearing it while running around the house. Running and meowing constantly, scaring those little mice into panicked flight to narrow hiding places. However, that big cat that had frightened them didn't even linger long, turning to go to another place, leaving behind a house full of mice with nervous breakdowns. Soon, a message spread widely among the mice. The new ragdoll cat did everything except catch mice, just loved messing with players' mentality like a deranged lunatic. Here, and Suisui was worrying about missing Jianshi when the ragdoll cat's noisy calls kept coming from outside. She was extremely annoyed. How could there be such a despicable player? Day after day, not doing any real work, just causing trouble. Before she could figure out how to teach that ragdoll cat a lesson, the ragdoll cat suffered its own consequences, lying on the ground pitifully unable to move. Both pitiful and hateful. Jianshi hadn't expected that while staying peacefully in his hiding spot, his vision would suddenly go black and even his consciousness would be unclear for a moment. When he regained his sight, he had appeared in a clean cage, facing the orange cat that all mouse players desperately tried to avoid. What was going on? Had he been caught by that orange cat? But he had no memory of this. Had he lost his memory? Jianshi raised his paw to tap the cage's iron door, but discovered the iron door was easily pushed open by him. Not only that, but the orange cat that used to get very excited upon seeing mice now ignored him, only occasionally glancing his way. Even more ridiculous, Jianshi discovered his head had become heavier. Looking down, oh my, even his paws had turned white. Swaying unsteadily out of the cat cage, Jianshi tried to get the orange cat's attention to judge the current situation. But what came from his throat wasn't a little mouse's squeaking, but a clear, melodious cat call. Meow, he had turned into a cat. Jianshi blinked, instinctively raising his paw to lick the fur on it. Fortunately, he quickly realized and controlled this action ingrained in feline genes. The second Jianshi stepped out of the cage, an option popped up before him. Please select one skill available for this round. Scrolling down revealed all his skills and talents. Without hesitation, Jianshi chose to activate his Death God talent, gaining the Death God domain skill. This multifunctional area skill would definitely be excellent for catching mice. He moved his limbs and discovered he was agile with fluffy white fur. Ignoring other cats' gazes, Jianshi ran into the bedroom and specifically found a mirror to turn around in front of. Very satisfied with his elegant, beautiful appearance, Suisui would definitely like it. Alright, time to go flirt with little mouse Suisui. Jianshi crouched on the table and opened the game communication directory. The originally semi-transparent light screen this time became completely transparent, looking straight through to the Earth's core. Jianshi paused, thinking the game was lagging. After closing and reopening, it was still the same. Unwilling to give up, he tried several more times before finally accepting reality. He had lost contact with his dear wife. Devastating. The ragdoll cat's fluffy fur drooped down, visibly dejected. What was the point of being so beautiful if he couldn't see his wife? You know, the reason. Male animals are beautiful is essentially for mating. Jianshi jumped onto the soft, big bed, angrily clawing at the pure cotton surface, leaving scratches on the bedding. The little mouse hiding under the bed didn't know what was happening either. Hearing the sound of fabric tearing from overhead, thinking something strange was occurring, it fled in terror. Jianshi paid no attention to them, completely ignoring their presence. Fortunately, this state didn't last long. The dejected ragdoll cat became active again. While other cats walked lightly, Jianshi deliberately found a super loud bell to put around his neck, swaggering wherever he went, afraid mice wouldn't know he was coming. He also kept running around the house, especially to the hiding places they frequented most when they were mice. Jianshi, as long as he was flashy enough, Suisui would definitely come out to see him. However, the consequence of doing this was that mouse players were always on edge, scared into nervous breakdowns by him, not daring to move easily. Cat players also found catching mice more difficult because he kept exposing their positions. Several cats got angry and went to fight Jianshi. However, the ragdoll cat was not only beautiful in appearance, but also had beautiful moves. Compared to other players who seemed disabled without skills, Jianshi could always utilize his abilities to the fullest. Even players with similar attributes couldn't handle him in one-on-one situations. If they didn't want a beating, they could only let him continue going crazy. However, Jianshi's greatest enemy was never other cats or mice. His uniquely gifted luck was the biggest obstacle on his path to success. During the half hour that Jianshi was causing chaos, he encountered no fewer than 4 accidents. For instance, when walking to the kitchen, he was nearly hit by a glass kitchen door that derailed and fell. While climbing at high places, some furniture fell off the wall due to disrepair, causing Jianshi to nearly miss his footing. These were all small cases that Jianshi could already handle with ease. Until the last accident, when he encountered a little mouse in the piano room that looked remarkably like Suisui. Just because he looked at the mouse twice more, He was hit in the head by a wooden door that suddenly opened from outside. Bang! The loud noise startled the little cat that had pushed the door open. The British Shorthair retracted its extended paw and quietly left the room. If it had known that crazy ragdoll cat was in here, it wouldn't have come. Bad luck. Jianshi was indeed dazed by the wooden door for a moment. But from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of that little mouse watching the excitement with schadenfreude. His body moved faster than his brain. Before he even realized it, he decisively lay down, as if about to die suddenly again, letting out pitiful cries. Little mouse Suisui was full of question marks. How did she feel like that ragdoll cat was trying to seduce her over? Could this be some new type of trap? Smart little Suisui chose to ignore it, firmly refusing to fall for the bad cat's trick, leaving Jian the ragdoll cat with a light, quick departing figure. Jianshi's eyes nearly split with fury. He could almost certainly confirm this was his little mouse Suisui. But that hit had indeed knocked him quite hard, making his cat brain a bit dizzy, unable to catch up with Suisui, who was renowned for her speed. He could only watch helplessly as his wife patted her butt and walked away. Such grievance. His wife actually didn't recognize him. Jianshi lay on the ground, feeling this couldn't continue. He had to think of a way to secretly reveal his identity without letting other players notice anything unusual. A moment later, another message spread among the mouse players. That ragdoll cat had gone crazy again. He had found a black torn cloak from somewhere, and when he walked, he could even emit black smoke. No one knew what he was up to. A perfectly good cat. Couldn't he just properly catch mice? He had to cosplay as Death God. These mice couldn't figure out his thoughts at all. Only the awesome team's brains went blank upon receiving this message. Damn, it couldn't be what they were thinking, right? The missing Jianshi had actually gone to become a cat? Yuanli quickly pulled out his data records and discovered that Jianshi's data had stopped moving from the moment he disappeared. Generally speaking, players whose points weren't continuously rising were either caught by cats and put in cages, or were cat players themselves. Cat players' points changed by tens, which was also very recognizable. However, because Jianshi had never gone to catch mice, Yuanli hadn't thought of the possibility that he had become a cat. What the hell? How did Jianshi suddenly become a cat? Was it really as they thought? Could they be too anxious to know Jianshi's situation, being overly paranoid and too idealistic? And Suisui pondered for a moment and said, since that ragdoll cat is playing cosplay, regardless of whether he's really Jianshi or not, we can go test him. How to test? And Suisui stole a ball of modeling clay from the toy shelf in the children's room. She then molded 2 ugly red horns and stuck them on her head. If the other party was really Jianshi, since he had already thought of the cosplay method, he would naturally be able to recognize them with their distinctive outfits. However, Yuanli disagreed with Suisui going to take the risk. His reasoning was very sound. With Jianshi gone, and Suisui was the pillar of their team. If she was accidentally caught by a cat, the entire team might be wiped out. It was just recognition. It would be more secure for him to go than Suisui. If he had an accident, and Suisui could also rescue him. And Suisui thought about it and agreed. Another half-hour passed, and dense red dots appeared before Jianshi's eyes. These red dots were scattered throughout every corner of the house. He had been a cat for some time now, and when he beat up that orange cat, the other party had told him about these red dots. They were actually hints given by the game rules to cat players, telling them where there were real mice that needed to be caught, appearing once every hour. Although this was his first encounter with them, Jianshi still chose to ignore them. No matter what, he had to reunite with his dear wife first. When he pushed open the door and saw the fat mouse that had actively crawled to his feet, Jianshi was momentarily puzzled. Could this mouse wearing a turtle shell and twitching its limbs as if having a seizure have been so scared by him that it lost hope in life and was actively trying to scam him for relief? Perhaps because Jianshi's attitude was too gentle and showed no signs of launching an attack. After a while, another mouse that looked much more normal emerged from the shadows. However, what was incomprehensible was that this mouse was actually wearing a white lab coat. What was it learning from him with this cosplay nonsense? Wait, turtle shell, white lab coat, cosplay. Could these two guys be Wengan and Yuanli? Jianshi stopped his action of pushing aside the two mice, his gaze hesitating and wandering between the two mice. And these two strange mice were also looking up at him. Unfortunately, after staring at each other for a long time, neither side sparked any recognition. Instead, Suisui poked her head out to take a look and was immediately spotted by Jianshi, who had become a ragdoll cat. He abandoned Yuanli and Wengan and ran frantically to where Suisui was hiding. He lay down and acted cute. Jianshi, don't block me, let him show off first. Seeing the ragdoll cat's reaction, Suisui became even more certain of this ragdoll cat's identity. It was definitely Jianshi, 100%. Jianshi/Suisui, found you. Although the awesome team had gathered, due to their identity issues, they could only make the sounds of their animal forms. They still had no way to communicate. At this time, Jianshi thought of a method. He carried Suisui to the study on the second floor. There was a laptop computer there, and they could communicate through text using the computer's typing function. Suisui struggled to tap on the keyboard while Jianshi stared intently at the screen. Monkeys, but has two moles, Jianshi? Suisui, degree. Sorry, she still needed to adapt to the input method. After finishing their communication, they finally learned the secret of cat and mouse transformation. Cats wanting to become mice had only one method. Catch a mouse and before putting it in the iron cage, choose to swap identities with it. Mice wanting to become cats had two methods. One was being swapped by a cat, the other was being randomly selected from mouse players when a cat died. Both methods were very passive. Since the whole team had reunited, it was time to farm points. What Suisui most wanted to figure out was the difference between point-deducting mice and point-outing mice. So under Jianshi's protection, she boldly came to the iron cage and threw a mouse she had just caught into it. Points increased, not a fake mouse. Jianshi continued walking around the house. Perhaps because Suisui was by his side, Jianshi caught 4 or 5 mice in a row without catching a single fake mouse. This didn't fit his death god temperament at all. To achieve his goal, Jianshi reluctantly stuffed little mouse Suisui into a corner and went to catch mice by himself. Sure enough, the mouse he brought back this time was a fake mouse. As soon as it was put in the cage, it exploded into a cloud of gray mist. The wrong mouse not only made Jianshi unable to move for a short time, but also automatically opened the mouse-catching cage, giving the mice inside time to escape. The mice caught by Jianshi cheered and were about to crawl out of the cage when they saw a petite gray little mouse rush over and slap them back in with a paw. Mice? They didn't believe it and tried to run out of the cage again. That strange little mouse slapped them back in again. What's wrong with you? What's with this infighting for no reason? Unfortunately, Suisui didn't care about their thoughts at all, and the little mice, due to language limitations, could only make squeaking sounds and couldn't even argue. They could only watch helplessly as Suisui closed the cage again. Want to run? Not a chance. When Jianshi regained his freedom, the mice once again became weak and powerless, and not one managed to escape from the cage. There was actually a traitor among the mice. Damn it. If Suisui knew what the mice were thinking, she would only loudly tell them that there wasn't just one. Jianshi, mouse-catching machine officially begins operation. With 3 members of the awesome team secretly observing, Jianshi's mouse-catching efficiency was terrifying. Combined with Suisui's luck boost, Jianshi's probability of having accidents and catching fake mice was greatly reduced. Even if he accidentally caught a fake mouse, Suisui would help him watch over it, closing the cage again before those mice could escape. Not letting a single one go. Eventually, Suisui, unwilling to lose those 10 points to fake mice, independently developed a method for screening fake mice. After catching a mouse, she would first slap it twice. If the mouse showed humanized behaviors like confusion and bewilderment, it was definitely a player. But if, no matter what she did, its first reaction was always biting and struggling with full beast-like behavior, then it was definitely a local mouse mixed among the players that would cause cats to lose points. Later, players who entered Jianshir's cage stopped struggling and started giving up. What were they thinking? There was no chance of escape at all. The orange cat was the most experienced among the 5 cats. He clearly knew some secrets that other new cats didn't know. Even after being beaten by Jianshir, he carefully kept them hidden. When he saw other cats randomly catching mice, sending both real and fake ones into cages regardless, he always felt a secret sense of superiority. These stupid cats didn't know at all that what really allowed cat players to gain massive points wasn't catching mice. It was the points that mice trapped in cages used to buy their freedom. That point amount was truly terrifying. This was also the secret to his maintaining first place on the individual rankings. Catching mice might not be that easy, but avoiding fake mice and preventing his mouse-catching cage from being ruined was still achievable. As long as he was careful enough, over time, cats could discover the difference between real and fake mice. Avoiding fake mice wasn't difficult. It was just that some clever players would pretend to be local mice after being caught, making his work considerably more difficult. The orange cat's work progressed steadily, and he had always been proud of this. Until he caught another new mouse and walked back to the living room with elegant steps, only to see the ragdoll cat's cage, which had been empty not long ago, filled to the brim within half an hour. And that ragdoll cat who always acted crazy was still carrying a new mouse in his mouth, desperately trying to stuff it into the cage. The troubled expression on his face seemed to say, "This is so little, how can it not fit anymore?" The orange cat was dumbfounded, standing frozen in place, not even noticing when the little mouse in his mouth secretly escaped. He seemed to hear the sound of his self-esteem being shattered. Seeing the ragdoll cat leave the living room, the orange cat followed with stiff limbs, as if possessed. He saw that ragdoll cat walk purposefully in one direction, not needing to look around like other cats. Then he walked to a wooden cabinet, skillfully opened the cabinet door, ignored all the utensils, and directly chose a blue and white porcelain teapot. He reached his paw inside, and a mouse frantically ran out of the pot. Then its escape failed, and it was pinned down by that ragdoll cat, carried back to the cage, and subjected to inhumane compression. Stop squeezing, your cage really can't fit anymore." The mice inside and outside the cage were all screaming. The next day at 3 p.m., the house owner came with his bloody cleaver. He was dressed in a suit and tie, with a cheerful smile on his face, as if about to face something interesting. Ding-ling, ding-ling, the cheerful bell rang, and Suisui jumped down from Jianshir, letting the ragdoll cat face that perverted man alone. "Are all my babies here? Then let me see who didn't complete their task today." The house owner smiled as he slowly walked to the 5 mouse-catching cages. But when he saw Jianshir's cage full of mice almost compressed into pancakes, his pleasant expression cracked inch by inch. He seemed to want to control it, then twisted into a distorted face. It looked quite scary. Skipping the orange cat's cage, the house owner first opened Jianshir's iron cage. With an incredulous mood, he pulled out the foaming mice one by one and placed them in a foam box nearby, finally arriving at an unbelievable number. "Did you catch this entire cage yourself?" The house owner almost had the 4 words "doubting life" written on his face. Jianshir flicked his tail and ignored him. Wasn't this obvious? He wasn't like that desperate calico cat. The house owner was ultimately just an NPC who could only act within the rules' limitations. Pleasing him was completely useless. Facts proved Jianshir was right. Although the house owner was annoyed by Jianshir's attitude of completely ignoring him, he couldn't attack the cats like yesterday. He reluctantly pulled out cat food cans from his toolbox to acknowledge his completion of the task beyond quota. After dealing with the ragdoll cat that left him speechless, the house owner finally had time to settle the results of the other 4 cats. With the intimidation of killing cats on the first day, unsurprisingly, all cats had worked hard to complete their tasks. Especially the orange cat, who completed the task best. If it weren't for Jianshir, this oddball, standing in front, the house owner might have praised the orange cat appropriately. After settling the daily tasks, the house owner didn't rush to leave. He pulled out a pen from his toolbox, wrote on a sticky note, then posted it behind the wooden door. Since you've adapted to simple mouse-catching tasks, it shows you're all qualified cats. So from now on, daily tasks will increase from a simple 10 mice to 20 mice. Little cats, you all need to work hard. The house owner said with a smile, the corners of his mouth rising smugly. He thought the little cats would be panicked by this new condition, but instead met only 4 pairs of numb eyes and 1 mocking ragdoll cat. Forget it, let it be. The house owner put away his smile and prepared to leave. At this time, that ragdoll cat who left him helpless suddenly jumped down from the table and walked to his feet. Jianshi never visited without purpose. He bit the house owner's pants, his eyes constantly glancing toward the iron cages, while mentally shouting, "Have some sense, will you?" He had performed so bravely, yet they still wouldn't give him a bigger iron cage. Such a small cage. Who were they looking down on? Did they have to force him to work 1 hour and rest all day? House owner. The house owner actually didn't have the authority to change cat cages, or rather, the game itself had no such arrangements. Who could have thought a player would be so good at catching mice that they'd burst the specialized mouse-catching cage? Not wanting to show his incompetence in front of the cats, he pretended not to understand Jianshi's hint and quickly pulled away his pants leg to escape. TSK, the ragdoll cat made a mocking cat sound behind him. After the house owner left, Jianshi excitedly stuffed the weak-limbed mice back into the cage. To fit more, each mouse's position was carefully arranged, striving to squeeze out new heights in the limited space. The conscious mice looked up and their hearts trembled. Again? Their internal organs were about to be squeezed out of place. If they kept squeezing, they'd meet Buddha before the game ended. So all the mice unanimously chose to buy their freedom. If they were allowed to make a wish, they hoped never to encounter that ragdoll cat again in this lifetime. Escaping the iron cage, the mice scattered and fled, spreading word of the ragdoll cat's inhumane behavior, calling on all mice to condemn him. Actually, no spreading was needed, since most mice had already been packed into Jianshi's cage. The remaining mice were partly watching from next door, partly hiding in corners. Anyone passing through the living room could see that psychologically traumatizing mouse-catching cage. Who wouldn't know about the ragdoll cat's evil deeds? Later mice became much harder to catch. After all, having experienced this, the mice were no longer willing to come out and risk their lives. They'd rather hide in corners gnawing table legs to fill their stomachs, enduring this game until it ended, than go to that ragdoll cat's cage to suffer. If any were unlucky enough to be caught, they could only silently pray that other brothers would hide well and not come squeeze into the cage with them. So even with the awesome team's 4 members acting as mouse traders to guide him, Jianshi's efficiency dropped significantly the second day, taking a full day to barely fill the mouse cage. If Jianshi's days were this difficult, the other cats were in even worse shape. Yet the house owner had raised the task requirements. As 3 o'clock approached, cats who hadn't completed their tasks became anxious, rummaging through boxes and making the house very messy. Many pieces of furniture were damaged from bumps, and smooth wooden boards bore cat scratch marks. The mice were also anxious. Damn, that ragdoll cat's cage was full again. The orange cat finally caught his last mouse at 3:40, barely passing today's task line. His tense mood had just ended when he encountered the ragdoll cat who had been leisurely strolling all day and even had time for a good night's sleep. His mentality immediately became unbalanced again. He had worked hard running around everywhere, even staying up all night without rest, finally managing to get 20 mice with great difficulty. And that ragdoll cat? Either strolling leisurely or yawning, yet his cage's achievements surpassed all the cats combined. Why could he be so relaxed? The orange cat had also tried to find his teammates, all ending in failure. Unable to communicate, plus being among the first batch of cat players, he hadn't communicated with teammates beforehand. This meant when he wanted to find his teammates, he had no way to start. The orange cat's teammates could confirm his identity and wanted to reunite with him. He was the only survivor among the first batch of cat players. Just paying attention to the point rankings could confirm his identity. What was particularly hateful was that every little mouse caught by the orange cat would pretend to be his teammate to escape, with tearful expressions more sincere than brothers reuniting after 20 years. Over time, the orange cat found it even harder to distinguish which mouse among the many was actually his teammate. Perhaps fed up, the orange cat stuffed all the mice into the cage regardless, not caring about teammates anymore. The game rules were also very cunning. Even if cat players caught their own teammates, they still got all the points they should. There was no way to judge which mouse was his teammate from point changes. The orange cat's attempt to claim his teammates ended in failure. But his voluntary abandonment didn't mean he wasn't jealous of Jianshi. Some people are born petty. If they can't have something, others definitely can't have it either, or it's cosmic injustice. Looking at the time, then at the ragdoll cat whose cage was full again. The orange cat quietly found the black cat who was going crazy in the house. Cat players could swap identities with mouse players. The orange cat wasn't sure if the black cat in front of him was the original one. He deliberately chose this time to find the black cat to ensure the other party couldn't pull any other tricks in the remaining time. The black cat was going quite crazy. With less than 20 minutes until the house owner's arrival, and having caught fewer than 10 mice, the black cat had no possibility of turning things around. His current state was less about catching mice and more about venting fear and anger. Wherever the black cat passed, not a single piece of furniture or decoration remained intact. Meow the orange cat carried a prepared white paper and placed it in front of the black cat. Afraid the black cat was too crazed to see the content, he deliberately pressed the black cat's head down to calm him. The black cat, who was going all-out crazy, was caught off guard and pressed onto the paper by the orange cat. He could just see the content written on the white paper. Do you want to escape this task crisis? I have a way to help you. Help? Huh. The black cat calmed down somewhat and signaled for the orange cat to release him. The orange cat, confirming the black cat wouldn't go crazy temporarily, retracted his paws and flipped the paper over. The other side of the white paper detailed the orange cat's method in crooked handwriting. See that ragdoll cat? Most of the mice in the house have been caught by him, haven't they? I guarantee that even if you had incredible abilities and could catch 1 mouse per minute, you couldn't complete today's task. 1 cat needs to catch 20, 5 cats together need 100. The maximum number of players participating in this game is about that much. But that ragdoll cat caught most of the mice, and the rest are divided among the other cats. Do you think there's enough to go around? No matter how hard you try, you can't possibly complete the task. There definitely weren't enough mice to catch. The orange cat's method was very underhanded. He had the black cat swap his cage with Jianshi's cage, so he could deceive the house owner who served as judge and shift the blame to the ragdoll cat. The house owner distinguished each cat's cage by the cat avatars on the iron cages. So the black cat only needed to switch the avatars on the 2 cages to briefly confuse the situation. The black cat didn't respond, lying on the table quietly thinking. The orange cat silently picked up the card and took it away to destroy it. He didn't need to know the outcome. The black cat was already at a dead end and wouldn't give up any chance to survive. As for whether he could succeed, that had nothing to do with the orange cat. After all, he had no losses, right? The orange cat had barely left when Jianshi and Suisui came carrying similar cards to find the black cat. He was also here to help the black cat get through the crisis. However, his method was different from the orange cat's. He was selling his own mice. The promotional flyer they prepared had very tempting advertising copy. Want to complete your task? Want to avoid death? Want to enjoy relaxed, beautiful times without worrying about work anymore? Now the opportunity has come. Ragdoll Cat Mouse Group is starting to sell mice. Affordable prices, affordable prices. Not 998, not even 98. Just any item card, no picking breeds or abilities, and you can take home 2 fresh little mice, fulfilling your dream of becoming a mouse-catching king. What are you waiting for? Action speaks louder than words. Raise your paw and order now. For a moment, the black cat was quite bewildered. Why had the task that made him explode with frustration become a marketing tool in others' hands? Everyone was recommending ways to complete the task to him, as if everyone except him could complete their tasks. Looking at the promotional copy, the black cat couldn't help but think of the orange cat's earlier suggestion. His eyes flickered, and after hesitating for a long time, he ultimately refused Jianshir's sales pitch. Jianshir didn't mind either, putting away the flyer and leaving the room. After the ragdoll cat left, the black cat stood at the door observing for a while. He saw that in the living room, besides the orange cat and ragdoll cat, the other two cats were already quietly waiting. Looking at their situation, they should have purchased little mice from that ragdoll cat. The ragdoll cat's cage had also decreased accordingly, looking much more spacious. Even so, the number of mice in his cage still far exceeded the other cats. The black cat couldn't help feeling angry. If it weren't for this ragdoll cat catching most of the mice, how could he have struggled until now without completing his task? Since that ragdoll cat was wrong first, don't blame him for finding ways to harm him. They were in opposing positions anyway. The black cat turned and walked toward the kitchen. A few minutes later, a huge rumbling sound suddenly came from the kitchen, loud enough to shake the house 3 times. The two little cats nestled in the living room were startled. After carefully observing to confirm the surrounding environment was safe, they exchanged glances and trotted happily toward the scene to watch the excitement. What happened? Let me see quickly. After drawing the living room cats away, the black cat quickly rushed to the living room, used his mouth to bite off the cat avatars from his and Jianshir's cages, and switched the positions of the 2 cat avatars. Thus, Jianshir's cage full of prey became his. This wasn't the end of it. The house owner would arrive in about 10 minutes, but that ragdoll cat might return before then. If he saw the switched cages early, wouldn't all efforts be wasted? After thinking briefly, the black cat purposefully found the orange cat who had provided the method. He threatened the orange cat to help him delay the ragdoll cat. The orange cat pretended to be angry, then reluctantly agreed. Jianshir wandered around for a bit. His death god domain used as radar could basically detect no little mice, so he prepared to return to the living room to wait for today's task settlement. That cat food can was really good stuff. It was actually a task item. He'd find a chance to get a few more cans from that perverted house owner later. He could take them with him after the game ended. He had just come down from the 2nd floor attic when a black cat came rushing toward him. The black cat was agile and sprinting fast, as if determined to crash to death on the stairs. What's this about, rushing to reincarnate? But he got the direction wrong. He should go down. Hell is below. Jianshir deliberately moved aside, pressing against the wall to avoid interfering with the black cat's search for his heaven. But that black cat somehow also changed direction, his eyes fixed on him, extremely fierce. Coming for him? The moment he decided to be the standout, Jianshir was prepared to be targeted by other cats. He also assumed a fighting stance, ready to respond to the black cat's attack at any time. The black cat pretended to be crazed, fighting with Jianshir recklessly. Even with similar attributes, his technique was insufficient. Relying on brute force, the black cat obviously couldn't beat Jianshir. Just as Jianshir was about to subdue the black cat, the orange cat hiding nearby pretended to pass by. Seeing the two cats fighting, he paused then joined in. If the black cat was pretending to be crazed, then the orange cat was pretending to mediate. He seemed to just not want to see cats fighting, so he deliberately stood in the middle, trying to separate the two cats. But he left enough gaps in his body for the two cats to continue fighting across the space. Unfortunately, he misjudged Jianshir's thoughts. Jianshir didn't care whether the orange cat was mediating or not. He only knew something was blocking his way. He temporarily set aside the black cat and gave the orange cat a beating first. He was determined to beat the orange cat down before anything else. After inexplicably taking a beating, the orange cat also got fired up. He simply stopped hiding his behavior and joined forces with the black cat to attack Jianshir. Fighting and fighting, Jianshir discovered something was wrong. That black cat looked crazed, but actually had room to advance and retreat, always keeping some strength in reserve. The orange cat was the same. His fierce posture was more for intimidation, and he actually didn't use many high-consumption moves. Neither of them even used skills, just like two real cats, only focused on wrestling and biting. This was a war of attrition. Delaying time must have a purpose, right? So Jianshi deliberately made a fierce posture and pounced forward. The two cats indeed dodged to the side. But instead of turning to continue fighting the two cats, he charged straight ahead. Sure enough, seeing his tendency to escape, the two cats immediately entangled him again, their moves much fiercer than before. During the struggle, no one noticed that the little mouse hiding in the ragdoll cat's hood had disappeared. Suisui took advantage of the chaos to leave the fighting circle and ran to the living room alone to look. Wow, so that's how it is. That bad cat actually had this idea. No wonder he was unmoved when they tried to sell him mice. Indeed, from a profit perspective, his current method was more cost-effective. But didn't that stupid cat think about the possibility of failure? And Suisui jumped onto Jianshi's cage and pushed hard on the cat nameplate above. It wouldn't budge. Unwilling to give up, she pushed again, still completely immovable. It seemed these cat nameplates could only be changed by cat players. Was this the rules encouraging players to sabotage each other? Jianshi was entangled by those two guys and probably couldn't come over in the short term. As for the other two cats, although they hadn't participated in this sabotage, they equally hoped Jianshi would have an accident and die. That way they wouldn't have to pay the bill after the game ended. Bills generated by the game couldn't be defaulted on just because you wanted to. Unable to find cat players to help, and unable to move these cat nameplates herself. With less than 5 minutes left, and Suisui thought hard for a long time and finally came up with a feasible solution. She opened the communication directory and called her 3 teammates out from their hiding places. She then rushed to the children's room at top speed to find a black watercolor pen. She painted all 4 cat avatars into mosaics. Let's see how the house owner could distinguish these 4 cages. The mouse-catching cage's specifications were fixed from the start. Jianshi had already tested that each cat could only open their own cage, not others. Otherwise, he wouldn't have wandered around so confidently. What if someone who disliked him deliberately threw a fake mouse into his cage? When the 2 cats finished watching a pointless commotion and returned to the living room, they found the cat avatars on their mouse cages had been painted black and felt somewhat puzzled. Who was bored enough to pull the stunt? Did they think this would prevent them from finding their own cages? 5 minutes later, the house owner arrived on time. Today his protective suit was worn over a blood-stained apron, looking like a slaughterhouse worker who hadn't had time to clean up before getting off work. And Suisui mentally mocked. Had this person finally recognized himself? The bell rang and the 3 cats who had been fighting at the stairway finally stopped, drawn by the bell sound to walk step by step to the living room. The black cat thought his plan was secure and couldn't help showing a trace of smugness on his dark face. What good was being great at catching mice? Wasn't he about to die anyway? Due to the angle, the orange cat, black cat, and Jianshi hadn't seen the pitch-black cat avatars. But Jianshi's mentality was stable. As long as his wife hadn't been seduced by a mistress, that much time was enough to resolve 2 cat cubs' little conspiracy. The house owner's smile was as perverted as always. He put down his toolbox and walked cheerfully to the 5 cat cages, pretending to examine them one by one. These cats couldn't all complete their tasks. No one knew better than him exactly how many qualified mice were in this house. Each cat was required to catch 20 mice. 5 cats together needed 100. Where would they find so many mice to catch? Moreover, there was that super capable ragdoll cat among them. Let me see how well you completed your tasks today. The first mouse-catching cage has 1, 2, 3. Exactly 20 mice, not bad. The house owner nodded and continued with pleasantries. This one is. Whose cage was it? The house owner was about to announce the qualified cat's name when he discovered the cat avatar on the cage had been painted into a mess with black watercolor, completely obscuring the underlying pattern. What was going on? The house owner paused and looked at the other mouse-catching cages. Unsurprisingly, they were all pitch-black cat-shaped wooden plaques. The house owner's expression darkened considerably as he pointed at the mouse-catching cages and angrily said, "Who did this?" The orange cat and black cat didn't know what had happened. When they turned to see the pitch-black cat avatars, their faces also changed dramatically. Especially the black cat. His heart dropped into an endless abyss. They had been busy for so long, all for nothing. He knew his own mouse-catching numbers best. If it was just swapping cat avatars, given the house owner's malice toward the ragdoll cat, he might just go along with it and simply eliminate the ragdoll cat. He wouldn't bother investigating the truth behind it. But he never expected this situation to occur. With all cat nameplates blurred beyond recognition, the best way to prove which cage belonged to whom was to personally step forward and open the cage. Other cats opened cages to prove they had completed their tasks. What about him? Prove what? Prove he was doomed? The black cat's mind raced, then his eyes turned vicious as he slowly backed away. While the house owner was still angry and not paying attention to him, the black cat suddenly exerted force, his body instantly leaping into the air. Sharp claws tore through the house owner's protective suit, leaving several bright red marks on his neck. Rather than find ways to deal with this pervert, better to go all out and solve the problem at its source. Blood slowly seeped from the wounds. The house owner didn't react at first. When he felt his neck stinging terribly, blood was already flowing everywhere. He touched it with his hand. The glaring red liquid covered his entire hand. If not for the thick protective suit blocking most of the attack, that strike from the black cat really could have sent him to meet the king of hell. You stupid cat actually dared to kill your master. The house owner was shocked and angry, frantically shaking the bell. The black cat, who was about to launch a second attack, was frozen in place. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't move. After controlling the restless cats, the house owner reached for his nearby toolbox. The toolbox contained not only cat food cans and weapons, but also the medical supplies he urgently needed for stopping bleeding and treatment. But after fumbling for a long time, he came up empty. Turning to look at the table where the toolbox was placed, there wasn't even a fart on it, let alone tools. Who is it? Who stole my toolbox? The injured house owner was like a madman, looking even more terrifying than usual. Hidden and Suisui waved her paw at him, indicating he needn't be polite. It was all her doing. She had been coveting this NPC's toolbox for a long time, okay? With blood flowing continuously from the wound, the house owner had no mood to interrogate other cats. But he hated the black cat to the bone and wouldn't let him off easily no matter what. Without the cleaver, the house owner picked up a nearby wooden chair and smashed it hard onto the black cat. The black cat's limbs were controlled by the bell and couldn't move. Just one hit knocked him to the ground, wailing and screaming. When the chair fell a second time, the wailing immediately quieted. The black cat was in so much pain he didn't even have strength to scream. A full 4 times. The cat's head was deformed by the hard chair, and that black cat had completely lost its breath, becoming a corpse. The house owner was still not satisfied, turning his gaze toward the other cats. Especially that ragdoll cat who always defied him and didn't take him seriously. The house owner's malice was too obvious. The remaining 4 cats all sensed the crisis. Their souls struggled frantically, trying to regain control of their bodies. Jianshi remained calm, preparing to use the rules to counterkill the house owner. This spell wasn't completely invincible. As long as one's mental will was strong enough, small movements were still possible. It just depended on how you utilized that tiny margin of error. Jianshi quietly turned his body sideways, planning to fall to one side when the house owner's chair came down, avoiding vital areas. But he would let that chair hit his tail. He didn't. Believe it. When players hadn't violated any rules, would an NPC have the right to dispose of players at will? Violating rules, even key NPCs had to die. However, things didn't develop to such a dire state. As the house owner raised his chair and Suisui climbed onto his wrist and bit down hard on the house owner's right hand that was shaking the bell. Under the intense pain, the house owner loosened his grip on the bell, letting it fall and crash onto the table. With the restraint broken, Jianshi leaped up and grabbed the bell in his mouth, preventing this controlling device from falling back into the perverted house owner's hands. He finally understood. Setting aside the game rules, the house owner himself had quite a few problems. Seeing the situation was lost, the house owner retreated 2 steps in panic, wanting to escape from this room. But how could the cats, who had endured enough of the perverted house owner's intimidation, easily let him leave? The lion cat jumped nimbly, faster than the house owner, and closed the door. The panicked house owner, not paying attention, crashed hard into the wooden door. Seeing the front path blocked, the house owner immediately turned toward the bedroom. He remembered there was an escape rope prepared in the house. As long as he could hold off these cats for a few minutes, it would be enough for him to use the safety rope to escape downstairs. Although the cats didn't know the house owner's plan, anyone who wasn't stupid could see he wanted to escape. The leopard cat leaped, pressing its entire body onto the house owner's back. Its claws hooked onto the rough surface of the protective suit, opening its mouth to bite toward the house owner's exposed neck. The house owner's reaction was also quick. Feeling something foreign on his back, he instinctively swatted with his palm, hitting the leopard cat's head. Although this slap didn't knock the leopard cat off his back, it at least made it deviate from its original trajectory, with the ferocious mouth ultimately landing on the house owner's shoulder. Sharp teeth pierced through the protective suit, deeply embedding into the flesh. The leopard cat's teeth even secreted transparent venom, flowing through the bloodstream throughout the body. The toxin took effect very quickly. The house owner only had time to scream once before his body suddenly lost control, collapsing weakly to the ground. The surviving 4 cats gradually gathered around, and even the mice in the cages stared with their dark eyes, watching the house owner intently. The house owner seemed to understand that he was about to meet his doom. Don't kill me." His heart was filled with terror, constantly begging the cats for mercy. How could players tempered by the game pity an NPC like the house owner who was naturally in an opposing position? The orange cat didn't think twice, rushing forward and swiping with a claw, instantly slashing the house owner's Achilles tendon. The house owner belatedly felt the pain and finally couldn't bear it, screaming loudly. So he could feel pain too. And Suisui turned her face away, not wanting to watch the bloody scene before her. Jianshi took the opportunity to cover her with his hood, placing little mouse Suisui back on his body. All the cats present wanted to kill the house owner, but the most ruthless was actually the unassuming orange cat. Jianshi quietly observed this reverse abuse, his eyes thoughtfully fixed on that orange cat. If he remembered correctly, the black cat had clearly been driven to collapse by the task pressure earlier, not even catching mice anymore, only destroying furniture in the house to vent his anger. In that situation, he and Suisui had handed out promotional flyers that could obviously save his life, yet they were rejected by the black cat. If there wasn't someone instigating behind the scenes, he absolutely wouldn't believe it. The house owner's death was extremely miserable. Although the leopard cat's venom made his limbs weak, his consciousness remained clear. He watched helplessly as his hand and foot tendons were severed, his body's flesh bitten piece by piece until it was incomplete, exposing the bones beneath soaked in blood. Scene after scene, just like what he had once done to those cats, now finally rebounding onto himself. Finally, 4 or 5 cats appeared from nowhere, rushing into the room to tear apart his limbs. The house owner also died from blood loss. If people truly had an afterlife, the house owner's pre-death experiences would be enough to give him nightmares for 3 lifetimes. Good and evil ultimately received their due. The cats had vented their anger. Seeing the house owner breathe his last and be declared dead, the game's notification sound finally arrived belatedly. Ding, due to the premature death of a key NPC, the game will end soon. Please prepare your personal belongings. This game will initiate teleportation in 1 hour. Whether cats or mice, hearing this news, everyone was stunned for a moment, followed by endless joy. No player didn't want to leave the game safely. The orange cat's happiness was no less than other players. Unfortunately, he hadn't been happy for long when the ragdoll cat, who had appeared behind him at some point, suddenly attacked, leaping down from above to heavily step on his neck, pressing the entire cat head to the ground, unable to move. Since the game had ended, although players still couldn't return to their own bodies, their skills were gradually being unsealed. The orange cat immediately used a move called Bright Weapon to counterattack. Blinding white light burst from the orange cat's body, turning him into a brilliantly glowing cat. The light was not only blindingly bright and painful to the eyes, but Jianshi also felt intense burning sensation on the skin in contact with the orange cat. It was a skill that combined offense and defense. Just as he was about to fully strangle this orange cat, and Suisui climbed his head and looked outside. Ugh, this 5,000-watt light bulb really blinded her dog eyes. Better turn it off quickly. She silently chanted freeze time. In her mind, precisely controlling the range to the orange cat's body. The previously highly lethal glowing cat suddenly lost its threat, only able to lie on the ground like a decoration, becoming a bright lamp in the darkness. Jianshi took the opportunity to extend his sharp claws, tearing open the orange cat's carotid artery, and delivered a heavy blow to his brain. When the 5-second skill duration ended, sensations flooded through his entire body. The orange cat felt waves of stabbing pain in his neck, and his brain felt like it had been attacked by a heavy object, dizzy and painful, making it impossible for him to calm down and think. The orange cat glared and wanted to counterattack, but his rapidly draining life could no longer support him using skills. In the final moments of his life, the orange cat's eyes flashed with hallucination-like scenes. The orange cat had been roaming the game world for a very long time, and his world was also a veteran existence. In his own world, the orange cat's strength was in a middle position, neither outstanding nor poor. Perhaps it was this mediocre situation that made him always unconvinced by those so-called high-level players. He felt that those people could become high-level players simply because they were lucky, chosen by the world during the earliest beta phase, and fortunately obtained quality skills. He always felt that if placed under equal conditions, he would definitely not be inferior to them. It was just bad luck. Look, hadn't he also survived from the game's arrival until now? The orange cat initially didn't realize that the Jianshi he wanted to harm was a high-level player. It was still a comparison he had dreamed of finding, under absolutely fair conditions, with all additional abilities completely sealed. When he realized this, Jianshi had already shone brilliantly in front of all players. With a crushing posture, he easily won the game. Looking at himself, exhausted from working so hard, what he thought was the best method was just drizzle compared to the other party. It was also at this time that the orange cat vaguely realized that perhaps this brilliantly performing ragdoll cat was a high-level player from another world. He was unwilling and didn't want to admit the gap between himself and him, or rather, the gap between himself and high-level players. So he manipulated the black cat to harm Jianshi, wanting to prove that he was more capable than high-level players. High-level players, in the end, didn't they still die at his hands? The development of events greatly exceeded the orange cat's expectations. Even though he had calculated everything, using the black cat's survival instinct to dig a big pit for Jianshi, and completely distanced himself from it, as if everything had nothing to do with him. But he underestimated high-level players' ability to handle emergencies, and forgot that high-level players' teammates were often also high-level players. His little schemes were completely exposed in front of the other party, and naturally welcomed the other party's retaliation. When he understood these things, the orange cat no longer had any choice. His eyes gradually lost their luster, finally returning to silence. He was dead. Dead in his own schemes, dead in his opponent's revenge. Jianshi confirmed that the orange cat had completely lost all signs of life before taking in Suisui to wander around the house. Wherever they passed, mice scattered. Even though they had recovered their skills, the mice still didn't want to cause trouble for themselves. Why provoke that devil for no reason? To test his strength limit with their lives? Jianshi wandered leisurely around the house, trying to find anything useful. Actually, the biggest spoils of this game had already been taken by Suisui. No matter how much they wandered, they couldn't find anything better. So in the final time, it was basically Jianshi showing off his beautiful posture, his agile form, and his enviable luck. After the game ended, and Suisui nestled in the vampire castle counting her gains. She was forcibly detained in the castle by Bevis and others, having to deal with all the debts Bevis had accumulated before she could go out and play. Father's debts paid by the child. Very reasonable. During her confinement, she also received an invitation from Grandpa Jian, inviting her to visit his manor. As for his good grandson, Jian Shi, he was also sent by Grandpa Jian to handle official business. Grandpa Jian got along very pleasantly with Suisui. They could chat together, eat together, and play together. Almost, Grandpa Jian was about to adopt Suisui as his granddaughter, even moving her household registration to the Jian family genealogy, but was forcibly interrupted by Jian Shi. Jian Shi, lovers become siblings. You're really ruthless, old Jian. He suspected Grandpa Jian was deliberately retaliating. Grandpa Jian held a different view. What lovers become siblings? Who are you? How do I not know you? Don't randomly claim relationships with me. Jian Shi responded with a heh. Grandpa Jian felt Jian Shi was born to oppose him. Look at other people's little girls. Although as mischievous as him and equally destructive, at least they spoke nicely and could act cute. Causing trouble was fine. He could handle it. Who would be like Jian Shi, unreliable in work and extremely unpleasant in speech, making it his life goal to anger him to death? The Jian family genealogy didn't need such a descendant. After spending time with Grandpa Jian, Suisui wasn't just chatting, she was also gossiping. For example, she had always been curious about something that she definitely couldn't get an answer to from the person himself. Why did you Jianian and Jian Shi have such a bad relationship? Logically, they were from the same circle and must have had a lot of contact as children. Not becoming friends was one thing, but becoming enemies was another. No one knew the inside story better than Grandpa Jian. He cheerfully told Suisui that the two actually had a period of playing together as children. But this situation continued until they were 5 years old, when Jian Shi and Yu Jianian's kindergarten organized an outdoor camping activity. Yu Jianian had never been interested in such outdoor activities since childhood, but the naturally active Jian Shi forcibly signed him up. Yu Jianian had no choice but to settle accounts in a different place. As a result, during that camping trip, something not too big or small happened, and Yu Jianian broke off relations with Jian Shi after returning. Later inquiry revealed that Yu Jianian, unaccustomed to using outdoor toilets in the wild, ran far away to find an abandoned hut to defecate. After finishing, he discovered he hadn't brought toilet paper and urgently asked Jian Shi, who had come with him, to go back and get some. Jian Shi verbally agreed, then turned around and completely forgot about Yu Jianian squatting in the toilet. It was only when the kindergarten teachers discovered one person was missing that Jian Shi remembered the paper delivery task. The matter could still have been resolved at this point. Children's fights, no matter how big the conflict, would be forgotten in a few days. But Jian Shi confidently led everyone, then got a large group of staff lost, wasting a lot of time before returning to camp. When the kindergarten people finally found Yu Jianian squatting alone, the little child had been squatting until his legs were numb, stubbornly refusing to leave the toilet, waiting for Jian Shi to bring him paper. As a result, due to numb legs, when getting up, his lower body was unstable and he fell into his own excrement. Yu Jianian, with extremely strong self-esteem, was severely traumatized and didn't recover for a long time. When he did recover, the first thing he did was trick Jian Shi out of all his pocket money, making him owe a pile of external debts, almost going to work as child labor at Yu Corporation. The two formed a grudge from then on, gradually developing into today's situation. Suisui, what a personally distinctive development history. Ever since the world consciousness showed its face in front of Jian Shi and Suisui, the two of them would find it for heart-to-heart talks every few days. If Jian Shi sought it out to better understand the game, and Suisui was purely idle with nothing better to do, catching it to ask about gossip whenever she had time. It couldn't even pretend not to be there. After being bothered for a while, the world consciousness suddenly notified Jian Shi and Suisui that there would be a big scene game coming up, with very strong opponents and a very special location. telling them to play more games during this period to work hard on improving themselves. And Suisui pondered for a long time, but couldn't figure out what this silly message actually meant. In any case, playing more games and improving oneself was always right. Ding! Welcome to the extreme survival game. This game, Answer Ladder game rules have been distributed. Please check and receive. Answer Ladder. Just the name of the game already simply and brutally revealed the theme of this game. Just answering questions. And Suisui stood with her teammates, facing a pure white ladder that led straight to heaven. Oh no, straight to the sky. Surrounded by swirling clouds and mist, just like an expensive movie set. And Suisui tried to walk up the steps, but since the game hadn't started, the steps seemed to be protected by a transparent cover, impossible to touch. Jianshi finished reading the game rules and looked around at his teammates with pursed lips. Generally speaking, in question-answering games, people with higher education and broader knowledge had more advantages. But with the game as the question setter, no one could be sure what kind of questions they would encounter. After long periods of interaction, the veteran members of the awesome team already had deep understanding of each other. Although Jianshi worked in the military, mecha soldiers were the most difficult of all current interstellar military branches. Not only were there physical requirements, but mecha soldiers' education levels were higher than most students from first-tier institutions. But his knowledge was very diverse, belonging to the type that knew a little about everything but wasn't particularly proficient in any area. And Suisui's institution was one of the top institutions in the interstellar system. Even though Suisui was severely biased in her studies, her basic knowledge was definitely solid. Xia Xian, who came from the same academy, needn't be mentioned. She wouldn't be much worse. Yuan Li was a homebody, and his education level was actually the lowest among everyone present. But Yuan Li was very talented in network engineering, equally outstanding in his field of expertise. When Gon's situation needn't be elaborated, everyone understood it well. He was a serious scholar. If not for the suddenly arriving game disrupting his life, Gon would definitely spend his lifetime researching in the medical field, with immeasurable future achievements. After brief consideration, Jianshi looked up at everyone. Based on past experience, if the game cuts off communication between us, it means the question difficulty isn't very high. There might be teammates who know the answers. When that happens, observe your teammates more, and if anyone knows the answer, try to convey information to others as much as possible. Some methods for quickly conveying intentions through body language had been taught by Jianshi to several people early on, just never having the opportunity to use them. And Suisui continued to supplement, if the game doesn't cut off communication between us, meaning it allows players from the same world to discuss with each other. If we encounter questions that everyone isn't very sure about, don't be influenced by others. Sometimes question answers were ambiguous, with two or even multiple similar answers appearing. Hesitant people were easily influenced by others' confident responses. But speaking particularly loudly didn't mean being right. For example, Suisui herself, sometimes she had no idea whether the answer was correct, but she could speak with complete confidence, fooling others and fooling herself. The teammates seemed to understand, each standing in their positions as the game start notification sounded. The so-called answer ladder wasn't one large, integrated staircase. Each person had a 1 meter wide, infinitely long white jade staircase in front of them. Like jade ribbons that had rolled down from the top, gathered in a cone shape in a circle. Ding, game begins. First question, life question. Please state how many people are in your family. Note: only count first-generation direct relatives with blood relations to your parents. This question was interesting. Different people actually had different answers. Without understanding others' situations, it was impossible to give advice. And Suisui lowered her head, counting on her fingers. The question centered on parents, not oneself. This was really something to calculate. And Dad and Mom only had one child, her and Suisui. They each had their own parents. Grandparents and maternal grandparents. Grandparents and maternal grandparents didn't only have Dad and Mom as children. The question didn't say deceased ones didn't count, so count them all. And Mom had a younger brother, and Dad had an older brother and younger sister. Due to some special reasons, and Dad and Mom's relationships with their parents weren't very good, only financial exchanges over the years. And Suisui wasn't entirely certain whether the grandparents and maternal grandparents, whom her parents rarely mentioned, might have added new lives during these years of little contact. What if they were still vigorous? Hiss, thinking about it this way was quite tricky. But these were all speculations. And Suisui ultimately reported the number she was certain of. Our family has 10 people. Jianshi and Xiaxian also had no problems, simply calculating and submitting their answers. However, such a simple question unexpectedly stumped 2 members of the awesome team. What's wrong, Yuanli, when gone? What's your situation? And Suisui was somewhat confused. This question shouldn't have much difficulty, right? Yuanli embarrassedly scratched his head, very awkwardly explaining his family situation. My parents divorced and each formed new families. When I was young, apart from timely alimony payments, they barely contacted me, let alone after I became an adult with independent household registration. They completely disappeared from my world. Pausing, Yuanli continued, actually, up to this point it's still manageable. I can roughly estimate their family situations. The more troublesome part is that illegitimate children also count as blood-related direct relatives, right? I don't know how many illegitimate children these 2 have outside. And Suisui/Xiaxian, holy crap? When it came to Yuanli, the question difficulty skyrocketed. Even more outrageous was when gone. When gone was also completely helpless, spreading his hands to directly indicate he had no way to estimate blood-related direct relatives. I was adopted by my grandparents. I don't even know who my biological parents are, so how could I possibly calculate how many blood-related direct relatives there are? Math problems inexplicably became mystery problems, thoroughly stumping several high IQ members of the awesome team. How about this? And Suisui suggested, you both go with the basics, parents, grandparents, and maternal grandparents, then treat both sets of parents as divorced, give each 1 child, and add 1 more as a bonus. Buy 2 get 1 free. Jianshi continued the conversation. For illegitimate children, calculate like this. First think about whether your parents would be the type to want children. If neither wants them, calculate 1 per person. If they do want them, calculate by years for the mother, 1 per year, and by headcount for the father, 1 for every mistress he's been with for over 3 months. Making them have children and grandchildren everywhere. Xiaxian listened in confusion. Ridiculous. Blood relatives could be calculated this way? Multi-child, multi-blessing pomegranate spirits? The awesome team discussed for a long time and finally settled on answers. Other teams similarly encountered ridiculous problems. For example, a certain aquatic species. Their species characteristic was that when pregnant, they'd find a safe place to give birth, bury the children in sand piles after birth, and the couple would continue their carefree lives. Terrifyingly, they were also an extremely fertile species, giving birth to litters, with at least 10 per birth and short gestation periods of only 3 months. That aquatic species player was about to collapse. This simply couldn't be calculated. Such situations were countless. The game's first question made all players recognize the cruelty of reality. Education, knowledge, intelligence? Completely useless. After the first question scores came out, and Suisui, Jianshi, and Xiaxian all got 10 points. When Gon got 9 points. He reported 10, but the actual answer was 11. If full marks was 10 points, then the deducted point should be an error point, which was also another form of information verification. Yuanli lost more points. After all, illegitimate children were really hard to calculate. And Suisui originally thought they had overestimated, but looking at the answer, they had actually underestimated. Yuanli's parents were truly impressive. After the first question trial, the steps in front of all players who got 10 points lit up 1 level. And Suisui followed the prompt and walked up 1 step, with the second question following immediately. Second question, logic question. Suppose you have an infinitely large pond with two pets, Little Green and Little Red. Little Green likes cold water and lives on the east side of the pond. Little Red likes warm water and lives on the south side of the pond. Warm water and ice water cannot merge. Question: how can Little Green and Little Red meet? Note: answers cannot be repeated. All submitted answers will be recorded. The first correct answerer gets 1 point, the second gets 2 points, the third gets 3 points, and so on. The first wrong answerer loses 10 points, the second loses 15 points, the third loses 20 points, and so on. If no player answers within 1 minute, a respondent will be randomly selected. No answer within 10 seconds counts as wrong. Originally thought to be an open-ended question, but it involved point distribution, which made it interesting. Questions had been distributed, and player teams immediately began intense discussions. 30 people were participating in this game. Even for an open-ended question, it wasn't necessarily possible to think of 30 answers. So the order of answering became very important. Answering too early wasn't cost-effective. One answer only got 1 point. Answering too late risked other players saying the answer first, leaving oneself with no answer to give, losing both the wife and the soldiers. And Suisui opened the team channel, asking other members about their thoughts on the question, and found their team's answers were quite abundant. They could wait a bit longer. During the waiting process, you can send newly thought of answers to the group. Once our answers drop below 8, we'll start competing to answer, and Suisui reminded. Initially, naturally no one answered. Everyone wanted to wait until around the 15th person's golden position before starting to compete. So the first round of answers was naturally left empty. The 1-minute countdown ended, and the game began randomly selecting players to answer. And Suisui felt she wasn't unlucky enough to be selected to answer questions right from the start. But everyone instinctively looked toward Jianshi. Selection complete. Please player number 10 begin answering player number 10, Jianshi. Forcing him, huh? He sneered, taking a full 10 seconds to prepare before starting to answer. His speech was extremely fast. At first, other players didn't react, but after a while, some felt something was wrong. Damn, this guy said more than one answer. He planned to say all common answers, blocking everyone else's path. The game rules didn't specify that one person could only give one type of answer. The 1-minute countdown ended, and Jianshi had given 10 different directional answers, all common types. Answering complete, player number 10 gains 1 point. After answering, before other players could react, Yuan Li raised his hand, obtaining the second round's answering rights. He very calmly opened the game dialog box, reading the content above, his lips rapidly colliding as he desperately tried to recite more content. Other players who realized what was happening? Do you guys have some kind of problem? Looking closely, good heavens, these two players were actually from the same group. And his teammates not only didn't stop them, but were helping from the sidelines. For people faced the semi-transparent light screen, fingers flying as they typed, clearly helping think of answers. And Suisui's thinking was simple. Since Jianshi had already started this, teammates should naturally give full support. Moreover, each team had 5 people. If Jianshi got low scores, the awesome team would be at a disadvantage. Better to directly force other players to death, nobody lives. Answering complete, player number 13 gains 2 points. After most answers were given, the situation suddenly became delicate. Like a drop of water falling into hot oil, all players still observing raised their little hands, hoping to get priority answering opportunities. After all, even if they answered wrong, those who answered first would lose fewer points than those who answered later. This contest of mentality and luck was forcibly changed by Jianshi into a quick answer competition. When other players were anxious to the point of smoking, and Suisui wasn't anxious anymore. She carefully listened to other players' answers, occasionally getting new inspiration and recording it. Now they only had 3 people left, needing few answers. As long as her thinking was weird enough, she wouldn't clash with others' answers. Trumbull, opponents. He players were truly terrified, doing their utmost to list one novel answer after another. However, novel answers had very high error rates. Wrong answers kept appearing one after another, with deducted points piling higher and higher, reaching a terrifying number. Until all players had finished answering, the awesome team finally tremblingly raised their little hands. If there was one player most hated in this game, it would definitely be Jianshi. The other members of the awesome team, being on the same team as Jianshi, naturally attracted massive attention. All players stared at the three awesome team members who hadn't answered yet with predatory gazes, wishing they could rush forward and gag them to make them lose points until death. Under everyone's attention, Xiaxian was the first to answer this question. Drop the nuclear bomb. If that's not enough, drop another one until the entire pond is drained and all creatures inside turn to ash, bones fusing together. That way they'll meet. Players. I've seen living bodhisattvas, but this is my first time seeing a living king of hell. Of course, this weird answer was definitely proposed by Jianshi. Normal people's thinking wouldn't be so sinister. And Suisui's idea wasn't much better. When Gon said, pour pesticide into the pond. When Little Green and Little Red both get sick, they can meet at the pet hospital. If one accidentally dies, increase the dosage until the other is also poisoned to death. Then they can meet in the underworld. Players, if you can't reach heaven, you'll reach the underworld, right? Finally came the climactic and Suisui. She said, I prepared a hot pot with 2 sides, spicy pot for Little Red, clear broth for Little Green, perfectly respecting their wishes, then letting them meet in my stomach. The question didn't say they had to meet in the lake, right? Players, please be human. 2 pet fish falling into your hands would never survive. Outrageously, all 3 answers were actually correct. Ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. Game question 2 made all players witness the awesome team's ruthlessness. Third question, physics question. An iron ball falls from 100 meters high, and you're directly below the iron ball making a phone call. Question, how long until the iron ball hits your head? About to deploy on-site answering note. After submitting an answer, regardless of correctness, the iron ball disappears. Otherwise, the iron ball continues falling. All players? This is a physics question? This is a death question. No room for resistance. All players standing on the answer ladder were already dizzy. And Suisui supported her swaying head with both hands, shouting loudly to her other teammates, don't obsess over points, safety first. As soon as she finished speaking, she was teleported to the front of a high-rise building. She looked up at the clear sky, vaguely seeing a spherical black shadow at the top of the building. Of course, this was probably her psychological effect. This question gave players 30 seconds to think. After 30 seconds, the big iron ball would fall from 100 meters high, and answering would officially begin. And Suisui tried moving her limbs and found her lower body was fixed in place like glue, firmly nailed to the spot. The game had never posed a normal question. It raised questions, but didn't provide sufficient conditions. Known, an iron ball falling vertically from 100 meters high, and she, and Suisui, was 1.5 meters tall. Then, there was no then. Whether the 100 meters was actually 100 meters, 500 meters, or 800 meters. Whether the iron ball's initial velocity was 0, whether there were other resistances during the fall, not a single condition was given. So normal calculation methods weren't feasible. Right, players' qualities varied greatly. Some worlds didn't even study these things, fists were the hard truth. If it was just comparing academic knowledge, that would be too unfair. And Suisui tried using skills. Sure enough, skills, items, and talents were all unusable. The 30 seconds of thinking time quickly passed. A small black dot in the sky grew larger under Suisui's gaze. And Suisui's brain burned frantically. How exactly could she get these 10 points? Just as the iron ball clearly appeared in her vision, and Suisui's mind suddenly flashed with inspiration. The next second, the twin demon, who had been confined in the pet space for a long time, suddenly appeared in Suisui's hands. Since becoming Suisui's pet, the little demon had controlled his size to that of a large pet dog, convenient for appearing in public. Having been cooped up in underground caves for thousands of years, the little demon still missed the human world. Who knew that after Suisui adopted him, she never let him out once, forcibly keeping him in the pet space with that fat dog for company. More terrifyingly, that fat dog, despite seeming incapable, had a very scary skill: intelligence reduction. If not for being fellow pets able to check each other's detailed information, he almost would have fallen for it. What? The little demon, suddenly leaving the pet space, was vicious and unwilling to give Suisui any good face. I'm telling you, if you want my help, it won't be that easy. First, you have to beg me. The little demon shook his head, chattering about his conditions. But he saw Suisui give him a mysterious smile. The little demon's heart jumped, instinctively feeling something bad was about to happen. The next second, the unprepared little demon was thrown out with all of Suisui's strength, colliding head-on with the rapidly descending iron ball. Then the iron ball deviated from its original trajectory, crashing heavily several meters away. And the little demon, who had been thrown like a ball by Suisui, was also knocked unconscious by the iron ball that had fallen from who knows how high. Unfortunately, what collided with the ball happened to be the little demon's brain. Little demon endured pain he shouldn't have to endure. Calmly retrieving the unconscious little demon, Suisui spread her hands innocently, indicating, "This iron ball probably won't have a chance to hit my head anymore," but the time it took to hit the little demon's head was about 6 seconds. Facing this bizarre death question, players truly showed their abilities like the 8 immortals crossing the sea. Some players suddenly split in half just as the iron ball was about to hit them. Others frantically sprayed poison at the iron ball, using highly corrosive venom to directly dissolve the iron ball. Still others relied on their hard exterior to tank it, and so on. Some succeeded, some failed. The successful ones collected points, the failed ones collapsed. Those with no other options randomly reported a number. Though they couldn't get points, at least their lives were safe. Jianshi also thought for a long time. With his lower body immobilized, how could he know the precise time for the iron ball to hit his head? He pondered for a moment, then pulled out 2 extremely crude cylinders from his pocket and removed a coin-sized silver piece from his watch. Rubbing, sticking it between the 2 cylinders. Turning on the switch, the entire space underwent changes invisible to the naked eye. The iron ball began falling, but very slowly. After nearly a minute, it finally floated gently into Jianshi's hands. Jianshi waved the iron ball in his hand, reporting his answer. "This iron ball took 56 seconds from falling to hitting my head." Since conditions were unknown, then add conditions. When Jianshi returned to the answer ladder, the other players had long finished answering, making him the one who took the longest. He looked at Suisui, who gave him an okay gesture, meaning she had gotten the points for this question. Then he looked at his other 3 teammates. Among the 3, only Yuanli nodded slightly. That made sense. Yuanli had a special optical computer in his hands. Once the iron ball started falling, capturing its trajectory and calculating the answer was really super simple. After the second question ended, only 26 of the 30 players returned. 4 players had died in this round of questioning. Not many players scored points on this question. Jianshi and Suisui and Yuanli each climbed up 1 step. At this point on the answer ladder, Suisui stood out prominently, having gotten full marks on all 3 questions, temporarily leading ahead of other players. She had a total of 50 points, with the second logic question alone giving her 20 points, placing her in the game's first tier. Wen Gan and Xia Xian also scored heavily on the second question, currently having between 30 to 40 points, belonging to the second tier. Jianshi's points were between 20 to 30, belonging to the third tier. Yuanli's points were between 10 to 20, belonging to the fourth tier. Players with less than 10 points were very few. The game continued. Fourth question, math problem. Matchstick equation 5 plus 5 equals 1 plus 2. Move 2 matchsticks to make the equation valid. Those who can't visualize it can use sticks to try it out. Text really can't show the matchstick effect. Note: answers cannot be repeated. All submitted answers will be recorded. The first correct answerer gets 1 point, the second gets 2 points, the third gets 3 points, and so on. The first wrong answerer loses 10 points, the second loses 15 points, the third loses 20 points, and so on. If no player answers within 1 minute, a respondent will be randomly selected. No answer within 10 seconds counts as wrong. Another open-ended question. Either the problem was tricky, or the scoring rules were tricky. Due to previous lessons, players didn't dare let Jianshi go first this time. Regardless of whether they knew the answer, they had to grab the answering rights first. Yuan Li and others looked at Jianshi and Suisui, using eye contact to ask whether they wanted to participate in the quick answer competition. And Suisui pondered for a moment, then nodded slightly, indicating the three should also participate. Soon, 5 plus 5 equals 7-2, 5 plus 4 equals 7 plus 2, 6 plus 6 is equal to 12, 4 plus 5 equals 7 plus 2, 9-5 equals 1 plus 3. These 5 conventional answers were all found. When Xia Xian grabbed the answering rights, the situation was already quite difficult. She frowned and thought for a long time, finding a new answer just before the countdown ended. 5 equals 9-1-3. At this point, 3 members of the awesome team had answered correctly. The subsequent competition became even more intense, but Suisui didn't participate. First, she really hadn't thought of more answers. Second, those players' competition was really intense. Hastily joining in would only make herself anxious without any benefit. Then again, it was the awesome team members bringing up the rear. Players' watching gazes once again fell on the 2 who hadn't answered yet. This time the question was so serious, surely these 2 couldn't find loopholes again, right? And Suisui raised her little hand. I request to use props. Game props are prohibited for this round of questioning, and Suisui explained, not game props. I mean, I need to use matchsticks to demonstrate my answer. After a moment, the game replied, demonstration answering permitted, that would work. And Suisui nodded, took out wooden sticks and white paper from her backpack, arranging them in the pattern 5 plus 5 equals 1 plus 2. Then, moving 2 wooden sticks, she changed 5 plus 5 to 3 plus 3. 3 plus 3 equals 1 plus 2? Other players didn't understand what Suisui meant. This equation didn't work, right? Was she going to use some brainwashing technique to make the game accept this answer? Wasn't that ridiculous? And Suisui ignored the other players' questioning looks, arranged the matchsticks properly, then fixed them with glue to prevent them from shifting position. Then, under everyone's attention, Suisui rotated the white paper in a different direction, suddenly turning it into 3 plus 3 equals 1 plus 5. Afraid the game would judge incorrectly, Suisui specifically explained, I didn't move a third matchstick. Judgment successful, answer correct. How did they not think of moving the paper? Was it because they weren't smart enough? No, it was because they were too nervous. Damn. It was all the sense of urgency forced by that bad man, making them nervous whenever they encountered open-ended questions. Jianshi once again received a bunch of annoyed stares. He slightly curled his lips, sweeping back at each one. What's the matter? Too stupid to admit it. Or stupid without self-awareness. His words were like poking a hornet's nest, hitting many players' sore spots. Undercurrents finally rose to open insults. Jianshi wasn't intimidated either. Insult 1, he'd insult back. Insult 2, he'd sell them both, sometimes even buy 2 get 1 free, including the insulter's silent teammates in his retorts. Grandpa won't go easy on you. The arguing voices grew louder and louder, even drowning out the game's notification sounds. The game finally couldn't stand it and suddenly increased its volume. Warning! Warning! Please resolve personal grudges privately, no noise or fighting in public spaces. All right then. Jianshi shrugged, withdrawing his scattered attention. It's my turn to answer, right? I also request to use props. The game probably thought Jianshi wanted to use Suisui's method and specifically reminded him. Paper rotation method has been recorded, meaning Suisui's method could no longer be used. Jianshi didn't mind, lazily acknowledging. He continued fiddling with his props. Compared to Suisui's simple white paper and wooden sticks, Jianshir's props looked much more complex, more like conducting a scientific experiment than solving a simple math problem. Perhaps because Jianshir was taking quite a while, a certain player who had been verbally provoked by Jianshir couldn't help but speak sarcastically. Can you do it or not? If not, give up early and don't waste everyone's time. Jianshir slightly raised an eyebrow. Whether I can do it or not, you know? Even my wife doesn't know yet. Pretending to think worriedly for a while, then suddenly understanding. Could it be you want to compete with me? Forget it. Look at that waterlogged body of yours. Don't pollute my eyes, and I don't want to show you either. Let me be frank, you're not worthy. Logically, this was a passage mocking players from other worlds, and that player was indeed furious. But the three teammates of the awesome team went against the grain, three pairs of eyes full of curiosity falling on Suisui. As if asking, is what he said true? And Suisui? What did this have to do with her? Everyone gets a bucket of stain remover when they get back. If Suisui's operation made all players exclaim, holy crap, then Jianshir's operation filled their heads with question marks. Originally 5 + 5 = 1 + 2, somehow that bad man managed to lift up the plus sign from 5 + 5 and casually place it after 1 + 2. Then, the bad man operated his machine, and with a swish, all the matchsticks except the equals sign stood upright on the paper. It became 10 dots on the left, 10 dots on the right. Amazing! Non-interstellar players couldn't even understand this operation. The fourth team players were in a state of bewildered helplessness, struggling to persevere through difficult circumstances. Suddenly, one player finally discovered the source of the strange smell. He screamed, pointing in shock at one of the players, his voice trembling, "Captain, your butt is smoking." His butt was smoking? The fourth team captain, who had been searching for anomalies, looked down and finally saw wisps of milky white smoke emerging from the edges of his buttocks. He quietly lifted his butt slightly to take a look and immediately transformed from a mature, steady sage state into a mental hospital patient. His butt. The piercing and prolonged scream spread throughout the entire answering space, startling players from other teams. What happened? Why was the screaming so miserable? The first to suffer, the fourth team, had already abandoned their communication ritual, stomping their feet and covering their half-cooked buttocks, hurriedly fleeing toward areas with lower temperatures. Passing by the sixth team's gossip scene on the way, they couldn't help but stop to listen to some gossip. Then, driven away by the approaching high temperature, they fled together with the sixth team. As the temperature gradually rose, the ground throughout the entire answering space became impossible to stand on. Players with abilities temporarily stayed in the air for refuge, while those unable to fly could only hop from foot to foot like the fourth team, rapidly alternating between feet to reduce damage to their soles from the high temperature. All members of the awesome team simultaneously turned their gaze toward Jianshir nearby. Even the little demon couldn't understand how things had developed to this point. The air temperature was also much higher than before, but there was still a world of difference compared to the iron plate-like ground. Jianshir pointed at the rapidly melting mountain number 3, explaining to his teammates, "Didn't you notice that the chemical reaction between sulfuric acid and the rock pile became more intense?" So what he had done before was heating the sulfuric acid while also interfering with other player teams. This was absolutely brilliant. The heated sulfuric acid had extremely terrifying effects. Various rocks visibly dissolved, leaving only pools of liquid with unknown composition. After the 3-hour countdown ended, only 2 of the 6 teams had completed the answering. Except for the 5th team's semi-transparent ankylosaurus, other teams were more or less affected by the ground's iron plate grilling. Especially the first team, the water net they had painstakingly woven actually evaporated directly under the high temperature. It was absolutely infuriating. Players complained bitterly, but the game remained unresponsive like a corpse that had been dead for years. When it finally came back to life, it was already time for a new question to be released. 6th question, traffic question. Image JPG, please explain how 2 cars should pass if they meet head-on in the lane shown in the following situation. After the question ended, The image that was the core focus of this question was infinitely enlarged, clearly appearing before all players' eyes. To prevent anyone from being unable to see clearly due to nearsightedness, the image showed a narrow passage situated on a mountain of unknown height. The edges had knee-high stone blocks forming guardrails. At this moment, a black car was approaching from the end of the mountain road. The car's width exactly occupied 2/3 of the mountain road, with only a tiny bit of space remaining to avoid collisions when turning. The game was really something. The questions it posed were either understood by all players or understood by none. In Suisui and others' world had extremely developed public transportation, so ordinary citizens didn't need to purchase private transportation vehicles at all. Therefore, everyone wasn't very familiar with traffic rules for vehicle operation. The only one in the team who owned a private transportation vehicle was probably Jianshi. The four teammates once again looked toward Jianshi. But Jianshi shrugged and said, "Every public transportation vehicle in the Interstellar has its own exclusive route, so it's impossible to encounter other transportation vehicles. Even privately purchased transportation vehicles must apply for routes after purchase before they can be used. Military had military routes, civilian had civilian routes, so the situation in the image was simply impossible in the economy, unless they encountered interstellar bandits drifting in space." This was also the ultimate reason why ordinary citizens wouldn't purchase private transportation vehicles. Even if they could afford private spacecraft, they couldn't afford the cost of applying for routes. This was a Q&A question where everyone had to give answers before the game would grade them uniformly. Since the Awesome Team was the first place in the previous round, answering also started with the Awesome Team. And Suisui, as captain of the Awesome Team, became the first answerer for this question. She stared at the image in the question for about half a minute, then seriously clenched her fist and pointed at the image, saying, "See that gap at the corner? When two cars meet, the drivers get out of their cars and play rock, paper, scissors. The loser jumps down from that gap, and the winner continues driving on the mountain road. All players? What kind of human tragedy was this? Wasn't it a bit too ridiculous?" Then it was Jianshi's turn. He lifted his eyelids, casually glanced at the image, and said unhurriedly, "When brave warriors meet on a narrow path, the brave one wins." Translated, this meant, crash into each other, the winner continues driving, the loser asks for directions in heaven. His answer was even more perfunctory than in Suisui's game. "Are you two nicknamed Black and White Impermanence? Wherever you appear, it's abnormal if people don't die." In comparison, the other teammates' answers were much more low-key. "Yuanli, is it possible there's a hidden switch on the stone wall that opens a second road when found? Xiaxian, do the cars have flight mode? Can they fly through the air? When gone, perhaps the stone wall is also a road?" Although still ridiculous, it could be seen that indeed no one in the Awesome Team understood this area of knowledge. After the Awesome Team finished answering, the answering rights rotated to other teams. With the Awesome Team leading the charge ahead, plus they didn't know the real answers anyway, everyone gave imaginative random answers. Things like cars would pass through each other's bodies when colliding, or saying the cars they saw were a visual effect and the real cars should be as thin as paper, so even if they met it wouldn't affect vehicle operation. Game. Very good. This question was a complete wipeout. 6th question correct count, 0. Game continues ding. This game's question count has exceeded half. Activating challenge mode. Challenge mode. After each round of questions, all players get one challenge opportunity to challenge any player. Successful challenges will swap points with the opponent. Failed challenges have no penalty note. Each player can only be challenged once per person. All players were shocked by this sudden news. They could challenge other people? Didn't that mean the current point totals didn't represent the outcome of this game? Those players with negative individual scores, who had already planned to give up, suddenly became excited, rubbing their hands together and eyeing the top players on the leaderboard with predatory gazes. Meanwhile, the Awesome Team, being scrutinized by all players with evil looks, felt like they had thorns in their backs. They hadn't expected the game to suddenly pull this move, disrupting the rhythm of what had been a steadily rising situation. No wonder this game seemed so easy. Before they could think more, as soon as the rules were announced, 4 or 5 players simultaneously submitted challenge applications. The target being challenged was naturally Suisui, who ranked first individually on the scoreboard. Since there was no failure penalty, negative score players didn't need much consideration. They first chose to challenge the person with the highest score. If not for the rule that each person could only be challenged once after each game round, and Suisui had no doubt she would face a wheel battle. And this situation would occur after every round of questions. Ding, player 21 requests to challenge player 16. Challenge about to begin. Please prepare both players. A new stone path suddenly appeared beside Suisui's steps. It extended from beside the steps all the way to the center of the cone-shaped ladder. The other player had the same setup. The countdown was only 5 seconds. And Suisui was afraid the damn game would directly judge her as the loser if she didn't reach the competition venue before the countdown ended, so she didn't have time to communicate with her companions and stepped onto the white jade steps, walking to the central competition area. From the game theme to the game process, the answer ladder had been relatively civilized so far. So Suisui didn't know what form the so-called point challenge would take. Until she stood on the huge disc and 3 options suddenly appeared before her. Please select the theme for this challenge game. A. Action game. B. Intelligence game. C. Reaction game. So the challenge game theme was chosen by the challenged party? Alright, that was also an advantage. And Suisui hesitated among the 3 game themes for a long time, finally choosing action game. Action games sounded like they had more room for maneuvering, while reaction games depended on the opponent's situation. If the opponent was extremely agile, choosing a reaction game would be asking for trouble. And Suisui's agility attribute was decent, but compared to her speed attribute, it was like night and day. After the game theme was selected, the originally empty platform slowly began to change. Before the countdown ended, player 21 finally climbed onto the challenge arena. And Suisui hadn't paid attention to who player 21 was before. Now standing on the arena, the 2 players finally had time to size each other up. Player 21 came from an aquatic world, but he didn't know what kind of animal he had evolved from. His body bore no resemblance to fish at all. Instead, he looked like a soaked large steamed bun. On land, his body's flexibility was obviously inferior to Suisui's. And Suisui secretly rejoiced, rubbing her hands together in preparation to show her skills. However, the game threw her an ancient keyboard and then instructed both to sit in chairs nearby, telling her they needed to fight with text. And Suisui's big eyes were full of confusion. Text, how do you fight with that? Accompanied by the game start notification sound, and Suisui held the simple black keyboard, staring blankly at the semi-transparent light screen before her. This combination of technology and junk was truly her first time seeing. Besides the light screen in front of Suisui, there was also a huge light screen in the center of the arena, though its purpose was unknown, and there were no game instructions. After hesitating for a moment, Suisui tried typing text in the battle interface, /wenjixing once. A few seconds later, the final result appeared on the game interface. Lucky little koi /wenjixing once, when Jixing twisted his waist and dodged. All players. What the hell was twisted his waist? How is that even possible? Even player 21, when Jixing, shamefully buried his head in his soaked body. He had just seen the game prompt saying the opponent was launching an attack at him, so he naturally chose to dodge. Then this result appeared on the big screen. Really, players only needed to handle the output. The results depended entirely on the game's mood. Having figured out the general game rules, Suisui flexed her fingers and began typing rapidly on the keyboard. Although the game process greatly exceeded her expectations, this so-called action game was still beyond player 21's capabilities. Even with game prompts, player 21 couldn't keep up with Suisui's attack speed. Suisui's 10 fingers danced nimbly on the keyboard, and battle processes were continuously announced on the central game screen. Lucky Little Koi struck with an overhead slash when Jixing couldn't react in time and was knocked to the ground. Lucky Little Koi pressed her advantage, stepping on Wen Jixing's waist. Mosquito Star did a backflip and flew into the sky. Lucky Little Koi threw a blade strike, hitting Wen Jixing right in the back. Wen Jixing spat out blood and his health bar plummeted. Lucky Little Koi grabbed Wen Jixing's ankle. Wen Jixing fell to the ground and knocked out 2 teeth. Lucky Little Koi held down Wen Jixing for a beating. Wen Jixing used Earth Escape technique to burrow underground, but was dragged back by Lucky Little Koi. Lucky Little Koi, since player 21's actions were really too slow. Often Suisui would input 2 to 3 attack commands before he could barely manage 1 evasion command. Even so, Suisui still seemed at ease, clearly holding back. Meanwhile, player 21 was frantically sweating water droplets. Before the game announced the result, player 21 had already collapsed on the table in resignation, with only Lucky Little Koi's one-sided beating remaining on the game screen. Then, accompanied by the KO notification sound, the game finally announced the final result. Player 16 successfully defended. Besides Suisui, the other rising star Jian Shi and the steady performer Xia Xian and Wen Gan were all top 10 players on the scoreboard. Naturally, they couldn't avoid being challenged by other players. Only Yuan Li, due to his relatively low score, temporarily avoided the fate of being challenged. When Jian Shi walked onto the challenge platform and looked at the 3 game themes before him, he once again marveled at his consistent performance. A. Gossip game. B. Emotion game. C. Physical game. What the hell were these things? At least Suisui could roughly analyze the game direction through the 3 theme names. His 3 game themes couldn't be understood by normal people. He frowned and thought for a long time, finally choosing emotion game, which seemed the most normal among the 3. Jian Shi's opponent was one from the 4th team but he had roasted, truly enemies meeting with particular animosity. The 4th player wore loose black robes, his entire body shrouded in oversized clothes, making it hard to see clearly. Even his face was covered by a hat with black gauze, only occasionally revealing withered arms and the faint red glow behind the gauze. Could the 4th team's player be a witch? The 7th witch player was not only mysteriously dressed, but also had a very eerie voice. When laughing, it sounded like a chainsaw cutting iron sheets, both noisy and sharp. Encountering such an opponent, even Jian Shi felt unlucky. He rubbed his ears and looked at the rules for this minigame. Indeed, this game was complex enough to require rule explanations before it could be played happily, unlike Suisui's waist-twisting game, which had no game rules. Find the grid with the same pattern as the emotion ball, catch the emotion ball. The player who reaches the center point first wins. Best of 3 rounds emotion ball? What was an emotion ball? Jian Shi looked left and right, didn't find anything strange, then looked up at the sky. At some point, sparse yellow balls had appeared in the sky, each with different facial expression patterns. Could these be the emotion balls? But what did this question have to do with emotions? Before he could think further, the game countdown ended and the emotion balls began falling at a relatively slow speed. The ground was divided into countless square grids, just big enough for a person to step in. These were grids the game had divided based on the body sizes of the 2 challenging players. Each grid had different facial expression patterns, and the patterns were fixed. But the emotion balls in the sky were random. Once not caught by anyone, they would fall to the ground and disappear. The only troublesome thing was that the balls were too small, and the ball surfaces rotated as they fell, making it difficult to see the facial expression patterns clearly. Over time, it could even cause crossed eyes, annoying. Jian Shi rubbed his eyes and officially embarked on the challenge. He quickly scanned the emotion patterns on the ground and memorized them, then searched for corresponding emotion balls in midair. When an emotion pattern matched an emotion ball, he immediately took big steps to stand in that grid and reached out to catch the emotion ball. However, to his surprise, when his hand touched the emotion ball, it instantly disappeared. And he himself also experienced a flash before his eyes and returned to the starting point. What happened? Jianshi frowned slightly, carefully recalling the details of the level just now. The emotion pattern and emotion ball definitely matched, so he hadn't chosen the wrong grid. The problem must be in the ball-catching method. Perhaps touching the emotion ball itself was also a key point, just that the game deliberately omitted it without detailed explanation. Jianshi quickly selected a new grid, entered it, and tried a different way to catch the ball. For example, letting the ball touch the ground, or avoiding physical contact and using clothing fabric to catch the ball. All attempts failed. After multiple attempts and careful study of the rules, Jianshi finally discovered the problem. Emotion game. Where exactly was the emotion? Perhaps emotion was one of the keys to this round of answering. Jianshi quickly adjusted his state, selected a correct grid and stepped into it, then looked at the emotion ball with a smile pattern in the sky, curved his lips, and showed a smiling expression. Then he reached out to catch it. This time, he finally succeeded in staying in the smile grid. And before he left, no new emotion balls would fall in the smile grid. After finding the correct way to pass the level, Jianshi breathed a sigh of relief. He lowered his head and twisted his sore neck to relax his joints, incidentally checking on the other player's condition. The suspected witch player was in a similar situation to him. Because she couldn't find the correct ball-catching method, she kept being sent back after touching emotion balls. After being sent back once more, that player noticed Jianshi, who had successfully stayed in a grid. Jianshi looked at the thick black cloth covering the opponent's face and raised an eyebrow slightly. Then he showed a provocative smile. He didn't waste time and wasn't afraid of the opponent learning the correct way to pass the level. Right in front of the witch player, he entered the next anger grid. As expected, even knowing the correct gameplay, the witch player still fell silent. Every world's players had their own beliefs and rules. Jianshi guessed that the player wearing thick gauze on her face might not be able to easily remove the veil from her face. Ignoring her, Jianshi continued his own path to victory. Seeing that Jianshi had already walked 3 grids, the witch player took a deep breath as if making some major decision. Then she untied the veil strings on her face, but didn't completely remove it. She first tried making expressions while wearing the mask, but the game judged it invalid, so she had to give up. When trying again, the witch player quietly lifted a corner of the veil after entering the grid, tilted her face directly toward the sky, and from a top-down viewing angle, other directions still couldn't see what the person under the veil looked like. This time it was finally recognized successfully, and the witch player caught the emotion ball. The two continued forward with crying and laughing expressions, their eyes becoming crossed from strain, but they couldn't stop. Jianshi ultimately reached the red circle, representing the finish line 1 step ahead of the witch player. Winning the first round, the game didn't immediately enter the second round. Jianshi looked at the timer above the witch player's head, his gaze moving slightly. Although it was a best-of-3 system, it seemed they had to wait for both players to complete the challenge before entering a new round. This challenge game wasn't very difficult, it was purely tedious work. After 1 round, his eyes were sore and unbearable. Jianshi stared at the witch player for a while. As time progressed, the opponent had also reached the outer perimeter of the finish line, needing only to catch 1 more emotion ball to step into the finish line. Just as the opponent raised a smiling face, preparing to catch the last emotion ball, Jianshi suddenly spoke. "Friend, how's your butt? I seem to smell roasted meat." The witch player instantly couldn't maintain composure, her expression twisting. The ball catching failed, and she whooshed back to the starting point, all previous efforts wasted, having to challenge again. Damn it. The remaining members of the 4th player team, along with the witch player, stared at Jianshi with sinister eyes. But what they wanted to express wasn't coldness, but anger. How could this guy be more inhuman than a witch? Wasn't using his eyes continuously tiring? Of course it was tiring. Jianshi knew that continuous eye use was too tiring, which was exactly why he deliberately sent that witch player back. Just kidding. Best of 3 rounds. If he accidentally lost 1 round, he'd have to continue this eye-straining situation for 2 full rounds. So in the first round, the longer the enemy took to pass, the more he could rest. Why wouldn't he do such a thing that harmed others while benefiting himself? Not only would he do it, he had to do more of it. After being repeatedly interfered with and sent back, the witch player finally developed the ability to remain unmoved even if Mount Tai collapsed before her, successfully reaching the finish line. Then she was sent back to the starting point by the game to begin a new round of challenges. Witch player, tired. If this life can't continue, then forget it. In the second game, the witch player completely gave up, sitting at the starting point throughout while letting Jianshi charge to the finish line alone. Since challenging failure had no penalty anyway, so be it. Try again next time. Competing in badness with a bad man, she was still lacking some experience. Next up after Jianshi was Xiaxian. Xiaxian also got the gossip game option. She was very curious about what exactly a gossip game was, so she chose gossip game as this challenge's theme. So after the game started, 2 rectangular wooden tables appeared in front of Xiaxian and the challenging player. The wooden tables each had 3 types of fruit: watermelon, papaya, and cantaloupe. Holy crap, this gossip game was literally about eating melons. The game asked both to choose one type of fruit from the 3 options. Xiaxian cautiously chose the relatively smaller papaya. Both papaya and cantaloupe were hollow, and although the fruit was more solid than watermelon, the edible portion wasn't actually that much. Watermelon, on the other hand, was both large and substantial. People with small appetites would have difficulty eating a whole watermelon. The player challenging Xiaxian had similar thoughts, abandoning watermelon and choosing cantaloupe. After successful selection, the other 2 fruits disappeared, and spoons, knives, juicers, and other melon-eating aids appeared on the table. Xiaxian didn't hesitate and quickly chose the juicer, once again compressing the papaya's volume. But moments later she regretted it, because after the 2 selection rounds ended, both the papaya and juicer disappeared. Then, a super large papaya taller than a person and possibly requiring 2 people to embrace appeared in the center of the field. But the juicer was only palm-sized, just juicing the papaya could exhaust her to death. Wasn't this a total scam? Forget juicing, even if she only selected the sweetest central part of the cantaloupe, she couldn't finish eating it. Meanwhile, the challenger beside her looked even more distressed than Xiaxian. After Xiaxian took the juicer, the challenger was forced to choose the knife. But his cantaloupe was even larger than Xiaxian's papaya, with thick, hard skin. His normal-sized knife couldn't even break the skin, at most giving the cantaloupe a massage. The game finally released the explanation for the melon-eating game. Melon-eating game. The player who finishes eating their chosen melon first wins. Note: residue cannot exceed 15% of the volume. Xiaxian looked at her small belly, then patted the melon brother beside her and waved toward the awesome team's direction. This question was really beyond her capabilities. She'd be lucky to eat 15% of it. After the super large fruits appeared, and Suisui's eyes went straight. She had never seen such large fruits, her eyes full of longing. Although the Interstellar could also cultivate some special giants, those were all ornamental. Edible ones hadn't appeared yet. Although she really wanted to fly over and take both super large fruits away, cruel reality firmly held down her restless heart. And Suisui looked on with tears in her eyes, making a gesture to Xiaxian, indicating she didn't need to worry too much about it. Actually, even if Xiaxian could win this question, she wanted her to lose. The awesome team scores were too high. From individual to team, they were undisputedly first in this game, to a degree that other players couldn't catch up even if they tried. If they maintained the previous bizarre Q&A format, other players would have no choice even if unwilling. But the sudden challenge mode made the awesome team a target for everyone. The game didn't know how many more questions there would be before ending. If they kept occupying the top positions, not only would they face siege from other players, but they might also expose their trump cards in a round of invisible will battles, then be defeated by other players at the last moment. Since that was the case, better to hide their strength from the beginning, give up 2 high-score positions for other players to fight over, then find a way to kill their way back near the end. So under Suisui's instruction, Wengan also lost his match soon after. Players were indeed distracted and no longer focused solely on challenging the awesome team. Of course, as Jianshi and Suisui ranked in the top 5, they were still the most popular targets. Even though these two always gave them psychological trauma, they remained enthusiastic. Challenge time quickly passed, and new questions descended once again. 7th question: entertainment. You draw. I guess this question is team mode. Please arrange your team's note. Total of 5 drawing themes. The player team with the highest score wins another team question, and a very rare one that explained things clearly. Just like the traffic question. Some questions were useless even when explained clearly. Those who didn't understand still didn't understand. Those who couldn't do it still couldn't. The awesome team quickly arranged their formation. Taking the questions was Jianshi, who had some drawing foundation. Jianshi often drew terrain maps and landmarks in the wild, so while not outstanding in drawing, he could at least make things clear. Following Jianshi was Wengan. Wengan was steady and careful, wouldn't randomly let his imagination run wild, most suitable to follow Jianshi as a connector. Yuanli and Xiaoxian's situations were more unstable. The last time they picked up drawing brushes was during childhood scribbling, so they could only try their best to completely convey predecessors' meanings to successors. And Suisui was responsible for the finale. Because she had the biggest imagination among everyone, perhaps she could fill in information gaps caused during transmission. Of course, she might also go in strange directions. First question. The topic was UFO. UFO was still relatively easy to draw. Although with technological development, the interstellar had long since eliminated the concept of unidentified flying objects. But in early literary works, humans often mention this term. And UFO had a fixed image in people's minds at that time, continuing to this day, not easy to guess wrong. After Jianshi got the topic, he only thought briefly before drawing a very lifelike UFO on white paper. When the countdown ended, Wengan was rotated around by the electric chair. The two sat face to face, but because the game blocked sound, neither could hear the other speak. Jianshi held up the paperboard, pointed at the pattern on it, then held up 3 fingers. He was hinting to Wengan that this question's answer was 3 characters. Wengan instantly understood Jianshi's meaning, working hard to copy the UFO he drew and pass it to Yuanli behind. Although Wengan's drawing wasn't as lifelike as Jianshi's, there were no major errors. You could still guess the specific object from the general shape. After looking, Yuanli nodded knowingly and made an okay gesture with his hand, indicating he already understood what was drawn. After Wengan turned around, Yuanli began drawing on paper. UFO shouldn't be difficult, right? Yuanli muttered in his heart. He first held the brush and casually drew a few diagonal lines in a blank area nearby, testing the feel. Not bad, the lines were straight with no major problems. Yuanli satisfactorily began drawing in the center. However, the smooth feel from just now seemed to instantly disappear once he started formal drawing. Not only were the drawn lines crooked, but he also had to make several corrections because the shapes weren't good enough. The final product was somewhat tragic. Yuanli hesitantly looked at his artwork, scanning the area nearby. He didn't find any paper that could be used as replacement. No choice. He could only bite the bullet and continue passing this artwork down. The relay reached Xiaoxian's hands. Xiaoxian stared at Yuanli's crooked black and white drawing for a while, then saw him extend his fingers in a gesture of 3. After brief consideration, she very seriously wrote fried egg on the answer board. Perfect. Xiaoxian felt her answer was absolutely perfect, impossible to be wrong. So when it was Xiaoxian's turn to pass it down, she even beautified those curved lines that Yuanli had tried hard to control, but ultimately couldn't, drawing them as more natural arcs. So, irregular egg white edges with a yolk in the center. 3 wisps of aroma drawn on the side. Perfect. Xiaoxian looked at her work and felt quite satisfied, then turned toward the final answerer, Suisui. Facing Suisui's confused eyes, Xiaoxian very confidently held up 3 fingers. And winked at Suisui. Look, sister, this is a fried egg. I drew it so realistically, you can definitely recognize it. Reality wasn't as beautiful as Xia Xian imagined. Forget UFO. And Suisui didn't even recognize the fried egg. And Suisui looked at the drawing, then looked up at Xia Xian. Then focused her attention on those 3 fingers. The answer was 3 characters, could it be? I know, it's a sun hat. Jiansher? This answer couldn't be said to be slightly different from the topic, it was completely unrelated. He couldn't even understand where the problem occurred, why such a simple question became a sun hat after being passed along. Yuan Li. Sorry, I'm the sinner. And Suisui still felt her thinking was fine, explaining confidently, it's a lady's sun hat. Look at this circle of flowing wavy lines. Isn't that the brim of a sun hat? The bulge in the middle is where the head goes. What's wrong with that? Jiansher pointed at those 3 lines representing light rays, but somehow became wavy lines. What are these? And Suisui. Decorative ribbons tied to the hat. Clever as she was, didn't this connect perfectly? And after Suisui's explanation, looking at Xia Xian's drawing again, it looked more and more like a sun hat. After looking too much, some people had even forgotten what they originally drew. Everyone, it's over, can't go back. Problems occurred not just with the awesome team, other teams' answering situations weren't much better. Not all worlds specifically learned drawing techniques, which led to each barely drawn artwork, after 3 or 4 barely successful transmissions, having final results that went completely against the topic. Perfectly achieving the goal of you draw yours, I guess mine. The game was actually more troubled than the players. The traffic question was one thing, but if you draw I guess, this kind of entertainment question resulted in another complete wipeout. Would the game recordings be considered deliberately making things difficult for players when uploaded? After all, not long ago there was a world that was fined heavily because the game design was unreasonable. This made the atmosphere particularly tense recently, with worlds constantly complaining that certain games were problematic and deliberately harming their world's players. Worlds willing to risk participating in the gods game, except for the top few, all had problems to some degree. The Answer Ladder game naturally didn't want to be inexplicably slandered and face huge fines. So when releasing the second question, it slightly modified the game rules, changing team mode to group mode. This way, someone should be able to score points, right? Ding, you draw I guess mode changed, each player has 1 drawing opportunity. Artworks are scored based on the number of people who guess correctly. Each person can add 1 point. Non-drawing players get 2 points for each correct guess. The awesome team was still thinking about how to solve the problem of Yuan Li and Xia Xian, these 2 soul artists, when suddenly the scene changed and all 5 appeared in a super large art classroom. Each person had a white drawing board in front of them. What was this about? The others looked around in confusion, quickly discovering that not only was the awesome team in the classroom, but other teams were also gathered here. Same bewildered looking around, all appearing out of the loop. Had the game suddenly paused? Could it be that they were so angry at their bizarre art style that they ended the 7th question early? Would the game rewards still be given? Then they heard the notification sound for the game mode change. Games that could modify rules midway were something Suisui encountered for the first time. But the modified game rules actually made her breathe a sigh of relief. The relay mode was really difficult. One person's mistake would lead the entire team astray, and you couldn't give obvious hints. If the team had 2 consecutive soul artists, it would be game over. The art style would be like a runaway horse, running farther and farther away, impossible to pull back. The gap would be even bigger than from UFO to Lady's Sun Hat. Due to the rule change, the 7th question suddenly went from 5 big questions to 30 small questions. Soul artists might have poor art styles, but that didn't mean their logical thinking abilities were also poor. Averaged out this way, they could more or less get some points. The game officially began. First up was player number 1. This game's grouping was very chaotic. Players from the same world weren't numbered consecutively, so you couldn't tell which world's team a player belonged to from their number. Someone from the 5th player team stepped forward, sat on the small stool prepared by the game, and picked up the drawing board in the center. Everything was ready. First question. Squirrel player number 1 glanced at the topic and began drawing. After 5 teams gathered, the topics had to be things that existed in all 6 worlds represented by the players present. The selection range was very small. As long as you were careful, it wasn't hard to find the correct answer. Player number 1 naturally didn't have anything like artistic skill. He drew very simply. A round body with 2 prominently protruding pointed ears, short arms and thick legs. Most importantly, a particularly fluffy big tail. Although drawn simply, you could at least tell it was a small animal. And the tail's characteristics were too obvious, immediately narrowing down the range. And Suisui filtered all common animals through her mind, finally screening out 2 answers: fox and squirrel. Player number 1's simple drawing mainly emphasized the tail. Compared to other body parts that were simply sketched, he obviously spent much more effort on the tail. Although the final product looked like a cactus, overall you could still tell this was some animal's tail. But was it a fox or a squirrel? The cautious approach would be to split the team members into 2 groups, each choosing a different answer. But Jian Shi rejected this proposal. "I think choosing by luck is more accurate," he said. "I'll choose 1 answer, Suisui chooses 1 answer, then we'll select the final answer to submit based on these results." "That works too." And Suisui thought for a moment and chose squirrel, while Jian Shi chose fox. The moment their answers were announced, the others unanimously wrote squirrel on their answer boards. "This question is in the bag," they thought. "Jian Shi, thank you for your confidence in me." Sure enough, the final answer was squirrel. Second question, duck egg. When player number 2 took the stage and saw the topic, he was immediately stumped. Duck egg was easy enough to draw. But the problem was how to let everyone know this was a duck's egg. Did he really have to draw a duck too? This really stumped player number 2. After scratching his head for a long time, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He drew a duck's foot next to the round duck egg. Now everyone should be able to recognize that this was a duck's egg, right? Things didn't go as planned. After player number 2 added the snake-like addition of a duck foot next to the duck egg, everyone's attention was drawn to the duck foot. Instead, they overlooked the real focus of the question, the egg. Especially since that duck foot was drawn extremely abstractly, making it impossible to identify what the author had in mind as the original. Naturally, the answers to this question became varied and colorful. Suisui, whose thinking was also led astray by the duck foot, stared at it for a long time without coming up with a convincing answer, and once again issued an answer collection order. "I think this is a bear paw." "No way? If it's a bear paw, what do those lines from the fingertips to the elbow area mean? Could it be 9 white bone claw? How's that possible? If it really was that thing, how could other players guess it? That's true, culturally specific things like that wouldn't appear here. Could it be a leaf? Someone guessed, but felt it was too round compared to a leaf. No one could give a perfect suggestion, so everyone could only write down the answers they thought of based on feeling. Only when the answer was announced did they discover that next to that strangely shaped thing, there was also an inconspicuous egg. How on earth did this genius think to draw a duck egg like this? And Suisui admired his imagination. The second question was a complete wipeout. Not a single person got it right. The third question was shrub, but player number 3 drew it like a cymbidium orchid, leaving players scratching their heads and guessing again. The game quickly passed under the ravages of various soul artists, with what was originally a leisurely entertainment of "you draw, I guess," developing into brain teasers and intellectual competitions. The game worked hard to set questions, artists worked hard to express themselves, and answerers worked hard to analyze. Unfortunately, these 3 parties rarely managed to connect. After enduring an ordinary round of "you draw, I guess," both players and the game breathed a sigh of relief. Game. As soon as this game ends, I'm immediately changing the 7th question. The awesome team's main scorers were Jian Shi and Suisui. These 2 had to maintain stable performance, keeping their advantage while being careful not to have their points stolen by other players. The 2 members who had already had their points taken by other players could actually slack off in this round of answering. Xia Xian and Wengan belonged to the assault members lurking in the shadows. The points they currently had weren't very meaningful, and they didn't plan to continue acquiring points. So when it was their turn to draw, both deliberately made their artwork very abstract, then used subtle hints to inform and Suisui of the answers. This way, they could maintain their advantage in points as much as possible. These two were really playing with an entertainment mindset. Not many people dared to play like them. Not everyone had the confidence to make a comeback at the last moment. It was better to honestly answer questions and earn points. The answering continued. 8th question, moral question. Xiaohong is a girl abandoned by her parents and found and adopted by foster parents. However, unexpectedly, just when Xiaohong achieved success and returned home in glory, her biological parents appeared and hoped to reunite with Xiaohong. If you were Xiaohong, what would you choose to do? Are these moral questions definitely not moral blackmail? As soon as the question came out, everyone had a good idea. With this kind of ideological question, there were 1,000 different thoughts among 1,000 people, each one different. But none of that mattered. The key was what kind of answer the game wanted to hear. The players weren't stupid. No one acted rashly at this time, providing answer templates for others. The game grew impatient and began calling on people to answer. This time it started with player number 30. After he answered, his player team wouldn't be called on again. Until all player teams had answered once, only then would that player team be called on again. No matter how annoyed player number 30 felt inside, he had to appear calm and composed on the surface. As the first person to test the waters, his answer naturally had to be cautious. If I were Xiaohong, of course I would accept their goodwill and bring them to live in my house. This way I could have 2 more relatives who love me, and everyone would be happy. If it weren't for player number 30 answering extremely slowly, with facial expressions that at times made people think he had eaten fresh excrement. And Suisui would have thought the Virgin Mary had descended to earth. That's right, players who could survive in games until today, what kind of good people were they? Not being ruthless and killing people on sight was already very good. Player number 30's teammates also had twisted expressions, but didn't refute what player number 30 said. It was like a vicious criminal trying hard to disguise himself to blend in among ordinary people. Bizarre. It almost made Suisui laugh. Who knows what kind of poison they had suffered to think that forgive them would be the proper answer to this question. A moment later, the score came out. Player number 30 got 2 points. Such a low score immediately shattered the hypocritical masks that other players had prepared. There was no need for it, right? Even player number 30's companions secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Saying such words that went against their hearts was actually quite disgusting. Who knows how those people they had encountered before managed to say such things. After player number 30 answered, the 6th player team he belonged to began to watch from the sidelines. The second person to answer was player number 17, belonging to the 2nd player team. Learning from the previous person's lesson, player number 17 boldly displayed all his malice. When I was in difficulty and poverty, they didn't come to help. Now that I'm successful, they want to get involved? Dream on. As long as they dare appear, I'll smash their heads on the spot. He then went on to describe in detail how to deal with the 2 people and force them to kowtow and admit their mistakes. Indeed game players were all criminals on average. It was quite remarkable that the Interstellar had remained stable until today. And Suisui waited leisurely for the result. Sure enough, as she expected, this extremely vicious approach was also wrong. Why would you challenge the law for no good reason? This would be impossible for the general public to tolerate in normal society, okay? Speaking of which, this kind of problem was indeed difficult to handle in real society. There were always some people who liked to be generous with others suffering, standing on moral high ground and pointing fingers. And Suisui thoughtfully considered that perhaps this question wasn't testing personal morality, but society's morality. After player number 17 finished answering, the game began selecting new players to answer. This time Suisui was selected. And Suisui was well prepared. She slowly stood up, pressed the answer button, and said calmly, "What should I do when biological parents come to reunite? Of course forgive them, reunite with them, and cry together." Other players were puzzled. This person had seemed quite clever before. How could she be so stupid this time? Player number 30 had already given a similar answer earlier, but only got 2 points. Couldn't she think of other answers? Ignoring the player's gazes, and Suisui didn't end her answer there, she was still continuing. So, while all players were either confused or bewildered, and Suisui's tone shifted as she continued, "Since I've found my biological parents, I should naturally say goodbye to my foster parents, right? After all, I have no blood relationship with them originally. Now that I've found my biological parents, I naturally have no right to continue staying in their home. But since I'm leaving, I should settle the childcare fees for all these years clearly before I can go. Even biological brothers need to settle accounts clearly, don't you think?" Since the game was using social morality to blackmail her, she could also use social morality to counterattack. What was her relationship with her foster parents? A parent-child relationship given later in life. The reason foster parents raised her was all based on the premise of this relationship. Once this relationship was stripped away by others, shouldn't settling these years of childcare fees be appropriate? The game was unusually quiet for several minutes, neither calculating points nor having any other reaction. After a moment, it asked another question. "Since you've already achieved success, shouldn't this money be paid by you yourself?" And Suisui looked confused. "What should I pay myself? Childcare fees? My parents are alive and I have to raise myself? I'm really a pitiful child, having to figure out how to make money to support myself right after birth." "You've already achieved success," the game emphasized again. And Suisui pouted. Right, I've already achieved success, so what does this have to do with my biological parents? Wasn't all this given by my foster parents? Since I'm leaving their family, all my labor income over the years, including various savings and real estate, should be returned to the foster parents' family. In that case, where would I get the money to pay this childcare fee? Oh, right, not only do I have no money, I still owe them a sum of money to thank these two strangers for their careful care and cultivation over the years. Calculated this way, not only do I have no money, I still have a huge debt. And Suisui clapped her hands. "You see, it's not that I don't want to pay for them, it's that I really have no money. Could it be that as parents, you wouldn't even be willing to pay the most basic childcare fees? Sorry, I can't return to my original family because they can't afford the childcare fees given by my foster parents, and I can't afford it either. I can only stay and help them pay off the debt." The game fell into another long silence. He had originally wanted to use social morality to pressure Suisui, but unexpectedly was counter-pressured by Suisui using social morality. From beginning to end, she didn't have half a sentence of complaint, nor did she refuse to reunite, but the result was that reunion was impossible, and it was for the good of her biological parents. After the answering ended, and Suisui's score came out after a moment. Full marks, 10 points. And Suisui smugly sat back in her chair, praising herself in her heart. "I'm really a little clever ghost." Moral blackmail? Who's blackmailing whom is still uncertain. Reunite if you want to reunite. What's there to be afraid of? As long as she had no benefits on her, and even counter-exploited them, let's see how long this so-called biological parents could persist. The 6-player teams participating in this game, except for the 3rd-player team, all came from worlds where the strong prey on the weak, where harming relatives was completely acceptable. So they couldn't understand the core point of Suisui's lengthy speech, and instead, because she said too much content and the game even asked questions midway, they only half understood the so-called correct answering method. Other players tried to imitate, but still couldn't get high scores, at most hovering around 5 points. Is this the answer of a top student? After going around in a circle, the questioning returned to the awesome team. This time the selected answerer was Jian Shi. What biological parents? Impossible, I don't have any, don't talk nonsense. Jian Shi stood up and started with a triple denial. Then, under everyone's confused gazes, he slowly added, I was clearly born through surrogacy because my parents couldn't have children and paid someone to have me. Are these two people suddenly appearing because they were paid too little back then and want to extort more money? This statement was so annoying that the game couldn't help but question, what makes you say you're a surrogate child? Where's the evidence? Jianshi wasn't flustered at all. Whoever makes the claim provides the evidence. Since we have conflicting opinions, please have those two people claiming to be parents show birth certificates, household registration certificates, and childcare expense certificates after birth for everyone to see. If it's their own child, they shouldn't lack these basic things, right? Unless they never planned to keep the child from the beginning. If Suisui's Q&A was anti-moral blackmail-oriented, then Jianshi's Q&A was low-oriented. Since Xiaohong had already achieved success, getting some seemingly plausible evidence wasn't too difficult. Two people who had failed in life, relying on scamming an abandoned child from over 20 years ago to try to gain benefits, would not only fail to get benefits if they continued to pester, but would also be sent to prison by Jianshi for 2 years. If this happened in the real world, they could still adjust appropriately according to the laws and regulations of the time to make the best answer. Another 10 points in hand. Other teams couldn't stand seeing the awesome team succeed, especially when it was the particularly hateful Jianshi. So some players deliberately made sarcastic remarks. My goodness, how can you do that? Those are your biological parents. Even if they didn't fulfill their parental responsibilities, they gave you life. Shouldn't you repay them? Jianshi didn't have time to reply when Suisui slowly turned her face, looking directly at that player. Friend, you've struck it rich, do you know that? What was this about? The player who was deliberately mocking them couldn't follow Suisui's train of thought and asked in confusion, What do you mean? Suisui smiled, revealing 2 sharp canine teeth. Nothing. I just think you have a good way of making money and great business talent. Look, as long as you have 30 or 50 children when you're young and strong, then throw them away and look for them when you're old. This way you don't need to spend energy raising children, and you can get a generous return. Just thinking about it, isn't it profitable? Most species can't have 30 or 50 children. Then you're useless. For wealth, for happiness in old age, you need to work harder. I can support myself. No, you can't. If you had the ability to support yourself, how could you think of such an unethical idea? That player's mouth twitched, unable to come up with a rebuttal for a moment. Whose idea was this anyway? Suisui waited for a while, didn't get his reply, pouted and turned back around. Don't you know that advising others to be generous gets you struck by lightning? Every world and every era had people like him. Were the things they said their true thoughts? Not necessarily, it was just that the knife hadn't fallen on them, so it didn't hurt. The general direction of the moral questions was like this. The game was that bystanders standing on moral high ground, being picky about all the players' answers. Only by choking the game speechless could you achieve victory. After the 8th question ended, it was time for low-scoring players to challenge high-scoring players again. Suisui experienced 3 challenges in total. After winning the last challenge, Suisui stood on the white jade steps, hands behind her back, looking down at the challenge arena from above, and shouted to Xia Xian, who was closest to her, Xian, lend me your jacket, it's a bit cold here. Xia Xian was puzzled, taking off her clothes while asking in confusion, What's wrong? Is it getting cold where you are? Suisui looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, sighing heavily to ensure all players present could hear. It's lonely at the top. This show-off made everyone speechless, whether they understood or not. Getting a bit bored waiting on the steps, Suisui looked around and began studying the answer ladder beneath her feet. The floor tiles used for the steps were crystal clear, although she didn't know what material they were made of. They looked very expensive. Even if they weren't expensive, bringing some back to give to Yu Jianian could sell for a good price. She searched her pockets, but didn't find suitable tools. Suisui opened her contact list and asked her teammates. Lucky little Koi, who brought relatively hard tools, like crowbars, knives, etc. Doctor. Adding fuel to fire. Universe most handsome guy. Except for Jianshi, who was competing, everyone else was puzzled by Suisui's request. So Xia Xian asked. Adding fuel to fire. What do you need knives for? Universe most handsome guy, I know. So you're annoyed with that cheating guy below and plan to ambush from above, giving him a head blow. Suisui. How did they think she was such an unethical person? That guy was obviously at a disadvantage and Jianshi was about to win, okay? Ambush attacks had to be done at the most critical moment to be unexpected, disabling with one strike, causing lifelong regret. Getting off track. And Suisui came back to her senses and made her request again. Lucky little koi. Quick, 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 don't ask so many questions. Big business here. I'll split the money with you if we make any dot. Whether they got money or not didn't matter. They were all easily satisfied people. Team harmony and stability was already the greatest luck. Moreover, and Suisui was the youngest in the team, and most of the time, team members were willing to indulge her. Xia Xian took 2 diamond chopsticks from her head, and Yuan Li pulled out a playing card from his pocket. After simple combination and arrangement, the playing card became a sharp small knife, just with softer material. Wen Gon took out a small bottle of liquid that could enhance metal hardness. These items were all passed to Suisui through internal channels. Suisui got the various tools and began working on the ground. However, the white jade steps were unexpectedly high quality. No matter which direction she pried, they didn't budge. It seemed hard prying wouldn't work. Suisui thought for a moment, took out a small bottle of concentrated sulfuric acid from her pocket, wanting to see if this thing could be corroded by sulfuric acid. As for where the sulfuric acid came from, of course she grabbed a bottle when blowing up the mountain. The game, which inadvertently saw Suisui's actions, was dumbfounded. You're acting like I don't exist, right? Unfortunately, after being doused with sulfuric acid, the ground remained intact, while the flowing sulfuric acid almost corroded Suisui's shoes. Suisui disappointedly wiped away the flowing sulfuric acid with cloth scraps, having to give up on the white jade floor she loved and look for new targets. Game. Although there were many players who wanted to exploit dungeon resources, being as blatant as Suisui was rare. The problem was that all resource acquisition actions were allowed, as long as they didn't involve the dungeon's core. The world consciousness managing the dungeon couldn't easily interfere. Fine, let her mess around, out of sight, out of mind. The game deliberately ignored Suisui to avoid being angered to energy instability. At this time, Suisui saw a patch of brilliant colors slowly moving above the steps. She didn't know what exactly it was, because each step was half a person's height, plus there was a layer of thick white fog blocking the view 3 or 4 steps away. If she hadn't climbed to a high enough position, she wouldn't have been able to see that something was hidden behind the clouds. What was it? Suisui stared intently at that faintly visible color for a long time, not even noticing when Jianshi finished his match. This made Jianshi sit alone on his step like a wronged little wife, sulking by himself. The next challenge was between Xia Xian, who had already chosen her target, and her opponent. Suisui had a premonition that the game wouldn't have too many more questions, so team members with negative scores like Xia Xian and Wen Gon began preparing to challenge and reclaim their points. But Suisui didn't pay attention to any of this. Her attention was completely captured by that unknown colorful object above. Just recently, she discovered that when Jianshi finished his match and when Xia Xian's challenge began, that unknown object emitted a burst of brilliant light. It was just that with the thick cloud layer, people below didn't notice. After receiving this information, Suisui's eyes lit up remarkably. Her treasure radar was beeping. Suisui lowered her head and counted on her fingers. Treasure discovered by Suisui equals Suisui's treasure. Suisui's treasure equals Suisui's personal belongings. Wow, so this thing belonged to her? How could her belongings be left outside exposed to wind and rain? Better take it away quickly. After scanning around and finding that all players' attention was on the challenge below, Suisui quietly took off her jacket and rummaged through her pockets, finally selecting 2 items. One was a freely stretchable elastic ring. The other was a ribbon tied in Suisui's hair. The red ribbon seemed to have no other purpose besides looking pretty. But when Suisui gently pulled at the ribbon's head, the 2-finger-wide, half-meter-long ribbon was pulled into a thread thinner than hair, but with excellent toughness. She wound the rope thickly around the elastic ring to prevent it from falling off. And Suisui also wound the other end of the rope around her palm, held a section of the rope, and gently swayed it in the air. After building up momentum, she threw it hard. The lifeless rubber ring easily broke through the cloud layer, flying toward her target. Because of the cloud layer, and Suisui didn't know the specific size and height of the target and could only estimate a rough position. With quite a distance in between, it was somewhat difficult to lasso the treasure. But Suisui had always had good luck. After persistently throwing 7 or 8 times, the elastic ring finally caught something. And Suisui's eyes lit up. Her fair palm deliberately put on protective gloves, then wound the silk thread around her palm circle by circle, slowly reeling in the thrown rope. When the rope became taut in a straight line, she knew she'd reached the end and could start pulling. That unknown object was unexpectedly heavy and very stable, extremely difficult to move. And Suisui pulled the rope tight, while the elastic ring far behind the clouds had stretched to an extremely exaggerated degree. But the colorful object still hadn't moved a step. And Suisui's face turned red from exertion, but she still wouldn't give up the treasure about to be in her hands. She panted heavily, trembling as she opened her personal page and added all her recently acquired bonus attributes to strength. She didn't believe she couldn't handle this strange treasure. They were locked in a standoff, you know? After adding a full 5 points of strength attributes, and Suisui's strength value finally exceeded 10 points. She felt her strength had a qualitative leap, and the originally difficult tug-of-war instantly became much easier. Not far from her position, Jianshi, who had been paying attention to his wife's movements, also noticed and Suisui's abnormality. He observed for a long time and finally discovered that Suisui seemed to be in a tug-of-war with something. But because the rope in Suisui's hand was too thin, plus the distance was somewhat far, he couldn't see clearly. Although Jianshi couldn't determine the specific situation, he still felt he should help his wife. After some consideration, he pulled out many parts from his personal items, collected more from Yuanli and Wengan, and finally assembled a simple auxiliary pulling tool. Suisui, check private messages. And Suisui received Jianshi's reminder, diverted some attention, and took out the item Jianshi gave her. And Suisui could still use ready-made tools. After seeing this tug-of-war cheating device, she immediately set it up beside her feet. This saved at least 1/10 of her effort, greatly increasing Suisui's chances of victory. Why wouldn't she do something that harmed others while benefiting herself? With an unyielding determination, Suisui's tug-of-war with the treasure continued until Xiaoxian's challenge ended. The treasure once again emitted unknown, brilliant colors. It was then that Suisui finally felt the treasure loosen. She knew the opportunity had come, used all her strength, and in one go, completely pulled that thing down from the high steps. It rolled down the steps and finally crashed at Suisui's feet with a clang. It was actually a colorful windmill? The colors Suisui had seen through the fog were the 4 different colored blades of the windmill. Although it had been dragged down from its pedestal, the windmill's work continued. Another player stepped onto the challenge platform. This time, Suisui clearly saw that the originally motionless windmill slowly turned 1 rotation after the player entered the challenge platform. Then the green blade burst out with a burst of green light. Immediately after, the game announced the specific content of the challenge. Seeing this, Suisui immediately had an idea. Could this thing be the core of this dungeon? The iron contraption as tall as a person fell into Suisui's arms, making her unable to move. It was at this moment that Suisui felt her ritual book, which loved to hide in her backpack and play dead, suddenly become excited. It ignored the dungeon master's obstruction and rushed directly out of the backpack, then smacked onto the colorful blades of the windmill. The windmill that had just been motionless suddenly went berserk. The originally hard jade steps that showed no reaction even when doused with sulfuric acid began shaking violently, with signs of imminent collapse. Suisui held tightly to the ground to avoid being accidentally thrown off by the vibrations. She managed to free up one leg and kicked the colorful iron contraption twice with her foot, encouraging her broken book. Go for it. Please him. Beat the crap out of him. Let him know who's the boss. She finally understood this so-called treasure really was this dungeon's core. The dungeon core, receiving encouragement from the dungeon master for the first time, became as energized as if injected with adrenaline and went berserk too. Its worn pages rustled loudly as the entire book flew into midair. Then 2 golden pages floated out from the book, wildly slapping at the colorful windmill blades on the ground. Who knows what the principle was? Clearly just an iron contraption, but Suisui could sense from it the feeling of being beaten black and blue, barely alive. Not only Suisui was affected by the earthquake, all players in the game space were confused by the sudden spatial vibrations. What's happening? What's this broken game up to now? This broken game keeps having problems. I'm definitely going to complain when I get back. Shaking this violently, is it going to collapse? Help, help. I'm going to fall. Never mind the players. Even the answer ladder game controlling the dungeon didn't know what was happening. Sensing the abnormal spatial vibrations, the answer ladder game immediately began investigating. Unfortunately, as the dungeon core windmill was fighting with another dungeon core, the game's control over this space had decreased considerably. When he finally traced the investigation to Suisui, suddenly a domineering force appeared, kicking him out of the current game space and back to the source world. The answer ladder game had more question marks in its heart than the players. What was going on? What happened? How did he suddenly get kicked out of the dungeon? A guess vaguely floated by, immediately strangled by the game. Impossible. He had hidden the dungeon and core at the highest point of the answer ladder. Besides the cloud fog blocking vision, players also had no authority to leave their assigned steps. Even if there were players bold enough to bring dungeon cores into the game, they couldn't possibly access the answer ladder's dungeon core. So how to explain what happened in the game dungeon? The answer ladder game fell into deep self-doubt. The players in the dungeon had no idea that the original game had been kicked out of the dungeon world. They only felt that the shaking space had finally stabilized, and while breathing a sigh of relief, couldn't help but curse the original game's entire family. Then they continued the competition. Currently challenging were 2 unknown players. The earlier disturbance had temporarily stopped their match, but after the disturbance ended, the challenge continued. What they didn't know was that right above their heads, Suisui was examining a mini windmill no bigger than her palm. And this windmill was the controller of this dungeon. After Suisui's broken book devoured this dungeon's world consciousness, that iron contraption taller than a person became this cute little gadget. Suisui could control this little windmill through her broken book, changing the current dungeon's game rules. She could also simply use it as a prop. And, because the windmill was the host body of the dungeon core, it wasn't an ordinary prop. Many game restrictions had no effect on it. Through this confrontation, Suisui also recognized the unique nature of her broken book. Perhaps because her dungeon contained Yen Shi'er, Chi Fei and others, special dungeon characters who had developed self-awareness, her dungeon level was higher than the current answer ladder dungeon. So her broken book was also more powerful than ordinary dungeon cores. In the future, when encountering dungeon cores of similar quality, don't be timid, just go for it. After playing with the novelty for a while, Suisui finally turned her attention to the challenge below. Originally, dungeon masters couldn't participate in their own dungeons games as game players. But Suisui's situation was special. She was now both a player and an NPC, and also had control over the dungeon. The entire game situation suddenly became delicate. Below were 2 unfamiliar players engaged in a hopscotch game. The detailed game rules were very different from ordinary hopscotch, but it was still based on this game with modifications and upgrades. Suisui watched for a while, then suddenly had a flash of inspiration. When one player was throwing their stone, she gently flicked the windmill blade. Then, the stone that should have landed steadily in the center of the square rolled to the edge of the square due to inertia. It just pressed on the boundary line. Throw failed. The expression of confident victory on the stone-throwing player's face cracked and peeled away inch by inch. His two eyes, bigger than human fists, suddenly protruded from their sockets, almost falling to the ground. This showed how shocked he was at the moment. Although things developed differently than he imagined, if asked what was wrong, it seemed quite reasonable. He had no choice but to pass the throwing rights to his opponent. His opponent was a simple-minded aquatic world player. He wasn't very good at throwing stones originally, losing to the other player by a large margin in the previous round. This round, it looked like he was going to lose again, but that player somehow had problems and his throwing technique suddenly deteriorated. The aquatic player scratched his neck and casually threw toward the square he had chosen. Originally not holding much hope, who knew the stone would land steadily in the square he needed. Not bothering to be surprised, the aquatic world player immediately began the normal hopscotch process. After this, the aquatic world player's performance improved dramatically. The challenged player encountered various accidents and stagnated, unable to hit his desired squares no matter what. Either too much, too little, or off by a bit. Finally, the aquatic world player caught up with the challenged player. Because he had no expectations and no psychological burden, the aquatic world player gave the challenged player a simple smile. The challenged player's mood was terrible. His originally dominant advantage suddenly disappeared, and he was even caught up by the seemingly stupid aquatic player. The challenged player was extremely anxious. Fortunately, in the next round, he finally threw into his desired square. The progress bar slowly advanced a section, but his good luck seemed used up. From then on, hitting his desired squares became extremely difficult. The aquatic world player's luck also decreased, but he still closely followed, not letting go. The situation was very tense, just like the challenged player's mood. He was almost driven to collapse by this pressure. Although the challenged player still won the match in the end, he was left with nervous exhaustion, nearly fainting. After that player, there were still some challenge opportunities. Among a group of players competing eagerly for speed, trying to challenge high scorers, Wengan, who hadn't submitted an application at all, received challenge rights. Wengan? Is this game broken? Wengan was challenging a very strong player. Although his score was high, most players would avoid him first, waiting until others had challenged enough before choosing him. Having someone choose to challenge this early, that player was also very surprised. He was the captain of the fifth player team. The fifth player team captain's face looked very human-like, but his overly strong dark body still exposed his non-human nature. At the start of the game, the fifth captain could still show what he considered a very polite smile to the challenging Wengan, until he saw the three options before him. Recognition game, chemistry game, medical game. The smile that had just formed froze at the corner of his mouth, and his human-like eyes instantly straightened, becoming deep and somewhat eerie vertical pupils. A faint doubt flashed through the fifth captain's mind. This wasn't right. Whether according to past game data or his experience since entering this game, among the three game types that the challenged could choose from, there should be at least one that the challenged was good at. But these three games didn't look like anything he was good at. The fifth captain would absolutely not touch chemistry and medical games. He finally gritted his teeth and chose the recognition game. Then the game scene began to change. The smooth jade challenge platform grew a large patch of green grass within seconds. A list fell into the hands of both players, recording the names and appearances of plants they needed to find. Their target plants were naturally hidden in this large patch of green grass before them. The fifth captain's pupils had narrowed to the thinnest possible. He looked at his strong, powerful arms, sharp claws, and agile physique. He really couldn't understand where this game matched with him. While he was doubting life, Wengan on the other side had already begun to act. He quickly glanced at the list, then crouched down and gently brushed over the grass surface. He had originally thought that since the game was using plant identification as the topic, the plants he needed to collect would likely be hidden among large patches of similar plants, making them extremely difficult to discover. However, when Wengan gently brushed over the grass in front of him, He discovered that in just that small patch of grass he had brushed, there were at least 7 or 8 plants that matched the requirements of the question. He uncertainly pulled up one of them to carefully compare, confirming it was indeed the plant needed for the question. Then he pulled up all the other ones as well. They were all correct, without a single one being a confusing fake or counterfeit item. Was this question really so simple? When Gon temporarily stopped his actions and went to observe his opponent, the captain of the 5th player team. After a brief period of questioning life, the 5th player team captain also began the game challenge. His eyesight wasn't very good. His massive body almost had to burrow into the grass, his face pressed tightly against the grass tips, his eyes crossed into a cross-eyed state. He still couldn't find a single plant he wanted. When he finally found one, he excitedly pulled it up and submitted it, only to discover it was a counterfeit high-quality imitation. This made the 5th captain pound the ground in frustration. When Gon, seriously, this game definitely has a bug, right? Under normal game conditions, even if Suisui were playing, she wouldn't be lucky to this extent. After a moment of silence, when Gon shook his head and continued immersing himself in the game challenge. 1 minute later, the game challenge ended with Gon's victory. The fastest challenge match in history had appeared. The 5th player team captain, who had his points stolen, had his head buzzing continuously. He always felt something wasn't quite right, but couldn't pinpoint exactly what wasn't right. And high in the sky, Suisui, who was gazing down at him, revealed an evil smile. More interesting gameplay was still to come. This round of challenge matches had experienced quite a few twists and turns. All players who participated in challenges, regardless of winning or losing, felt physically and mentally exhausted. It was as if all their energy had been drained by a single challenge match. Even their hair strands revealed fatigue. They had never wanted to go home so badly. The game continued. 9th question, entertainment question. Please have each player enter a small black room to draw topics and props. Specific game rules will be displayed on the topic dot. All players walked into the suddenly appearing small black rooms with confusion. For some reason, they all felt this question was somewhat different from the previous ones. Something wasn't quite right, but they couldn't say what. And Suisui cheerfully walked in, not forgetting to send a message to her teammates before leaving. Lucky little koi, don't be afraid, everyone, play freely. Adding fuel to fire. Universe most handsome guy. Doctor. Honestly, hadn't Suisui secretly done something behind their backs? Jianshur thoughtfully glanced at the now empty steps and slowly walked into the black teleportation gate. Behind the teleportation gate was a black space of about 4 square meters. This was the small black room mentioned in the question. Following the instructions, players drew a paper ball from the wooden box in the center of the small black room, with their task requirements written on it. Most players left the small black room looking helpless, while only the members of the awesome team looked relaxed, becoming a mudslide in the player world. What they didn't know was that there was a certain troublemaker sitting alone in the dark room, holding paper in one hand and pen in the other, scratching her head and trying to think of every possible way to torment them. Only after writing all the questions did she skip out of the small black room. Outside the small black room, all players had already gathered. They appeared again in a spacious classroom setting. Brand new desks and chairs were neatly arranged below the podium, each seat having a clear number. Players took their seats according to their respective numbers. As soon as they sat down, they were greeted by a crisp bell sound. A middle-aged man in casual clothes, holding several thick books, walked into the classroom. Hello, students. After putting down the books, the middle-aged man pushed his glasses and introduced himself in a rich voice. I am your class's new teacher. In the next 3 years of academic life, I will be fully responsible for managing all affairs of this class. Let me introduce myself. My surname is Lee. You can call me Teacher Lee. Other players were completely confused, not understanding the significance of this NPC's appearance. Their task slips only wrote the task requirements, but didn't provide detailed explanations of this game's process. Only Suisui stood up particularly enthusiastically and shouted, "Hello, teacher. Her energetic voice echoed in the classroom, even startling the temporarily materialized NPC teacher. He awkwardly nodded at Suisui, indicating she should sit down and speak. After getting back into character, Teacher Lee continued. Since this is the first day of class, please have all students stand up and introduce themselves. Starting from the first student on the left. The first on the left was player number 1. And Suisui remembered this player had drawn a cactus squirrel in the drawing guessing game. The task she had assigned to player number 1 wasn't difficult to say, but completing it wasn't so easy either. Player number 1 was actually somewhat confused about his task requirements because their world was a free and casual world. All abilities relied on genetic inheritance, and they had never experienced this kind of collective large-scale teaching model. He hesitated for a moment, still deciding to wait a bit longer. If after a while no one mentioned this so-called class monitor, he would ask that Teacher Lee. He could always get an answer. So after player number 1 stood up, he simply gave a brief self-introduction. Hello everyone, my name is Wilana, I'm 281 years old. After speaking, he sat back down, completely unaware of Teacher Lee's twisted expression behind him. Player number 2 was also the sole artist who had performed outstandingly in the drawing guessing game. The legendary story of that duck foot and duck egg still lingered in the players' minds. Unforgettable for life. And Suisui had given him an interesting task too. Draw a portrait of Teacher Lee and receive genuine praise from Teacher Lee. So after player number 2 stood up, he not only introduced his name and age, but also volunteered to walk up to the podium, insisting on showing Teacher Lee his special talent. Teacher Lee's attempts to stop him were futile, so he could only let him rummage for chalk on the podium, then use chalk to draw on the blackboard. Chalk was actually much more difficult to use than ordinary writing pens. Many students couldn't grasp the proper force when using chalk during school, resulting in crooked writing, let alone player number 2 who was using chalk for the first time. Combined with his sole artist potential, the effect of the portrait he drew was predictable. Eyebrows flying to the heavens, facial features each going their own way. Hair was replaced with large patches of white filling, which was actually the most perfect part of his drawing. The face shape was already unidentifiable. If forced to break it down, probably every existing nameable shape could be found on this face. Even drawn like this, player number 2 still asked with bursting confidence, Teacher Lee, do you think my drawing is good? Teacher Lee didn't know player number 2 had drawn his portrait. He stared at the blackboard stained with chalk marks for a long time, hesitantly asking, this student, what you've drawn is, which famous scenic spot? Player number 2 excitedly introduced, Teacher Lee, I drew you. Didn't you notice? Look, these are the eyes, this is the mouth, and these are the eyebrows and nose. I even added your prominent buck teeth, how similar. Teacher Lee, thank you, I feel insulted. Not wanting to face this tragic portrait, Teacher Lee quickly called a stop and had player number 2 return to his seat. Let's continue with the next student. Player number 3 was a member of the aquatic world. Players from the aquatic world, perhaps because they lived in the deep sea year-round, all looked very casual. All body parts only cared about function, not appearance. So this player was quite horrifying in appearance. Perhaps due to rule restrictions, these oddly shaped players all looked the same to Teacher Lee, who didn't notice anything wrong at all. Player number 3 swayed as he stood up, speaking in his particularly sharp, thin voice. Hello everyone, my name is Guluin, Meng Mengli Na, Alishida Fani Na. Just introducing his name took player number 3 a full 5 minutes of narration. Teacher Lee was a very responsible teacher who patiently listened to player number 3 finish introducing his extremely long name. Just as he was about to tell him to sit down, player number 3 suddenly asked, Teacher Lee, did you remember my name? If you didn't remember, I can say it again. Teacher Lee was silent for a moment, then said vaguely, I've already remembered you, this student. Please sit down. Really? If I can't remember now, I'll remember later. No need to rush. However, player number 3 was relentless, very firmly demanding that Teacher Lee repeat his name. Teacher Lee, why do these students all like to make things difficult for teachers? Player number 3 looked expectant, waiting for Teacher Lee to recite his maddeningly long name. Because his task was to make the class teacher successfully remember his name. Unfortunately, Teacher Lee didn't have his powerful memory ability. Being able to remember the beginning and end was already good. Wanting to remember the entire name was just dreaming. So Teacher Lee pretended not to hear player number 3's request and urged player number 4 to stand up and introduce himself. The awesome team sat in the middle of the classroom, watching other teams' players and NPCs hurt each other, and couldn't help thinking of their own tasks. And Suisui, shout, "Hello, teacher," loudly. Jian Shi, greet any classmate. Yuan Li, introduce yourself to all classmates. Xia Xian. Secretly eat snacks during class. When gone, listen to all classmates' self-introductions. It felt like they didn't need to put in much effort. Their tasks would be completed mysteriously. And Suisui, who had created this assembly line, was secretly snickering in the background. The smartest little treasure in the world was definitely her. After the headache-inducing self-introductions ended, it was time for class officer elections. Teacher Lee wiped the sweat from his forehead, opened his thermos, and gulped down several large mouthfuls of water. Then he wrote several class officer titles on the blackboard. Class Monitor, Vice Class Monitor, Labor Committee Member, Arts Committee Member, Sports Committee Member. Subject representatives could be handled by each subject teacher. He wouldn't get involved. Now let's elect class officers. Students who want to participate in elections can raise their hands and speak. Player number 1's eyes lit up, and he was the first to stand up. Teacher Lee, I want to run for class monitor. Having students actively run for positions was very gratifying for Teacher Lee. He pushed his glasses and guided player number 1, then please come up and give a campaign speech. What was a campaign speech? Player number 1 looked to his teammates for help. However, his teammates couldn't possibly understand this regional cultural product better than him. After several people discussed together, they gave him a little inspiration and hints. Think about what your Beast King says when summoning family members. This class monitor should be similar. Beast King speech? Player number 1 was stunned, feeling it made some sense. So he walked up to the podium, cleared his throat, spent a moment building up emotion, and put himself in the Beast King's role. Just as he was about to speak, player number 1 felt something wasn't quite right. He frowned and scanned the players below, then suddenly let out a loud roar. Are you challenging my authority? Foreign creatures must crawl on my territory. I give you 3 breaths to immediately lie down and offer sufficient tribute, or don't think about leaving my territory. All players? What was this guy talking about? Forgive their ignorance. Although they didn't know what kind of activity class monitor election was, it definitely wouldn't be like this. And Suisui and others were even more confused. This was a class monitor election, not a Beast King competition. Why did it feel like this player number 1 could immediately rush down and tear them all apart with his fierce eyes? Even player number 1's own world teammates were speechless. They told you to reference, not directly imitate. This class monitor was obviously different from a Beast King. Teacher Lee was also confused for a moment along with everyone else. After reacting, his first action was to drive player number 1 off the podium. What kind of nonsense was he talking about? However, player number 1 didn't know if he was too caught up in the moment or what, but seeing Teacher Lee waving and approaching, he thought the other party was challenging him and immediately pounced forward, pinning Teacher Lee to the ground. With a crack, he bit through Teacher Lee's neck. So fast that other players didn't react before it was over. Holy crap! Player number 1's teammates sensed trouble and rushed forward to remedy the situation, but it was too late. In some games, killing important game NPCs was a serious matter. So, following Teacher Lee's fall was player number 1's corpse. Both corpses turned into points of white light and disappeared together in the classroom. Player Walalai violated rules, causing major violations, punishment administered. Although this death rule wasn't set by Suisui. Many hidden rules had been established during the initial design, and even Suisui as the controller couldn't easily change them. Unless she redesigned the entire game and had to submit applications and get approval before officially implementing it. Although player number one's death was somewhat unexpected, and Suisui also discovered through this that many worlds that relied solely on genes to inherit abilities had very significant character flaws. Like that player number one just now. And Suisui carefully reviewed the replay several times, confirming that his emotions were uncontrollable when he hunted Teacher Lee. He had obviously fallen into some state and couldn't break free. This discovery gave Suisui more understanding of these otherworld players. Although Teacher Lee was killed, he was just a newly written program. Less than a minute after the death notification, a new Teacher Lee pushed the door open and entered. Identical to the previous Teacher Lee, even his tone and demeanor were no different. "Sorry, students, I had to leave for urgent business just now. Now, let's continue." After speaking, he glanced at the blackboard and continued the previous topic. "So, which students want to run for class monitor?" The classroom was dead silent. Teacher Lee seemed completely unaware of this atmosphere, and after waiting a moment, said regretfully, "Since there aren't any, I'll appoint someone later." Then Teacher Lee skipped vice class monitor and pointed to several other class officer titles. "So, do any students want to take on these positions? Everyone actively sign up. Participation is what matters. If there really aren't any, I'll appoint them one by one later." Players had also seen plenty of death, so the heavy mood only lasted a short while before they reinvested in their own tasks. A muscular big guy stood up and expressed to Teacher Lee his desire to run for arts committee member. Teacher Lee was silent, looking at this player whose footsteps shook the ground 3 times when he walked, his expression truly indescribable. He couldn't help but confirm, "This student, do you really want to run for arts committee member?" Rather than sports committee member, he added silently in his heart. The player had no concept of what an arts committee member was. If not for the task requirements, he wouldn't have bothered standing up. Hearing this, he nodded firmly. "Yes, Teacher Lee, I want to run for arts committee member." Teacher Lee rubbed his forehead with a headache, once again yielding the podium position and saying to that player, "In that case, please show your classmates a talent you're good at." After thinking, he reminded, "Just a small performance, don't make the movements too big." With player number one's death case as precedent, this player naturally didn't dare easily violate Teacher Lee's requests. He carefully left his seat, came to the podium, and performed a Overlord flower dance. There might be people in this world who looked rough and tough but were excellent dancers. Unfortunately, this player wasn't among them. Teacher Lee. Even if no other students participated in the election, he couldn't appoint this Overlord flower classmate as arts committee member. Thinking about every arts activity, other classes' arts committee members being either delicate and lovely or bright and beautiful, while their class's Overlord flower stood out alone, overwhelming all teachers' and students' attention with crushing superiority, he felt socially dead. Question: what are your class's arts committee members good at? Other classes answer: singing/dancing/violin. His own class answers: strong physique, can fight 10 at once. In Suisui. Sorry, she shouldn't have let this player choose this task. Desperately seeking a pair of eyes that haven't seen this dance. The subsequent elections for sports committee member and labor committee member were equally bizarre. For example, the sports committee member candidate was obese, walked very slowly, and swayed as if he might fall at any moment. The labor committee member candidate was much faster in action, but for some unknown reason. When he got excited, he would spray out pitch black ink and not in one direction with any regularity. His body had dozens of hard bumps, each the size of a fist, and touching any of them lightly might cause ink spraying. Moreover, his ink was extremely difficult to clean. Teacher Lee even suspected the student wanted to run for labor committee member because his ink caused huge burdens for other students. So he wanted to make amends by doing the work himself. After various class officers were decided, and Suisui quickly pressed the end answer option. The players were too multi-talented, even she couldn't handle it. The end of the 9th question wasn't just the conclusion of one question. It was the end of the entire answer ladder game. With the answer ladder's ownership suddenly changed, and Suisui's broken book couldn't digest all the energy at once. The answer space's situation was actually quite unstable. After the 9th question ended, and Suisui stopped the game and let the answer space rest briefly. The awesome team, with extreme cheating assistance in the later stages, perfectly cleared the game and easily climbed to first place in this game. After leaving the game, and Suisui received deadly consecutive calls from both the World Consciousness and Beavis. Comparing the two, and Suisui unhesitatingly abandoned the World Consciousness and ran to Daddy Beavis's embrace. Who told Daddy Beavis to actually be willing to hit her? In all her life, and Suisui had only experienced this kind of family education from Beavis. Fortunately, she didn't need to handle the World Consciousness matter personally. Jianshi also indicated he had received an invitation from the World Consciousness and would go investigate the reason during Suisui's trip to the vampire world. After arriving in the vampire world, whether it was in Suisui's imagination or not, she felt Freeman Castle was much livelier than usual. The servants' hurried movements were filled with invisible gunpowder. And Beavis, who had been sleeping most of the time since their first meeting, rarely appeared in the council hall. Besides Beavis, Elton, Merlin, and Jing Fei. These 3 prince-level figures not from Freeman Castle were all present. There were also Ariel, Martha, and dozens of first-class servants she had and hadn't seen before, giving a sense of urgency before a great battle. Beavis sat in the main seat, and Suisui sat in the deputy seat. Below them were Merlin and Elton, the 2 main stewards of the castle. Now that everyone's here, let's begin. Beavis half-closed his eyes, his cold voice echoing in the meeting room. Elton held a vintage leather book in his hands, slowly opening it and spreading it on the table. Then I'll introduce the registration rules for this final circle to everyone. The first rule is power restrictions. Those with comprehensive power ratings below S level can participate, divided into 4 areas: S level, A level, B level, C level. This rule targeted Beavis. In the entire vampire world, only Beavis had power exceeding S level to reach another tier. If not for Beavis's power being too outrageous, he couldn't single-handedly raise the entire world's average. Besides power restrictions, there are also certain age limitations. C-level group age cannot exceed twice the maturity line, B-level group cannot exceed 4 times the maturity line, A-level group cannot exceed 8 times the maturity line. S-level group has no age restrictions. And Suisui didn't quite understand and wanted to find someone to ask about the details. But Elton on her left was extremely busy and naturally couldn't answer her questions. Others were sitting far away at the super long wooden table, making it inappropriate for whispered conversations. The only option was Beavis sitting on her right. Ultimately, curiosity overcame awe. And Suisui quietly reached under the table and touched Beavis's clothing hem. Beavis looked down slightly and met Suisui's eyes full of curiosity. Daddy Beavis. And Suisui asked in what she thought was a super small voice, "What is the maturity line?" When the troublemaker wasn't causing trouble, she was definitely a little sweetheart. Round cheeks, big eyes. When looking at people, she had a kind of innocent simplicity that showed she didn't understand the world, very well behaved at first glance. Unfortunately, Beavis, who knew the troublemaker's true nature, wasn't fooled. He directly pulled Elton's notebook from his hands, flipped back a few pages, then tore out one page and gave it to her, telling her to read it herself. Elton, getting his notebook back, tried hard to ignore the missing page. While continuing to explain the final circle registration rules, he mentally decided that after everything ended, he would definitely start a new notebook and rewrite all the important information. Beavis, that guy, was still so inconsiderate at his age. Had he ever considered the feelings of someone with OCD? Elton sat upright with a serious expression, discussing the big picture with a group of vampire executives, completely hiding his inner thoughts. And Suisui nestled beside Beavis, secretly catching up on her studies. That page from Elton's notebook didn't just explain the maturity line, it also had various scattered knowledge that Suisui didn't know but would soon need. The maturity line referred to the actual maturity timeline for each world and each species. Since every world and species had different lifespans, their maturity times also differed. So the final selection would use the maturity line as the standard, rather than specific ages. For example, the cultivation world. In the cultivation world, those under 200 years old were all considered new generation forces, but applying this standard to other species would obviously be inappropriate. Take ordinary human worlds. 200 years old would mean everyone could participate, but different worlds had different cultivation systems. Often, species that matured earlier progressed faster in cultivation, so the maturity line became the most suitable selection standard. Behind the maturity line was also recorded how to check one's comprehensive power level. Comprehensive power levels were essentially created to serve the finals circle. So only when each finals circle began registration could one submit evaluation applications. No wonder I've never seen this kind of thing before. And Suisui muttered quietly, "But what is this finals circle anyway?" She flipped the paper over and indeed found detailed explanations. How to put the finals circle. If the entire extreme survival game was actually a gambling game, then the usual games were for accumulating gambling capital, selecting those with the most capital, and eliminating those with bad luck and no ability. Then conducting the final showdown to select one gambling king? Before Suisui could fully understand the final circle, she suddenly felt someone tap her head twice. The force wasn't heavy, but enough to bring her back to attention. Suisui looked up at Beavis with confusion, looking as well-behaved as possible. But Beavis grabbed her chin and coldly turned her head straight. "They're asking you a question." Only then did Suisui realize that somehow the meeting had stopped, and everyone in the council hall was looking in her direction. Well, to be precise, everyone in the council hall was looking at her. What was going on? Suisui tried hard to recall her recent activities, confirming she hadn't caused trouble, before daring to ask loudly, "Why are you all looking at me? Please continue." Elton's face showed a barely perceptible smile. He coughed twice and turned to her. "Miss Nora, I was just asking if you have any opinions about our arrangements this time?" "Arrangements? What arrangements?" Suisui, who had been distracted the entire time, had no memory of anything Elton said during the meeting. Fortunately, she was thick-skinned and shamelessly asked again, only then learning that Elton had already arranged the list of participants representing the vampire world in the finals. Suisui happened to be on this list too. Suisui was a bit confused. After all, she was someone with dual citizenship, so she had to be careful about things like contributing to a world. "Can I represent the vampires in battle? Won't there be any problems?" Elton smiled. "Why not? You're the heir to Freeman Castle, a genuine little princess. Having you lead the team, no one would have any objections. What about my own world? If your world qualifies for the final circle, you can get double rewards." The game hadn't even started yet, but Elton was already counting victory for Suisui. "But are you sure your world will also participate in this finals?" It wasn't that Elton looked down on them. The interstellar world had participated in games for too short a time. Moreover, the final circle wasn't something one talented person could carry an entire world through. Suisui had also seen the qualification conditions for competing in the final circle. The requirements weren't low. The affiliated world must have at least 5 sea-level players to qualify for participation. Honestly, Suisui felt this was somewhat uncertain. She had just applied for comprehensive power evaluation and got sea level. If even she only reached sea level, one could see how strict the comprehensive power evaluation was. Among the people she knew, probably only Jian Shi and Yu Jianian could meet this condition. Whether the interstellar world's world consciousness had cultivated other players was hard to say, but Suisui didn't make any definitive statements. After getting confirmation from Elton that even if she represented the vampire world, she could still participate as a member of the interstellar world, she confidently accepted this task. What Suisui would lead was naturally the vampire world's new generation forces, the young generation's chosen ones. Suisui was somewhat worried. "I can lead the team, but are you sure these people will listen to me?" She didn't recognize a single person on the list, But Suisui knew in her heart that since they were chosen ones, they wouldn't easily bow to others. Suisui still underestimated the vampire world's hierarchical power. Elton's face wore an elegant smile, but his words were quite domineering. They wouldn't dare. Suisui, good heavens, so domineering? After seriously reading through all the names from beginning to end, Suisui raised another question. Are all these people from Freeman Castle? Won't there be spies mixed in? She still remembered Harvey, who had hidden a dungeon entrance in her own castle. Although Harvey ultimately lost both his wife and his soldiers, he himself had escaped, hadn't he? Regarding this question, Elton answered very definitively. Rest assured, the participants in all 3 levels A, B, and C are selected from Freeman Castle, completely loyal without any ulterior motives. You can command them at will. Hiss. If she remembered correctly, the final circle should be a world-level competition. Didn't the other factions send anyone to participate? Suisui's mind conjured the vague images of the other 2 princes. They didn't seem like the type who would willingly hand over benefits to others. Beavis beside her slowly opened his eyes, his voice devoid of emotional fluctuation. I have the final say. So whether the other 2 princes had ideas didn't matter at all. Incredible. Just then, Suisui received a message from Jianshi. Reaper, Suisui, the world consciousness says we need to participate in a large competition soon. Lucky little koi, final circle. Reaper, you already know. Lucky little koi, yes, I even registered to represent the vampire world. Reaper, no response from the other side for a while. Just as Suisui was about to close the chat page, Jianshi finally replied quietly. Reaper. The world consciousness is having a tantrum, telling you to come back quickly. This. Suisui told Beavis about the situation. Beavis, tell him to come find me. Suisui relayed these words exactly to Jianshi. A moment later. Reaper. He says you don't need to come back, have fun. He'll handle the registration matter. Suisui. He played the game of bullying the weak and fearing the strong perfectly. As someone with dual citizenship, Suisui didn't feel panicked at all about taking up 2 spots by herself. She first registered for a Vampire World player identity under Merlin's arrangement, then was called over by Beavis, who said he wanted to take her for some training. Beavis's exact words were, "Don't embarrass him in the final circle." She had thought Beavis would take her to fight a dragon or explode some equipment, but Beavis brought her to a place filled with ethereal mist to play chess. That's right, chess. A white-bearded old man clutched his chessboard protectively, glaring at Beavis' father and daughter with vigilant eyes. Beavis, you stinking vampire, what are you here for again? You're not welcome here. Suisui looked at her second dad with confusion, seeking an answer. However, whether it was Suisui's thirst for knowledge or the white-bearded old man's furious defeat, Beavis remained unmoved. He pointed to the stone stump across from the old man and said to Suisui, "Sit there, play a game with him. If you win, I'll take you to slay dragons." Slay dragons. Suisui quickly sat down. But only after sitting did she remember, damn, she didn't know how to play chess. Seeing that the chess player wasn't Beavis, the white-bearded old man breathed a slight sigh of relief. But he remained vigilant. "What's your relationship with Beavis?" the old man asked. Suisui showed a well-behaved smile. "I'm his daughter." Had he missed something? How could Beavis possibly have a daughter? Seeing the old man's expression like the world had become magical, Suisui added, "Adopted." Though she was a bit old when adopted and hadn't really been raised much. Old man. Why did this daughter speak in such a way that made people gasp? But since Beavis had come, he couldn't be driven away. Fortunately, the other party didn't want to personally play chess with him. The white-bearded old man reluctantly accepted Suisui's challenge. While setting up the chessboard, the old man cautiously tested the enemy situation. "Do you know how to play chess?" The old man played Chinese chess. Suisui was too embarrassed to say she didn't know, so she vaguely nodded. She knew the game rules. It shouldn't cause any problems. "Do you know about no takebacks?" the old man continued asking. Wasn't this obvious? Suisui thought to herself, What strong person would take back moves while playing chess? Even losing should be done openly and honestly. And Suisui continued pretending to be well-behaved, indicating she knew. By this time, the old man had also finished setting up the chessboard, sitting on the black side himself. As Suisui lowered her head to ponder, the old man couldn't help but remind her repeatedly, "Don't say I didn't tell you. You can't take back moves in chess. Taking back moves means admitting defeat. Remember that." And Suisui thought it strange. Why did this old man keep emphasizing no takebacks? Had he been traumatized by someone? Before she could ask, Beavis beside them had grown impatient. "If you're going to play, play. If not, admit defeat." So much nonsense. Suddenly, and Suisui vaguely sensed something, but didn't dare think deeply. "Stop, can't think about this anymore. Thinking further might lead to a beating." Rubbing her temples, and Suisui quickly pulled her attention back to the chessboard. Although she knew the rules, and Suisui had no research into Chinese chess and couldn't possibly beat this apparent chess enthusiast across from her. She also believed Beavis meant what he said. Winning would get her dragon slaying, losing might get her slayed instead. Just as she was pondering, glancing at the crisscrossed lines on the chessboard, and Suisui suddenly had a flash of inspiration and began searching through her backpack with her consciousness. The old man had also finally immersed himself in the chess game, urging, "Hurry up, you have the red pieces, so you go first. Don't you understand?" And Suisui calmly took out a pair of frame glasses from her backpack, wiped them clean with cloth, and put them on. "Sorry, Grandpa, I'm nearsighted and couldn't see the chessboard clearly without glasses. But I've always respected the elderly and loved the young, so please go first." The old man was quite pleased with the younger generation's courtesy, smugly glancing at Beavis before allowing Suisui to turn the chessboard around. Then he picked up a chess piece and made a move. Suisui touched the frame of her glasses and immediately picked up a piece to follow. At first, both played relatively quickly, neither giving ground. Gradually, the old man actually fell into a disadvantage, his expression becoming increasingly serious. The chessboard was full of killing moves, and the old man held his piece for a long time without making a move. Suisui's movements showed no major changes, still unhurriedly forcing all the old man's pieces into dead ends. Beavis thoughtfully glanced at the glasses on Suisui's nose bridge. Respecting the elderly and loving the young? Nearsighted? Didn't Suisui have such a thing? Beavis knew what was up but said nothing, leisurely watching the white-bearded old man's disadvantage become increasingly obvious and about to enter a dead game. He thought coldly, take back moves? Even without taking back moves, he could still deal with him. The white-bearded old man was devastated by Suisui's defeat, and there was even a Beavis watching from the sidelines. Beavis hadn't said a word from beginning to end, but just standing there proudly with a light sound filled the air with sarcasm. The old man almost pulled his beard bald, but still couldn't reverse his declining situation, being slaughtered by Suisui without leaving a single piece. The general piece wandered alone in its little square until it couldn't even wander anymore. The old man finally couldn't bear this pressure and actively conceded. Where did this terrible chess player Beavis find such a little monster? He considered his chess skills decent. How did such an exaggerated gap appear? The old man was completely puzzled and thoroughly devastated. Suisui looked at Beavis expectantly, her face showing complete obedience, waiting for him to lead her to slay dragons. Although she and Jianshi had fought a dragon once in the cube world, that dragon was virtual after all. Under rule restrictions, it couldn't display even 1% of a real evil dragon's power. Even so, they had to use clever tricks and slowly grind it to death. However, Beavis showed no intention of leaving. He reached out and took off Suisui's glasses, looked at them, then put them on his own nose bridge. Again. He coldly spat out 2 words. The old man was still immersed in grief and had no energy to deal with Beavis's nonsense. He waved impatiently. "I'm not playing anymore, you two leave quickly. Nothing good ever happens when I meet you." As soon as he finished speaking, a long blade was placed at his neck. The meaning was very clear, if you won't play, then let's fight. Old man, So when soft tactics don't work, you resort to hard ones? The white-bearded old man was one of the few people nowadays who could fight Beavis. Naturally, he wasn't afraid of him. But what gave the old man a headache was that every time Beavis fought, he would trash his place completely. When he tried to lure him elsewhere to fight, Beavis refused. He was doing it on purpose. Did he think everyone was as carefree as him? His property was meant to be passed down to descendants. Forced into a corner, the old man could only sit back down and play another game with this terrible chess player in his mind. This Beavis guy. Not only was his chess terrible, but his chess ethics were also bad. When playing with him, taking back moves was considered light. When he got angry, he would even flip the board. And afterward, his temper was foul, no one could criticize him. Whoever criticized him, he would fight. Whenever he came, the area within 100 miles of Taishu Mountain became deserted, with all sect disciples running away. However, what he didn't expect was that after not seeing him for so long, this terrible chess player's skills had actually improved. He played slower, but at least he didn't take back moves anymore. The old man became immersed again, while Suisui, who had been pushed aside, looked left and right, not knowing what to say. A father knows his child best. She had known from the beginning that her actions absolutely couldn't be hidden from Beavis. But she hadn't expected Beavis to steal her cheating tool and play himself. However, because Beavis wasn't familiar with using the tool, his chess playing speed was abnormally slow. The white-bearded old man was the same. These two were evenly matched, and it would probably take a while to finish. And Suisui was extremely bored. Looking left and right, her eyes suddenly rolled, and she crouched beside the white-bearded old man, asking softly, "Grandpa, this is my first time visiting your home. Can I look around the area?" The old man waved impatiently. "Go ahead, go ahead. As long as you don't leave this mountain, go wherever you want." "Great." And Suisui waved excitedly, randomly chose a path and ran off, quickly disappearing from their sight. Where should I go? Having gained freedom, and Suisui faced a dilemma at a fork in the road. When in doubt, ask heaven. And Suisui casually broke off a branch from a roadside tree and threw it into the sky. After the branch naturally fell to the ground, she continued along the path indicated by the branch's tip. While walking, she hummed an off-key song. The cheerful melody quickly infected the surrounding flowers, grass, and trees, with branches and leaves swaying in the wind as if responding to her singing. "Who are you? Why are you wandering freely on Taishu Mountain?" A sudden scolding interrupted Suisui's pace. She stopped and looked toward the source of the voice. She saw a young man in white robes standing not far away, glaring at her angrily. His right hand rested on the long sword at his waist, as if ready to attack at any moment. And Suisui was stunned for a moment. Without approaching rashly, she explained loudly, "I came down from the mountaintop. The master of this mountain is playing chess with my father. He said as long as I don't leave the mountain's boundaries, I can wander freely." The young man's brow moved slightly. After brief consideration, he believed Suisui's words. This was Taishu Mountain, where the Supreme Elder resided. If strangers really had intruded, how could the Supreme Elder not know? Since he allowed her to wander here, she must pose no threat. Understanding the key point, the young man apologetically clasped his hands and actively apologized. "I was presumptuous. I disturbed the young..." Instead, he actively began introducing Taishu Mountain to her, telling her which places she could visit and which had excellent scenery. Despite his young appearance, this person had quite extensive knowledge and was relatively sincere. As long as Suisui had questions about places, he could explain most of them clearly. Even when asked about things he didn't understand, he wouldn't pretend to know and make things up to show off. And Suisui had a good impression of this person, so she talked more. The two chatted about everything under the sun, getting along very well, until Suisui asked his name. "This is the young lady's first time visiting Tianen sect, right? I'm Long Aotian. May I ask the young lady's name?" Suisui, "Long Aotian? Is that the dragon from Flying Dragon in the Sky, the proud from arrogant, and the heaven from heaven and earth. Exactly. Is there a possibility that we're actually long-lost siblings? Long Out Yen looked completely confused. Do you want to listen to what you're saying? Cough cough, just kidding. And Suisui skipped over her previous words. May I boldly ask who gave you this name? Long Out Yen still felt something was strange, but still answered her. The Supreme Elder gave it to me. Is there a problem? Of course Suisui couldn't tell him the truth. She put on a big smile and fooled him. No problem, I just think this name is very mighty and domineering. To avoid Long Out Yen continuing to ask and exposing herself. And Suisui quickly changed the subject. My name is Suisui. Friends all call me Suisui. I saw you coming up from the mountain. Where are you going? Don't forget your important business. Long Out Yen slapped his forehead in annoyance. Look at my memory. I came to deliver medicine to my master. Thanks to Miss N's reminder, or I would have missed the time. Long Out Yen's master. Just this title alone made Suisui feel respectful and develop intense curiosity. She approached Long Out Yen, trying to put her arm around his shoulder. But due to the significant height difference, she failed and could only place one hand on Long Out Yen's shoulder, patting it lightly to cover up this mistake. Your master must be very impressive, right? I'll go with you to see and learn. Huh? Long Out Yen frowned. That's not quite appropriate, is it? What's inappropriate about it? Aren't we both on Taishu Mountain? The master of this mountain allowed me to wander freely on Taishu Mountain. But my master likes quiet. What a coincidence, I like quiet too. In terms of verbal skills, Long Out Yen really couldn't argue with Suisui. So he let her follow along to deliver medicine. Besides, he had no authority to restrict her movements. Out of curiosity about Long Out Yen, Suisui asked many questions about his past. And Long Out Yen's experiences lived up to his ear-splitting name. When he was born, his parents died in an accident, making him an orphan. Relatives like his grandmother and uncles all despised this little baby who had no source of income and could only eat for free. But whether from remaining conscience or fear of gossip, they ultimately didn't throw this pitiful child into the mountains to feed wolves. They fed him sporadically, barely raising him to age 5. At 5, Long Out Yen's village was slaughtered by demons, and he almost died under demon blades. He was saved by Tianen sect cultivators who arrived in time, then brought back to Tianen sect to become a junior disciple. At 16, when testing spiritual roots, they discovered that the hidden injuries from the demon attack hadn't healed, causing demonic chi to corrode his spiritual veins, making him a waste. Because people corroded by demonic chi either died or became demons. Long Out Yen was a very rare exception. Even though his spiritual veins were ruined and unusable, he was still a proper human, neither dead nor insane. Out of curiosity, Tianao Peak took him in, and he became a medicine boy at Tianao Peak, testing medicines for them. Years of medicine boy life didn't heal his injuries, but made significant contributions to research on medicines resisting demonic chi. Until the Supreme Elder of Taishu Mountain discovered him and completely healed him, then placed him under his current master. Speaking of this, Long Out Yen couldn't help but sigh. Without the Supreme Elder's life-saving grace, I would probably be a waste for life. And Suisui also sighed. What a damn twisted and dramatic background. If not for Tianmen sect's decent atmosphere, where Long Out Yen wasn't subjected to inhumane exploitation after being judged as waste. Being a medicine boy was also with his own consent and treated with respect. The sky might have completely turned dark. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Don't bully the poor youth. And Suisui couldn't help but shout out this classic line. Long Out Yen looked sideways and applauded. Well said. A youth's spirit cannot be extinguished. You flatter me, you flatter me. And Suisui waved her hand guiltily, not continuing this topic. From Long Out Yen's words, and Suisui learned that his master, Master Qingli, was actually a disciple of the Supreme Elder of Taishu sect. That is, a disciple of the white-bearded old man. Before meeting the master, and Suisui's mind automatically painted an image of a rather dignified middle-aged man. She never would have thought that among all her descriptions, only the man part was correct. Master Qingli wasn't sitting in the house, but standing by an ice lake some distance from the house, gazing into the distance, accompanied only by falling snow and withered trees. He wore ice-blue robes, with his back to them, showing only a glimpse of his profile. Tall and slender, with eyebrows that slanted into his temples without making him look stern, narrow eyes slightly upturned, his whole being emanating a cold aura. Whether due to his cultivation method or not, even his pupils and hair faintly glowed with light blue halos. And Suisui's eyes went straight, and her mind involuntarily conjured a row of book titles with quotation marks. Cold master, pretty disciple, a lofty, aloof master, a bright and moving talented disciple. I love you, but can't express it due to worldly prejudice. You love me too, but are bound breathless by moral shackles. What an absolute masterpiece. Master, I've brought what you requested. Long Aotian respectfully took out a brocade jade box and handed it to the man. And Suisui glared at him. Long Aotian, don't randomly intrude, okay? You two aren't on the same channel. Ing Wugue turned sideways, his cool gaze sweeping over Long Aotian, pausing briefly on Suisui, then naturally moving away. He raised his hand to take the brocade box from Long Aotian, while issuing an eviction order. Since you've delivered the item, leave. I won't keep you. Long Aotian naturally had nothing to say, but Suisui wasn't willing to leave like this. At least she needed to look a bit more. It would be even better if she could see the matching pretty disciple. Seeing Long Aotian about to leave, Suisui frantically scratched her head. Suddenly inspired, she stepped forward wanting to grab Master Qingli's sleeve, but was tripped by Long Aotian, who turned to look at her. She fell with a thud at Master Qingli's feet. Suisui was stunned for a moment, then reacted and lay down properly. Prostrating herself, this was sincere enough, right? Master, do you need disciples, master? One who can spend money and tear down houses, who's not afraid of trouble or effort, who can grow wild but still turn out solid. Once she infiltrated the enemy's interior, wouldn't she be able to find out who the pretty disciple was? What Master Qingli thought was unclear, but Long Aotian was truly confused by her. Get up quickly. You can't just bow to any master. He quietly tried to remind Suisui, but unfortunately Suisui's mind was completely hooked by Master Qingli's cool voice, leaving no room for reason. Do you know what you're saying? Suisui nodded frantically. She never minded having more relatives. She could even say she welcomed all comers. Unfortunately, this matter that was easy for her was interrupted by Long Aotian before it could succeed. Master, please don't blame her. The little lady likes to joke and has no filter. I'll take her away immediately. As he spoke, he tried to pull Suisui away, and Ing Wugue didn't stop him. Suisui was confused. Isn't your master very impressive? Why can't I bow to him? It was just a matter of having tea. Long Aotian was truly helpless this time. He looked back and saw Ing Wugue still watching them, not daring to say too much, only reminding her, do you know what path my master cultivates? Suisui boldly imagined. Could it be the killing path? Then this disciple position wasn't worth taking. Her life wouldn't be safe. Long Aotian, it's not that extreme, it's just that this path isn't very suitable for girls. Suisui answered without thinking, putting on airs first. What's to be afraid of? I'm super brave. A light laugh came from behind, carrying waves of coolness that gave Suisui goosebumps. If your father agrees, I wouldn't mind having one more student in class. Master Qingli's disciples all attended large classes with almost no private interaction. But from his words, it was clear that Ing Wugue already knew Suisui's identity. But what Suisui most wanted to know was exactly which path Master Qingli walked. Heartless path, all beings path, void path. It was said there were 3,000 great paths, all different. Suisui didn't know much about this. She had only started cramming this knowledge after learning that immortal cultivation worlds really existed. Long Aotian perhaps felt this wasn't any secret and told her directly. My master cultivates the star path. Star path? Star path. Never heard of it. Not the kind of awesome, flashy type common in novels. Most importantly, and Suisui didn't understand what the star path had to do with gender. Seeing she didn't understand, Long Outyen explained further. The star path pursues the sun, moon, and stars, with extremely broad scope, divided into yin and yang paths. Master walks the yang path, comprehending the golden wheel, sun. The reason most who cultivate this path are men is because the yang energy is too strong, not only conflicting with the natural yin softness in women's bodies, but also easily causing additional complications. And Suisui, additional complications? Long Outyen, like growing male characteristics. And Suisui. This was getting ridiculous. And Suisui stared wide-eyed, looking completely incredulous. You need evidence when you speak. What basis do you have for saying these things? Long Outyen paused, seeming to feel direct explanation was inappropriate, so he used the most tactful language possible to hint to her. When Master first started taking disciples, Master Qingli had more female disciples than male ones. Think about why there are none now. Ing Wugui taught large classes, whether 5 people or 10 people, it was all the same. He basically accepted anyone. Whoever bowed to him, he accepted. Whether they could grow up depended entirely on talent. Terrifying upon reflection. So, Master Qingli now only has male disciples, no female disciples. Long Outyen nodded. Right. Suisui was shocked. So Master Qingli's pretty disciple was actually Long Outyen. Crack. The sound of someone's heart breaking. Please, you two really aren't from the same genre. Don't mix and match. Looking at Ing Wugui's cold, distant face again, and Suisui could no longer connect him with the cold master from cold master, pretty disciple. Sure enough, novels were all lies. And at this moment, Ing Wugui had to give her a finishing blow. Are you unable to ask? I can do it for you. In Suisui, that was just a momentary impulse earlier. Don't take it seriously. I think I can consider it more. Honestly, her 2 dads might not have opinions about this, but Jian sure definitely wouldn't agree. Who would want their soft, cute girlfriend to become a burly man overnight? Speaking of this, and Suisui thought of another question. Her eyes flickered slightly, she swallowed, and asked quietly, when you say growing male characteristics, do you mean growing a dick? Is it big enough? Would there be developmental problems? If it was underdeveloped, wouldn't that be embarrassing to show off? Long Outyen was stunned by her question. The 7-foot man blushed red, not knowing how to answer. Even Ing Wugui, who had been gazing at the ice surface, turned around, his clear eyes falling on Suisui's head, seemingly thinking about how she came up with this question. And Suisui was completely oblivious and wanted to urge Long Outyen to answer, when suddenly red light appeared in the sky, followed by the entire Taishu mountain shaking 3 times. Beavis, you murderous bastard. Let go of my chess pieces and board. Or don't blame me for fighting you to the death. Heh, with just you? Another round of crackling fighting sounds. And Suisui felt her head was going bald. Honestly, she had never worried so much about anyone in her life. Dad, we're on someone else's territory. Can you control yourself? Even if you're powerful and fearless, your daughter is still in someone else's hands. I'm scared. And Suisui could even guess the cause and process just from imagination. Most likely her old father couldn't use the cheating device, got increasingly frustrated, then abandoned the cheating device to play himself. But without the cheating device, didn't Beavis's terrible chess skills return? Now he was being slaughtered by the white-bearded old man again. Sometimes, and Suisui felt she and Beavis were quite similar. Both were people whose appearances were highly deceptive. And Suisui looked soft and cute, appearing well-behaved. But actually she was a troublemaker who loved causing chaos, tearing down houses, never stopping her mischief. And Beavis? When not speaking, he was an elegant, noble, lofty emperor, who knew that beneath this noble exterior lived a hot-tempered brother. Every day he was either cutting people down or on the way to cut people down. Which of this father-daughter pair was more troublesome was really hard to say. And Suisui seemed to feel the air around her becoming scorching. Long Outyen was straightforward, Besides being too trusting, he was quite good. Looking at him, he probably didn't know about her relationship with Beavis. But the other master Qingli was different. Ing Wugui's gaze was substantial, piercing in Suisui and gradually draining her health bar. Just as he was considering whether to capture in Suisui to demand compensation from Beavis, and Suisui suddenly hugged his arm and hung herself on him. And Suisui, Master, when do we start studying? I'm ready. Long Aotian? No, didn't you just say something different? Beavis had no idea that while he was just coming out to collect a debt, someone had stolen his home. His cheap daughter had found herself another relative. When Beavis and the white-bearded old man finished fighting and both landed on Taishi Mountain's peak, Ing Wugui was already waiting there with his new disciple. Ing Wugui, let me introduce. This is my new disciple and Suisui. White-bearded old man. Was he finally getting old? Why couldn't he understand human speech? But Beavis immediately focused his gaze on Suisui. With his understanding of Suisui, this kind of thing was definitely started by her. As long as it could be solved by acknowledging relatives, the troublemaker would never use an extra finger. And Suisui's eyes guiltily drifted away, but quickly regained composure. What was there to fear? It was all her second dad's fault. Fighting on someone else's territory for no reason, without even telling her in advance. If she had known in advance, she would have run away early. How could she have been targeted by Master Qingli? Even so, facing the hot-tempered Beavis, even the most troublesome child didn't dare shout loudly. She used clear eyes to gaze at her second dad, her soft little voice slightly innocent. Second dad, look, this is the new relative I found for you. Beavis. Beavis still took in Suisui dragon slaying. Besides being hot-tempered, he was much better than in Suisui in terms of personal credibility. The white-bearded old man watched Beavis's retreating figure, standing for a long time before quietly asking his disciple beside him. Can you have some backbone? There's still so much time in the future. How can you make conclusions now? Ing Wugui didn't respond to the old man's unreasonable tantrum and turned to leave. His figure swayed in the cold wind, and his words were blown away by the wind along with him. Beavis is a first-generation child of fortune, the peak of one world's accumulated luck. To beat him, it's not about me having talent, it depends on this world's upper limit. The white-bearded old man understood. Look at what he was saying, meaning he couldn't beat Beavis entirely because he was dragged down by this world? Why not just directly say the world consciousness was useless? World consciousness. World consciousnesses of higher worlds weren't easy either being despised or being crushed. The dragon slaying process was very different from what Suisui imagined. Not slaying a green-faced, fang-toothed western evil dragon was one thing, but she really couldn't bring herself to beat up this little milk dragon pressed to the ground in front of her. This had just hatched not many days ago, right? How did her second dad target it? Dad and Suisui hesitated for a moment, then steeled herself to speak her mind. Disasters don't affect wives and children. If you have any grudges with the dragon clan, can we go directly find their parents? This tiny thing, even if she really killed it, there wouldn't be any sense of achievement. Instead, her guilt would skyrocket. Beavis looked at the little golden dragon that Suisui was holding down, still arrogant even facing death, his expression as cold as always. He snorted lightly and pointed to the distant high mountain. I told you to beat that one. This broken child immediately grabbed the newly hatched dragon cub and actually dared to say he was bullying the weak. How shameless. What? Wrong target? Suisui looked up, following Beavis's gaze, and only then discovered there was another dragon coiled around the green mountain. Because its size was too enormous and it almost merged with the green mountain, and Suisui hadn't noticed anything unusual before. Now looking up, she found that the dragon with green scales was also looking down at them. And Suisui was shocked. How is there another dragon here? This dragon had been watching for so long without moving, really thinking it was a mountain, scaring her. Finding the new target, Suisui immediately released the little milk dragon and pointed aggressively at the dragon head in the sky, shouting, I advise you to surrender immediately, or my second dad will beat you so badly your parents won't recognize you. Don't say I didn't warn you. The green dragon naturally recognized Beavis. Otherwise, why would it watch its clan's dragon cub being pressed to the ground without intervening? Wasn't it because it couldn't beat the opponent? Who would have thought the opponent's cub would be so arrogant, acting like a fox borrowing a tiger's power, making one want to spray her to death with a breath? Even so, the green dragon could only suppress its anger and ask coldly, Beavis, our dragon clan hasn't feuded with the blood clan recently. What is this about? Beavis didn't respond to the big green dragon, instead turning to pat in Suisui's back, pushing her forward 2 steps. Then pointing at the green dragon coiled around the mountain, he commanded, Go beat it. If you can't win, no dinner tonight. And Suisui's eyes widened. How could she beat this big guy? Not to mention anything else, even if the green dragon didn't fight back and let her pound on it, being able to knock off 1 dragon scale in a day would be enough for her to brag about. One-on-one combat? Even a long life shouldn't be wasted like this. And Suisui didn't even think before retreating, clinging to Beavis's arm and looking at him pitifully. Those eyes clearly expressed her meaning. Didn't you say you'd take me dragon slaying? Is this how you take me? Beavis. I'm taking you dragon slaying. Haven't I already brought you here? Now you slay. And Suisui was dumbfounded. Her second dad could even play word games now. Looking at the current situation, if there wasn't some personal grudge involved, she wouldn't believe it. But since Beavis had already stated his position, it meant if she didn't act, this dragon-slaying matter wouldn't pass. After weighing the pros and cons, and Suisui released Beavis's arm and grabbed the newly hatched little milk dragon again. I think we don't necessarily have to slay dragons. Look, we've caught this little dragon cub. How about we extort its parents? Wouldn't this be more time and effort-saving than dragon slaying? Beavis was caught off guard by her show-off, almost unable to maintain his facial expression. He never would have imagined that the once brave and fearless version of himself, who would fight anyone who disagreed, would have such a cowardly daughter. Beavis didn't want to speak anymore. His translucent red eyes looked again at the big green dragon coiled on the mountain peak. The meaning was very clear, ransom or not. Guardian Mountain Green Dragon. The Blood Clan and Cultivation World's passage had been open for tens of thousands of years. As one of the strongest clans in the cultivation world, the Dragon Clan had dealt with Beavis quite a bit. They had been smashed, robbed, and beaten, but never extorted. Especially not extorted by the opponent's cub. And Suisui, just ask if you're scared? The Dragon Clan expedition's success opened a new world's door for Suisui. Afterward, every place Beavis took her, and Suisui no longer chose direct confrontation. She would first grab the opponents old, weak, sick, and disabled, then extort them, winning without bloodshed and gaining a large sum of ransom money. Of course, Beavis's contribution was indispensable. Without this level of backing, others shouldn't try to imitate. Finally, and Suisui returned with a full load, happily bringing a pile of treasures back to the Blood Clan. Unfortunately, extreme joy led to sorrow. The treasures hadn't stayed in her hands for even one night when Elton came. Elton, Miss Nora, the master said you had quite a harvest today and asked me to collect taxes on this unexpected wealth. Taxes? And Suisui clutched her purse, looking wary. So that's why her second dad had been so kind. He was waiting here all along. So, how much tax do I need to pay? Elton was well prepared, taking out an extremely long list with all of Suisui's ill-gotten gains from her scheming and swindling, not missing even a casually taken biscuit. He took out paper and pen for calculations, then took away 85% of Suisui's wealth income. And Suisui was heartbroken and tried to protest. Elton was also very reasonable, providing her with a viable appeal channel. If you're dissatisfied with this tax, you can report it to Master Beavis. As long as Master Beavis speaks up, Elton wouldn't dare embezzle a single coin of your property. Well, with Elton's hint, the truth of the matter was already very clear. Small note: the previous chapter of this book has completed the transition and is, in a sense, Already finished. Starting from this chapter, I'm essentially writing an ending for everyone at my own expense. There isn't much content, just a proper beginning and end. Authors actually have very little power. I only hope those who like this book can read happily. Jing Fei passed by in Suisui's door and saw her listlessly hanging herself on the balcony to sunbathe under the moon. He asked in surprise, "What's wrong? Didn't the master take you out for training?" "Per harvest." It was precisely because the harvest was too good that she was melancholy. "Let me ask you, Jing Fei." And Suisui sighed heavily. "Do you think if my second dad had new children, would he throw me away?" Jing Fei was surprised. "Why would you think that?" "Why?" And Suisui suddenly looked up, full of indignation. "I suspect he's keeping other children outside, which is why he's trying every way to mistreat me, exploit me, and fleece my property and labor. Woo her little money. Next time second dad sleeps, she'll go put firecrackers in his bedroom. No cannons." Jing Fei almost died laughing at Suisui. He could be very certain that their little princess had been tricked by Master Beavis, otherwise where would such resentment come from? Jing Fei's barely suppressed amused expression stimulated Suisui's fragile little heart. "Jing Fei, you're actually laughing at me." She was indignant, and shinibi words spilled out. "Don't provoke me. With my talent, surpassing you is just a matter of time. Then I'll make all who insulted me pay the price." "Jing Fei, what price?" "Confiscating all my property." Suisui, right? Scared? "Jing Fei, what about those without property?" Suisui, who doesn't have property? Jing Fei, Elton. His property was already confiscated by Master Beavis, and he still owes a debt that hasn't been repaid for tens of thousands of years. Ha ha ha. Suisui finally cheered up. Knowing someone was worse off than her immediately improved her mood. Jing Fei also smiled. He thought Suisui was really a lovely child. Bad moods came and went quickly. Freeman Castle had been lifeless for years until Suisui joined this big family, suddenly transforming from stagnant water to chaos. Even Master Beavis had become much more irritable. Although Suisui was carefree and many things might just be casual remarks, Jing Fei still seriously said to Suisui, "In the future, regardless of whether Master Beavis has his own descendants or adopts new children in the endless years. After Master Beavis passes away, I and the many people I represent will firmly support you. Then these things will still be yours anyway." Suisui silently looked at Jing Fei, staring into his eyes for a long time without speaking. "When did you say you would support me?" "After Master Beavis passes away." "When will my second dad pass away?" "Will he really pass away?" "You're really filial." Suisui, my second dad is someone who could send me away. "What's the point of you talking to me about his inheritance?" Jing Fei, farewell." The final circle that had all worlds on high alert finally arrived amid great anticipation. Suisui had prepared everything she could bring in advance. Carrying a deceptive small backpack, she sat in her room waiting for the countdown to end. Game loading. Loading successful. Welcome player Lucky Little Koi. Participating in this round's extreme survival game finals. Player number 1523-0023. Participating group. C-level group. This round's game has S, A, B, C 4 groups of players. Please do not let lower-level group players intrude into higher-level group players next match, otherwise life safety cannot be guaranteed. This round's game has only one rule: fight with all your might to be the last one standing. Game countdown 30 days. Wish you a pleasant game. After hearing the game announcement, before Suisui's vision had fully recovered, she first opened the control panel and switched accounts to log in. Perhaps having never seen such an operation, even the game system responsible for final circle announcements froze for a few seconds, then replayed the content it had already announced. Nora Freeman login successful. Only after fully recovering her vision did Suisui see clearly the environment she was in. A dark, damp, narrow space with uneven dirt walls on all 4 sides, a low ceiling that even Suisui could reach up and touch. A broken flashlight was the only light source here. Before Suisui could examine it carefully, the flashlight finally reached the end of its life, flickering twice before going completely dark. Fortunately, Suisui was well prepared. She opened her backpack and took out a high-powered flashlight, instantly making the narrow space as bright as day. The control panel still floated before her eyes, but besides checking data, only the map function was still usable. The teammate channel was disabled, and players from the interstellar world had lost contact. Even the map function only showed eye-catching red lines outlining the boundaries of 4 competition areas, with a green dot indicating her current location. Cough cough, whether it was her imagination or not, and Suisui felt a burning pain in her respiratory tract, yet she had only entered the game for less than 5 minutes. Just in case, Suisui took a sip of universal anti-inflammatory medicine, then put on a gas mask. After thinking about it and feeling it wasn't safe enough, she changed the gas mask to a full-body protective suit. It was rare for the game not to ban her backpack and supplies, so of course she should use the best things. After the pain disappeared, Suisui re-examined the narrow space illuminated by the high-powered flashlight. What is this place? Suisui frowned and looked for a long time but couldn't make sense of it. Whether the walls or ceiling, they all looked like randomly dug square dirt pits, yet every dirt wall had door-like barriers installed. Even the ceiling and floor weren't spared. It was as if every wall was an exit. Besides this, there was only a wooden plank bed about to fall apart, a blanket so dirty it had clumped together, and garbage scattered everywhere. Could it be a maze? 6 exits, but only one could be chosen, and after opening it, the other 5 would disappear? Suisui tried to speculate about the game's intentions with the highest malice possible, but unfortunately there were pitifully few clues in the room, making it impossible to verify her guesses. 7 parts fate, 3 parts effort. When in doubt, ask heaven. Suisui muttered, pulling out a special pathfinding die from her backpack, taking out one piece to shake in a cup while chanting, "Heaven spirits, earth spirits, mountain gods and earth deities quickly appear." The milky white die finally stopped on the number 3, so Suisui chose the most broken-looking door to push open. This had nothing to do with the die's suggestion. Outside the door was a pitch-black passage extending from both sides of the door into the distance, with 1 or 2 broken wooden doors vaguely visible, nothing else. Suisui just poked her head out to look, then returned to the previous space and continued opening the other wooden doors. However, behind the other doors, there was nothing but dirt walls. Only above her head, behind the wooden board, was a staircase and passage leading to an unknown destination. Playing so complicated this time? Suisui looked at the wooden door, then at the long ladder overhead, hesitating for a moment before finally choosing the passage outside the door. Although both passages were full of unknown dangers, the passage outside the door was better for maneuvering and less likely to be ambushed. She adjusted the brightness of the high-powered flashlight and used thick paper tubing to circle the lamp head, avoiding too wide a beam. After completing all preparations, Suisui finally pushed open the broken wooden door, which seemed to complete its final mission by creaking and crashing to the ground. Both sides of the passage were walkable, and Suisui's small dirt cellar was just one of countless such cellars. As she walked along, every so often she would encounter a similar wooden door. Some wooden doors were closed and couldn't be pushed open without using force. Others were open, with broken items scattered messily inside. The only common point of these rooms might be that none showed traces of recent habitation, as if they had been abandoned for a long time. What exactly was this place? Suisui muttered, finally walking into a spacious hall-like area about 20 minutes after leaving her room. Besides herself, 2 other players had also arrived here. One was a non-human alien with flowing fine sand on the surface of his body. Except for somewhat reflective eyes, there was no way to get any information from the skin. The other player's identity was more awkward. Red ancient-style robes slightly open, revealing a pale, solid chest. Dark red eyes seemed to burn with flames, and sparks scattered and fell on his robes as he breathed, decorating him with brilliant colors. Of course, none of this was most important. What really attracted Suisui was the identity badge on his forehead. Dragon Clan. Suisui looked warily at the young man with dragon horns on his head. The other party had also discovered Suisui's presence. His originally calm and composed expression instantly collapsed after seeing Suisui's face clearly, gradually becoming fierce. If it were before, Suisui definitely wouldn't fear Dragon Clan creatures and might even excitedly rush over to investigate. Unfortunately, just recently, she and the Dragon Clan had some minor conflicts. Brotherhood was probably impossible now, she'd have to find another way. Obviously, this Dragon Clan brother thought the same way, snorting coldly and rolling up his sleeves. Suisui looked, good heavens, this meant he wanted to fight? Everyone was sea level, who was afraid of whom? So she also started rolling up her sleeves. The Dragon Clan youth rolled up his sleeves and charged forward, Suisui also charged forward. The Dragon Clan youth charged toward Suisui, Suisui charged toward the distance. The Dragon Clan youth was furious, no longer able to maintain his pretended aloof image, and started cursing. Stop right there. Don't run. If you have guts, fight me head-on. What kind of hero runs away? Suisui gave him a middle finger blessing in return. Blah blah blah, if you have guts, catch up. If you don't, say less, lest you collapse from exhaustion later and blame me for using dirty tricks. Chapter 477. Final Circle 2. The two chased each other while trading insults, completely ignoring the sand player who had originally been confronting the Dragon Clan youth. He swayed and stood up, somewhat confused. From their conversation, the sand player determined that the two seemed to be enemies. Anyone who could enter the final circle was a top player from their respective worlds. After understanding the situation, the sand player pretended on the surface to be confused and watching the show. But secretly, he quietly scattered some invisible fine sand everywhere. Then when the two entered his encirclement, he suddenly attacked. The sand player had carefully planned this, but Suisui and the Dragon Clan youth weren't fools either. While chasing, they hadn't ignored the other player in the area. So the moment the sand player launched his attack, both Suisui and the Dragon Clan youth stopped and turned their attention to the sand player. In terms of raw strength, these were all sea-level players. The differences wouldn't be huge. 2 against 1 had no chance of winning. The sand player missed his strike and immediately fled. Suisui tried to stop him but failed, so she didn't continue pursuing. The game had just begun. Unless there was 100% chance of killing the opponent, players wouldn't easily expose their true strength. Moreover, she currently had a more important guy to deal with. After the Dragon Clan youth's attack missed, he also chose not to continue chasing the fleeing sand player. He refocused on Suisui, his eyes truly burning with raging flames this time. Even his red hair ignited without wind, looking like he might burn himself to death. Seeing the opponent about to pester her again, Suisui quickly pulled out her small fork to block in front of her and shouted loudly, "Wait, I have something to say." Huff huff. The Dragon Clan youth panted heavily, shooting 2 streams of fire from his nostrils, his human-like transformation flickering as if he might transform into a dragon and attack at any moment. Suisui's eye twitched, not exposing his false momentum. What a joke. With the Dragon Clan size, this small space couldn't even fit him. Okay. Suisui didn't want to get entangled with him at this time. For her, the urgent priority was finding her teammates. Especially the 3 support players in the team. They had no attack capabilities and might encounter danger if time dragged on. Since the interstellar world was participating in final circle competition for the first time and barely made it in at the passing line, the interstellar world only had 5 players truly qualified to participate, but had 10 quota slots. After Suisui and the other qualified players discussed it, they finally decided to fill all 10 slots. Before entering the game, no one knew what specific mode this game would be. What if it was like the desert island world, where final scores were calculated based on the number of surviving team members? With fewer people, wouldn't they be at a disadvantage from the start? The interstellar world's formal qualifiers were obvious: Jianshi and Suisui and Eugenian. Their strength was relatively stable, and even among veteran sea-level players, they could hold their own. The other two were recent promotions who barely touched the sea-level player line, stepping over it to successfully get the interstellar world a slot in the final circle. This also somewhat revealed the world consciousness's thoughts. He wanted to participate in this world finals circle. And Suisui and Eugenian weren't just individually powerful. Under the intentional cultivation of these two top player captains, their teammates were also among the pyramid's peak players in the interstellar world. One of the two newly promoted sea-level players came from Eugenian's team. The last sea-level player was a dark horse. Being isolated and weak, he basically had no say in this competition. His teammates' strength really couldn't compare to the two top teams, so the players participating in this final circle were basically monopolized by the two teams. They only replaced one player whose skills were similar to Ngan's, but slightly inferior. The newly promoted sea-level player initially protested, but Eugenian shut him down with one sentence. Team battles naturally require familiar people. Being able to insert one stranger is already the limit. If even this can't be done, let's just skip this final circle and talk about it next time. This not only struck down the new sea-level player, but also warned the interstellar world's world consciousness. Either obey or nobody plays. What could the world consciousness say? Of course, go along with him. Besides, in his heart, the interstellar world's main force was always Eugenian and the other two. Back to the main topic. The Dragon Clan youth huffed and puffed for a long time, and after being called to stop by Suisui, glared at her unhappily. I'll only give you one sentence. He was afraid of being led into a trap if she said too much. He had heard from the clan elders that this human used her mouth to fool and cheat several people, causing heavy losses to the Dragon Clan. The simple Dragon Clan youth never considered the possibility that the Dragon Clan elders might hide the truth to save face. Hearing the Dragon Clan youth's words, and Suisui's mouth also twitched. Thinking that everyone was sea-level, what did this youth have to be arrogant about? But what she said was, how many Dragon Clan members came to this final circle? The Dragon Clan youth frowned. What do you mean? And Suisui didn't want internal conflict and had to make things clear. I don't know how many Dragon Clan members you brought, but you can't possibly fill all 10 slots. But do you know how many companions I have? Original World 9, Blood Clan World 10, that's 19 total. No matter how fierce your Dragon Clan is, how many can you handle? This number was somewhat inflated, but Suisui not only didn't mention it, she wanted to add another strong dose. There's one more thing. Do you know my identity as junior sister of Taishu Peak? Are you sure all players from your world will stand on your side? Some titles didn't matter whether they had real power, as long as they sounded impressive when shouted. Look, didn't this fool the opponent? The Dragon Clan youth looked completely confused. What the hell? Wasn't this cunning human from the Blood Clan world? How did she get involved with Tianmen sect? What did Original World 9 people mean? Where exactly did she come from? Why was her background so complicated? Just then, a tall figure emerged from the darkness. It was a Blood Clan youth. The Blood Clan youth saw the Dragon Clan youth and Suisui in confrontation, first stunned. Then, as if discovering something important, he solemnly took out a white paper from his pocket. Looking at Suisui, then at the white paper, after a moment he put away the paper, pretending nothing had happened, and shouted with surprise, Miss Nora, Berlin finally found you. Being the first to see you is truly blessed by the Blood Lord. Suisui put away that previous set of actions, and this statement might be more believable. Don't think she didn't know there was her photo hidden behind that white paper. But Suisui could understand these Blood Clan participating players. She wasn't really familiar with the Blood Clan's younger generation, so not recognizing her was normal. She didn't recognize the other party either. That? Berlin? You came at the right time. This guy wants to challenge all of you. Suisui smoothly accepted this little brother and smugly bared her teeth at the Dragon Clan youth. See what she had said. In terms of personal influence, absolutely no one in this game could match her. She was the great Nora Suisui. The Dragon Clan youth had actually been intimidated by Suisui's words. Originally, forming cliques in the final circle was extremely difficult. Those who could enter the final circle were necessarily the top batch of players from their respective worlds, and this batch of players was necessarily cultivated jointly by multiple factions. Scheming and infighting were inevitable. Being able to rally 19 players at once in the final circle was simply unheard of. Such an outrageous thing, surely the elders would understand his position. The Dragon Clan youth bluffed by spitting out a stream of fire. For Tianensek's sake, I won't pursue this matter. After the final circle, don't let me see you again. If time wasn't precious, Suisui would definitely argue with him. The Dragon Clan youth was just talking tough. After saying this, without waiting for Suisui's response, he ran away first. The Blood Clan youth Berlin was confused. Are you acquainted with that gentleman? No. Then why didn't you keep him? The meaning of keep was very clear: kill him. Berlin was obviously a game veteran, absolutely ruthless when it came to being merciless. But Suisui had different thoughts at this time. You're wondering why I let him go, right? Berlin nodded. Although this game required following the little princess's arrangements, Berlin had never worked with Suisui before and didn't understand her style. Following orders didn't mean having no personal thoughts. Suisui understood this point. Players entering the final circle from higher worlds are basically two types. She stared at the Dragon Clan youth's retreating figure and said quietly, either their strength is so overwhelming they're irreplaceable, or they're resourceful with strong adaptability. Which type do you think he is? Berlin understood. Since there was no confidence in quickly taking down the opponent, it was better to save this time to look for more clues and avoid losing the initiative. The early game was the golden time for exploring the dungeon. After gaining her first little brother, Suisui briefly exchanged information with him. Berlin's situation was similar to Suisui's. He also woke up in a dark, smelly little dirt house, and after leaving found maze-like passages and countless similar dirt houses. Some houses occasionally yielded useful items, which he didn't miss, and collected everything. Besides this, neither of them had seen any living people other than players along the way. The game continued. The platform Suisui found was the largest public space since she left the dirt house. There were at least 7 or 8 passages around the platform. In all this time, she had only encountered 3 players, including Berlin, showing how complex the terrain was. The underground passages are probably all similar. Let's follow the ladder up to see what's above. Suisui pointed to the edge of the platform, where there was a vertical upward passage with rusty iron climbing ladders installed. Berlin had no objections. The passage with the climbing ladder was very cramped, only slightly wider than Suisui's body. A slightly fatter person would have trouble even climbing up. Moreover, these ladders were ancient, and you could clearly feel key parts loosening when stepping on them. They could break down at any moment. Suisui had never been so grateful for her petite frame in her life. These old fixtures could barely support her weight. Berlin following her wasn't so lucky. The ladder often broke under his feet, forcing him to abandon the convenient ladder and pull out 2 sharp daggers from his backpack. He stabbed them hard into the dirt and used them to climb up. At this snail's pace, the two climbed for about 5 minutes before finally reaching the exit of this passage. Pushing hard against the iron sheet blocking the hole, Suisui finally escaped the maze-like dark, damp underground passages and returned to the long mist surface. The blinding white light on the surface made Suisui, who had adapted to darkness, very uncomfortable. She closed her eyes to recover for a while before observing the surroundings. The surface was desolate, with abandoned, non-biodegradable household waste everywhere. Steel and concrete buildings stood in rows. Due to time's erosion, bright colors had long faded, wrapped in thick white fog, showing only gray walls. At first glance, this place was a long-abandoned human town. What puzzled Suisui was that if it had been abandoned for so long with no human activity, there should be many small animals here. In fact, whether cats, mice, birds, or spiders, She hadn't even heard a single insect chirp. The silence was somewhat terrifying. And Suisui suddenly remembered the burning pain in her respiratory tract when she first entered the game. Her heart sank, and she quickly pulled out detection tools from her backpack. The result matched her expectations. The air in this small town was filled with terrifying unknown viruses. And Suisui turned to look at Berlin following behind her. Berlin surprisingly had no protective measures, just standing naked on the ground, moving his wrists that had become stiff from long climbing. He looked completely fine. "What's wrong? Miss Nora, why are you looking at me like that?" Berlin met Suisui's gaze and asked in confusion. There was nothing special about himself. "Do you feel anything wrong?" Suisui chose her words carefully. "I mean your physical condition. Any pain, dizziness, or nausea." Berlin was stunned. "But Miss Nora, the symptoms you mentioned only occur in humans." Suisui was also stunned. Right, although Blood Clan looked human, they were completely different life forms from humans. Generally, Blood Clan had no pain sensation and couldn't perceive temperature. They seemed to have no reaction to poisons either. The interstellar world hadn't studied Blood Clan physiology and couldn't provide more detailed answers. Suisui thought about it and still pulled out extra protective suits from her backpack for Berlin to wear. Having no pain sensation had advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was not being affected by injuries in combat. The disadvantage was that without pain sensation, they often had no idea about their physical condition. By the time they discovered problems, they were usually about to die. Suisui's backpack space had been upgraded and filled countless times, becoming enormously large. Taking advantage of the space convenience, before entering this game, Suisui stuffed it with massive amounts of supplies. Especially medical supplies. Most things from her dad's bankrupt hospital were no longer needed, so they were all stuffed in for Suisui before the game. Suisui thought when gone would definitely need these things, so she brought them in. Unexpectedly, they really came in handy. The final circle map was very large. Suisui opened the map to check her position and found she was right at the boundary between sea-level and B-level competition areas. Unfortunately, the thick fog prevented her from seeing distant objects clearly, or she would have camped here to see if she could pull a B-level ally over to hold down the fort. While thinking, Suisui had already led Berlin into a nearby old house. The house looked shabby but was surprisingly sturdy. At least it didn't bury Suisui in ruins. Having been uninhabited for a long time, the house's surface had accumulated a thick layer of dust. Suisui and Berlin split up, trying to find even a tiny clue about this world in the house. There wasn't much in the house, and it was messy, as if it had been ransacked by bandits. A huge wardrobe lay on the ground with its doors open and nothing inside. There were basically no pots, pans, or utensils. The few large appliances like refrigerators and freezers, when opened, contained only dirty stains. If not for the protective suit's odor-filtering function, Suisui suspected she could have been knocked unconscious by the gases inside. "Miss Nora, look at this," Berlin called softly. Suisui temporarily put down her work and ran over, seeing Berlin pull out a brand-new leather case that was completely out of place in this house from under a cabinet. "It's a supply box," Berlin excitedly told Suisui. Supply boxes were good things. They could not only supplement players' missing supplies but also, when supplies were abundant early on, help guess what crises might be encountered later through the items inside. Suisui and Berlin opened the box together. The box's exterior was very eye-catching, containing over 10 shiny stones of unknown material. She didn't know what they were for. Suisui thought fruitlessly and looked questioningly at Berlin. Berlin shook his head, indicating he also didn't know the specific use of these things. He had been in games for quite a while, but this was his first time participating in Final Circle, so he didn't understand the routines. Moreover, each Final Circle had different themes with basically no experience to reference. After careful consideration, Suisui put both the box and stones into her backpack and told Berlin he could request them immediately if needed. Berlin had no spatial containers, and the supply box's appearance was too conspicuous. Having Suisui temporarily keep them was the best strategy. Berlin naturally had no objections, and the two continued searching for clues. The house was only so big and was soon thoroughly searched. Besides the supply box Berlin found, and Suisui also found a very hidden compartment. Inside were two extremely worn protective suits. The protective suits had deteriorated so badly that they would crumble at the slightest touch. Then there was a straight downward passage, similar to the one they came up from but narrower. And Suisui speculated that going down from here might lead back to the underground dirt houses they were in before. Organizing all the information, and Suisui murmured softly, could some very serious disaster have occurred here, making the surface uninhabitable, so the townspeople all hid underground? Otherwise, how could one explain the intricate underground passages and countless house-like dirt rooms? Although the facilities in the dirt rooms were shabby, you could still make out their basic form. They showed heavy signs of habitation. After searching one house, they continued to the next. After 3 or 4 consecutive houses, and Suisui finally encountered other players. And Suisui had just found the underground passage entrance of the 4th house when, before she could act, the cover was pushed open from inside. A pitch-black big head squeezed out of the passage entrance, meeting Suisui face-to-face as she reached out but couldn't find the cover. And Suisui was also startled by this suddenly appearing otherworld player. Her body reacted faster than her brain, instinctively pulling out a huge iron hammer from her backpack. With a clang, she knocked the player who had finally climbed up back down. The player was caught off guard by Suisui's sneak attack, falling several meters down. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and didn't let his body completely hit the ground. His oil-like black body stuck tightly to the surrounding walls, sliding down to 7 or 8 meters from the entrance before finally stopping his descent. And Suisui also reacted, guiltily putting away the hammer and circling around before returning to the well entrance. Pretending nothing had happened, she greeted the player below. "Hey, just arrived? Have you eaten?" The player below had a sharp, thin voice. If not for the game's built-in translator, communication would be the first major difficulty when players from various worlds met. And Suisui listened to the player below's various incoherent curses, guessing that perhaps what he wanted to say was too dirty or obscure, causing the game not to know how to translate it, resulting in this effect. But Suisui only needed to know he was cursing. "Like cursing, do you? Then let me help wash your mouth." And Suisui wasn't one to take losses. She pulled out a pre-prepared torch, lit it, threw it down, and covered the entrance. She even used heavy objects to press on top, preventing the guy below from easily breaking through. As expected, she heard the player's screams. After frantically hitting the iron cover unsuccessfully, the opponent could only retreat and return to the dirt house below, seeking other exits. When Suisui opened the iron cover, only clusters of charred marks remained on the tunnel walls. The original player was nowhere to be seen. Oh ho, could it really be oil that became sentient? So easily flammable. And Suisui peered down hard, confirming there were no traces of life inside before withdrawing her gaze. She didn't think a player capable of entering the final circle would be burned to death by one fire. But judging from the opponent's reaction, fire was probably this type of player's weakness. She took out a notebook and recorded the player's appearance characteristics and discovered weaknesses before going to meet up with Berlin. Although this game had a very large number of players, the game field was also very large and divided into upper and lower levels, so encounters weren't that easy. And Suisui searched 4 houses, finding something in each one. There were expired but well-packaged foods. There were also very old firearms that were basically unusable. She also found one supply box containing a short knife and 3 bottles of water. Overall, her luck was pretty good. After searching the 3rd house, Suisui drew a symbol that only interstellar players could understand in a relatively hidden spot by the main door. She indicated her direction of advance before continuing to the next building. And Suisui's side was peaceful, but Jian sure wasn't so lucky. His spawn point was on the town's main street, where the toxin concentration was many times stronger than underground. He almost died from poisoning right after spawning. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. After noticing something wrong, he immediately drank several mouthfuls of antidote and promptly put on protective gear to resist the toxins. This prevented the unknown poison from invading his internal organs. What kind of hellish place was this? Jianshi frowned as he looked around, deciding to first find a house to hide his form before making plans. He found a house that looked long abandoned, but as soon as he pushed open the door, a black gun was pointed at his head. 4 or 5 sallow, emaciated people stared at him menacingly, looking him up and down. Especially after seeing his brand-new protective suit, the greed and covetousness in their eyes was more terrifying than wild beasts. Jianshi raised his hands, calmly observing for a moment. After confirming there were only these few people in the house, he turned around and subdued these bluffing paper tigers. Never mind whether these few could actually hit him with bullets. Even if they could, these firearms that had been obsolete for nearly 1,000 years couldn't even penetrate his protective suit, let alone cause harm. After capturing all the refugee-like people and tying them together, Jianshi searched and interrogated them one by one. There were 5 people who tried to rob him, all sallow and emaciated, wearing tattered protective suits that were barely better than nothing, walking with shaking legs. Just from their appearance, these guys couldn't possibly be players. After careful interrogation, this confirmed his thoughts even more. These 5 were among the few NPCs in this dungeon, and the lowest tier at that. According to them, decades ago, a catastrophe occurred here. An unknown virus swept through the entire town overnight. Townspeople who discovered the problem fled or died, quickly spreading the virus to surrounding towns. Outsiders who learned of this were extremely panicked and built high walls around all areas where the virus had appeared, not allowing people inside to escape. Since the virus was relatively light and generally floated in low altitudes, the few surviving humans, in order to survive, could only dig underground passages and struggle in the underground world. But the virus took away not just human lives, but also animals, plants, and other common life forms. The survivors hiding underground faced food shortages and were forced to return to the surface to search for food. Perhaps to appease the survivors inside and prevent them from rioting collectively, the governing authorities of the town would use drones to drop some living supplies into the town at regular intervals. This kept them from reaching the point of desperation where they'd fight the outside world. After long periods of panic and depression, the darkness of class hierarchy emerged. In a world without law, the evil of human nature was fully exposed. Strong people began oppressing the weak, forcing them to go to the surface to search for supplies. While they hid in the most comfortable areas of the underground city, eating and drinking, living even more comfortably than before. The few people Jianshi caught were slaves who had escaped from the underground city. Unable to endure hunger, they resolutely stepped onto the surface and never planned to return to the underground levels. "Spare us, we just want to live." One NPC crawled at Jianshi's feet, pleading bitterly. His 4 companions either looked numb, having no expectations for their upcoming fate, or cowered fearfully in corners, trembling. Their cloudy eyes couldn't even produce tears due to dehydration. Jianshi lowered his eyes and sighed softly. The blade light passed across their necks before the 5 could react, ending their struggling lives. "Rest in peace." Jianshi gathered the 5 corpses together and burned them clean with fire. Before the players arrived, they might have been able to continue struggling. Now that this place had become a player trial ground, painless death was already the greatest fortune. Not all players possessed humanity. Behind him was raging fire, ahead was an endless abyss. Jianshi stood at the underground passage entrance of this house, frowning slightly. He didn't know whether he should go down to check the underground situation. The surface situation wasn't even clear yet. Wouldn't going underground now be too hasty? Those few had said the underground city's terrain was incredibly complex. Even people who had lived underground for years could easily get lost. Most importantly, where was Suisui? When interrogating the 5 NPCs earlier, Jianshi had already discovered that communication logs and friend location functions were all disabled. Finding teammates could only rely on luck. Luck. Jianshi gave up on the possibility of finding the other party just by thinking about it. It would be more efficient for his wife to come find him. But before that, Jianshi wasn't completely helpless. He snapped his fingers, successfully using the skill Clone. The first thing the clone did upon appearing was look up searching for Suisui's figure. Jianshi got angry seeing this. This was the problem with clones being too intelligent. They always wanted to compete with him for his wife. He still hadn't figured out how this guy managed to upgrade the clone skill to level 8 on his own. He clearly hadn't fed him any resources. There was no trace of anyone else in the house besides Jianshi. The clone disappointedly withdrew his gaze, exchanged mutually disgusted looks with the original, and immediately turned away. One jumped into the deep well to explore underground. One left the house to stay on the surface. They parted unhappily, going separate ways. The players from the interstellar world were managing well for now, and other worlds were also showing their abilities, able to handle the initial minor crises. The most dangerous situations were faced by support players who lacked strong offensive capabilities before reuniting with their teammates. Yuanli was currently facing such a crisis. Whether it was because they were considered too weak or due to good luck, the 3 support members of the Awesome Squad were initially assigned to the same area and quickly regrouped. Except for Jianshi, the other members of the Awesome Squad had relatively good luck. With their numerical advantage, Yuanli and the others cleared the battlefield very quickly, searching through 5 or 6 houses in an hour. The supply boxes looked too distinctive. Even without any special rule reminders, anyone who encountered them would know how special these items were. With a clear target, the 3 searched even more enthusiastically, never expecting to encounter other players in the 6th house. Although the opponent was alone, all 3 of them were support players with virtually negligible damage output. So when the 2 groups encountered each other, both sides were momentarily stunned. The solo player hadn't expected to encounter such a large team right at the start and was on high alert. After all, 3 people were quite intimidating in terms of numbers. Seeing the opponent's wariness, the 3 quickly caught on and understood the current situation. Although they were support players, the enemy didn't know that. Without knowing the details, fighting 1 against 3 wasn't a wise choice. So the most important thing now was not to show weakness. Perhaps they could bluff their way past this player. Yuanli's honest smile disappeared, baring his prominent front teeth as he looked up and down at the opposing player with excited eyes. Then he turned to his companions and discussed, 3 against 1, how long would it take to finish him? Not sure. Wengon couldn't manage false bravado, but his calm composure was equally confusing. Compared to their more reserved personalities, Xia Xian was rather hot-tempered. She pushed aside Yuanli, who was blocking her way, pulled out a magic wand over a meter long, and prepared to fight. Always guessing back and forth, what's there to guess? Try it and we'll know. With that, she activated her skill first. In an instant, sand and stones flew everywhere, and the milky white mist was stirred into a spiral shape, continuously condensing. Regardless of the actual power of the skill, it looked quite intimidating. The player who had encountered them was frightened by the scene and took a step back, already showing signs of wanting to flee. Just then, the wardrobe in the room was blown over by the storm, revealing a hidden compartment behind it and a suitcase sitting properly in the compartment, gleaming in the darkness. Yuanli's eyelid twitched. They had actually discovered a supply box at this moment. Looking at that player, who had already retreated to the window but returned upon seeing the supply box, carefully observing the 3 of them, he was considering whether he could snatch the supply box from their hands. The 3 groaned inwardly. The skill just now was merely a bluff, and it shouldn't be dragged out too long, or their true nature would be discovered. The perfect plan was actually interrupted by a supply box. They had 3 people and should theoretically be the stronger side. If they retreated now or showed any sign of backing down, it would seem very suspicious. When Gon made a quick decision, using Xia Xian's skill as cover to pull out item cards from his spatial container, selecting and using one. The player who had returned didn't want to fight the three head-on, only looking for a chance to steal the supply box. He hadn't expected that before he could even approach the supply box, the opponent's attack had already been launched. Raging flames, boosted by the storm, increased dramatically in power, instantly burning part of the player's skin and gradually closing in. That player made a quick decision, abandoning the supply box and escaping through the window. After leaving the house, he looked back and saw a round figure charging out of the flames, aggressively chasing in his direction. It was clearly the fat guy among those three players. The player hesitated no more, enduring Yuan Li's curses as he turned and ran. Yuan Li pretended to chase for a few steps, confirming that the player had run far away before returning to the house and calling his companions to flee. Just kidding. Having finally bluffed the enemy away, were they going to stay and wait for him to return for a counterattack? The three quickly packed up and ran. The player who had already escaped from the house soon discovered something was wrong after running for a while. He had thought that with so many opponents, escaping from their encirclement would require a fierce battle. Who knew he had escaped so easily? This meant the opponents had deliberately let him go. Could there be some conspiracy in this? Thinking of this, the player immediately stopped, vigilantly observing his surroundings. After confirming he had truly escaped the encirclement and there were no traps, he became even more confused. Under what circumstances would enemy players let him go without any reservations and without preparing any backup plans? Unless they simply didn't have the ability to keep him. This otherworld player's expression turned stern as he immediately realized he had been deceived. He immediately turned around and chased back toward that house. The house was indeed empty, with only the burnt smell of flames scorching wood reminding him he hadn't found the wrong place. Walking along the way, this player thought about many things and discovered more and more suspicious points from his encounter with the three. Three bluffing guys had actually fooled him. This player's eyes turned cold as he followed the traces left by the three. How could he not understand now that those three players were probably all support types? Support players weren't conspicuous when fighting alone, but they were particularly important in team battles during the late game. The early game was the most dangerous time for support players from various worlds, and their teammates were probably desperately trying to find them. Since he had encountered them, he naturally couldn't let them go. When Yuan Li's group left, they had placed monitoring devices in that house. So they knew immediately when that player returned to the house. The three also understood that their deception had been exposed, and they would likely face pursuit. "How is it? Have you found Suisui and the others?" Xia Xian asked anxiously. How long would the three support players have to wander outside? They needed to rejoin the team quickly to maximize their value. Yuan Li glanced at the screen of his handheld computer. The locators he had given to Jianshi and in Suisui before entering the game showed no response. Games often blocked some auxiliary functions, so the three weren't surprised by the failure of friend channels and positioning abilities. External smart products would mostly become ineffective after entering games. Yuan Li had been mentally prepared for this and had given in Suisui and the others specially customized locators. They could only be used through his handheld computer, essentially half an item. However, this device wasn't as powerful as the game map function. It only worked when the person holding the locator was within 2 kilometers of him. Currently, the computer showed no response, which only meant both of them were quite far from his location. It was time to use their secret weapon. All three simultaneously pulled out in Suisui's wishing bottles, muttering for a teammate to come quickly while maintaining their running speed. The pursuing player was no pushover either, incredibly fast, and soon caught sight of the three. The three seemed to sense something and looked back while fleeing, indeed seeing the distant pursuing figure. They immediately understood this player was speed type, giving them no advantage in escape. Yuan Li immediately stopped and forcefully pushed the other two. "I'll hold him off, you two run." Xia Xian was shocked. "Yuan Li, you have no combat power. Staying behind isn't that suicide?" Yuan Li smiled bitterly. "Then what else? If I don't stay, all three of us will die." Before submitting the final circle roster, and Suisui had solemnly asked for their opinions and informed them of the risks involved. The final circle had a very high mortality rate, and as support players, and Suisui initially disagreed with their participation. The awesome squad had formed considerable bonds through round after round of games, and they simply couldn't stand by and watch their teammates take risks while doing nothing. From the moment they entered the game, they had already prepared to die. Since that player chased after us, he has no intention of letting us go. The chances of all three escaping together are too small. It's better for me to stay and hold him off while you go get reinforcements. Yuan Li stated the stakes clearly. Moreover, since the opponent has speed advantages, other aspects are probably much weaker. With my abilities, I can hold him off. As long as you find teammates in time, not only can we three survive, but we can also counter-kill that guy. Then he jokingly added, "You two wouldn't want to die for love with me, would you?" "That won't work. I only like girls." Wengan suddenly implicated. At this point, both calmed down, knowing this was indeed the best approach. As if making some decision, Xiaxian gritted her teeth and pushed Wengan. You go get reinforcements. I'll stay and help." With her there, Yuan Li could hold out much longer. Wengan was pushed and staggered. Seeing the two were already preparing, he pressed his lips together, determined the direction, and left. Players who could enter the final circle were no joke. Yuan Li didn't expect that with his strength that couldn't even qualify for a spot, he could drag the opponent to death. The two pulled out all the item cards they had saved since entering the game, setting up deadly traps before the enemy arrived. Since they had no attack power themselves, the item cards and Suisui had given them were mainly offensive. Seeing that blurry figure becoming clearer, Yuan Li's initial heroic determination to go all out dissipated considerably, and he belatedly became somewhat afraid. He swallowed and stared at the opponent's inhuman face, quietly asking, "Do you think Wengan can bring reinforcements?" Xia Xian glared at him irritably. "Now you're scared?" The other world player caught up and immediately spotted the two. Why weren't these two running anymore? He wondered in surprise. He slowed down, considering the possibility that this was a trap. Then he quickly noticed the missing Wengan. "I see." The other world player extended his sharp claws and pounced at the two. Wengan had never been this anxious in his life, stumbling and running for who knows how long, his jumping heart gradually sinking. He clearly knew that the longer time dragged on, the smaller the chance of Yuan Li and the others being saved. He had been running all this way without seeing anyone, let alone teammates. He really didn't know if this was good or bad luck. Even so, he didn't stop, the wishing bottle in his palm almost crushed. Perhaps heaven took pity on him. When running past a street corner, Wengan finally heard some different sounds. He didn't have time to observe whether the source of the noise was teammates or not, and urgently ran in that direction. Then he collided head-on with someone wearing tattered protective gear, looking like a refugee. Both fell to the ground, and the light in Wengan's eyes almost extinguished. The refugee NPC wasn't in much better condition than him. His already weak body was nearly shattered by this collision. Grimacing as he got up, he saw Wengan's brand-new protective suit. A barely perceptible greed flashed in his eyes. While saying apologetic words like, "Sorry," and "Are you okay?" his hand behind his back gripped a polished long nail. Wengan's vigilance hadn't disappeared. He was also sizing up this refugee-like guy. Didn't look like a player. Players who could enter the final circle couldn't be in such a miserable state. So this was an NPC. NPCs in any game had special purposes. Wengan considered the possibility of capturing him and forcing information from him. Maybe he could quickly find their teammates. However, someone moved faster than him. Wengan only saw a white light flash before his eyes, and the NPC was pinned to the ground by a strange creature. What was that? A monster or a player? Wengan vigilantly moved his feet, ready to flee at any moment. The silver-white monster with its back to him seemed to hear the movement and slowly turned its head. Wengan tensed, gripping an item card that could summon flying swords. Woof! The white monster barked like a dog. "Wengan?" Since the opponent didn't attack immediately, Wengan boldly took a closer look. The opponent's build and size did indeed resemble a dog, but what was wrapped around its body was a protective suit. Who would bring a dog into the game and even give it protective gear? The protective suit's viewing port wasn't large, and it was a modified dog version. Wengan struggled to identify features from it and finally recognized the identity. At the same time, Jianshi's voice sounded behind him. Wengan. Wengan's pupils dilated suddenly, and his legs, aching from prolonged intense exercise, suddenly lost strength. Jianshi, go save them quickly. Yuan Li and Xia Xian looked quite miserable. Wengan had been gone for a. He just hadn't found the person he most wanted to see. I think Brother Jian is going crazy. Mo Lian carefully discussed with the person beside him. Mo Lian's development direction was as a scout, and after meeting up with Jianshi and the others, he had been responsible for frontline reconnaissance work. He didn't know how many times he had received Jianshi's eye rolls. Every time he returned to the team to rest, that certain someone would question him thoroughly, then become sarcastic because he didn't get the answer he wanted. He dared to be angry, but didn't dare to speak out, only silently praying for his team captain to appear quickly and divert Jianshi's attention. Don't keep staring at him, this poor little thing. Yuan Li heard Mo Lian's words and deeply agreed. Jianshi these past few days had truly been charging for 5 minutes and talking for 2 hours. His rest time was frighteningly short. Jianshi was a real big shot. When not fighting, he could go 3 days and nights without sleep and still be energetic. But these accompanying personnel couldn't handle it. That's how they got their daily 5-minute charging time. This game's venue was already large, and it was divided into above-ground and underground areas. They had spent 3 full days clearing out just a small corner, and who knew when they would be able to meet up with others. At 7 o'clock, daylight broke. A cold and mechanical game sound suddenly exploded in all players' ears. Drawing banned category, draw successful, banned item is food. All players simultaneously stopped their actions, seeing the same confusion in their companions' eyes. Banned items? What did that mean? Jianshi slightly narrowed his eyes, took out several pieces of bread from his spatial container, and casually handed them to a vampire girl in the team. This vampire girl named Betty had a special skill. She could see the hidden information of any item. On the surface, the bread still looked the same as before. But after the bread had been in Betty's hands for a moment, green mold grew on its smooth surface, and it emitted a foul stench. In Betty's eyes, the bread clearly displayed 4 large characters, inedible. The other pieces of food were all the same. After sharing the hidden information, Jianshi lowered his eyes and pondered for a moment, then took out a new package of food. This food had no problems at all. Except for not looking very appetizing, it was at least something that could be consumed. When Gon removed the detector from the food, his eyes full of confusion. What's the difference between this pack of cookies and the previous ones? Jianshi nodded and explained to everyone, the ones I took out before were prepared before entering the game. Only this pack of cookies was obtained within the game. Having said this much, anyone who wasn't stupid could understand. So you're saying all the food we brought in is useless, and we can only obtain food from within the game? Yuan Li stared in disbelief, quickly asking Wengan to take out and count the supplies they had found these past few days. With his large appetite, how could he bear not having anything to eat? Jianshi patted Yuan Li's shoulder, not only failing to comfort him but adding another blow. This is probably just the beginning. Maybe in a few days, drinking water will also become a problem. No way. Are they deliberately torturing us? Ignoring Yuan Li's wailing, Wengan carefully counted out the supplies. We found a total of 20 supply boxes and grabbed 18 supply packages yesterday. In total, we have 30 bottles of water, 10 packs of cookies, 15 pieces of bread, 8 packs of instant noodles, 2 canned meats, 3 sausages. The supply packages dropped by drones were mainly food, mixed with a small amount of daily necessities, making up the bulk of their food reserves. Although there were more supply boxes than supply packages, the items that came out of them were very complex, some they had never even seen before and didn't know what they were for. Now even when Gon became worried. We currently have 9 people. These things can support us for at most 2 days. I don't know how the situation is on the other side. The 3 vampire members waved their hands repeatedly after hearing this. Don't count us in. We don't need to eat human food. Hey Emolian found this curious and asked, then what do you rely on to maintain your bodily functions? Drinking blood? Didn't all the stories say that vampires had to drink blood to survive? Vampires and humans had some connections. The vampire youths understood Emolian's wild imagination and explained with smiles, only early vampires needed to rely on fresh blood to maintain bodily functions. After the 3rd generation, vampires' dependence on fresh blood has been gradually disappearing. Especially with the sharp decrease in human population in the vampire world, very few vampires could actually drink human blood. For modern vampires, fresh blood was a delicious and tempting treat, not a necessity. We rest in darkness, hibernate, that's the best way for vampires to maintain bodily functions. Hearing this answer, all the human players were incredibly envious. Simply put, vampires didn't need to eat or drink, and when they couldn't go on, they just found a place to sleep. No wonder the vampire group lacked vitality. According to the information Jianshi and others had obtained, situations like supply packages that dropped large amounts of food only happened once every 7 days. There were also NPCs hiding in the shadows who would compete with them for resources. They had a premonition that there would definitely be a tough battle between human players and NPCs. They didn't know what other situations lay ahead. The urgent task was to collect as many supplies as possible before other players realized what was happening. To prevent other players like vampires, who didn't need to eat, from causing them trouble once they figured things out. Jianshi pressed against his back molars, feeling depressed. Damn it, he still needed to find his wife. If he focused on supplies, wouldn't their forward progress slow down even more? When would he be able to meet up with his wife? And Suisui didn't have someone with special abilities like Betty by her side. After the little demon left, she only had Berlin and the Nightmare Beast, 1.5 subordinates. After receiving news that food had been banned, she, like Jianshi, took out the food she carried and observed it carefully. It doesn't look particularly different, Berlin gave his assessment. And Suisui was also encountering this kind of situation for the first time. Clearly banned, yet it hadn't turned gray like usual, and even the smell hadn't changed one bit. How could she test the meaning of the ban? And Suisui's gaze moved and finally settled on the Nightmare Beast. The Nightmare Beast had thin chains around its neck, sealing its ability to create nightmares, leaving only a harmless shell. Sensing in Suisui's gaze, the Nightmare Beast shivered for no reason and gave her an ingratiating smile. And Suisui also returned a sweet smile, then, under the Nightmare Beast's flattered expression, stuffed a piece of cream cake into its mouth. The Nightmare Beast was shocked. The game had just announced the food ban, and this brat was stuffing one into his mouth. What were her intentions? He instinctively wanted to spit the thing out, but Suisui firmly covered his mouth. Swallow it. Her voice was sweet and soft, but her attitude was firm. You can't waste food. Go to hell. Was this about wasting food or not? The Nightmare Beast was so angry he wanted to roll his eyes, and then he really did roll his eyes. He also foamed at the mouth, his body stiffened, and he looked like he was about to die. And Suisui hadn't expected such a strong reaction. She pounded his belly several times, forcing the Nightmare Beast to vomit up the cream bread that hadn't been digested yet. Then she stuffed a healing pill into him. This guy was still useful, so she'd save him if she could. It took a long time for the Nightmare Beast to recover. He looked at Suisui with lingering fear, secretly muttering in his heart that fair-skinned people were indeed black-hearted, using him as an experiment without being sure of the danger. Was this something a person would do? And Suisui truly felt no guilt at all. Her big eyes blinked as she curiously inquired about the experience of eating the cream cake. With his life in the enemy's hands, the Nightmare Beast could only complain in his heart and honestly recounted the process to Suisui. Hell creatures had never eaten human food, so he couldn't describe whether there was any strange taste. He only knew that the thing was soft when it first entered his mouth, and he swallowed it without much reaction. Then he felt a cold aura spreading from his stomach throughout his body, freezing his internal organs inch by inch. After that, a suffocating dizziness came from within his body, and his consciousness gradually became blurred. If Suisui had been any slower, he really would have died. Hell creatures weren't human and didn't have the concept of illness, but this feeling wasn't like being injured either. It was more like his bodily functions were slowly disappearing. After hearing the nightmare beast's description, Suisui was thoughtful. Then she rummaged through her backpack and found a large pack of cookies, opened the packaging, and took out one piece. The nightmare beast's eyelids twitched wildly. He pressed his back against the wall, carefully keeping his distance from Suisui. But Suisui directly targeted him, extending her hand to place the cookie in front of him. Her meaning was clear. She hoped the nightmare beast would eat another cookie. Nightmare beast, so she was just going to keep picking on him? Could she change targets? He felt it necessary to remind Suisui that he wasn't the only tool here. So he roared fiercely at Berlin, "Your turn." Heh. Berlin flexed his fingers, directly pressed down on the nightmare beast's head, and stuffed the cookie into his mouth. Who was he yelling at? He was the only prisoner here. Nightmare beast, I hashtag at asterisk and... After waiting anxiously for a long time, the fluffy little beast found that nothing had happened to him. Not only was he lively and energetic, he could even sing a song. His worried heart finally relaxed. He deliberately acted cute and bouncy, hopping to Suisui's front to show her his vitality. So that's how it is. Suisui had strong immunity to cute things and wasn't swayed by the nightmare beast's charm at all. She turned to communicate with Berlin. It looks like we'll need to store as many game supplies as possible in the coming time. The only difference between the two foods just now was that one was brought in from outside and the other was found in the game. She had placed them in different locations and marked them. She wanted to give half of her current supplies to Berlin, but Berlin refused. I don't need these. Please be sure to keep them all. I'll share with you when there's something you need. As they were talking, Suisui spotted a supply box hidden behind the curtains. She walked over excitedly and took out everything inside. The contents of supply boxes were as chaotic as always anything could appear. But the probability of food appearing was still much higher than other things. Could it be that food was relatively more common than other items? Suisui didn't think too much about it. After collecting the contents, she stared at the empty supply box for a while. Then, in front of Berlin and the nightmare beast, she took out another pack of cookies and a bottle of water, along with a handful of shiny stones, resealed the supply box, and put it back behind the curtains. Berlin/nightmare beast? The questioning gazes from the two guys were too piercing to ignore. Suisui's eyes wandered around before she explained to them. There's definitely more than one group of human players in the game, and it's not just human players who need food. Before long, everyone will know that the food they brought can't be eaten. That left only the food that came out of supply boxes. Before anyone fell into the trap, players wouldn't be so wary of supply boxes. Suisui didn't expect everyone to fall for it. Traps were traps. If she could trick one person, that was one person. Neither the nightmare beast nor Berlin were fools. Within Suisui's brief explanation, they could interpret the meaning behind these actions. The nightmare beast felt his heart grow cold. Being able to think of such a devious trick, this child was clearly not a good kid. Didn't that mean he would be completely controlled by her? His hope of escaping to freedom became even more remote. Berlin thought more than the nightmare beast. He clearly knew the relationship between Suisui and the vampires. After hesitating for a moment, he still said, "Aren't you afraid of accidentally hurting friendly forces by doing this? Vampires didn't need food, so naturally they couldn't be tricked. But your highness had brought another human team." Suisui waved her hand dismissively, as if full of confidence in her teammates. They'll definitely be able to tell the difference. A few hours later, a man in a windbreaker walked into the room where Suisui had stayed and pulled out the hidden supply box from behind the curtains. After opening the box, the man's movements suddenly stopped. The box contained a piece of bread, a bottle of water, and a handful of colorful stones. However, the most eye-catching thing was the used trading company logo on the packaging. Yu Jianyan, suddenly encountering his own company's products in the game? And much later, Jian Shi, who encountered the same scene, couldn't help but admire. Excellent. Such a brilliant move, it was obviously his wife's doing. Setting aside future events, and Suisui, having done her mischief, began pondering the underground city matter again. Although the inner city was B-level players' territory and too dangerous to approach, thinking about the information she had gathered at the cost of dying once made her somewhat unwilling to give up. She always felt that this underground city held significant weight in this game. So after receiving even a little bit of information about the underground city, and Suisui rushed over without stopping. Since players' characteristics were too distinctive, it was difficult to blend in among the NPCs who were local natives. Especially in the outer city, which was like a refugee gathering place, being even slightly well-dressed would make one particularly conspicuous. And Suisui didn't plan to take personal risks and changed her brand-new protective suit to the tattered style worn by NPCs. "Why are we back here again?" Berlin asked quietly. Since they couldn't openly blend into the crowd, the two had simply dug a hole from directly above the outer city to come down. "I heard that after we left, a monster broke into the outer city," and Suisui said, focused on the surveillance device in her hands, filtering and categorizing all the information. "Maybe a player broke in," Berlin said. Players came in all shapes and sizes, so being seen as monsters by NPCs made sense. But the key is that this monster ran out from the inner city. And Suisui's expression was grave. There were strict territorial divisions between players. High-level players couldn't come to low-level areas, and low-level players who mistakenly entered high-level areas basically never returned. The inner city was half allocated to B-level players and half to A-level players. The area where S-level players were located was on the other side, separated by these two groups of players. The area and Suisui was monitoring belonged to C-level players' territory. Neither B-level nor A-level players could come over. So the so-called monster could only be an NPC. NPCs had no territorial restrictions. So a monster had appeared among the NPCs? This sounded rather horrifying. After entering the underground city, and Suisui kept the game map open beside her, constantly watching to avoid crossing boundaries. The hole they had dug was in a relatively central position in the outer city part of the sea-level area. It should have been bustling with people, but due to the appearance of the so-called monster, the walkways were sparsely populated. Through the thin layer of earth, and Suisui waited like a hunter for about half an hour before hearing muffled crying sounds from the monitor. Then the ground began shaking like an earthquake, trembling with loud bangs. Unprocessed dirt and stones fell from the walls, covering both of them in dust. Berlin's gaze was shocked, his face grave as he looked toward the passage below. To make such a commotion, this monster's size was considerable. And it came from the inner city, hopefully it wouldn't exceed sea-level players' capability limits. The so-called monster was getting closer and closer. The sobbing from the inhabited earthen houses grew louder, and the NPCs who didn't know the truth were clearly afraid of the approaching monster. Directly below in Suisui was a relatively wide platform, and there was a very high probability that the monster would pass through here. After steadying herself, she took advantage of the chaos to break through the last bit of earth layer disguise below and quietly poked her head out to look. Thump thump thump, thump thump thump. The monster's footsteps grew closer and closer, moving very fast. Behind it followed a large group of what seemed to be guard NPCs, judging by the footsteps, more than a dozen of them. A figure that almost occupied the entire passage ran out from a certain opening connected to the platform. And Suisui tensed up completely, holding a teleportation item in her hand. When the monster approached, she met a pair of bright black eyes. And Suisui's movements froze instantly. This round yet smooth form, the jet-black shiny feathers, the gorgeous phoenix tail growing from its rear, yet moving like a flightless ground chicken. The other party saw her and slowed down, tilting its head with a confused expression that conveyed deep foolishness. And Suisui, chicken baby? Chirp chirp, the giant black chicken, 2 meters tall and fat and wide, suddenly changed direction and rushed toward Suisui. Before Suisui could say another word, the black chicken had reached her, stretched out its neck to pull her from the hole, gave her a vigorous shake onto its back, and continued running wildly. Berlin watched helplessly as Suisui was carried away by a big chicken, and his little princess seemed to know the other party. Who could tell him what was happening? Suisui had no time to explain to Berlin right now. She held tightly to the chicken baby's neck to avoid being thrown off during the bumpy ride. The chicken baby's running speed was astonishing. In just a few minutes, it had carried Suisui through most of the outer city and was heading toward the boundary between the outer and inner cities. Chicken baby, you can't go to the inner city. Suisui shouted over the wind. But the chicken baby either couldn't hear her or didn't understand what she meant, continuing to run toward the inner city without any intention of stopping. Suisui had no choice but to use her skills, grabbing the chicken baby's neck and forcibly changing its direction. The chicken baby was pulled off course and stumbled, nearly falling. It turned its head to look at Suisui with an aggrieved expression. Chirp, chirp, chirp. It seemed to be complaining about why she was stopping it. Suisui patted its head soothingly. Good chicken baby, we can't go that way. It's dangerous. The chicken baby seemed to understand her words and obediently changed direction, but it still looked reluctant. Behind them, the pursuing guards were getting closer, their shouts echoing through the corridors. Stop. Don't let the monster escape. Surround it. Don't let it get away. Suisui frowned. These NPCs were treating the chicken baby as a monster, but she knew this was definitely not some monster. This was her chicken baby, though she wasn't sure how it had ended up here or why it had grown so large. The chicken baby carried her through several more corridors before finally stopping in a relatively secluded area. It lowered its head, allowing Suisui to slide down from its back. Chirp chirp, the chicken baby nuzzled against her affectionately. Suisui hugged its large head. Chicken baby, how did you get here? And why are you so big? The chicken baby couldn't speak human language, only making chirping sounds, but its eyes were full of intelligence. It seemed to be trying to tell her something, but Suisui couldn't understand. Just then, footsteps approached from nearby. Well, what do we have here? A lazy voice came from the shadows, and a figure slowly emerged. Suisui tensed up, ready to fight or flee, but the chicken baby showed no signs of alarm. The person who appeared was a young woman with long silver hair and pale skin. She wore a black dress that seemed to absorb light itself. You must be Suisui, the woman said with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. I've been looking forward to meeting you. Suisui's hand moved to her weapon. Who are you? My name is Xia, the woman replied. And I believe we have much to discuss. The chicken baby chirped softly as if recognizing the newcomer. Suisui realized that this encounter was no coincidence. Whatever was happening in this underground city, she was now deeply involved in it. The game was becoming more complex by the hour, and she had a feeling that the real challenges were just beginning. After Xia's appearance, Suisui was briefly shocked but then accepted this fact. Besides Xia and the chick, that man called Bai Li was also there. Bai Li had a gentle personality but didn't like communicating with strangers, reportedly having some social anxiety. Relatively speaking, Suisui was more familiar with Xia and the chick. Suisui actually didn't know where this family of 3 came from, but she knew they weren't ordinary NPCs. She didn't plan to investigate further. Mommy, when can I go out? Mommy, my friends are still waiting for me outside. Suisui had extremely strong adaptability and was especially gifted when it came to adding branches to her family tree. Ever since she started calling her mom, it became increasingly natural, so righteous and confident that it created the illusion that it had always been this way. Xia and Bai Li had no children, so at first they found it novel and interesting, but over time they were somewhat defeated. Now whenever they heard Suisui call mommy, they would get goosebumps. This child was truly shameless. But Inxia couldn't do much about her. She was clingy and had no bottom line, agreeing to everything with yes, 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 a master at flattery. Inxia finally couldn't stand it anymore and threw her out of the core point. The chick wanted to go out and play too, but Suisui still had to compete and had no time to take it along. Moreover, the rules restricted it from leaving the dungeon. Chirp chirp, the chick looked pitifully at Suisui leaving. Having lost its little companion, it became listless. When night fell, Inxia put away her fishing rod that had caught nothing. Turning around, she saw the chick with black feathers, but its head part was bright like a light bulb, illuminating the path home for lost lambs. Inxia couldn't help but laugh. The core point was a very special place. As the queen of the dungeon, Inxia could send Suisui to any location. After leaving the core point, Suisui found herself neither in the inner city nor the outer city, but rather seemed to have been randomly dropped in some corner on the surface. Having learned her lesson from crossing the line once, Suisui immediately opened her map to confirm her location. Not in a danger zone, good. She took out her communication device, informed Berlin of her situation, and asked him to hurry over to meet her. This place seems quite far from the area I was in before. Suisui muttered, carefully parting the curtains a little. There were no traces of players walking on the street, and the door of the house across was ajar. It was unclear if anyone was inside. The house she was in looked like it had been cleaned, without a speck of dust. Either some player with OCD had swept through and tidied up the house while at it, or some player had a special ability that left no traces wherever they passed. Either way, this house had definitely been visited by players. A house visited by players, wouldn't that be full of dangers? Being a sixth man herself, Suisui naturally suspected that all players were sixth men. It was nighttime now. The thick fog blocked out the moonlight and the town had no lighting. Players without night vision abilities could barely move. Of course, torches, flashlights, and other lighting items could provide illumination, but anyone who dared use them would become a living target for nocturnal creatures. Suisui had studied at the Blood Clan Castle for a long time. The elders' loving education had helped her improve greatly. She could now control her bloodline power, ensuring that only the desired parts would mutate each time she used it. At times like this, precise control of power was especially important. Stuffing a large piece of beef jerky in her mouth, Suisui observed the house's abnormalities while eating. Too clean, no traces left behind. Those overturned tables were hard to distinguish whether they were caused by original residents or players wreaking havoc. After looking for a long time, Suisui finally confirmed that this house was temporarily safe. Now let's see the personnel distribution nearby. Suisui's backpack carried many high-tech items from the interstellar world, including a life detector. After adjusting the detection distance and conditions, she began using the life detector. Coordinates 12.34, large life form *1, life intensity 215, height 206 centimeters, appearance view JPG, coordinates 25.88, medium life forms *3, life intensity 198, height, coordinates. She didn't know until she checked, but was shocked when she did. Suisui had set the range to a 500-meter radius. In such a small area, there were nearly 30 life forms. All the unprotected living things in the town had died out. The life forms that could be detected could only be players and NPCs. Excluding the 5 underground, there were still over 20 players on the surface. This didn't even include special players that the life detector couldn't detect. What was going on? Had something major happened here before she arrived? Why were so many players gathered here? 2 streets away from Suisui, in a certain house, Jian Shi and his group were gathered together discussing strategy. Morian, tell everyone about the specific situation. The scout Morian, called upon by Jian Shi, stood up with rare seriousness on his face. First, let me tell everyone some bad news. We're surrounded. I discovered no fewer than 6 groups of players in the front, back, left, and right directions respectively. That means if we're completely exposed, We'll face attacks from at least 10 or more players. Everyone listened quietly. Morian continued, afraid of exposing our tracks, I didn't dare continue scouting outward, but I'm certain there are other players lurking in the outer perimeter. Everyone fell silent, involuntarily looking toward Jianshi and the box at his feet that, even covered with heavy tarpaulin, still emitted a faint red glow. This box was found by Jianshi. When unopened, it looked normal, just an ordinary supply box. Who knew that as soon as the box was opened, it was like hitting the jackpot. Colorful fireworks burst from the box, going off with bangs for 5 minutes straight. Even though the roof was blown off, it couldn't stop that spectacular commotion. After the fireworks weren't enough, cheerful music continued for at least 2 minutes, followed by this persistent red glow. The contents of the box were indeed worthy of such a big commotion, otherwise they wouldn't have stayed here in this deadlock. The box contained 3 items: the deathblow gun, the soul revival pill, and a magic mirror. The deathblow gun was an offensive weapon with incredibly powerful effects. The gun barrel had a locking effect. Once a target was selected, it would definitely hit. Most terrifyingly, this gun could ignore defensive items, was still effective against spirits, and prevented the use of substitute-type items after being hit. It didn't even give a chance for resurrection. No wonder it was called the deathblow gun. The gun had 7 bullets and would take 7 lives in this game. The soul revival pill lived up to its name. No matter how someone died, as long as the body remained, it could bring them back to life, even repairing severed limbs. How fierce was that? Of course, the soul revival pill wasn't without conditions. The medicine had to be taken within 7 days of death to be effective. Don't even think about 1,000-year-old zombies. Finally, there was the magic mirror. The magic mirror was a support item that could monitor player activities. Just input a nickname from the game ID, and it could find the corresponding player, show real scenes through the magic mirror, and even plan real-time routes to find them. The limitation was that the monitoring target could only be changed once every 3 days. With this, assassinating enemies was basically guaranteed. Getting these items yourself made them divine artifacts, but if other players got them, it would be terrifying. The situation was very critical at the time. Nearby players rushed over after hearing the commotion. If Jianshi hadn't insisted on taking the items, they would have abandoned them and fled. Players were already this excited without knowing what the items were. What would happen if the specific information about the treasures was revealed? Currently, the treasures were still in their open state. Before the red glow dissipated, the items inside could only be viewed, not used. They had tried putting the box into spatial devices, but failed. They also tried using teleportation items to escape the encirclement, but that failed too. The game's intention was clear. Before the treasure's public display period ended, these items had to remain in the open. To get the treasures, one had to bear the risks. If these 3 items weren't so deadly, I'd want to give them away. Yuan Li covered his heart to prevent it from going on strike from overwork. The others couldn't help but sigh while looking at a certain someone. Jianshi's current luck was good mixed with bad, bad mixed with good. You could say his luck was good. They were now surrounded by a large group, making it difficult to break through. You could say his luck was bad, but hey, this box containing heavy weapons was found by him. Jianshi was indifferent about it. He had led teams on expeditions for years and had encountered plenty of thrilling and exciting situations. I know you're panicking, but don't panic yet. It might get more panicky later. Everyone, look at what he was saying. Jianshi actually really wanted to take out the magic mirror and use it first. 3 days had passed, and there was no news from his wife at all. He was really anxious. This damn game didn't know how to be flexible at all. At 3 a.m., the drowsiest time of day for ordinary people, a major melee broke out in a corner of Zone C. The cause was Jianshi coating a supply box with glowing powder and quietly throwing it into a gathering place of a certain player team. The glow from the powder was noticed by players from another team, and the 2 groups clashed. The fighting attracted players hiding nearby, and with Jianshi's group's deliberate guidance, the scope became wider and the scene more chaotic. Although the supply box kept causing trouble, the awesome squad wasn't stupid either. When they discovered players approaching, they used disguise items to change their appearance. This caused every time players discovered traces of the treasure box, the owner had a different appearance. Frog person, stone person, three-headed six-armed person. This created the illusion that the treasure box was constantly being snatched, but never had confirmed ownership. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy to start fighting. And Suisui watched the lively scene over there, feeling a bit restless. She also wanted to fish in troubled waters, but she still wasn't clear about what had happened here. To avoid being framed, she'd better wait a bit longer. Berlin would arrive soon, and once the Nightmare Beast's nightmare illusion was deployed, with her speed, couldn't she make a name for herself? There were quite a few others still observing like in Suisui. Some, like in Suisui, couldn't figure out the situation, while others were sixth men waiting to be the mantis stalking the cicada. In Suisui vaguely saw a glowing box flying around in the crowd and got some idea of what was happening. As time passed, teammates from various sides gradually arrived, and Berlin also brought the Nightmare Beast for support. Not only that, Yu Jianyan followed the markers and Suisui left to find Berlin and came together to meet with Suisui. At this time, the little demon who had been wearing a sour face since leaving, looking like Suisui owed him hundreds of millions, returned with 5 new slaves. With such sufficient personnel, Suisui rubbed her hands together, preparing to do something big. At the melee scene, the participating players were getting a bit carried away. Not all worlds required suppressing one's nature. Some worlds emphasized survival of the fittest, making it easy for fighting to awaken bloodthirsty instincts. But getting carried away was one thing, the players hadn't lost their rationality completely. When someone got injured, they would withdraw and let healthy ones take their place. By the second half of the fight, there were more spectators than fighters, and players gradually showed signs of calming down. No one knew what was actually in the treasure box, so naturally they weren't driven to madness. The sudden arrival of black fog caught the players off guard. The nightmare illusion didn't have strong offensive effects, but it could effectively block the 5 senses. Those without strong enough psychology could get lost directly in the nightmare. This was when Suisui made her move. Even players with night vision abilities had to be blind in the nightmare illusion. As long as Suisui didn't try to kill them, players couldn't sense killing intent and wouldn't trigger their instinctive defenses. Thus, Suisui was like a fish in water in the nightmare illusion created jointly by several regional creatures. Her movements were like wind. Wherever she passed, she would definitely leave some traces. Stealing treasure bags, putting sacks over heads. Rob the rich, beat the poor. She even stole someone's underwear. Suisui really hadn't expected that stealing underwear would lead her to steal from her own family. Actually, I was just joking with you. Suisui tugged at her hand but couldn't pull it free, continuing to explain, "Look, you're wearing protective gear, so it's impossible to actually steal it." Jianshi also hadn't expected that there would be underwear stealing in the game, and by his own wife no less. The joy of seeing his wife instantly turned to shock. He snorted, both angry and amused. Good thing I wore protective gear, otherwise I wouldn't even have underwear left. Suddenly, his heart stirred as he thought of something. He forcefully pulled her into his arms and asked through gritted teeth, "Besides me, whose else did you steal?" Suisui didn't dare admit it, waving her hands repeatedly. No, I didn't steal anyone else's underwear. There's no use stealing that stuff." "Jianshi, why did you steal my underwear?" Maybe it's a kind of foreplay." "Foreplay?" Jianshi looked at Suisui with a half-smile, leading her away from the crowd toward where the awesome squad was hiding. "Find some time to come to my house, I'll play foreplay with you." Suisui. She didn't dare respond to that. After meeting with the awesome squad members, Suisui finally learned the cause of the situation. "So, what do we do now? We can't keep dragging this out with them forever, right?" Suisui stared speechlessly at the still glowing treasure box. The red glow of the public display period couldn't be concealed no matter what they tried, and it couldn't be put away either. It was truly troublesome. No one knew how long this red glow would last. Blind persistence was meaningless. In Suisui, carrying this thing with us will interfere with all our future actions. Overall, this box was a big trouble. Couldn't take it, couldn't throw it away. Jianshi looked at the gradually awakening crowd outside and asked, "That kind of fog from earlier, can it be created on a large scale? If possible, they could at least safely escape the players' encirclement." And Suisui shook her head. "I'm afraid not. Players' characteristics were already varied. To block all players' senses would require compressing the nightmare illusion again and again. High quality leading to qualitative change could temporarily create an invincible move. If the range was too large, it wouldn't have such good effects. Moreover, having used it once already would definitely alert the players. Can't we hide it first? Like dig a deep pit and bury it, then come back for it in 3 to 5 days." Yu Jianyan, who had just arrived, didn't fully understand the treasure box's characteristics yet. Morian personally demonstrated for Yu Jianyan. No matter how deep the pit was dug, as long as soil was buried over it, within a minute the red glow would penetrate to the surface. Anyone with eyes could tell there were treasures underground. The awesome squad had been running with the treasure box for so long that they had summarized some experience. As long as this treasure box was in an enclosed space, the red glow would spread outward. When they hid in houses, they didn't dare close the windows. If it suddenly became an enclosed space, the red glow would spread outside the house. A red light bulb in the dark night couldn't be more conspicuous. This method wouldn't work, but it gave Suisui inspiration. If it was just about hiding things, maybe she had a good place in mind? "Hello." The woman's voice in the communicator was lazy. And Suisui crouched in a corner, lowering her voice like an underground party contact, sweetly and softly acting coquettish. "Sister, I'm sending you a gift. Come get it yourself, okay?" Under In Xia's strong request, and Suisui's form of address for her finally changed from mommy to sister. "Once it's in my hands, it's mine. Don't think about asking for it back," In Xia replied. And Suisui's purpose was to dispose of the dangerous item. She didn't need to use it herself, as long as it didn't fall into other players' hands. That was fine. "It's really a gift for you." And Suisui would never admit that she was using her to dispose of garbage, trying to get away with it through acting cute and coquettish. How could In Xia not know the little troublemaker was up to no good? But she just fell for Suisui's act. Unable to stand her clingy, sticky energy, she snorted. "The communicator I gave you can temporarily open a passage in. Throw it over yourself." Having achieved her goal, and Suisui happily said some mushy words. In the end, it was In Xia who couldn't take it anymore and hung up on her. The temporary passage was twisted and unstable. People couldn't pass through, but throwing a treasure box was just right. Watching the hot potato being completely thrown away, the team members who had been stuck with the treasure box for a whole day all breathed a sigh of relief. Their hearts felt unprecedentedly tired. They hoped Jianshi would wash his hands of this from now on and honestly just be someone with peak combat power, never opening treasure boxes again. Without the treasure box dragging them down, the group created some more disturbance outside, then quietly withdrew. After Suisui and Jianshi met up, their team became unprecedentedly large. Jianshi's side had 9 people including himself, 6 interstellar players and 3 blood clan players. And Suisui's side had 10 people. 2 interstellar players, 1 blood clan player, and 6 hell captives. The interstellar players were almost all gathered, just missing one from Yu Jianyan's team and that sea-level player who was just making up numbers. Regarding his teammate, Yu Jianyan felt there was no problem. Jiangcheng is cautious and capable of protecting himself. We've left traces wherever we've passed, so it won't be long before he can find us. As for that sea-level player making up numbers, everyone was unfamiliar with him, so it would depend on fate. They encountered fewer blood clan players, but even counting Suisui, there were only 5. However, the blood clan members in the team weren't worried. They all said that while other abilities of the blood clan were hard to say, their survival ability was absolutely solid. This type of survival-themed game was completely playing into their hands. If they really couldn't meet up, it meant these guys were lying low somewhere and didn't need to be deliberately sought out. And Suisui expressed her sincere respect to them. As for hell creatures, they counted as half-slaves, catch one whenever they encountered one. On the fourth day of the game, food resources became tight and players began frantically searching for supply boxes. The number of supply boxes was limited after all, and the contents were varied. Not everything would yield food. Moreover, some races among the players, such as beastmen and giants, had especially exaggerated food consumption. Some players' situations began to become tight, and they finally set their sights on NPCs. On the fifth day of the game, more and more players broke into the dungeon. Once they couldn't obtain food, they directly attacked NPCs. Humans, in the eyes of these alien races, were originally a type of food. On the sixth day of the game, the long-awaited game broadcast appeared again. This time, the banned resource was water. More players needed water than needed food. Although players had anticipated this, the resources in the town were really too scarce. Just picking up from supply boxes wasn't enough. The conflict between players and NPCs intensified again, and even between players themselves, the atmosphere became increasingly tense. On the seventh day of the game, NPCs, summoned by the Dungeon Queen, launched a counterattack against the players. On the ninth day of the game, the second airdrop arrived, along with the broadcast of the third resource ban. Players had confirmed that resource banning happened every 3 days, with cumulative effects each time. Perhaps by the late game, players wouldn't be able to use anything except what they obtained in the game. This time, medicine was banned. On the 10th day of the game, 1/3 of the time had passed. For survival, the struggles between players became increasingly fierce. Now, not a single intact house could be found in the competition area. Everywhere were broken walls and debris. If these weren't constructed through special means, it was hard to imagine what this ravaged town would look like after the players left. And Suisui had just dodged a wave of insane missile bombardment and hadn't even poked her head out to check the situation when intense fighting sounds came from outside again. Well, forget it. Their large team's survival situation was good. For this kind of food war, they'd better not participate for now. For a beautiful life, charge. And Suisui took the lead, grabbing a shovel and randomly picking a direction to dig. The surface had become a battlefield with countless battles breaking out daily between different players. Players wanting to hide had to turn their attention underground. The entrance to the underground maze had long been buried under countless ruins. To enter the dungeon again, one had to personally dig out a passage. Not everyone had a construction qualification certificate. The consequence of players digging randomly was large-scale surface collapse, with some players getting buried in the ruins before they could react. After long periods of tireless effort, the underground maze situation became even more complex. Even the native NPC residents could no longer tell directions, and from time to time, 2 or 3 groups of players would run into each other while digging, erupting in fierce battles. Although Suisui held a shovel, she was actually just the team's mascot. Whatever direction Suisui chose rarely encountered danger, and there were always little adventures. Crack after the soil block ahead was removed, the view suddenly opened up. Soft light illuminated the dim cave. 2 groups faced each other across the newly dug opening. Finally, it was their turn to break through someone else's cave, but the group across looked somewhat familiar. Human players didn't make up a high proportion in the game. This group of young people in robes, sitting shoulder to shoulder in a circle facing outward with crossed legs. Their hand movements were even more bizarre. Some fingered prayer beads, some polished swords, some shook their legs. There were also those reading, meditating, and picking vegetables. Due to the noise from the wall breaking, they all turned their heads simultaneously, staring at these sudden intruders. Had they broken into some strange place? At this moment, a young man with a sword at his waist stood up. When they saw his face clearly, both sides were stunned. Jian Shi, Long Ao Tian? Long Ao Tian, Diaozha Tian? And Suisui. What the hell? What code were you two exchanging? After Long Aotian and Jianshi exchanged codes, he almost drew his sword, but was stopped when he noticed and Suisui nearby. Little junior sister? You came in too? Wow, if Long Aotian hadn't mentioned it, and Suisui would have almost forgotten about becoming a disciple under Master Qingli. Jianshi leaned close to Suisui's ear and said quietly, "You know him? When did this happen? How come I don't know?" And Suisui quietly pinched Jianshi's palm, but before she could say anything, Long Aotian forcefully pulled her into the cultivation players group. "Little junior sister, don't be afraid. Senior brother is here to save you." "Hey! Liar, taste my sword." Stealing his wife. Long Aotian and Jianshi almost started fighting after their code exchange, but stopped when they noticed and Suisui was also there. "Little junior sister? You came in too." Wow, if Long Aotian hadn't mentioned it, and Suisui would have almost forgotten about becoming a disciple under Master Qingli. Jianshi leaned close to Suisui's ear and said quietly, "You know him? When did this happen? How come I don't know?" And Suisui quietly pinched Jianshi's palm, but before she could say anything, Long Aotian forcefully pulled her into the cultivation players group. "Little junior sister, don't be afraid. Senior brother is here to save you." "Hey! Liar, taste my sword." Stealing his wife was absolutely intolerable. Jianshi's face darkened as he drew his weapon, but was held back by his teammates. "Boss, calm down. That's a whole group of people." And Suisui was caught between the two groups, feeling like her arms were about to be torn off. Wait. Let me explain." She quickly spoke up, "We're all on the same side. Don't fight." Long Aotian looked suspiciously at Jianshi. "Little junior sister, did this person threaten you?" "Don't be afraid, just tell senior brother." Jianshi's face grew even darker. "Who are you calling little junior sister?" "That's my wife." "Wife?" Long Aotian was shocked. "Little junior sister, you're married? When? Why didn't you tell us? Master will be heartbroken." And Suisui felt a headache coming on. "It's complicated. We can talk about this later. The important thing now is that we're all players. We shouldn't be fighting each other." The cultivation players behind Long Aotian began whispering among themselves, "Is that really our little junior sister? She looks different from before. Maybe it's a disguise technique?" But her aura is the same. Meanwhile, Jianshi's team was also discussing, "Boss, you never mentioned having a junior sister. When did the boss join a cultivation sect? This is getting complicated." And Suisui sighed deeply. She had hoped to avoid this kind of situation, but fate seemed determined to make her life complicated. "Everyone, please listen to me," she said loudly, getting both groups' attention. "Yes, I am Long Aotian's junior sister in the cultivation world, and yes, I am also Jianshi's wife. These aren't contradictory facts." She looked at Long Aotian. "Senior brother, I joined Master's sect before entering this game world. It was for learning purposes." Then she looked at Jianshi, "And you know very well that I'm your wife. That hasn't changed." Long Aotian frowned, "But little junior sister, Master taught us that cultivation requires focus and dedication. Marriage might interfere with your spiritual development." Jianshi snorted, "And I suppose hiding in caves playing with swords is better for spiritual development? We're not playing." Long Aotian protested, "We're in meditation and training." "Looks like playing to me," Jianshi replied coldly. And Suisui could see this was going nowhere fast. She needed to redirect their attention. "Look, we're all in the same survival game," she said firmly. "Instead of arguing about my personal relationships, shouldn't we be working together to survive? There are plenty of other players out there who would love to eliminate all of us." She gestured toward the cave opening. "We just broke through your wall by accident. That means other players could do the same. Wouldn't it be better to combine our forces?" Long Aotian considered this, his hand moving away from his sword hilt. "Little junior sister makes a good point. Survival should be our priority." Jianshi also relaxed slightly. "Fine. But I'm keeping an eye on you, sword boy." "The feeling is mutual, gunman," Long Aotian replied. And Suisui rolled her eyes. "Men and their territorial disputes. Great, now that we're all friends," she said sarcastically, "let's figure out our next move." The game is getting more dangerous and resources are becoming scarcer. One of the cultivation players, a young woman with her hair in a neat bun, spoke up. We've been monitoring the situation from down here. The surface battles are getting more intense. And the resource bans are making things worse, added Yuan Li from Jian Shi's team. First food, then water, now medicine. What's next? Probably weapons or tools, and Suisui mused. The game seems designed to strip away our advantages one by one. Long Aotian nodded. We've noticed that pattern too. Our sect has been preparing for such restrictions. How? Jian Shi asked, his professional interest overriding his personal animosity. Cultivation techniques don't rely on external tools, Long Aotian explained. Our bodies become our weapons, our qi becomes our medicine. That's actually smart, and Suisui admitted. But not all of us have cultivation abilities. True, Long Aotian agreed. But perhaps we can teach some basic techniques. No time for that, Jian Shi interrupted. We need immediate solutions. And Suisui looked around at both groups. The cultivation players seemed calm and well-organized, while Jian Shi's team was more battle-hardened and practical. Together, they might actually have a chance. All right, here's what I propose, she said. We combine our groups temporarily. The cultivation players can provide spiritual support and healing techniques, while Jian Shi's team provides tactical expertise and firepower. And what about leadership? Long Aotian asked pointedly. We'll figure that out as we go, and Suisui said diplomatically. Right now, survival is more important than hierarchy. Both Long Aotian and Jian Shi looked like they wanted to argue, but the sound of explosions from above reminded them of the urgency of their situation. Fine, Jian Shi said grudgingly. But this is temporary. Agreed, Long Aotian nodded. For little junior sister's sake. And Suisui smiled despite herself. Even in a deadly survival game, she somehow managed to collect more family members. All right then, she said. Let's start by sharing information. What do we know about the current state of the game? As both groups began to exchange intelligence, and Suisui couldn't help but think that her talent for expanding her family tree was truly remarkable. First Xia as a mother figure, now Long Aotian as a senior brother, and of course Jian Shi as her husband. At this rate, she'd have relatives in every faction before the game ended. The combined group spent the next few hours sharing information and planning their strategy. The cultivation players had been monitoring the surface through various techniques, while Jian Shi's team had direct combat experience with other player groups. The situation is worse than we thought, Morian reported after consulting with the cultivation sect scouts. There are at least 50 players still active in this zone, and they're getting more desperate. Desperate players are dangerous players, Jian Shi observed. They'll take bigger risks, make more aggressive moves. Long Aotian stroked his chin thoughtfully. Our sect has been avoiding direct confrontation, but perhaps that strategy needs to change. What do you mean? And Suisui asked. We've been focusing on survival and cultivation, but maybe it's time to actively eliminate threats, he explained. The longer this game goes on, the more dangerous it becomes for everyone. You're talking about hunting other players, Jian Shi said bluntly. If necessary, yes, Long Aotian replied. Better to control the situation than let it control us. And Suisui felt a chill. The game was changing them all, making them consider actions they might never have contemplated before. There's another problem, Yu Jianyan interjected. The next resource ban is coming soon. If the pattern holds, it'll be in 2 days. What do you think they'll ban next? Asked one of the cultivation players. Could be anything, and Suisui said. Weapons, tools, shelter materials. Or abilities, Long Aotian added grimly. What if they start restricting our special powers? The thought sent a shiver through both groups. Their supernatural abilities were their main advantages in this game. We need to prepare for that possibility, Jian Shi said. Start thinking about how to survive with just basic human capabilities. The cultivation techniques might still work, Long Aotian suggested. They're more fundamental than technological abilities. Maybe, and Suisui said doubtfully. But I wouldn't count on it. This game seems designed to level the playing field eventually. A rumbling sound from above interrupted their discussion. Dust fell from the ceiling as something heavy moved across the surface. Sounds like heavy machinery, Morian whispered. Or a very large player, Jianshi added. They waited in tense silence until the sound passed. When it was quiet again, and Suisui spoke up. We need to make a decision. Do we stay hidden down here, or do we take a more active role? What do you recommend? Long Aotian asked. And Suisui thought for a moment. I think we need to be proactive, but smart about it. We can't just hide forever, but we also can't charge into every fight. A balanced approach, Jianshi nodded approvingly. Exactly. We pick our battles, eliminate threats when we can, but avoid unnecessary risks. And we stick together, Long Aotian added. Our combined strength is our best asset. Agreed, and Suisui said. But we need to establish some ground rules for cooperation. Over the next hour, they worked out a basic command structure and tactical guidelines. It wasn't perfect, but it was functional. As they prepared to move out, and Suisui couldn't help but reflect on how much had changed since the game began. She'd started as a relatively inexperienced player, but now she was helping coordinate a major alliance. Ready? Jianshi asked, checking his equipment. Ready, Long Aotian confirmed, his hand resting on his sword. And Suisui took a deep breath. Let's go make some noise. As they climbed toward the surface, she wondered what new challenges awaited them. The game was far from over, and she had a feeling the worst was yet to come. But with her expanded family of allies, she felt more confident than ever. Whatever came next, they'd face it together. The sound of distant explosions grew louder as they approached the surface. The final phase of the game was about to begin, and Suisui was ready for whatever came next. After all, she'd survived this long by adapting and making allies. Now, with both her husband and her senior brother by her side, along with their respective teams, she had the strongest support network she'd ever had in a game. Time to put it to the test. In Suisui, the big shots I encounter all end up becoming my relatives. The ultimate move of a troublemaker. Claiming family connections. Jianshi also had doubts, while Yu Jianian stood aloof to the side with an expressionless face. Berlin had spent the most time with Suisui and was relatively familiar with her. He hadn't initially noticed anything unusual about the three of them until this moment. His surprised gaze wandered between the three people as he couldn't help but ask, "Do you have a very large inventory of items?" Huh? And Suisui looked back in confusion. Why do you ask? Isn't everyone about the same? Berlin rubbed his forehead. When you usually clear games, do you not use many items? That was indeed the case, and Suisui nodded. In most situations, having various skills and the little fork for assistance is enough. Berlin smiled. I guess your skills must be very rare, and you have more than 5 of them. And Suisui quietly showed him her game panel. She had a total of 7 skills, 2 golden skills, 1 passive skill, and the remaining 4 skills were also of very high quality, with 3 of them even approaching golden skill level. This didn't even count the skills that came with her talent ability, and she still had 1 skill slot that hadn't been activated. Regular players only had 5 skill slots, with only abilities granted by this world during the beta test counting as extras. Logically, after the public beta, players needed to carefully consider whether to activate skills they obtained, since once a skill slot was occupied, it couldn't be cancelled. But anyone who had actually mixed it up in the game would discover that you really didn't get to choose. The probability of obtaining skills in the game was extremely low. When you finally managed to get a skill, to increase your survival chances, you had to activate it even if it wasn't that useful. To become a high-level player, your strength had to be solid enough to fight for some choice. To become a top-tier player, you not only needed solid strength, but also enough luck. Jianshi had used all his luck on these major matters, which also made him seem very unlucky most of the time. Especially in comparison to Suisui. You probably don't know this, but golden skills actually don't take up skill slots, Berlin said with a smile. It's just that the vast majority of players can't get golden skills. Really? And Suisui looked at Jianshi, who was checking his own panel. She looked at Eugenian, who nodded, indicating he had golden skills. Then she looked at the others. Whether they were Interstellar players or Blood Clan players, they were all waving their hands, including her own teammates. All right then, this just proved that she was indeed the best. And Suisui proudly puffed out her chest. After auxiliary equipment was banned, the protective suits brought from the interstellar world could no longer be used. Their large team had so many people that when they walked down the street, players from other worlds would be afraid. The biggest drawback of this situation was probably that their need for protective suits was much greater than other teams. The protective suits obtained from supply boxes wore out very quickly, needing to be changed about once a day. This didn't even include wear and tear during combat. With 6 days remaining, even excluding the prisoners from the Hell World, it was still a terrifying number. At this time, the role of the healer became prominent. The Universal Doctor when gone discovered through multiple experiments that he could completely remove the negative effects brought by toxins. Without negative effects, could toxic fog still be called toxic fog? After discussion, they finally decided that Jianshi and Suisui, Eugenian, and when gone would wear protective suits at all times. Blood Clan players had stronger resistance to toxic fog and simply didn't wear protective suits. When after effects appeared, they would find when gone for treatment. Yuan Li's defensive skills could isolate toxic fog and, without being attacked, could be maintained for quite a long time. With 2 more spell assistants to give him a boost, protecting the human players was more than enough. As for the prisoners from the Hell World, on the 20th day of the game, sparse drones flew into the toxic fog, causing many players to scramble for them. And Suisui watched a great battle between the cultivation world and the magic world. Long Outyen stood proudly at the front, the long sword at his waist emanating a chilling aura. Treacherous villain. If you have the ability, let's have a fair duel. What kind of hero attacks from behind? Opposite him was a blonde with small curls, his deep blue eyes full of disdain. Heroes are all lying on the ground. If you want to join them, just slit your throat directly. Why bother troubling me? Bull, you're not scared, are you? The immortal cultivation world and magic world had long-standing grievances. The cultivation methods of the 2 worlds conflicted in many places, and after contact, both sides felt their own techniques were more sophisticated. Add to this the vastly different appearances of the 2 worlds, and they looked at each other with complete disdain. Long Outyen and the curly-haired boy started fighting after just a few words. Although Long Outyen didn't have the protagonist's halo from stories, his talent in swordsmanship was not to be underestimated. Even though he couldn't use his natal weapon, he could still produce sword chi with a randomly picked thin wooden stick. The curly-haired boy's strength was also formidable. Without his magic wand to condense magic power, he could still use some magic with his bare hands. However, the curly-haired boy was ultimately a mage. Against Long Outyen, a sword cultivator who was effective at both long and short range, he had no advantage. Soon he showed signs of defeat. Seeing the situation was bad, the curly-haired boy's teammates immediately came forward to support him. With a knight blocking in front, the mage's abilities could be perfectly displayed. For a moment, Long Outyen was forced to retreat step by step. Immeasurable heavenly venerable, these bastards have no martial virtue. Brother Long, don't worry, this poor Taoist will come to lend you a hand. A young Taoist who acted old despite his youth flicked the whisk in his hand. Before he could make a move, the dragon youth transformed into a dragon first, excitedly roaring toward the sky. He had been forced to meditate by these guys not long after entering the game, nearly suffocating him to death. Finally, he could fight, right? The other cultivators also stepped forward, leaving only a young monk in Kasaya standing in place, sighing softly. Amitabha Buddha said boom, a fireball flew past the edge of his robe, exploding into a huge crater not far behind him. The young monk's movement of turning prayer beads stopped for an instant. The next second, the thin young monk suddenly erupted, golden light radiating from his body surface as he punched away a spirit beast blocking his path. Buddha wants this poor monk to send you into reincarnation. And Suisui, What kind of Buddha does this little monk cultivate? Jianshi, a wrathful Vidra? The interstellar world had serious losses of various religious materials, so naturally they weren't very knowledgeable about this aspect. When the two sides clashed, the sparks really flew. Others who wanted to launch sneak attacks had to weigh their options first. And Suisui wasn't in a hurry either. When both sides were fighting at white heat, she suddenly shouted, "Senior brother, do you need assistance? Group support, single support, we have everything. Speed boosts, attack increases, whatever you want, comprehensive support with excellent quality at reasonable prices, come and choose." Long Outyen? Other players? Although the situation was a bit ridiculous, Long Outyen, this simple big boy, was still willing to trust his junior sister, naively thinking she was just finding an excuse to help him. After striking back the opposing paladin with one sword, Long Outyen didn't look back and shouted loudly, "Junior sister, give me some attack boost." Coming right up, and Suisui happily responded, writing in her little notebook, "Game Day 25, provided Long Outyen with attack power enhancement service once." In the team, Xia Xian helplessly stepped forward, taking out the magic wand that had accompanied her throughout her entire gaming career. Long Outyen was hit by Xia Xian's skill, his whole body shuddered, and his attack power instantly surged. The paladin who had been evenly matched with him was sent flying with one sword. If not for someone quickly filling the gap, not only would the paladin's life be in danger, but the team's offensive and defensive formation would be broken. Wow, was this support really this useful? Players on both sides were mentally shaken. The dragon youth was a rich kid. Seeing Long Outyen's good results, he didn't even ask about the price and also requested a support enhancement. This game had the least restrictions on the dragon youth's martial power. With this enhancement, it was incredible. The mighty fire dragon rolled through the clouds and mist, and the flames it breathed were comparable to hellfire. In an instant, the cultivator team's combat power soared, beating the opposing mages into retreat. The curly-haired boy gritted his teeth. Now it was finally his turn to shout about despicable tactics. And Long Outyen returned all the words the other party had said before. Players from higher worlds were indeed formidable. Even at this point, the mages hadn't truly fallen, just responding very awkwardly. At this time, another person in the cultivator team shouted loudly, "Come on, little girl, give me some support too. Just give me critical hit." The mages? The person speaking was also familiar to the mages, who privately called him the Thunder Warrior. His attack intensity wasn't particularly high or low, seeming unremarkable among the talented cultivators. But his technique was very strange. Every move had the potential to explode, similar to critical hits in games. If there was no explosion, it would accumulate and stack into the next move until it exploded. That explosive fighting style was terrifying. If that support could really increase his critical hit probability, that would be terrible. The curly-haired boy glared at the profiteer Suisui through gritted teeth, growled, and retreated. Then he pulled out an item card. Bang! A group of mages turned into tree stumps, and they had already disappeared. With the enemy gone, the cultivators also withdrew their hands. Long Outyen wiped the sweat from his forehead and quickly walked toward Suisui. The others maintained a moderate distance, silently watching. Xiantian sect had made it big. That, what's her name, junior sister, seemed very capable. Much more shrewd than that fool Long Outyen. Long Outyen's mouth had just started to curve into a smile when a fiery red shadow fell from high above with a and Suisui moved closer to look, but didn't dare touch him because his body temperature was too high. Immeasurable heavenly venerable, this poor Taoist guesses he flew too high, and with such a large body, inhaled too much toxic fog. The side effects are kicking in. The young Taoist flicked his whisk back and forth, but his words made sense. And Suisui pondered for a moment and asked softly, "Little fire dragon, instant cure medical service, wanna buy it?" Jianshi, see? This is all what you taught her. Yu Jianian stepped forward, looked at the debt agreement and Suisui had written, shook his head at her, then demonstrated the correct approach on the spot. You cultivators don't have skills to expel toxins? Then you can't miss our detox package. Seeing as you're friends with Suisui, I'll give you a discount price. Buy 3 get 1 free, buy 5 get 2 free. There are still 5 days until the game ends. With such a large body, it's too dangerous without medical insurance. How can you fight with peace of mind? Buy 3 get 1 free, pay for 3 times, and enjoy 4 services. That works out to just the cost of 1 dinner. The more you buy, the more you save, friend. Others want to buy but can't. The dragon youth's brain wasn't very good to begin with, and being poisoned by fire made him even more confused. In a daze, he signed up for 10 detox services with Eugenian. He completely didn't think about whether he could use them all, just feeling that buying more was indeed more cost-effective. Eugenian was still teaching on the side. In the late game, players were almost pulled to the same starting line. All cheats were banned, leaving only abilities and weapons obtained in the game. The mid-game had eliminated players with insufficient strength and luck. Those who could survive to the end were all tough nuts. You tofu dregs over there. The cursing started again. However, and Suisui couldn't watch others' excitement at this time. Their large team was being besieged by a group of super disgusting snotworms. The snotworm skills were also disgusting. They would crawl along, then suddenly rear up their upper bodies, open their hideous mouths, and spit out a glob of phlegm from their throats. Ugh, Yuan Li's expression twisted as he stepped forward to block. Who told them this phlegm was not only disgusting, but also had the effect of corroding protective suits? Even Jianshi, the most valiant fighter in the team, didn't dare walk in front of Yuan Li. The double blow was really hard to bear. Help! Is there any way to deal with these snotworms? Salt, salt, salt. Use salt. I know, but where's the salt? I brought some when I came. Then take it out and use it. The space is locked. On the 27th day of the game, players' methods were repeatedly suppressed, their abilities greatly reduced, while countless monsters emerged from underground. Don't look at Suisui's team having many people. Their attack methods were somewhat limited. Jianshi and Suisui, many Blood Clan members, and Hell prisoners were all dark type. Their moves were strange and hard to guard against. The weakness was against brainless things, especially when there were many of them. They were somewhat helpless. And Suisui turned her attention to the cultivator team not too far from them. Senior brother, how about we trade people? And Suisui had her eye on the dragon youth's natal true fire. As for the cultivator team, she figured sending a dark-type guy over there should be of great help to them. This deal could work. We have soul-devouring spiders, ghost kings, little paper people. If you agree to the exchange, let the little fire dragon come over. These monsters emerging from underground seem to know each team's weaknesses, all targeting their objectives. And Suisui's side was struggling, and the cultivator team wasn't doing well either. Originally, Buddhist cultivators were best at dealing with ghosts and evil spirits, but with the game's various prohibitions, everyone couldn't use their natal weapons, and spiritual power was also unusable. Dealing with 1 or 2 was fine, but 100 or 80 was really not feasible. Hearing Suisui shout, without needing Long Outyen to respond, the cultivators beside the dragon youth pushed him out. Go, young man, it's time for you to contribute. The dragon youth was speechless. You're noble, you're great, you're using me as a tool. After the game banned flight, the dragon youth hadn't transformed into a dragon. Thinking about the scene of a dragon that couldn't fly and could only crawl on the ground, he'd rather be killed on the spot than lose face like that. When the dragon youth fought his way through thorns and brambles to reach Suisui's team area, the snot worms that could split and regenerate had accumulated to a terrifying number. After Suisui confirmed receipt, she threw out the somewhat dull Ghost King. She even gave a buy one get one free bonus of a soul-devouring spider. The exchange of combat power greatly reduced the pressure on both teams. The Dragon Clan's natal true fire was formidable. Snot worms died on contact, quickly clearing out a large safe area. On the 20th day of the game, players' biggest threat had changed from other players to the endless stream of monsters. And Suisui's mixed brigade expanded again, reaching temporary cooperation with the cultivator team. and Suisui had her eye on their varied attack methods, while the cultivator team hoped the mixed brigade could make up for their missing abilities. With the previous wholesale relationship, the two teams got along very harmoniously. On the 29th day of the game, the melee continued. On the 30th day of the game, the monsters emerging from underground coalesced into a terrifying monster army, destroying all living things on the surface with overwhelming force. Game countdown, 5 hours. And Suisui and her teammates were trapped on high ground. At this point, they hadn't closed their eyes for 3 whole days. Even the dragon youth had cast aside shame and transformed into his original form, encircling a safe area. And Suisui and the others used his body as a city wall, conducting their final defensive battle. Game countdown, 3 hours. When Gon, as the healer, was the one with the worst constitution among all players. During these 3 days, he tried to maintain adequate rest as much as possible. In the end, he didn't even need to serve other players. Just treating the dragon youth, this meat wall, was enough. But it still wasn't enough. Skills were being used too frequently. Because doctors had healing bonuses, all the team's healing items were in his hands. The repetitive bandaging actions exhausted his remaining strength. Finally, after using a skill to repair wounds on the dragon youth's body, when Gon saw flashes of white light before his eyes, the doctor had fallen. Game countdown, 2 hours. A certain cultivator who could make medicine tried to extract substances from soil to resist toxic fog, but failed due to lack of tools. Game countdown, final hour. And Suisui's protective suit was already damaged beyond recognition, and the other team members were the same. Everyone had no spare protective suits to change into and could only tough it out. Human players reacted most severely to toxic fog. And Suisui's respiratory tract burned painfully, her vision began to blur, and her brain sometimes couldn't turn corners, often getting injured as a result. These were the aftereffects of toxic fog. The fiery red giant dragon was covered in wounds, but stubbornly guarded in front of the unconscious players, biting his own tail and refusing to let go, afraid those monsters would break through the gap and eat all the unconscious people inside. Their dragon clan were auspicious beasts. If he didn't die, but the people he protected did, wouldn't that be embarrassing? Hey, are you still alive? The dragon youth forced himself to stay alert, calling out to Yuanli, who was lying on his body. This fat guy didn't have a strong body, but dared to learn from him to be a meat wall. Without shield protection, Yuanli was severely corroded by toxic fog. His pupils were dilated as he looked blankly at the sky without answering. The young Taoist who acted mature finally couldn't maintain his serious expression, grimacing and cursing. Heaven and earth went in pain. Yu Jianian used his hat to exchange for crystals, medicines, and other urgently needed items. He had exchanged his hat until it was smoking. The magic hat that was always clean and tidy looked like it had been repeatedly rubbed, with layers of frayed edges at the rim. Jian Shi finally waited for his clone skill cooldown to end. He immediately summoned a clone to help him fight enemies, then turned to find Suisui and fight alongside her. It was hard on his little assassin, having to engage in this kind of frontal combat he disliked most. It's almost over. He comforted her while silently counting in his heart. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Brilliant fireworks bloomed in the dark blue sky. This World Championship Finals has concluded successfully. Congratulations to all surviving players. Final game rankings will be announced after review by the 5 higher worlds. Please pay attention to notifications. Looking forward to meeting you again. Extreme Survival Game, End of Main Story. At Suisui's wedding, Papa cried his heart out, and no one could console him. Yu Jianian, dressed in an expensive custom-made formal suit, sat at the rather simple bride's family table, looking somewhat out of place. He was waiting for Jian Shi to come toast him. Company employees had blown up his communicator with messages, but he wouldn't budge from his seat. Beavis didn't come. He felt marriage wasn't a big deal. There might be 2, 3, or 4 more in the future. Did he have to attend everyone? No time. He'd talk about it when the child was born. However, Elton still came with Beavis's gift. The little princess's reputation had to be maintained. Ariel and Martha were attending a human wedding for the first time, curiously looking around. Everyone looked so appetizing. The people here all smelled so good. Long Outyen brought the not-so-sincere blessings of all his Taishu Peak senior brothers, sitting quietly in his chair waiting. They unanimously believed that junior sister should still cultivate the ruthless path. The dragon youth came to repay money, not expecting to encounter such a scene. He was so nervous his leg was shaking. Do I need to go up and say a few words later? What do you think I should say? Long Outyen. What nonsense was he talking about? Which person had fooled this fool again? You're neither the groom nor an elder. What would you say at a time like this? Stupid or what? Quite a few people came to the wedding. There were friends of Jian Shi and Suisui, as well as business associates of the Jian family. After Suisui and others achieved excellent results in the top 3 of the finals, the rewards the interstellar world received instantly repaired the world's loopholes. The interstellar world was able to return to normal operation. However, the gods' gambling game wasn't something you could quit just because you wanted to. The game still had to be participated in, just no longer mandatory. The Interstellar High Command specially formed a dungeon-clearing team with better treatment than the pioneering army. Plenty of people volunteered to participate. Yuan Li came out of the finals having lost a whole size. Both familiar and unfamiliar people almost didn't recognize him. He and Xia Xian remained in the awesome squad, willing to follow Suisui in adventures through the game. When Gon returned to his old profession, working with Papa and to reopen the bankrupt hospital. A doctor's duty was to save the world and help people. He felt this was where he should truly shine. The wedding scene was noisy until Xia Xian, wearing a bridesmaid dress and holding a box, appeared early. Papa Jian's eyelid twitched. He had a bad feeling. Sure enough. But after the wedding march began playing, where the bride and groom should have appeared, there were only 2 holographic images. Respected guests, thank you for taking time from your busy schedules to attend mine and Suisui's wedding. However, Suisui and I have already gone through the specific wedding procedures once and don't plan to do it a second time, so we left early for our honeymoon. Considering you all came from far away, everyone should eat and drink as usual. Just treat it as attending a normal wedding. See you later. Then the holographic images, following Jian Shi's pre-rehearsed routine, took Suisui's image and walked before everyone, completing the normal wedding procedures on behalf of the 2 protagonists. All the guests. Very good, this was the Jian Shi they knew, never taking the conventional path. Where did Jian Shi and Suisui go? Yin Xia sat on the clouds, taking out binoculars to observe this newlywed couple, pondering what kind of difficulties she should create for them. Bai Li calculated the days and asked strangely, isn't today their wedding? Why are they still here digging? They should have other preparations, Yin Xia replied. What other preparations could there be for marriage? Bai Li felt strange, but didn't ask further. Jian Shi, look. Suisui emerged from the water, holding up a huge shell. Suisui is amazing. Jian Shi looked up from a pile of wood, his eyes full of smiles. This was Yin Xia's world, where everything was still quite primitive. The 2 of them used only some initial tools, playing a large-scale game of house. Don't say it wasn't interesting. The house's exterior was something they had thought of in advance. After arriving, they could directly start building. Of course, mainly Jian Shi was building while Suisui played by herself nearby. The 2-story wooden house was not perhaps because he knew early on that he was different. Beavis was extremely sensitive to all emotional matters and kept a respectful distance from any female who tried to get close to him. Perhaps because vampires naturally have little desire for reproduction, he never planned to start a family in his life. After clearing all obstacles and reaching the top of the vampire clan, Beavis had no enemies left. At the same time, he lost all desire. Even living itself became an extremely boring thing for him. No one knew the gods gamble better than Beavis. It was nothing more than a group of stagnant worlds trying to find a way to break through. The vampire world was different. Its world consciousness only wanted to get rid of Beavis. In the eyes of the world consciousness, a ruthless and desireless child of fate was simply too terrifying. The God's Gamble appeared disguised as a survival game. In the game, Beavis met a long-lost rival, and his frozen blood boiled again. He rampaged through the game, his violent reputation spreading across many worlds. At his wildest, Beavis forcibly broke through world barriers and directly attacked others' strongholds. Years later, when Beavis once again became the pinnacle of personal combat power and everyone avoided his sharp edge, that loneliness swept over him again. So in one game, Beavis walked into a trap set specifically for him. The trap successfully severely wounded him, but only that. Beavis would never commit suicide, that was cowardly. But the players had no power to kill him. The situation reached a stalemate. After that, Beavis used the excuse of recuperation to enter a deep slumber. Occasionally, his bored brother would drag him out to work so he wouldn't be forgotten by the world. Until he met Suisui in a dungeon. "Dad, I'm your long-lost daughter, Dad." To survive, the child hugged him and babbled nonsense. Such a clumsy and laughable lie left Beavis speechless. His mischievous brother said to him, "You and this kid are very fated. Just adopt her. You're not planning to marry anyway." He was really too bored and actually adopted Suisui. What was he thinking? Just following Elton's suggestion, thinking it wasn't a bad idea. As Elton said, he would never marry. He had even lost interest in Fairman Castle and the entire vampire clan. Maybe one day, he would suddenly disappear from this world. Leaving an heir for them seemed appropriate. When did things start to change? Perhaps from the day Suisui appeared at Fairman Castle. His original plans were all broken. Suisui fulfilled all his fantasies about children. Obedient, soft, cute, mischievous. Loving to act spoiled but also to cause trouble. She was tough enough that hitting her caused no psychological burden. She was naturally open and affectionate, with no distance when interacting. It was as if they were truly father and daughter. Thinking about it made him laugh. Beavis occasionally envied Suisui's biological father, but if asked to have a child of his own, he was unwilling. Suisui was just fine. Interesting and tough. Bad news, Lord Elton. Miss Nora is in trouble again. Elton put down his pen and rubbed his forehead. His helpless expression seemed etched on his face. He had lost count of how many times he had rescued Suisui. When Elton was born, the vampire hierarchy tradition had not yet been broken. The first and second generation vampires perished in civil war. The third generation stayed hidden. He was a fifth generation pure-blood descendant. Except for the fourth generation, his parents, he had no rivals in the vampire clan. He was naturally stronger than others and could never be surpassed in his lifetime. This was Elton's pride and his regret. Vampires never had the concept of struggle. Birth determined everything. Those stronger than you would always be stronger. Those weaker would always be weaker. Unsurpassable, unbreakable. Until Beavis appeared. At first, Beavis was just his father's product of a fleeting affair with a low-born vampire. His bloodline was impure and distant. Yet this weak vampire suddenly reached a height equal to his own. This shattered Elton's deeply rooted clan beliefs and completely broke his pride. From that day, Elton kept challenging Beavis. Failing again and again, yet challenging again and again. One day, Elton suddenly realized Beavis had reached a height he could never attain. And he himself had surpassed his past and his parents. The vampire generation rules completely collapsed. Elton, full of passion, followed Beavis and became his right-hand man. But over time, he realized things were not as he thought. Beavis had no ambition to conquer the world or cross classes. He only wanted to challenge his own limits. When he reached his goal and could find no one to target, he became decadent. Elton tried to persuade, get angry, and be frustrated, but all was useless. Though the game changed Beavis's state for a while, he soon returned to that lifeless state. Fairman Castle followed his lethargy. Elton's rebellious thoughts grew day by day. He wanted to cause trouble for Beavis, but never found a chance. Beavis even wanted to be killed by someone out of despair. At this time, that mischievous child entered his sight. He took the opportunity to bind the child to Beavis, who knew this act cemented his role as the children's caretaker for years. Quick, Lord Elton. Miss Nora tricked the Dragon Clan's young master into the demon cave to search for treasure. If you don't go soon, you might have to collect the Dragon Clan young master's body. The messenger urged frantically. Another whispered, and you'll have to pay compensation. Elton. He really didn't know who he was causing trouble for. Qingli Jinren. Your little disciple just blew up Liantai Mountain. Ingwugue. He really brought this on himself by taking Beavis's adopted daughter as his disciple. Beavis must be laughing to death. Jianshi and Suisui eloped at their wedding and went off on their honeymoon. But they didn't neglect their duties. After returning, the backlog of tasks exploded. Even the usually idle Suisui was busy for quite a while. Finally finishing her work, she was then summoned by the Xiantian sect to report and began a tough cultivation life. And Suisui would never have imagined that the sequel to this trap game would develop like this. By her own strength, and Suisui became the link between 3 high-level worlds. The last 2 high-level worlds, inexplicably isolated, upon discovering the situation, immediately came knocking. Thus, and Suisui was forced to travel between worlds, becoming a hardworking laborer. The story began when Suisui and her companions broke through the finals, winning huge rewards, repairing world glitches, and improving their personal strength. Her pet twin demons also grew stronger, recovering most of their power. After multiple periods of rest, Jianshi and Suisui went to the Hell World for experience. Coincidentally, a civil war broke out there, with a seed-level contender nearly as strong as the current Hell Lord. While the Hell Lord and the contender fought fiercely, Jianshi and Suisui, with the twin demons, launched a sneak attack. They killed both the current Hell Lord and the newly minted contender. The little demons absorbed the essence of 2 top-tier strong beings, greatly increasing their power and successfully ascended to the Hell Lord position, becoming the new Hell Lord's pets. Yes, and Suisui sat on the Hell World's Hell Lord throne. Though her strength was somewhat weaker than previous Hell Lords, she had the backing of the vampire world and her own high talent, growing rapidly. Thinking of Beavis, who often rampaged, all restless hell creatures were subdued. No one dared defy Beavis. And Suisui thus firmly held the Hell World Hell Lord position. Next was the Cultivation World. Compared to other high-level worlds, the Cultivation World was the most tolerant. And Suisui entered it with almost no rejection, easily integrating and becoming Qingli Zhenren's only legitimate female disciple. Ingwugue was very interested in Suisui. He initially took her in for fun, mainly because she was Beavis's adopted daughter. If she lost, at least she could annoy him. Unexpectedly, and Suisui really cultivated under him and even successfully derived a new branch based on his path. And Suisui was the first female disciple to survive under Ingwugue in hundreds of years. Many came from afar to see this rarity. Especially former female disciples of Ingwugue, who envied Suisui's fully feminine body. Damn, they were just a bit less insightful to have missed getting close to Qingli Jinren. Ingwugue grew interested and often privately guided Suisui's cultivation and techniques, truly a worthy master. His masculine Dao methods didn't affect Suisui negatively. Instead, she learned them well, no worse than Jianshi, who was known as the male pet. Jianshi, dubbed the male pet. Since learning about Qingli Jinren's situation, Jianshi had to accompany Suisui every time she visited the cultivation world. To prevent from becoming like him, Jianshi learned opposing techniques and spent every day discussing them with her on the bed. Jokingly, why become a macho man when you have a soft, cute wife? Jianshi, who successfully turned Suisui into a rare species, kept his achievements secret. Ingwugue eagerly anticipated how far this child, who broke world barriers, could go.